Chapter 51 Inch Why are you looking at me? Giovanni shrugged and then raised his hand. Since this is the opinion we all came up with, I definitely agree with it. Okay, then, let's take a break first. We will discuss the specific amount of supplies to be provided in each area later. Half an hour later, everyone gathered in the conference hall again and began to discuss the quantity of supplies. During the meeting, everyone kept bargaining, and finally the meeting lasted for an hour and a half. Ultimately, the Royal Decadendate and the Duchy of Prussia contributed the most, while the Duchy of Naples contributed the least. After the meeting, as usual, everyone will attend a dinner. Just as Odysseus and the dukes were leaving the meeting hall and preparing to attend the dinner, a man ran down the street. In order to prevent it from being an assassin, the guards quickly pinned the man to the ground, but unexpectedly the man kept shouting Duke Giovanni's name. "Let me go! I want to see Lord Giovanni." Seeing this, Odysseus hurriedly asked the soldiers to let go of the man, and then signaled Giovanni behind him to come forward. "Your people? Why are they so uneducated?" Giovanni didn't dare to say anything. He didn't know the man in front of him, but since he recognized him and was in a place like the imperial city, he must be his son's subordinate. Thinking of this, Giovanni looked at the other person and asked, "What's your name? What do you want to see me for?" When the other party saw Giovanni, he was like seeing a savior. He ignored the people standing next to him and shouted loudly, "Master Giovanni, please save Master Donny." As he said this, he continued to shout, "Master Donny has been arrested by the student union." When Giovanni heard the other person say this, he quickly slapped him and knocked him to the ground. "Asshole! Do you know what the price is for lying in front of the emperor?" He did this not because the other party really told lies or something like that, but purely because the other party spread the matter in front of so many people. If he knew it alone, he could put pressure on the academy, but Odysseus was beside them when they said this. Sure enough, after hearing this, Odysseus came over. "Duke Giovanni, what's going on? Why was your beloved son arrested by the Academy's student council?" "I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I really don't know." At this time, the man lying on the ground saw Odysseus, as if he had seen a savior, and he shouted again, Your Majesty, they are going to hold a hearing tonight. Young Master Tangny is innocent, you must go and make the decision for young Master Tangny." Hearing this, Giovanni glared at the man fiercely. He had already memorized the man's appearance and would teach him a lesson when he returned later. Even though the slap in the face had clearly hinted to him not to involve others, he still wanted to drag the emperor into this vortex. He really didn't understand what others were saying. "Oh, yes, Your Majesty, Princess Elsa also serves on the student union. She will also attend the hearing as an observer." Odysseus heard this and looked at the dukes behind him. "It seems that we need to change our schedule, my vassals." The others nodded. In addition to Lucius, Leon and William's children are also in the Imperial College. Even if another vote is held, the emperor and the three dukes already have the majority. After watching the team walk away, the person who brought the news smiled and then walked into an alley. "How is it?" In the alley, Virgil leaned against the wall and looked at the messenger who came over. "His Majesty the Emperor has agreed to go to the academy." "Okay." Virgil nodded, then took out a bag of gold coins and threw it to the messenger. "Take this money and go to a small city on the border. If you stay here, the people of Naples will hunt you down." Unexpectedly, the messenger just shook his head. "I don't want the money, Mr. Virgil." "Oh?" Virgil smiled dangerously. "What do you want?" "I want to be your subordinate and only do things for you from now on, sir." The messenger said this and prepared to hand the money to Virgil. Virgil was a little surprised to hear this unexpected answer, but he still shook his head. "Our line of work is very dangerous. If we make a mistake, we will die without a complete body." Having said this, he walked out of the alley. The messenger lowered his head, obviously disappointed. "However, if you have really thought it over and are determined to do so, come here tomorrow. I will give you a chance then." After saying this, Virgil disappeared into the night, and the messenger's face regained its spirit. And Virgil has another thing to do, which is to escort Tyrell back to school. At the conference, Tyrell walked up to the stage step by step and firmly, and then sat in the witness stand. "Wait a minute, Tyrell. Weren't you expelled from the academy? Why were you able to come in?" Donnie said, pointing at Tyrell. At this moment, no matter how hard he tried to remain calm in front of the emperor, he couldn't do it. His Majesty the Emperor granted him special permission to come in. Luca added at this time. It turned out that before Odysseus entered the academy, Virgil had already appeared at the gate of the academy with Tyrell, and then Tyrell took the initiative to step forward and asked for Odysseus' permission, although Giovanni kept persuading Odysseus not to let Tyrell into the academy, otherwise it would break the rules, but Odysseus, who was only interested in having fun, of course hoped that things would get as big as possible, so he was allowed to enter the academy with the emperor's permission. Tyrell followed them outside the hall. Then, when Donnie was quibbling, he appeared at the right time. The appearance became the last straw that broke Donnie's psychological defenses. Tyrell! How dare you disobey me? Donnie couldn't help but threatened him before Tyrell could open his mouth. Mr. Donnie, please do not threaten the witnesses. You have seriously violated the order of the hearing. I am warning you here. At this time, Olivia, who was in charge of presiding over the hearing, said seriously. Seeing that Olivia was able to remain 100% serious and not at all stage fright in the presence of so many important people, especially with Donnie's father Giovanni present in person, Odysseus could not help but nodded. Duke William, your eldest daughter has your style, he praised. Ha, Your Majesty, you are joking. Compared with Her Highness Elsa, Olivia is like a chick and a phoenix. William also became polite upon hearing this. Listening to the two people's polite remarks, Giovanni couldn't feel happy that he had just mocked Lucius's child, and the next moment his own child had committed a crime. Now Giovanni wanted to go on stage and slap Donnie twice to wake him up. Threatening others in front of the emperor means you think your reputation is too good, right? At this time, Tyrell on the stage took a deep breath, then looked up and looked at Donnie, who was staring at him. Then he turned his head and looked at the audience. I, Tyrell, am now in a normal physical and mental state, and I have not been bewitched by any magic. Everything I am going to say is true and can serve as a confession. As he said this, Tyrell revealed all the details of what Donnie had asked him to do at the time. Among them, every detail of everything, including how Donnie and himself designed it, and how Donnie gave himself money and manpower to implement it, was told in full. Tyrell! Tony couldn't help it and shouted to interrupt Tyrell, but he didn't expect that Tyrell was unmoved, as if he was deaf. Instead, Donnie was scolded by his father Giovanni. Donnie, what did I teach you before? Maintain the demeanor of a nobleman. Giovanni said sternly after being scolded by his father. Donnie finally calmed down. He thought about his situation at this moment. He is now surrounded by enemies on all sides. Orson has set up a trap for him and even lured Emperor Odysseus in. In this situation, even if his father wants to protect him, he is probably powerless. Thinking of this, Donnie felt sad. As Tyrell finished speaking, and he took out the account book records of the money that Donnie had given him, there was no doubt that Donnie was in a dead end. Your Majesty. At this time, as a father, Giovanni could no longer sit still and wanted to plead for Donnie through Odysseus, but Odysseus just shook his head and looked at Luca. Dean Luca, you understand that the royal family has always been very supportive of the independent development of the Imperial Academy. We will not interfere. Just follow the rules. Odysseus' words were meant for both Luca and Giovanni, and completely cut off Giovanni's thoughts. The royal family has always supported the Imperial Academy, which means that if anyone dares to put pressure on the Imperial Academy, they are going against the royal family. Although the dukes have greater power locally, this is the city of Saint Laurent, the most dazzling jewel in the emperor's crown, and every resident here is loyal to the royal family. I understand. Hearing this, Luca stood up and walked towards the stage. Then he looked at Donnie. Mr. Donnie, do you have any rebuttal to Tyrell's accusation? Donnie didn't say anything, just shook his head in disappointment. Okay. Luca nodded after hearing that, and then looked at Orson in the audience and pointed at him. Then, please let the student council president Orson tell us how to deal with Donnie according to the college rules. Orson was a little surprised when Luca called on him, but he nodded anyway, and then walked onto the stage amid the cheers of his classmates. What Luca said was actually quite clever. If he were to say what guilt Donnie would suffer, there would be no doubt that he would be hated by the Florence family, but if it were Orson who said it, then this hatred would only be limited to the Stranic family and the Florence family. Orson walked onto the stage. Looking at the tall, handsome and suave Orson, Odysseus nodded with satisfaction. Duke Lucius, your son is quite good. Hughes said it can be seen from the fact that Odysseus directly appointed Lucius as Duke of Attica 18 years ago that the relationship between the two is definitely not bad, because there had not been a new duke in the empire for hundreds of years. The territory needed to be in theft as a duke could not be taken from other dukes. Therefore, if a new duke was in theft, the strength of the royal direct jurisdiction would inevitably be weakened. After that, Lucius always stood on the side of the royal family in all affairs of the empire in return for Odysseus' trust in him. Your Majesty is right. Lucius nodded, but his mood was not good. After all, Orson is not Lucius' biological son. Lucius's real son, Lit, was the one who was framed in this incident. Then, according to the Imperial College rules, anyone who bribes a student union official will be expelled if the circumstances are serious. Anyone who harms or instigates others to harm a classmate and damages the classmate's reputation will be expelled. Anyone who beats a classmate and causes injury to the classmate will be expelled if the circumstances are serious. Orson's words fell one by one, hitting Donnie's heart like a hammer. In summary, Donnie is expelled from the school effective immediately and will never be recruited by the Imperial Academy again. In addition, Mr. Tony needs to apologize to the victim, Mr. Leetook. At this time, Orson had changed the way he addressed Tony. He was no longer worthy of being Orson's classmate. Then, Orson called Little to go on stage. Lit slowly walked onto the stage and stood in front of Donnie. Mr. Donnie, please apologize. Orson said, standing next to Lit. Tony was very upset. It was obvious that Lit did nothing in this matter. He was framed by 3 people from the student union throughout the whole process. But now Tony had to bow his head and apologize to Lit. Donnie couldn't do it. He thought he only lost to Orson, not to Lit. Student Donnie, Orson said in a more serious tone. If you refuse to apologize, the nature of this matter will become more serious. Please face the reality. Donnie was silent for a long time, and then bowed deeply to Li-Tae. I'm sorry, Li-Tae, I was wrong about this matter. Donnie said loudly, and then he leaned closer to Leetook and whispered, but I envy you too. You have such a great brother. You don't have to do anything, and the results are delivered to you. This feeling is very comfortable, right? Then he sat back. Just when everyone thought the hearing was about to end, Virgil came over. Orson saw Virgil, looked at him and smiled. Student Virgil, do you have anything else to say? Olivia looked at Virgil and knew that things were not over yet, so she asked directly. Looking at Virgil, Tyrell felt a bad premonition for some reason. Chapter 52. It's like this. Virgil said. I have another matter to report, and the hearing hasn't ended yet, and His Majesty the Emperor is still here. This is against the rules. Lucas said at this time. Mr. Virgil, the hearing cannot be a complaint meeting. If you have any reports, please go through the formal channels. Of course I know, but the person I reported is at the hearing. Virgil smiled, and then his eyes swept over Tyrell and Donnie, and finally stopped on Odysseus. Your Majesty, I want to know, if the use of forbidden magic endangers the physical safety of others and threatens others to do something, this matter is beyond the scope of the Academy's trial, right? When everyone present heard the words forbidden magic, their hearts tightened. Student Virgil, this is no joke. Since you said these 4 words, you must be responsible for it? Lucas said seriously. Forbidden magic is magic that is explicitly prohibited by the imperial authorities. It includes magic that goes against the laws of nature, such as resurrection of the dead. The overall characteristic of forbidden magic is danger. It is so dangerous that not only will the caster be harmed, but the caster may also lose his original intention and his mind may change when using forbidden magic. Yes. Virgil nodded. I want to report that Tyrell used forbidden magic to threaten Anya, which catalyzed Anya's mother's disease, causing the disease that could have been controlled to quickly turn into a critical illness. This forced Anya to help Tyrell murder Lit due to financial pressure. We did detect forbidden magic fluctuations in Anya's mother. Virgil took out the video recording stone. If you don't believe me, here's the evidence. At the same time, Virgil also sent a parchment scroll to Luca. As a high-level magician, Ka naturally knew what this scroll was. This is a scroll I found in classmate Tyrell's room. There are used magic fluctuations on it. It can be used to detect whether it is used by classmate Tyrell. Virgil said. Virgil. No, Orson. Hearing this, Tyrell went straight to Orson. Didn't you say you would help me clear my name? Yeah. Orson shrugged innocently. I said I would help you clear your name. With that, he walked up to Tyrell. Now, everyone knows that it was Donnie who ordered you to do this. Hasn't your grievance been cleared? As he said this, Orson patted Tyrell on the shoulder. I'm just putting one thing at a time. It's pitiful that you were coerced, but aren't the things you've done wrong enough? You could have used the forbidden scroll, but you still used it. You could have destroyed it after using it, but you thought you could still use it in the future, so you kept it. Isn't all this caused by your greed? You will suffer the consequences if you bring trouble upon yourself. Having said this, he smiled and then left Tyrell. Looking at Tyrell standing there in a daze, Donnie smiled, which was a rare occurrence. Ah, Tyrell, I asked you to betray me, did you see that? This is what happens to you. Tony said this and mocked Tyrell wantonly. In the Empire, using forbidden magic is a serious crime, and privately possessing magic scrolls is also a serious crime, and the crime is punishable by several years in prison. Although the nobles can use the excuse of prohibiting the spread of forbidden magic to temporarily store some forbidden magic scrolls at home, once you use them, it is no longer a matter of temporary storage. Although he didn't know where Tyrell's forbidden magic scroll came from, it was enough for Tony to know that this matter had nothing to do with him. Tyrell. At this time, Luca checked the magic scroll and confirmed the magic fluctuations, and looked at Tyrell sternly. Tell me, where did you get your magic scroll? Tyrell was stunned for a moment, then he spoke and looked at Luca. Dean Luca, I don't know about this. I found this magic scroll by accident when I was tidying up the dormitory storage room. I didn't think of using it at the time. You have to believe me. Having said this, Tyrell knelt down, weeping. After all, forbidden magic is different from other things. Other things may be treated leniently, but using forbidden magic and using it to harm others is a serious crime. It is very likely that he will spend the rest of his life in prison. Still quibbling. Luca was very angry when he saw Tyrell saying this. Now, no one is willing to believe Tyrell anymore. Dean Luca. At this time, Odysseus suddenly spoke. Since the other party is involved in forbidden magic, it is no longer just a matter within the Imperial Academy. If possible, hand him over to us. Okay. Luca nodded after hearing that. Then, at Odysseus' call, the soldiers rushed forward and took Tyrell away. See, this is the price of betraying me. Donnie was still mocking Tyrell on the stage. Odysseus waved his hand again, signaling the soldiers to take Donnie away as well. Donnie was still smiling, but who would have thought that he would also be tortured? He suddenly became unhappy. What are you doing? Didn't you hear what Tyrell said? That scroll was not given to you by me. Tony said this and even called for help directly to his father. Father, help me. Help me, I am innocent. I am innocent. Giovanni also stood up at this moment and walked in front of Donnie. He frowned at Donnie, a hint of anger in his eyes. Donnie, I am very dissatisfied with you. He said this and signaled the soldiers to leave. He would not plead with His Majesty. Then, the soldiers pulled Tony farther and farther away. What a good show. William looked at Lucius and laughed. It's really worth the trip. Lucius also smiled. I really didn't expect Orson to be so ruthless. William said this and stood up. It seems that he completely disregards the relationship between the two families. In this case, Lucius, I am the only one you can rely on. Lucius looked at Orson on the stage and said nothing. As the two suspects were taken away, the meeting will end here. Taking into account that several dukes still have their own children in the Imperial Academy, and the sudden discovery of forbidden magic that needs to be interrogated, Odysseus also announced the cancellation of the evening dinner and let the dukes make their own arrangements. The dukes who had children in the college naturally found a restaurant in the college to eat with their children, while the rest of the dukes left the college. Lienka, how is your college life these days? Are you adapting well? In the restaurant, William looked at his two daughters across from him and smiled lovingly. Well, it's okay. Lienka nodded. She was reluctant to tell her father about her recent troubles. After all, she had already told Olivia, and there was no need for another person to share her troubles, especially when it was her father who had always placed high hopes on her. You did a great job hosting today's hearing, Olivia. William also looked at Olivia at this time, showing an expression of recognition and approval. He is neither humble nor arrogant, and he can remain calm even with so many big names sitting in the audience. Father, you taught me all this well, Olivia said with a smile. Well, but Orson is a good guy too. At this time, William suddenly mentioned Orson's name. I feel relieved to leave Lienka to Orson. Ah, that, father. Upon hearing this, Olivia and Lienka, who were sitting opposite, suddenly became nervous. At this time, Olivia spoke first. After all, it was she who asked to modify the engagement, so it wasn't appropriate to let Lienka say it first, but who would have thought that Lienka would speak out first? Father, Orson and I have met privately. I still don't like Orson, but the engagement cannot be cancelled. My sister helped me and is going to change the person I am engaged to with Orson to her. Lienka said this and lowered her head. I'm sorry, father. We have already discussed this with Orson. He should also be discussing this with Duke Lucius now. This is all because I don't like Orson. If you want to blame someone, blame me. After Lienka finished speaking, she looked at Olivia. Her sister had done so many things for her, so at least this time, the responsibility for breaking off the engagement should be borne entirely by Lienka. This would also make Lienka's guilty heart feel a little better. Is this true? Upon hearing this, William looked at Olivia and Lienka in disbelief. Despite this, his tone did not become angry, but instead only full of doubt and confusion. He didn't understand why Lienka didn't like such an outstanding Orson, nor did he understand why Olivia would come up with the idea of surrogate marriage. What Lienka said is true. Olivia also confessed at this time. My name was indeed changed on the marriage contract. Having said that, Olivia took out the new engagement and handed it to William. William looked at it several times, confirmed it, and sighed helplessly. I consider myself a kind father and will not interfere too much with your opinions. Since this is the result of the negotiation between you two sisters, Lienka and Olivia, then let's do it this way. I agree with it and will talk to Lucius about it later. Really? The two sisters asked in surprise, obviously not expecting their father to change his words so easily. Yes. William nodded. But, I have a request. What? Father, just ask. As long as I can do it, I will definitely try my best. Olivia, you're an Orson's first child must have the last name Eisenborg. After all, you have to leave a descendant for my Eisenborg family, right? But Olivia was troubled when she heard this request. This matter is not something I can decide, yeah. William knew that, of course. So I'll go ask them. If they don't agree, you can only give Orson a few more children and let the later ones take your last name. So, this is what father wants. Olivia nodded after hearing this. In fact, she was eager to have more children with Orson. And after you officially get married and before you give birth to the Eisenberg family's child, I will give priority to Lienka as the Duke's heir. William said this and looked at Lienka. Lienka, you are different. If you get married in the future, your husband must be a son-in-law, otherwise I will not agree. Is this acceptable to you too? Yeah. Olivia and Lienka both nodded. William agreed because this incident made him more convinced that Orson must become his son-in-law. With his abilities, he can definitely help the Eisenberg family continue to prosper. If it is true as Lienka said that she doesn't like Orson at all, then William would indeed choose Olivia to replace him. After all, an unhappy marriage would not make Orson willingly help the Eisenberg family. With this in mind, William found an excuse to send Lienka away, leaving only himself and Olivia. Of course, Olivia knew that her father must want to say something when he left her alone, so she stayed where she was, waiting for William's words. Olivia, William asked after seeing Lienka walk away. You like Orson, right? Hearing her father's words, Olivia was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. I can't hide it from you, father. Olivia thought William was going to start investigating her for deceiving Lienka. Since you like Orson, you must win him over. Unexpectedly, William did not pursue the matter, but encouraged Olivia. You are only engaged to him now. If you can't guarantee that he likes you, it's not safe. What's more, if he likes you now, your marriage will go smoothly later. Father. Olivia was a little confused. Can I ask you why you do this? Olivia. William said this, with a hint of regret and apology in his eyes. I hope my daughter can grasp what she thinks is happiness. I didn't see what you were thinking before, but now that you've revealed it to me, I will support you. At the same time, on the other side, Orson and Lit were sitting in a barbecue restaurant with Lucius. I didn't expect that you would ask me about the meeting time for this, Orson. Lucius said with a smile, seeing his old rival Giovanni suffer a defeat. He felt happier than on his own birthday. Yes, when Lucius came to St. Laurent City before, he wrote a letter to Orson and Lytton to inform them of his itinerary and expressed his hope to meet his two children after the meeting. Then, Orson took the initiative to find Lucius and asked about the meeting's opening and ending time. Then, he asked Virgil and his men to wait outside the door until the meeting was over. Afterwards, the two chatted for a while. Seeing that the situation was almost ready, Orson told Lucius about the engagement. Father, regarding the engagement between you and Duke William, Lianka doesn't seem to like me very much. After discussing with her and Olivia, I decided to change the engagement from Lianka to Olivia. Oh. Lucius nodded after hearing this. Then the other side should also know about this matter. I will talk to Duke William later. Well, Father, aren't you angry? Orson asked. After all, this engagement was originally made between you and Duke William. What's there to be angry about? Lucius was puzzled. You know the reason why I arranged a marriage with him, Orson. As long as the marriage is not cancelled, it will be fine. If you can marry the person you like, Orson, that would be the best. In that case, I would like to thank my father first. Afterwards, they chatted some more, and Orson went back to the dormitory with Lit UK.I in the dormitory. After Orson finished washing up, he sat at the desk reading a book. When he was about to go to bed, there was a knock on the door. Chapter 53. Then, Lituk, also in pajamas, appeared in front of him. Lit, what's wrong? Orson looked at Lit and asked with some confusion. Lit said nothing, just sat next to Orson. Then she said, Thank you, Orson. It's okay, you don't have to thank me. Orson smiled. I didn't do anything about it. It was mainly Olivia and Manuel who did more. Actually, the one who really did a lot of things was Brother Orson, right? Lituk said this, speaking out what was in his heart. Oh? Orson heard this and asked curiously, Why do you think so, Lit? Lite thought for a moment, and then told the truth. Today, I secretly followed you, Orson, for a distance, and saw you talking with that senior named Virgil. Maybe we are just friends and chatting, said Orson. No. Lit shook his head. Orson, I'm not stupid. Okay. Orson nodded after hearing this. In fact, he had already known that Lit had been secretly following him today. Orson just didn't point it out on purpose so that he could confess the matter directly to Lit in the evening. Well, Lit, do you want to hear what I did in this matter? Orson asked. Yeah. Lite nodded. However, these things may not be so glorious. After you hear them, you may think that I am a sinister villain. Even so, do you still want to listen? Okay. Upon hearing this, Orson told Lit everything he had done. He had planned to use Lit as bait from the beginning to lure Donnie out, so Orson did not warn Lit to be careful of others. Everything that happened afterwards went according to Orson's plan. Tyrell and Donnie were gradually tricked and eventually ended up in a dead end, even including the incident with the forbidden magic scroll. Orson confessed that it was he who did it. Lit listened quietly. Okay, that's all. Orson said this and looked at Lit. What do you think? Orson, do you think I'm a bad person? In order to harm others, I actually used my relatives as bait and almost ruined my relatives' reputation. No. Lit shook his head. Orson did the right thing. Otherwise, Donnie and Tyrell would still be in the academy. Even if they didn't harm me, they would harm other students and would still be a problem for you, Orson. Besides, Orson, you didn't ruin my reputation, did you? Lit said this, looking at Orson with a sunny smile. Orson was silent. As the villain in the original book, Orson is certainly not stupid, but he was still a little worried when he was designing to lure Donnie into the trap. If Leetuk didn't understand his difficulties and kept thinking that he had done something wrong, it would create a rift in his relationship with him. After all, he was still quite worried that he would raise Leetuk to be that kind of saintly protagonist, but now it seems that Lee-Tay can understand me, which is the best thing. Thank you for understanding me, Lit. Orson said this, lowered his head and looked away. Orson. Lit spoke again. Teach me those things. Which ones? Orson was a little confused. You use it to deal with Donnie. As he said this, Lit pointed to his head. I don't want to cause trouble to Orson when I face difficulties in the future. Lee-Tay said this with a depressed tone. This time I feel very powerless. I don't want to be a burden to Orson. Light. Orson looked at Lit, who had come to his senses, and smiled with relief. My younger brother has finally grown up. Lit, have you thought about it? Orson said solemnly. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. Similarly, if you want to learn these, you must be prepared to face the darkness. Yes. Lee-Tay nodded firmly. I'm ready. Okay, then, starting tomorrow, you will follow Virgil and see what he usually does outside of school. Okay. The next afternoon, Orson brought Little to Virgil's residence. Virgil, I want to ask you a favor. Orson said this and pointed at Lit behind him. From today on, I'm going to let Lee-Tay be your little follower. Try to take him with you when you go out to do things. Okay. Virgil nodded. Although Virgil always kept a kind smile, Lit always felt that he was dangerous, so he couldn't help but hide behind Orson. But before that, Master Orson, I have something I want to talk to you about alone. Okay. Orson heard this and walked into the house. He followed behind Orson, but for some reason, he did not close the door behind him. Lit stood at the door, thought for a moment, then gently pushed the door open and tiptoed in. Then, he walked to Virgil's room, put his ear to the door, and listened carefully to the conversation between the two people inside. Master Orson. Virgil was leaning against the wall, his arms folded as he looked at Orson. Are you really going to teach Master Lit this? Well, I've thought about it, and this is what Lit asked me to do. Orson nodded. The world is never monotonous. If people want to grow, they cannot just see the bright side. I understand that you want Master Lit to grow up quickly to the point where he can protect himself. Virgil said this, with a rare hint of worry in his tone. But, Master Orson, are you sure that after Master Lit has seen the darkness, he will still be the same Master Lit as before? Even if you haven't shown any desire for the Duke's position, will Master Lee-Tay really not be afraid of you? Master Orson, I will never allow others to sleep soundly beside my bed. This is the principle you taught me. Inside the house, Orson was silent for a while, then said, It's okay, I believe in Lit. Master Orson. Virgil's voice was filled with anxiety. Why do you seem to lose all your judgment when Master Lit is mentioned? You are always a calm person. I'm advising you. No matter how close you are to Master Light, and no matter how much you feel you owe him, you've already done enough for him. You don't have to say anything more. Orson said firmly. Virgil, I have made up my mind. No matter what Lit becomes in the future, as long as he is strong enough to protect himself without me, I will be satisfied. Having said this, Orson prepared to go out. Lit, who was outside the door, heard the footsteps getting closer and immediately trotted downstairs. Orson walked to the door, opened it, and looked toward the stairs. Although the noise Lit made just now was small, it was still heard by the two people in the house. Orson turned around and high-fived Virgil. Anyway, I'll leave Lee to his work to you from now on. Yeah. Virgil nodded. P.S. This chapter is still a 12,000-word chapter. When it was originally put on the shelves, it was agreed to be 10 plus 5 plus 5, but now it is 10 plus 6, with 2 extra chapters. In view of my diligence, please give me some monthly tickets and rewards, please. Chapter 82, Leetuk and Sleepwalking Donnie and Tyrell have been taken away for investigation. Regardless of whether they will be found guilty or not, at least the two of them will never be able to return to the Imperial Academy, and those accomplices of Donnie and Tyrell also received punishments ranging from demerits to probation according to the mistakes they had made before, which meant that they deserved their crimes. Within the student union, All those who were bribed by Donnie resigned and were replaced by a new group of students. Of course, without Donnie, there will still be other problem students in the Imperial College, but after the removal of this big cancer Donnie, the overall atmosphere has indeed improved a lot, and the discipline department has not had to deal with as many things recently as before. Today, Orson was on duty in the student union office, and Olivia pushed the door open and walked in. She walked briskly, as if she had encountered something happy. "You look very happy?" Orson could see it, and asked directly without any hesitation. "Well, I guess so." Olivia thought for a moment and then nodded. "My father has agreed to our engagement, and has confirmed it with your father, Orson. Both families have no objection to the new engagement." "I see." Orson nodded. "So you're my fiancé, you're happy?" Olivia paused for a moment, then turned around with her cheeks flushed. She didn't expect that Orson would suddenly attack her at this time, and she almost couldn't defend herself for thinking of this. Olivia took a few deep breaths, and after her emotions calmed down, she turned her head to look at Orson, revealing her signature, unpredictable smile. "Hey, I'm happy that Lienka is finally free. Mr. Orson, you don't think that I'm so happy because I like you, right?" Olivia said this with her arms folded across her chest, looking at Orson with a hint of teasing in her expression. "I strictly abide by the promise that Orson-san made to me. However, your reaction is quite cute, Orson-san. TSK." Orson clicked his tongue as he watched Olivia turn the tide of the battle in an instant. "So is that really all, Olivia?" Orson, guess what? Olivia shrugged with a smile. "This woman is the most difficult person I have ever met since I was a child. Obviously, if she is going to be my fiancé, she should have a good impression of me, but I don't know why, she always teases my heartstrings intentionally or unintentionally. She always pretends to like me, but instantly retracts her hand when I want to confirm." This made Orson, who already had a strong desire to win, even more unwilling to lose. One day I will uncover the true face of this evil woman. "But..." Olivia moved a chair and sat next to Orson's desk, although Orson would move his chair back to its original position every time Olivia left as a silent resistance. Olivia would ignore what Orson did and continue to sit next to him every time she came, but if Orson asked, Olivia could still defend without blind spots. Over time, Orson got used to it. Although he still put the chair back, he no longer had any resistance to Olivia sitting over him. "Mr. Orson," Olivia said, playing with her fingers. "What's wrong?" Orson heard this and turned to look at Olivia. "Donnie and Tyrell, they should be imprisoned and tortured now, right?" Them." Orson nodded. "That should be the case, but I don't care about them. They can't come back to the academy anyway. Is it really necessary to kill them all?" Olivia suddenly said. "It's enough to just punish them a little. There's no need to set such a big trap. Once forbidden magic is involved, things won't be so easy to resolve. In this way, the relationship between the Stranick family and the Florence family is completely irreconcilable." "I know." Orson nodded. "But, if it were Olivia, if you knew someone was eyeing you, would you just let it go? But the strength of the Dukedom of Napoli cannot be underestimated." "I know this, but I believe that no matter what, Giovanni will still put the interests of the country first at this juncture. Besides, even if the dukes really turn against each other, His Majesty the Emperor will take action." "Really?" Olivia smiled and looked at Orson. "Will everything really go as smoothly as you think, Orson? Even if Duke Giovanni won't do this, will Donnie, who inherits the Duke's position, consider the overall situation? And will the Emperor really intervene in the dispute between the dukes? Or will he just sit on the sidelines and wait until both sides are defeated before taking action?" Orson looked at Olivia's smile, was silent for a while, and then lowered his head. "I can't say, but I can only hope that everything goes well." "Hope?" Olivia thought for a moment, then said, "That's not your style, Mr. Orson." "Oh? Then what kind of person am I in your opinion?" Olivia thought for a moment. "Mr. Orson, you are someone who is willing to use any means to protect the people around you. You don't seem like someone who would pin their hopes on others." Orson smiled. "Ms. Olivia seems to know me very well." "Yeah." Olivia nodded. "After all, you just did that. As he said this, Orson's facial expression froze. Chapter 54. This woman, is there something else behind her words? I really didn't expect that. Olivia's tone was filled with resentment. I thought I helped Orson a lot and could give him a surprise, but when I think back on it, I realize that I was used by Orson. No way. Orson said awkwardly, I have never used you, Olivia. You helped me find Anya to testify about this matter. I have always been grateful to you. Well, I'll take that as the case. Olivia heard this and continued, but the forbidden magic thing isn't that simple, right? Does Orson know something? She smiled. I still can't hide it from you. Orson said this and nodded. Since you already know, why bother asking me? Tell me what conditions can keep you silent. I will do my best as long as I can do it. No need. Olivia shook her head. This made Orson even more alert. Is she determined to use this to threaten me? Let's use this to rebuild trust between us. Olivia extended her hand to Orson. After all, now that the engagement has been finalized, the Duchy of Prussia and the Duchy of Antica will be allies in the future. No matter what happens in other regions, I will be your staunch ally. Love everyone. Of course, Olivia didn't say this. After all, if she told it out loud, her carefully designed plan to make Orson fall step by step would fail. Orson looked at Olivia's actions. Although he was a little confused about why she did this, he still felt relieved and reached out his hand to shake hers. In that case, I would like to thank Olivia first. Of course, even though he said this, Orson still felt uneasy. He had to be on guard against Olivia at all times. On the other side, Lit followed Virgil, and they were going to an underground casino today. It is not surprising that the Imperial City has such an industry. Rather, the more prosperous the city, the more developed the gray industry is. As the areas with the most contact with social people, places such as pubs, casinos, and clubs are also the most suitable places to establish intelligence networks. Virgil arrived in St. Laurent City several years ago. At that time, he received an order from Orson and settled down in St. Laurent City in advance. No one would have thought that the young boy who was only in his teens at that time would now become the leader of one of the top underworld forces in St. Laurent City. Master Virgil. After seeing Virgil coming, the waiters of the casino bowed to Virgil one after another, and then respectfully welcomed Virgil and lit in. Senior Virgil, I think you are amazing. Leetuk said this, his tone revealing his envy of Virgil. So many people can obey your orders. That's nothing. Virgil smiled. As long as you have money, you can find many people who will do you a favor. The two men walked towards the inside of the casino. At this time, Lit saw a middle-aged man suddenly crying and shouting wildly, and then he was carried out by the security guards. What's going on? Lit asked with some confusion. He must have lost money gambling. Virgil said nonchalantly. In places like casinos, many gamblers lose their fortunes every day, and many even go into huge debts. They have to work like slaves for others for the rest of their lives, and may not even have a second half of their lives. After seeing it so many times, it's no longer surprising. Lit stood there in a daze, and only caught up with Virgil again after the middle-aged man's crying and shouting died down. This time she walked much slower, looking at the various lives in the casino, the joy of those who win, the pain and anger of those who lose. Everyone here feels as if something has been taken away. Once they sit at the gambling table. Don't look at these, Lit. Virgil said this and called Lit to follow quickly. Lit nodded and followed Virgil to the office. After sending the servants away, Virgil sat down at his desk, while Lit sat stiffly on a chair beside him. Master Lit. When there were only two people left, Virgil finally resumed addressing Lit. I admire you for being willing to touch the darkness, but can you please tell me why you want to know all this? I want to help Orson. Lit said this and lowered his head. Since I came back home, I have been bothering Orson, whether it's studying or martial arts. After I went to school, I got into a lot of trouble again, and every time Orson helped me to deal with it. Yeah. Virgil nodded. Of course he knew about Lit's affairs. The two brothers had such a good relationship, so it was normal for him to have such thoughts. I understand. Then, Master Lit, tell me what you saw when you came here just now. Okay. Lite nodded and expressed his thoughts. Master Lit, you are very smart and observant. Virgil nodded. Yes, the casino, whether it is the rich and powerful who come here to seek excitement, or the ordinary people who want to dream of getting rich overnight, they all gather here. Therefore, the casino is one of the places where the most information flows. Then, do you feel pity for those who lose all their wealth in gambling? Of course. They have gone astray. If there were no casinos, they wouldn't. As Lit said this, it seemed as if he was implying that he was very dissatisfied with Virgil opening a casino. Master Lit, this is where you need to grow. Virgil said this and took out a stack of documents and handed them to Lit. It records the people who go in and out of the casino, their income and expenditure in the casino, their property and wealth, and their final fate. Many of these people, in your opinion, are the kind of poor people who can be educated, right? Virgil said, shaking his head. Although I am sorry, I can only tell you, Master Lit, that most people had already developed the gambling habit before the casinos opened. Even without our casinos, they would still organize private gambling on their own, and then the industry would still develop. And then, guess what, if there were no casino regulations, would people die from that kind of privately agreed gambling? In fact, the casino opened by Virgil is considered to be relatively conscientious. At least there will be no selling of hands and feet here. If you owe a debt that you cannot pay off, at most you will be detained and forced to work to pay off the debt, and your family will not be held accountable. Then, since gambling is so harmful to people, why doesn't the city hall order the casinos to be closed? Lit was a little confused. Virgil smiled. Of course it's because of money. As he said this, he handed the account book to Lit. Lit saw that although the casino had a lot of revenue every month, a lot of it was allocated out. The part allocated out is the tax paid to the local government. At the same time, think about this industry chain and the people involved. What kind of people are they? Virgil began to enlighten Lit. To run a place like this, the most important thing is naturally money. In addition, you also need a force that is not afraid of suppression. Therefore, only nobles and wealthy businessmen can run such a place. There is a whole industry chain here. Those gamblers who want to soar to the sky are mostly ordinary people, right? Where do they get so much money to enter the casino? There is a whole loan sharking industry behind this. There are many gray industries, and they are all complementary to each other. If one thing moves, the whole body will be affected. Many people can't pay back their debts, so they have to work in pubs, clubs, or mines to pay off their debts. Virgil explained the operating principles of the gray industry. Master Lit, how is it? Do you feel strange? Virgil sat back in his chair. These industries are obviously evil and exploitative, but they are still thriving and even supported by some people to a certain extent. Then, Virgil's own tone took on a hint of anger. Yes, it is this rotten industry. But it can help us the most. That's why I came here to develop these. He was also very dissatisfied with the current situation, but there was nothing he could do. So, Master Lite, after you recognize these, are you still willing to face these and learn these? Upon hearing this, Lite lowered his head and remained silent. Just when Virgil thought he was about to give up, Lite looked up. Senior Virgil, Orson, has he done any of this? Of course. Virgil nodded. In order to allow Virgil to do these things without any pressure, Orson even personally instructed him on how to run these industries. It is thanks to Orson that these gray industries under Virgil can now develop so well. Then I want to learn. Lite's tone was very firm. Okay. After a long moment, Virgil nodded. He could feel that Lit's aura was gradually changing. It seemed that she was no longer the harmless little lamb. On the other side, Orson was going to the library for something. After coming out of the library, he happened to meet Lienka at the door. He was about to say hello to Lienka, but she turned around and ran away, feeling that Lienka seemed to be worried about something. Orson thought about it and decided to chase her to ask about the situation. Then he found Lienka in a pavilion by a lake. The latter was sitting in the pavilion at the moment, hugging his legs and looking at the lake. Orson walked over slowly and then sat down beside the pavilion. Lienka, it looks like you are worried? Oh, you're nosy. Lienka said this without any mercy in her words. I'm just a little worried about you, and I want to tell you something. Orson said. The engagement has been approved by both parents, and you are no longer my fiancé. Orson thought that what he said would make Lienka a little happier. After all, she didn't like him in the first place. So you are saying this now just to mock me? Unexpectedly, Lienka's mood did not improve at all. Orson was a little confused. Why did Lienka still look unhappy now that he and Lienka had broken up? No, Lienka, that's not what I meant. Besides, didn't you agree to the engagement yourself? Well, so now I'm not your fiancé anymore and I'm not worthy of you. And you came to inform me specially to mock me, right? Lienka said this with a hint of tears in her tone. I know I can't be better than you. No matter how hard I try, I will never be able to surpass you in the evaluation in front of the teacher. Then just let me rot alone, and don't come looking for me, okay? Lienka said this, and Orson was a little at a loss. He didn't do anything, so how could he make a girl cry? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in my ears. Okay, Lienka. Following the sound, Olivia came over. She sat next to Lienka, hugged her gently, then looked at Orson and motioned him to leave. Orson felt bored, so he nodded and left the pavilion in a low mood. Then Olivia began to comfort Lienka. Woo! Sister, I don't understand. I have already given up. Why does he still appear in front of me? Okay, Lienka, Orson didn't mean to do this. Olivia said, patting Lienka's head. I told you, don't care about other people's eyes, just be yourself. Lienka has obviously gotten better recently and her mentality has become much better, but when Orson suddenly appeared in front of Lienka today, it still aroused Lienka's bad memories. It is said that the person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. Looking at Lienka's appearance, Olivia certainly knew how to help Lienka untie the knot in her heart, but when Olivia thought about letting Lienka and Orson come into contact, and the possibility that the two of them might develop feelings for each other because of these events, she couldn't help but hesitate. After some inner struggle, Olivia felt that she had to ask Orson for help. It's not a big deal to keep comforting Lienka by yourself. Besides, the engagement has been changed now, so even if Lienka wants to regret it at that time, it will be impossible. On the other side, Lid was following Virgil to collect debts. Generally speaking, Virgil doesn't need to do this himself, but in order to train Lituk, he still continues to be his own smiling devil. In an alley, a middle-aged man in tattered clothes knelt on the ground in fear as he looked at Virgil standing at the entrance of the alley with a sword in his hand. Sir, please let me go for the sake of my parents and children, the man said, kowtowing to Virgil continuously. Lit, who was following behind Virgil, felt a little sorry and wanted to go forward to help the man up, but Virgil kicked the man into the corner. Then, with a clanging sound, a dagger slipped out from the man's clothes. See, Lit? Virgil said, looking at Lit. If you are kind to people like this, they won't remember it, but will take the opportunity to hurt you. Chapter 55. As he said this, Virgil put the knife to the middle-aged man's neck. Do you think we haven't checked your resume? Virgil smiled dangerously. Although we don't advocate violent debt collection, if you obviously have the money but don't pay it back, don't blame us for letting you leave something behind. Okay. A trace of cold sweat ran down the middle-aged man's forehead, and then he took off the necklace he was wearing and handed it to Virgil. That's right. This way you won't have any trouble at all. Virgil said this, smiled, and then put the knife back. Then, watching the man leave dejectedly, Virgil turned his head and looked at Lit. At this moment, Lit was still staring at the dagger on the ground in a daze. Lit, do you understand? Virgil said. To be kind to the enemy often means to be cruel to yourself. When you can't tell the difference between friend and foe, be on guard against everyone and treat everyone as your enemy. That's what you have to do. Master Orson told me that you are very smart, but sometimes you are too kind-hearted and can't do many things, so I came to train you. Don't think too highly of others, otherwise, sooner or later you will be harmed by them. Yeah. Lite nodded after hearing that. Senior Virgil. She suddenly asked, how do you know Orson? Why are you asking this question? Virgil was a little confused when he heard this. I just want to ask, is it okay? It's not impossible. Virgil said this, leaning against the wall of the alley, and told Lit how he met Orson 8 years ago, in Antica City. In the slums, a child with short blue hair and ragged clothes was walking through the alleys. He was holding a gorgeously decorated leather bag in his hand, and the sound of coins colliding inside made his heart beat fast. After finishing this job, I should be able to get a lot of money as dividends, so that I can eat for a long time. The boy thought so and ran for a few more minutes. Finally, he came to a pickpocket's den. The pickpocket leader was a man with a scar on his face. He looked at the boy running towards him, smiled, and then took the bag from his arms. After opening the bag and counting the coins inside, the pickpocket leader gave the boy a thumbs up. "Well, you did a great job this time." He took out a silver coin and handed it to the boy. "Come on, use this money to buy some meat." "Boss, isn't this a little too little? I feel like there's more money in the bag." "Oh?" The scarred man looked dissatisfied when he heard this. "Are you questioning me? Giving you money is good enough. Didn't you learn your skills from us? We have supported you for so long, you should be content." The boy lowered his head and was about to leave, when an equally childish but very cold voice sounded behind him. "Can you give me my bag back, please?" Everyone turned around and saw a little boy with short black hair, purple eyes, and gorgeous clothes appear at the door of the hideout. "Damn it, how did you disguise yourself?" The man with the scar saw someone catching up with him. No matter who the other person was, he slapped the blue-haired boy first. Then he looked at the nobleman standing at the door. "Hey, young master, this is not a place for you to come. We want your bag. If you don't want to suffer, go back quickly. Otherwise, we don't mind switching from pickpockets to robbers." "Oh." Hearing this, the black-haired boy just nodded but did not walk away. "Let me count," the black-haired boy said, raising his fingers. 3. Seeing that the other party not only did not back down, but instead said the lines he should have said first, the scarred man laughed in anger. "Ha ha ha ha, you little brat. I want to see what you can do to me." 2. The boy's words were still very calm. 1. As the last sound fell, the boy instantly appeared in front of the scarred man, knocked him down with a punch, and the bag fell out of his hand instantly. "Damn it!" The scarred man was a little dizzy from the punch. After he recovered, he called out to the brothers around him. "He actually dared to plot against me. Brothers, give him a good beating." As he said this, the pickpockets around him stood up and approached the noble young man. Some people even picked up things like wooden boards and benches, and it seemed that they even wanted to kill the boy. Then, the boy who was surrounded by the crowd took the first step. He was extremely fast and could knock those people to the ground with one blow. The expected scene did not occur. Instead, the group of pickpockets fell to the ground and wailed like children. Within a minute, the boy opened the bag and counted the money inside. This time, the blue-haired boy stepped forward and took the initiative to hand his silver coin to the black-haired boy. Seeing this, the black-haired boy nodded, said thank you, and prepared to turn around and leave. When he reached the door of the hideout, he turned around again. "You, come back with me," he said. After listening to how Orson and Virgil met, Lit covered his mouth in surprise. Her admiration for Orson deepened. "At that time, because I exposed the pickpocket's den, I would definitely be hated by this group of people and would not be able to continue to stay in any community. So, Master Orson offered to take me back." Virgil said this with a nostalgic look on his face. "After that, Master Orson has been training me and providing me with the best educational resources, and has made me what I am today." "So, Senior Virgil, your current situation was planned by Orson several years ago?" "Yeah." Jill nodded. "As the saying goes, a man will die for his friend. Master Orson is probably my savior and wise lord." Master Lit. At this time, Virgil suddenly said, "If one day you and Master Orson stand on opposite sides, I will point this knife at you without hesitation." "Yeah." Lit nodded. "I know, so I won't be an enemy of Orson." "I hope so." Virgil nodded. "Although it's a bit inappropriate to say this, I hope that Master Orson will let me teach a dog that is grateful and repays kindness, not an ungrateful wolf that only cares about profit." In the evening, when Lit returned home, Orson was lying on the bed reading a book, apparently getting ready for sleep. "Hey, Lit came back quite late today." Orson saw Lit appear at his door and greeted him. "How is it? Today should be your first day out with Virgil. Have you seen the world?" "Well, I picked up a lot of new things." Lit nodded. "Orson, you should have let me know this earlier." "It's okay. It's not too late now," Orson said with a smile. "Anyway, it's good that you have grown." "Well, thank you, Orson." Lit said this, closed the door and walked into his room. A few days passed, and one day, after class, Triss suddenly found Orson and asked him to go to her office with her. Looking at Triss, who was sitting at the desk looking for documents, Orson was a little confused. "Teacher Triss, you called me here." "Ah, I found it." Therese searched for a long time and finally found the pile of documents. "Here, take a look at it, Orson." Therese handed the document to Orson. Orson took a look and found that it was a letter sent by the board of directors regarding the plan for the school festival. Every year, the Imperial College holds a school festival 2 months after the start of school. The festival lasts for a whole day, and that day is also the Imperial College's open day. Visitors from outside can enter the college and experience activities organized spontaneously by the students. Every school festival is organized by the current student council, and it is an activity used to test the council's ability to do things. "Are we going to start preparing for the school festival?" "Yes." Triss nodded. "The decision was made at the board meeting this morning. Dean Lucas saw that I was your homeroom teacher, so he gave me the document and asked me to pass it on to you. The documents came down earlier this year, so the school festival preparations will take longer than in previous years. I'll leave the details to you, Orson." Triss said this with a look of trust in Orson. "Anyway, if you have any questions during the preparations, feel free to ask me directly." "Okay." Orson nodded. "Okay, there's nothing else to do. You can have a meeting today to discuss the school festival." Having said this, Triss seemed to be ordering them to leave. Upon hearing this, Orson didn't stay here any longer and walked out. "Didn't we give a month's notice in previous years? How come this year it's so much earlier than previous years?" Olivia was a little surprised when she heard the news in the student union office. "It may be the attitude of the board of directors," Manuel speculated. "The board of directors probably thinks that our class has great potential, so they want to give us more time to let us exert our full abilities and make this school festival go down in history." "That should be it." Orson confirmed Manuel's words. "During the preparations for the school festival, you, the vice president, have a heavy task to do." Having said that, Orson looked at Olivia with some concern. "If you have any difficulties, please feel free to ask. We will try our best to help you." After all, the liaison department and the publicity department, which are under the charge of the vice president, are responsible for a lot of work from the preparation stage to the beginning stage to the end stage of the school festival, and both departments are busy. Of course, Orson's office and coordination department won't have it easy either. "President Orson, are you worried about me?" Olivia looked at Orson with a smile. Orson fell silent again. It was a pity that this woman was in the mood to tease him when he was talking about serious matters. After the meeting, the 3 leaders of the student union convened the departments they were in charge of and held an internal meeting. Obviously, this advance preparation was very sudden and caught everyone off guard. However, after a brief moment of being caught off guard, it was replaced by ambition. Everyone wants to do something at this school festival. The ticket is big, so that you can go down in the history of the college. That afternoon, some clubs had already begun preparing for their activities at the school festival. On this day, Lit was attending teacher Hikasha's interest class. There were only her and Hikasha in the huge alchemy laboratory. At this time, Hikasha suddenly asked, "By the way, Lit, there is something I have always wanted to ask you, but I don't know how to start." "It's okay, teacher, just ask." Lit smiled and then said, "Well, then I asked, so don't be angry with the teacher." What Hikasha said next completely stunned Lit. "Lit, why do you want to pretend to be a boy?" Lit was shocked when he heard this, and looked at Hikasha with a hint of fear. "Teacher Hikasha, how did you know? Is it hard to tell?" Hikasha tilted her head. "Oh, maybe it's because I'm a witch and I'm more sensitive to magic." She said so. "When I was teaching you magic in the previous magic class, I was afraid that you might have some sequelae, so I secretly used magic to check your body and found this." "Ah, if you feel you have something to hide, you don't have to tell the teacher." Hikasha said this and waved her hand. She didn't want to lose her only student. "Well, it is true that I have some unspeakable secrets." Li Tae nodded. "But, Mr. Hikasha, can you please keep it a secret for me before I take the initiative to disclose it?" "Teacher, please keep it a secret for me." "I will do anything," Li Tae said sincerely. Uh. Hikaisha originally wanted to give up, but when she heard Lit say that he would do anything, she felt that she would be uneasy if she didn't let Lit do something. Thinking of this, Hikaisha said, "Then, Lit, can you do me a favor?" "What favor?" Hearing Hikaisha's request, Lit hoped to keep it a secret. "Teacher Hikaisha, tell me, as long as I can do it, I will help." Hikaisha was thinking, and then she thought of something that she could ask Lit for help with. "Hey, Lite, teacher, I have always been curious about Orson. It just so happens that you, Lite, live with Orson. I want to ask you, that is, can you help collect some of Orson's hair that falls off in his cut nails and so on?" Chapter 56. These might come in handy during alchemy. Lit thought about it. Her heart was very conflicted. She could do Hikaisha this favor, but she didn't know what Hikaisha was going to do with it. Moreover, for some reason, Lit always felt irritated when he thought that Orson's things were kept by another woman. After much deliberation, Lit finally had to succumb to reality. "Teacher Hikaisha, I promise you, but you must keep this secret for me." "Yeah, of course." Lit nodded. "But, Lit, just in case, you should not let anyone touch your body. Otherwise, if they find out, they may not keep it a secret for you." "I understand." Lite nodded after hearing this. "I really should be more vigilant." After returning home, Lit began to think about how to tell Orson about this. After much thought, Lite made a decision. "Don't tell Orson about this. People lose hair normally anyway, so just pretend to clean the room and collect the hair." At night, Lit saw that it was getting late, thought about it, and felt that it was about time, so he tiptoed to Orson's door. After gently pushing the door open a crack and confirming that Orson was asleep on the bed, Lit walked into the room. She cast a night vision spell on herself, allowing her to see clearly even in the dark. Then she began to search on the ground. She also loses hair occasionally, so she doesn't believe that Orson won't lose hair either. Then, after scanning back and forth 3 times, Lit still couldn't find a single hair on the ground. "It's impossible." Lit suddenly remembered that he had never seen Orson's hair when he helped him clean the room before. Could it be that Orson really won't lose his hair? That's so enviable. Thinking of this, Lit saw Orson sleeping soundly on the bed. If it really doesn't work, just secretly cut a small bunch of hair and go. Thinking of this, Lit quietly climbed onto Orson's bed in order not to wake Orson. Lit moved as slowly as possible. Come to think of it, Orson really seemed to have fallen asleep. Looking at Orson's sleeping face, Lit was stunned for some reason. Lit couldn't help but lower his head and slowly moved his cheek closer to Orson. Just when their faces were about to touch each other, Lit quickly raised his head and then patted his little head hard. No, Lit, you are Orson's younger brother now. Doing this while Orson is sleeping is taking advantage of his misfortune. We can't do this. We have to at least wait until Orson wakes up and ask for his opinion before we can do this, but, as a younger brother, it should be okay for me to sleep next to my older brother." As Lit thought about this, his body involuntarily crawled into Orson's quilt and then stuck close to Orson. "Well, since leaving the hotel, Orson and I haven't slept together. Now that I think about it, I really miss this feeling." Then, Lit shook his head suddenly. No, I'm here to cut Orson's hair, so at least I should get the job done first before thinking about anything else. Thinking of this, Lit was about to move, but Orson beside him suddenly turned around and hugged Lit in his arms. Feeling the warmth from Orson's skin, Lit's cheeks became hot. Although I know this was an unintentional act by Orson in his sleep, but Lit is still very ashamed. Lite could even feel his chest pounding and almost jumping out. Lituk's brain was so hot that he had completely forgotten what he was here for. She only knew that Orson's embrace was so warm and she didn't want to leave at all. If only it could continue like this. I really like the smell of brother Orson. As she thought about this, Lit became more and more confused, and finally, she fell into a deep sleep. The next day, early in the morning, Orson rubbed his eyes, stretched and woke up. "I slept very comfortably last night. It seems that because I had a lot of things to do in the past few days, I went to bed early yesterday. Today I am back to work with full energy." Then, looking at the person lying next to him, Orson was stunned. At this moment, Lite was snuggling beside him. He could imagine how intimate the two of them were when they slept last night. Then he pinched his face. After confirming it was real, he sat on the edge of the bed and covered his face. Is it normal for brothers to sleep together after they grow up? That's obviously not normal. Sure enough, did Lituk still have a distorted love for himself? How should I persuade Lit? After all, no matter how cute Lit looks, he is just a boy. Orson assumes that he is still heterosexual. After all, he is engaged to Olivia. If she had noticed Orson's movements, Lit also sat up from the bed. She stretched and made a cute sound. Then, after noticing the back of Orson sitting on the bed, Lit was stunned. She recalled what happened last night. She had only planned to lie down beside Orson for a while, but she didn't expect that she would lie down for the whole night. She regained consciousness instantly, her cheeks flushed and her eyes began to roll. Oh no, maybe Orson misunderstood something, maybe he thought I was a pervert. Oh, good morning, good morning. She said this and climbed out of bed. Lit's little head turned, thinking of an excuse to cover up the past. Then, she had a flash of inspiration and came up with a good idea. Hey, Orson? Why am I on the mud bed? Did I sleepwalk last night? Lit said in disbelief. Really? Hearing Lit's voice, Orson, who was thinking about ethical concepts, had a glimmer of hope. He turned his head and looked at Lit, with a hint of worry in his eyes. Lit, if you are really sleepwalking, you must pay attention, take a good rest recently. Yeah. Lit nodded. Seeing that Orson believed him, Lit felt relieved. This was a great excuse. This way I could get into Orson's bed at night. However, in order to prevent Orson from becoming suspicious of him, Lit decided to reduce the frequency of his sleepwalking. After they finished breakfast, Lit suddenly remembered that he had promised Hikasha to bring her Orson's hair. After thinking about it, since there was no way to get it secretly, Lit simply spoke out. That? Orson. What's wrong? Seeing Lit looking at him awkwardly, Orson knew that something was probably wrong. Well, that's right. Teacher Hikasha's alchemy class needs some materials, including human hair. I need a control group, but I don't have enough, so I want to ask Orson for some. Is it okay? Lit looked at Orson with a pleading expression. Seeing that his brother was begging him, Orson certainly couldn't refuse. He nodded and took out a bottle. I usually have the habit of collecting my own hair. This is the hair I have saved for a while. It should be enough for you. Orson said this and handed it to Lit. Huh? Lit was surprised when he heard that. No wonder I didn't see them in Orson's room. It turns out Orson collects them himself. Thank you, Orson, it's okay. Orson shook his head. It's just hair, it doesn't matter. Then, as if he had thought of something, Orson said, by the way, if you use my hair to make any powerful medicine, remember to tell me. Yeah. Lit nodded after hearing that. P.S. This chapter is still a 12,000 word chapter, but starting tomorrow I should only be able to update 10,000 words a day. If you count it as 2K a chapter, I have updated 28 chapters since it was put on the shelves. I suddenly feel that I have updated a lot, so why not reward me? IMG equals 480, 270 IMG chapter 83, is it a dream? It turns out it's not a dream. 1.2W. After seeing Lit off, Orson started his day. Starting today, the school festival will be officially prepared. The office and the planning department are writing the plan for the school festival. Although it will be much more convenient with the experience of previous year's school festivals as a reference, after all, every student union strives to do better than the previous one, and Orson is no exception. Now that the annoying people have been eliminated, there is no more resistance in the academy and everything is going on in an orderly manner. Orson came to the classroom. He came late today. Olivia, his deskmate, should have arrived, but he didn't expect that she was even later than him. It was not until the moment before the bell rang that Olivia hurried to the classroom and then hurriedly sat down next to Orson. I didn't expect you to come so late today, Olivia. Orson said this with a smile. Olivia was breathing slightly, and rarely did she start to choke Orson. Instead, she took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from her forehead. A guess came to Orson's mind. Could she be? Although Orson, as a boy, has not experienced these things, it does not mean that he has not heard about them. Could she be a relative? After thinking about it, Orson decided not to take advantage of Olivia's misfortune. The class passed quickly and Olivia recovered. At this moment, she glanced at Orson beside her and gave her signature smile. Mr. Orson, were you thinking about something rude during class just now? Not really. Orson shook his head. Well, but I feel a little cold in my stomach. Mr. Orson, do you want you to reach out and rub it for me? Olivia winked at Orson, with a hint of temptation in her tone. My advice is to drink more hot water. Orson said this and stood up. By the way, if you want to warm your stomach, heating it up will be more effective than rubbing it with your hands. I can light a fire for you. I'm going to the bathroom first. Having said this, Orson walked out of the classroom while Olivia sat there, listening to what Orson said, her expression changing again and again, and she gritted her teeth secretly. Is this Orson some kind of ancient tree? Don't you understand what I mean? What are you talking about? Drink more hot water and warm yourself by the fire. I'm going to burn your hair. It seemed that due to her menstrual period, Olivia's usually calm emotions became somewhat out of control. Fortunately, Olivia adjusted herself in time. She took a few deep breaths and adjusted her breathing. When Orson came back, Olivia had returned to normal, and he was surprised not to see any regret on her face. How come my straight man remarks didn't anger Olivia? So she really doesn't like me, and everything I did before was intentional to make me fall into her arms, right? Chapter 57. During class, Olivia deliberately leaned towards Orson for some reason. Orson felt Olivia coming closer and felt something was wrong, so he quickly sat down aside. At the same time, he whispered, "Student Olivia, what are you doing?" Olivia looked at Orson in confusion. "I just couldn't see the blackboard clearly. I adjusted the angle and now I can see it much more clearly." "Is that so?" Orson nodded after hearing this. In the morning, after the class ended, Olivia saw Orson getting ready to leave and hurriedly called him. "Orson. What's wrong? Can you please do me a favor? If you have a cold stomach, my advice is to drink more hot water." Orson said this and prepared to leave. When Olivia heard Orson say this again, she couldn't help but stand up and reached for Orson's waist. "Mr. Orson, what you just said is very rude to a girl." "Didn't I say that before?" Olivia, let's talk it out nicely. After all, this is a classroom, and the other students haven't left yet. If Olivia takes action, it will inevitably attract attention. So he quickly admitted his mistake. I was wrong. I won't talk about this again." "Okay, no more jokes." Olivia retracted her hand and said, "I want you to help me enlighten Lienka." "Me? Let me enlighten her? Olivia, you are kidding?" Orson said in surprise. He still had some self-awareness and knew that Lienka didn't like him. In this situation, wouldn't it be a bit too ridiculous for him to counsel Lienka? "But this incident was caused by you." Olivia couldn't help but complain. "Why else do you think I had to ask you to enlighten her?" If Lienka's emotions hadn't been reaching a critical point, Olivia wouldn't have asked Orson to help. Then, Orson thought about it. If the engagement had to be fulfilled in the end, Lienka would be his sister-in-law in the future. He should go and do her a favor. If he could help, he would. If he couldn't, then forget it. "Olivia, tell me what's going on first." "Okay." Olivia nodded, and then told Orson about Lienka's recent experience. To put it simply, this is it. Lienka has recognized the reality and realized the huge gap between her and you. The ideas she has believed in for a long time have collapsed in an instant, causing her emotions to collapse a little. At first I could still comfort her, but she would still dwell on her own ideas. Recently she has become a little tired of studying. Is this going from one extreme to another? Orson felt ashamed when he heard this. Everyone else clearly knows that they can't catch up with her, so why is Lienka so stubborn? "Oh, I don't know either." Olivia shook her head. Olivia has always doted on her younger sister since she was a child, but it may be because of her and her father's doting that she has become what she is now. Lienka should still be in the dormitory now. Anyway, let's go back first. Okay. Orson nodded. Let me make it clear in advance that I can only try my best to help. If it doesn't work, don't blame me. Of course I know. Olivia nodded. Afterwards, the two of them walked together towards the dormitory. After walking out of the teaching building, a petite figure followed behind the two of them. Lu followed the two and watched them enter the dormitory. Lit walked out from the shadows with a complicated expression. Sure enough, Orson and Olivia have come to this point. She didn't know what would happen between the two of them in the room, and she had no reason to prevent Orson from being happy. Thinking of this, Li still stood in the alley, unable to let go for a long time. She stood there for a few more minutes, and just as she was about to turn around and walk back, a voice sounded behind her. "Now that you're here, why not come in and sit down?" Olivia's voice was somewhat teasing. Just as Lit was about to run away, the latter grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up like a kitten. "Don't go. Orson is here too. Why don't you have a meal in our dormitory before going back?" Olivia looked at Lit with a smile. In fact, Orson had noticed Lit following him from the beginning. Although Lit used magic to conceal his breath, in front of Orson, a 7th-level magician, the magic fluctuations behind him were as dazzling as a signal light in the dark night. Then he told Olivia the news, but Olivia asked Orson not to find out about Lit and to go home first. Then, on the road, Olivia intentionally or unintentionally got closer to Orson, and their hands touched from time to time. All of this was seen by Lit. "Let me go," Li Tay said angrily. I just happened to pass by here." She wanted to struggle free, but she couldn't escape the grip of Olivia, a 6th-rank warrior. "Oh?" Olivia smiled even more happily after hearing that. "But, Li Tay, you are so far away from my dormitory. What kind of coincidence could have made you appear outside my door?" Li Tay thought hard for a long time, and then suddenly thought of something, and said, "Lienka didn't come to class today. I came here because I was a little worried. As Lienka's deskmate, is it not okay for me to do this?" "Sure, why not?" Olivia smiled. "Then shouldn't you come in?" Having said that, Olivia put Lit down and took her into the dormitory. "Lit, please sit downstairs for a while. Orson is trying to persuade Lienka upstairs." "What about you, Senior Olivia?" asked Li Tay. "Me? Of course I'm preparing lunch, otherwise what will the 4 of us eat?" Olivia walked into the kitchen with a smile. As Orson's future wife, Olivia had already learned a lot of housework skills from the servants at home. In the future, she will become a capable woman at housework for Orson. Moreover, as the saying goes, if you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. Lit looked at Olivia busy in the kitchen and couldn't help but stand at the kitchen door and watch. Senior Olivia, can I come in and take a look?" Lit said this and walked to Olivia's side. "Why?" "Li Tay, are you interested in these?" "Yeah." Li Tay nodded. "When I lived in the same dormitory with Orson, neither of us knew how to cook, so the kitchen was always empty. You learn from Olivia now, and then you can make it for brother Orson in the dormitory. This way, Orson can get used to the food he makes in advance. Maybe I can take the opportunity to put something in the food in the future." Okay. Olivia nodded. "I didn't expect a boy like Li Tuk would be interested in this." As she said this, she touched Lit's head, but as soon as she put her hand on it, Lit jumped away vigilantly. "What a joke, only Orson can touch my head." Seeing that she touched nothing, Olivia was not angry. Instead, she felt that Li Tay was even more adorable. If he could support his marriage to Orson, it would be much easier. Pity. On the other side, Orson stood in front of Lienka's door, thought for a while, took a deep breath, and knocked on Lienka's door. Seeing that there was no response from the room, Orson opened the door and walked in. Then, he was stunned. In the room, Lienka was only wearing a thin nightgown, with one shoulder strap slipping off and hanging on her arm, revealing her beautiful chest. Even though her chest was flat, the hem of the nightgown was also very short, exposing the girl's long and slender thighs to Orson. He seemed to have just woken up, and looked at Orson standing at the door, not reacting for a moment. Sister, is there something you want to talk to me about?" Lienka rubbed her eyes and looked towards the door. "What? It seems I'm still dreaming." Lienka smiled, then walked to Orson, regardless of her own appearance, dragged Orson into the room, and then closed the door. The petite Lienka pinned Orson against the door. "Well, you're so annoying. I dream about you even in my dreams. I might as well beat you up in my dreams." Lienka said this, looking up at Orson, who didn't say a word and pouted. "Really? He has such a handsome face. How can I do that to him? And I guess I can't beat you even if I do." Lienka said this, let go of her hand, and sat down on the edge of the bed. She patted the bed and motioned for Orson to sit next to her. Orson said nothing, and followed Lienka's instructions and sat next to her. Orson didn't know how to explain the embarrassing scene in front of him, but since Lienka regarded himself as a character in the dream, everything was much better. As long as he could continue to coax Lienka to sleep and then go out, he could pretend that nothing had happened. Otherwise, if Lienka wakes up, not to mention that I can enlighten her, I will probably become Lienka's nightmare in the future, and no one can even get close to Lienka within 100 meters. "Hey, Orson." Lienka seemed to have something on her mind, and at this moment, she expressed her thoughts. "Am I not worthy of you?" She said this with a somewhat depressed tone. "No." Orson finally spoke at this time and shook his head. "Then why did you take the initiative to find me to cancel the engagement?" Orson thought for a moment, then said, I think, Lianka, you are a strong-willed girl and should not be bound by an engagement. Is that really the case? Lianka's tone still revealed a strong lack of confidence. Well, and I feel like you, Lianka, don't seem to like me either. Orson said. Of course. Lianka nodded. You and I have never met. If I fall in love with you just because of a marriage contract, then who do I like, you or the marriage contract? But I feel like you don't just dislike me, Lianka, but you even feel a little disgusted with me. Hate it? Of course I hate it. Lianka said. Since I was a child, I have always been compared to you because of a marriage contract. Even if they don't mention it in front of me, they will secretly say that I am not as good as you behind my back. Say I'm not good enough for you or something like that. Do you think I would still like you in that situation? Orson was silent. He knew that feeling. In his previous life, when he was a child, he also hated what his parents called other people's children. It's just that in this life, I have become the so-called other people's child. I'm sorry. Orson said. I know it's not your fault. Lianka just shook her head. But I just can't swallow this. People say that everything is determined by birth, but I don't believe it. I want to try and see if I can catch up with you through hard work. But, no matter what, I can't catch up with you. Lianka said this and buried her head in Orson's shoulder. Orson watched Lianka's body tremble, and then he felt wetness on his shoulder. She cried. Oh, what can I do? Her tone was filled with tears. But now you are not my fiancé, so you don't have to bear this burden. Orson said. Just be yourself, Lianka. It's exactly what my sister said. Lianka said, looking up at Orson. Do you think so too? I just need to be myself? Of course. Orson nodded. Besides, Lianka, you are also very capable. I heard from Olivia that you studied for more than 10 hours every day. Your persistence is something I can't match. Lianka remained silent, then threw herself into Orson's arms and cried for a long time. After a few minutes, she raised her head and looked at Orson with sobs. Chapter 58. Then, she burst into laughter. This dream is really real. As she said this, she placed her hands on Orson's shoulders. Well, since it's a dream, Orson, let's do it. Ha! Orson's mentality changed drastically after hearing Lianka's explosive speech. He just came in to coax Lianka to sleep, not to sleep with her. Since it's a dream, then there will definitely be nothing left, right? Just treat me as your fiancé and pretend that the engagement has not been changed. Lianka said this as she slowly moved her face closer to Orson. No, Lianka, why are you doing this? Orson didn't understand. Didn't this little girl hate him? Why did she suddenly want to push him away? After all, conquering you gives me a greater sense of victory than beating you up. Lianka said this and pressed Orson on the bed. Besides, sometimes I also want to rebel against my sister and be a bad kid. It's just a dream anyway, it's okay, right, Orson? Then you better beat me up. Orson said expressionlessly, but a hint of red appeared on his cheeks. At this moment, his heart was about to escape from his chest, but in order to calm Lianka's emotions, he could only pretend to be expressionless. Moreover, in order to let Lianka maintain the illusion that this is a dream, Orson had to restrain himself and not take action, otherwise Lianka would react. Ha! Why? Lianka looked puzzled when she heard that. Am I unattractive? Or do you hate me, Orson? However, Lianka apparently caught Orson's slightly red cheeks, and then smiled like Olivia. Forget it, no matter what it is, since this is my dream, it doesn't matter what I do. As she said this, Lianka moved her hand to the other shoulder strap. Just at this moment, the door of the room was pushed open. Lianka, Orson, it's time to eat. Olivia said, standing at the door. Then, when she saw the two people on the bed, her smiling face instantly darkened. Lianka stopped halfway. She glanced at Olivia at the door and Orson under her, stunned for a moment, then she stretched out a hand and pinched her face. Looking at Orson who was pressed under her, Lianka's face turned red in an instant. Orson could even faintly see steam appearing above Lienka's head. 10 minutes later, downstairs, Lituk was sitting at the dining table, looking at the other three people with a puzzled look on his face. At this moment, Lienka stared at her niece with a red face and said nothing. Orson ate his meal while looking away without saying a word, and Olivia, for some reason, exuded a very dangerous aura, making people afraid to talk to her. Why is the atmosphere at this meal so weird? Meanwhile, the other three people at the table had different moods. Lienka's mental state has been a little bad recently. Everything that happened just now made her think it was a dream, so she vented her dissatisfaction to Orson in the dream. Then, when Olivia knocked on the door and came in, she realized that all this was not a dream, but had really happened. When Lienka thought about how she had talked to Orson for so long in such private clothes, and the strange words and actions she said later, she suddenly felt ashamed. At this moment, she wished she could just dig a hole and bury herself. I didn't like Orson at all. I just thought it was a dream and I was not very emotional at the time. I hope my sister doesn't misunderstand me. As Lienka thought about this, she unconsciously looked up at Orson, who was sitting opposite her. Then, she blushed and lowered her eyes. Now even Lituk could see the problem. Olivia just said that Orson was upstairs counseling Lienka. Is this enlightenment serious? Lit glanced at Orson and Lienka in confusion. Orson was also very uneasy at the moment. Logically speaking, Lienka was Lit's harem in the original book, so why did she suddenly throw herself into his arms? Moreover, just a few minutes ago he was still saying that he didn't like me, but a few minutes later his attitude changed so drastically. It's bad. Am I being a little unfair to Lituk by doing this? Orson thought so and glanced at Lit, his eyes full of apology. It was this glance that made Lit even more certain there was definitely something fishy going on just now. Olivia felt even more upset. She could think of many possible outcomes, but she never expected that it was her usually well-behaved sister who pushed Orson onto the bed. It turns out that Lienka has such a savage side behind his back. Apart from that, it was exactly as I had guessed. After Orson and Lienka came into contact, this problem inevitably arose. Fortunately, I discovered it in time, otherwise if the two of them really did something, wouldn't I have lost? Olivia could only hope that this was Lienka's impulsive act and not a premeditated one. But no matter what, Lienka's behavior of cheating in front of him was still too much. Therefore, Olivia maintained a very scary aura from the very beginning. The three of them ate this meal with trepidation. Well, I'm done eating. I won't bother you anymore. I'm leaving. Orson said this, sat up, and prepared to walk out of the house. Okay. Olivia showed a kind smile. Orson, see you at the student union this afternoon. Well, I'm leaving too. Senior Olivia, classmate Lienka, goodbye. When Lit saw Orson leaving, he quickly stood up and bowed to the two sisters, then left the room. This time, only Olivia and Lienka were left in the room. Now there are only two of us left, Lienka. Olivia looked at Lienka and said with a smile, but Lienka didn't know why, but she always felt a little uneasy when she heard Olivia's voice. Yeah, Lienka nodded, still sitting stiffly. Are you feeling a little better? Olivia looked at Lienka. After all, she couldn't bear to blame her sister, so she changed the subject. Huh? Lienka looked at Olivia in confusion. That is to say, Lienka, you met Orson? How did you feel after talking to him? Did you feel better? After hearing Olivia say this, Lienka finally remembered. The inner depression I had felt before was indeed much better after I talked to Orson in the dream. After discovering that Orson would also show an embarrassed side, I felt that it turns out that Orson is just like that, he is also a normal person. When she thought back to that period now, Lienka was still embarrassed, but she suddenly realized that the anxiety she had for Orson had almost disappeared. Thinking of this, Lienka nodded. Well, thank you, sister, for your concern. I feel much better now. As she said this, she also smiled. Really? That's good. Olivia said, hugged Lienka and patted her head. My sister has finally come out of someone's shadow. Yeah, thank you, sisters. Then, the two separated. So? Olivia couldn't help herself. She asked, Lienka, can you tell me what happened in the bedroom? As expected, he couldn't escape this round of interrogation. Lienka calmed down, looked at Olivia, and said, when I saw Orson come in, I thought it was a dream, so I acted a little unrestrained. But nothing really happened between Orson and me, sister, you have to believe me. Lienka said quickly. Is it still the same even if you, Lienka, know that Orson is your sister's fiancé? Olivia asked. After all, I thought it was a dream. Lianka said this, blushing and lowering her head. She whispered, I'm sorry, sister, I was wrong. Yeah, it's okay. Olivia forgave Lianka. Lianka would never betray her sister in real life, okay? That's right. I will never betray my sister. Lianka nodded. Besides, I really don't like Orson. If you give me another chance and let me know that it wasn't a dream, I won't do this. Yeah, Olivia nodded with satisfaction when she saw Lianka's reaction. Then I'm relieved. Lianka is still a good girl in my eyes. Olivia stood up and cleaned the table. Okay, then starting tomorrow, Lianka doesn't need to ask for leave, just go back to class and become family pride, okay? Yeah. Lianka nodded energetically. Whether it is out of responsibility for herself or out of guilt towards her sister, Lianka now has to learn to be the head of the family. After Olivia left the dormitory and went to the student union, Lianka in the dormitory suddenly realized something. Back then, when my sister wanted to change her engagement to me, she seemed quite sad. Why does my sister suddenly take Orson so seriously now? Could it be that my sister has actually liked Orson for a long time? Lianka thought so, and then couldn't help shaking her head. No way, my sister would never lie to me. The reason why she acted like that just now was definitely because of the engagement. However, if my sister can't stand the engagement, it doesn't seem impossible for me to take the responsibility. After all, I don't seem to hate Orson as much as before. On the other side, Lit and Orson were walking on their way home. Lit, why are you here at Olivia's house today? Seeing that the two of them had nothing to say along the way, Orson found a topic to ask awkwardly. Seeing this, Li Tae hesitated. She didn't know whether she should tell the truth. After thinking about it, Li Tae found an excuse. Lianka didn't come to class today. I was a little worried about her, so I asked for her dormitory address and came to look for her. Is that so? Orson felt even more guilty after hearing this. As expected, Lit started to worry about Lianka, and he almost had such a thing happen with his future sister-in-law and possible sister-in-law. Hey, Orson. Lit suddenly asked. Orson, why are you in the dormitory of senior sister Olivia and classmate Lianka? Me. Orson thought for a moment, and then decided not to hide it. Olivia came to me and said that Lianka's mentality was not normal recently, and it might have something to do with me. She asked me to see if I could help deal with this problem, and then I did it. Oh. Lit nodded. So that's how it is. Yeah, that's it. So, Orson, what did you and Lianka talk about upstairs? Lit asked suddenly. This. Orson rolled his eyes. As for what they talked about, it was actually Lianka who was talking most of the time, and Orson did nothing, but I couldn't tell anyone that Lianka almost pushed me, could I? I just talked to Lianka about life and ideals, and then she suddenly realized it. Is that so? Lit obviously didn't believe Orson's words. Then why was Lianka's face red when we came downstairs? The same thing happened during dinner. You didn't dare to look each other in the eye. Would this be the case if you were talking about life and ideals? Well, Orson, more than just these things happened between you and Lianka up there? Chapter 59. No, Lit, don't think too much about it. Orson shook his head. Nothing really happened between Lianka and me. After all, as his older brother, it was absolutely unforgivable for him to hook up with the girl he cared about when he was already engaged. After staring at Orson for a long time, Lit looked away. Okay, that's good. After this question and answer, Orson became more certain in his heart that Lit was definitely interested in Lianka, otherwise he would not have cared about her so much. But what's strange is why Lit didn't tell himself and Olivia directly, but instead followed them secretly. Maybe the young man didn't want others to find out that he had a crush on Lianka. That was all Orson could think of. Unexpectedly, even though I changed the plot of the original book, the young couple Lit and Lianka still got together. Is this the conclusion of the world line? Then he looked at Lit and said, Lit, if you find someone you like, then try your best to grasp your own happiness. Orson said this and separated from Lit at the intersection. He would go directly to the student union in the afternoon to prepare for matters related to the school festival. Lit stood there, listening to Orson's words, and fell into deep thought. Then, his cheeks suddenly turned red with shame. Oh, what weird things is Orson saying? She thought could it be that Orson has discovered that he likes him? After all, the sleepwalking thing is a bit too far-fetched no matter how you look at it. Then why did Orson encourage himself so much? Could it be that he likes me too? But he just can't say it out loud. No matter what, it would be too weird if I took the initiative. Lee-Tae covered his face and walked back to the dormitory, and then walked into Orson's room as usual. He threw himself on Orson's bed, smelling the familiar scent on it, and a sense of security surged in his heart. For me, being able to live with Orson is enough. As Lit thought about this, his consciousness gradually became blurred, and then he fell into a deep sleep. Elsa was in the dormitory, looking at Afro beside her, and said, "Afro, I'm so bored, go shopping with me." "Your Highness Elsa, His Majesty just told you a few days ago to study hard in the academy and do a good job in the student union." "Ah, Aphrodite," Elsa said, hugging Aphrodite's arm. "You know that no matter how hard I study, I still can't pass the exam as well as that pervert Orson. If I can't get first place, it doesn't matter if I'm in the top few places. Student union affairs are also very boring. I've been bored these past few days. I've been leading the people below to write planning proposals and so on. It's so boring. Just accompany me for a walk." Afro looked at the time, and then said, "Your Highness, it's almost time. Isn't there a meeting with President Orson this afternoon?" "Oh, that's right." Elsa just remembered this after hearing this. "Well, if it wasn't for Afro you mentioning it, I almost forgot about the internal meeting. Well, Aphrodite, please help me calculate what will happen during this school festival. This is too broad and hard to calculate." Afro shook his head when he heard this. Then, Urza thought for a moment. "Well, then you should calculate whether this school festival will be better than previous ones." "Okay, I'll do the math." Upon hearing this, Afro used the jewelry provided by Elsa to divine, and then nodded. "This school festival will go smoothly. Elsa-sama, you should continue to work at the current momentum, and you will also play an important role in the school festival." "That's fine." Elsa nodded. With Aphrodite's words, she was full of confidence. Then she stood up, walked out of the dormitory and headed towards the student union. In the afternoon, the internal meeting of the student union was held as scheduled. As you can see, the school festival is about to be held. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss how to arrange the school festival and to discuss the division of labor and cooperation among the various departments. Orson said this and looked at the other people at the conference table. Afterwards, everyone gave their own proposals and ideas. Finally, Orson summarized these. Then, the arrangement of the school festival is roughly as follows. In the morning, each class will carry out activities. This part of the activities is considered as a warm-up for the school festival, so it doesn't require many professional skills. Then, in the afternoon, there will be club activities where 100 flowers bloom. Each club must carry out activities with its own characteristics, including the homecoming club. As Orson said this, the head of the liaison department raised his hand. "Well, President Orson, if we ask the homecoming club to also have a show, isn't that a bit? Isn't the homecoming club a club? But they don't have any club activities, it's okay." Orson shook his head. "You have to believe in people's possibilities. Maybe because there are no activities, the activities they come up with are just the best ones." "Okay." The Minister of Liaison Department nodded. "We are going to push the atmosphere of the school festival to its climax in the evening. At that time, we will have a musical performance in the auditorium and a magic show in the square. At the end of the performance, there will be a fireworks display in the square as the end of the school festival. With this set of procedures, it should be pretty good, right?" Orson looked at the people around him. "Yeah." Everyone nodded. "Okay, then, during this period of time, please ask the liaison department and the publicity department to be responsible for conveying the news of the school festival. Then the coordinating department and the office are responsible for coming up with the planning and programming arrangements. Finally, there are the discipline department and the life department. During the school festival, which is also the open day, the discipline department must increase patrols, and the life department must also manage the dormitory area well to prevent thefts there." In arrangement after completing the task, the meeting was adjourned and everyone returned to their own affairs. "Olivia, aren't you going to get busy?" Orson asked puzzledly as he saw Olivia still in the office. Orson, haven't you already arranged everything my subordinates need to do? Olivia said as she continued to sit next to Orson. Orson, she asked. Can you tell me exactly what happened upstairs with Lienka? Nothing. Orson shook his head. Lienka thought my appearance was a dream. It's understandable what people do in their dreams. That's true. Olivia nodded. But I'm a little curious, did Lienka say anything about me? About you? Orson thought for a moment. About you, Olivia, it's probably that when I was comforting her, she said exactly the same thing my sister said, right? Orson didn't dare to tell Lienka about her rebellious sister's words, as he was afraid that the relationship between the two sisters would deteriorate because of it. Olivia nodded when she heard Orson's words. Just when Orson thought Olivia was not going to ask any more, Olivia suddenly said, could it be that when Lienka wanted to do that to you, didn't she ever think about you being my fiancé? Well, I don't know. Orson paused, then shook his head. She didn't say. Olivia narrowed her eyes as she watched Orson's actions, but she didn't say anything more and just left the office. Okay, although I still want to stay with Orson for a while, I also have some things of my own to do. Olivia said regretfully, then stood up and walked out of the office. Oh, by the way. Orson called Olivia when she was about to leave the office. What's the matter? Do you want to keep me? Olivia looked at Orson with a smile. No. Orson shook his head. Remember to drink more hot water. Olivia's smile froze, and then she turned around and closed the door angrily. Watching Olivia's actions, Orson clenched his fists and cheered softly, like a little child. I finally got angry at this bad woman. On the other side, Lit was lying on Orson's bed and having a nightmare. In the dream, Orson was not the peaceful brother he is now. On the first day after entering the house, Lit wanted to get close to Orson, but was verbally humiliated by Orson in the room, and then the door was closed. In the following days, although Lit behaved very politely, for some reason, Orson was always unwilling to approach him and kept his distance from him. Unlike the real Orson, who always kept a gentle smile on her, the Orson in the dream always had a cold face towards others. Why? Brother Orson was so good to me, why did his attitude towards me suddenly change drastically now? But reason told me that this seemed to be the normal relationship between the children of the Duc d'Ai. In front of his parents, Orson would act very close to her, but once they were alone, Orson would drive her away. Light, you're a man, and you keep following me. Don't you feel disgusted? In the dream, Orson looked at Lit with disgust, and his tone was full of contempt. As expected, those who grew up in the country grew up in the country. Then he said the words that would hurt Lit the most. When Lit opened his eyes again, it was already evening. Orson was sitting at the desk. Hearing the movement on the bed, he turned his head and looked at Lit. What's wrong, Lit? Orson said, and walked to the bedside. Seeing the sweat on Lit's forehead, he took out a handkerchief from his arms and wiped the sweat off Lit's forehead. Did you have a nightmare? Yeah. Lit nodded. Orson, I'm sorry, I was too tired when I came back, so I went to the wrong room and slept in your bed. It's okay. Orson smiled and shook his head. If you're scared, you can sleep here today. I'll be by your side. So, what about you, Orson? I can sleep downstairs or in your room then. Orson said. Okay. Lit nodded, and then continued to lie down. Sure enough, everything in the dream was fake. How could Orson be so cold to me? Just after Lit lay down, she suddenly felt her neck being strangled. Orson, you. She stared at him with wide eyes in disbelief. But Orson's strength became stronger and stronger, and gradually, Lit couldn't even make a sound. At this moment, Orson no longer had the gentleness he had just had. There was only ferocity and cruelty in his eyes. Lit, I told you a long time ago, don't trust anyone, not even me. Ah, you useless guy, I have trained you so hard, but you are still defenseless against me. Well, if you die, I will be the Duke's legitimate heir. Orson said this, his tone almost crazy. When Lit saw Orson like this, he laughed. You, what are you laughing at? Orson said this, and gently loosened his grip to allow Lit to speak. Speak to me. If you can't speak, don't blame me for hitting you. Ahem, you are not Orson. Lit coughed a few times and then said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Your acting is too bad. You are not Orson at all." "Why am I not Orson?" Orson said, pointing at himself. "Look carefully, how am I not like Orson?" "Orson wanted to kill me, and he had 10,000 chances to do so before," said Lit. "And Orson promised me that he would not covet the position of Duke." "Ha, you trust Orson so much, right?" Orson said this, revealing his true face. That was a person who had the same appearance as Lituk, but the pupils were a deep scarlet compared to Lituk's bright purple. "Shawan, it's you," Li Tay said. "Why do you always want to drive a wedge between me and Orson?" "I told you, Orson is dangerous." Shawan's tone calmed down and she said this. "If you die, I will die too. I don't want to die, it's that simple." "But, Shawan, do you think I have the ability to escape from Orson now?" Lit asked back. "But even so, you still have to be wary of him." "Shawan," Li Tay said firmly. "If there is someone who doesn't care about your previous identity and is willing to get along with you as an equal. When you are in trouble, I am willing to do everything I can, even putting myself in danger, to lend you a hand. So, what about giving your life for this person?" "Light." Shawan was silent. She showed up this time to let Light not be too indulged in the peaceful daily life, but to be more alert so that he could survive the possible danger. But now it seems that Lit regards Orson as more important than her. Chapter 60. A person like Lituk is hopeless. P.S. As for why this chapter is still a single big chapter, let me explain. I originally wanted to split it up, but sometimes the plot content is coherent and difficult to split up. At the same time, a single big chapter is helpful for increasing the average first week subscription. The higher the average first week subscription, the more recommendations you will get in the future, which also means that the book will have a longer lifespan. So in the first week of listing, I will still maintain the rhythm of a single big chapter, which will last until Saturday. To apologize, I still maintain 12,000 for this chapter, but tomorrow I may not be able to change that much. As for the update after Saturday, please vote and I will come back to check on Saturday. If you want to continue to order larger chapters, please leave a comment below this post. If I can't update anymore and there is no 12,000, I may order chapters of 6K or 8K. If you want to split it into smaller chapters, please leave a comment below this post. It may be split into chapters between 2K and 4K. Chapter 84, The Art of Standing in Line, 1W. When Lit woke up again, it was already night. In the slightly dim room, only the light on Orson's desk was on, but at this moment, there was no one there. Lit rubbed his eyes, got out of bed, and walked to the table. There was an open letter on the table. Lit was curious and was about to take a look when the door of the room was opened. Orson was standing at the door with a cup of tea. When he saw Lit, he closed the door and walked to the desk. "You're awake, Lit," Orson said, putting the teacup on the desk. "Yeah." Lit nodded. "Sorry, Orson, I was a little tired this afternoon and slept in the wrong bed." "It doesn't matter." Orson shook his head. "Do you want to see the letter?" "Well, no." Lit nodded, then shook his head. "This is for Orson." "Well, it's not good to show it to me, it's okay." Orson smiled when he saw Lit's reaction. "It has something to do with you." Having said this, he handed the letter to Lit. Lit read it carefully, and then slowly frowned. "Isn't Miss Kalenina also a member of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce? And she is the daughter of the president, right? Why would they do this?" The content of the letter was what happened after Selenina and Orson left the party hosted by Lewis. Although Lewis did not remove Selenina from her position, he asked other chambers of commerce under his command to cut off ties with the Antica branch. As a result, the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce's turnover this month may be greatly reduced. Although the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce was able to achieve sales growth by relying on the advantages of the commercial messenger, it was obvious that as the information about the commercial messenger system spread, more and more chambers of commerce would adopt this system, and the advantages of the Antica branch would no longer exist. However, there is also good news that the textile industry has developed smoothly. Although it is currently in the initial stage of operation and still requires a large amount of investment, it is foreseeable that in the future the textile market will be controlled by the Lyson Group controlled by Chelinina. At the end of the letter, Kalenina mentioned the recent orc problem on the eastern border of the empire. and said that if the Duchy of Antica lacked funds, she had something to offer. It can't be helped. If Louis was willing to let Carolina participate in the family competition fairly, this situation wouldn't have happened. Orson shook his head helplessly. Leet, you can think of this as a family dispute. Orson, have you been helping Kalenina all this time? Lit couldn't help but ask when he thought of the second half of Kalenina's words in the letter. Ah, I just gave her a little advice. The real operation was done by Carolina herself. Orson said. Besides, Lit, weren't you there when I gave Carolina the notebook? I see. Lite nodded. Judging from the content of the letter alone, the relationship between Kalenina and Orson was more like that of a collaborator, which instantly reduced Lit's guard against Kalenina. Coupled with the sudden appearance of another strong rival, Olivia, recently, Lit was not too wary of the relationship between Orson and Kalenina. So, Orson, how are you going to reply to Kalenina? Well, to put it simply, let her negotiate with my father and take away all the market share in Antica. Orson smiled. If it were someone else, I would definitely refuse if they wanted to monopolize the market in Antica, but Kalenina's business ability is still good, so I feel relieved to let her do it. After all, she and her father are in this situation. They can only side with us to have the capital to fight against President Louis. Excessive support may lead to economic rigidity, collusion between government and business, and political corruption. But no matter what, in the early days, such support is definitely beneficial to the three parties of government, business, and the public, and Orson was also fully confident that Kalenina would not follow the path of later chables. Okay. Lit was still confused about economics. After all, if Orson's economic philosophy was not taught one-on-one, it would be impossible for people in this world to understand it with their existing knowledge. Okay, Lit, you should still be busy, right? Orson said, and then took out a pen to write a reply to Kalenina. Lit nodded obediently, then took the initiative to leave Orson's room. On the other side, the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce headquarters in St. Laurent City. President. At this moment, an old man with white hair and beard followed Louis and was reporting something. His name is Paul. He worked with the old president of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce, Louis's father, to build the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce to its current size. He is also considered a veteran of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce. Today, he still serves as the president's assistant, helping to handle various affairs. According to your arrangement, we have cut off the connection with several subordinate chambers of commerce and the Antica branch. Well done. Louis nodded. However, President, my suggestion is that it is enough to teach Miss Kalenina a lesson. Goods need to be circulated. If the communication is cut off, it will also have an impact on our several chambers of commerce. Paul, you don't have to worry about this matter. I have my own ideas. Louis said this and signaled Paul to end the topic. Okay. Paul nodded and could only talk about something else. Besides, UI was assigned to investigate the reasons for the increase in the Antica branch's turnover, and we also received relevant information from the Ali Chamber of Commerce. Hearing this, Louis stopped and looked at Paul. Ali Chamber of Commerce? Yes. Paul nodded. The president of the Ali Chamber of Commerce, Mohammed, is waiting for you in the waiting room. He said he is going to tell you the details of this matter in person. Okay. Louis nodded and walked into the waiting room. In the waiting room, a middle-aged man with a turban and a beard was waiting there. When he saw Louis come in, he stood up with a smile. President Louis, long time no see. The Ali Chamber of Commerce is currently the largest chamber of commerce in the empire besides the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce. Although its turnover is only half of that of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce, its strength is still not to be underestimated. Well, long time no see, President Mohammed. Louis smiled and shook hands with him. Afterwards, the two sat opposite each other. President Louis, you really raised a good daughter. Mohammed took a sip of tea and said with a laugh. Oh? What do you mean? Louis looked at Mohammed with a smile. Aren't you going to cut off her source of income? Guess what she did to revitalize the Chamber of Commerce, said Mohammed. Forget it, I won't keep you in suspense. The method to double the turnover of the Antica branch is in my hands now. If you want to know, just give me money in exchange. As he said this, he made a 3 gesture. 3 million, or no deal. The unit behind is of course gold coins. Rich businessmen like them would not have silver coins and copper coins, two low-priced currencies, in their pockets. The smile on Louis's face froze. President Mohammed, you know that Kalenina is my daughter. If you offer this price, I might as well ask my daughter directly. Okay then, go and ask him, said Mohammed. Louis was silent. He had just fallen out with Kalenina and severed the connection between the Chamber of Commerce, and Mohammed took advantage of this to blackmail him. 1 million, no more. Louis bargained. Although the turnover of all his industries is far more than this amount of money, most of the funds still have to be reinvested in the operation of the Chamber of Commerce, and the liquid funds on hand cannot be invested all at once, otherwise the risk resistance of his Chamber of Commerce will be reduced. Too little, President Louis. Mohammed still kept smiling. Do you know this business secret? If I have it and you don't, how much of a blow will it cause to your business in other regions? When the time comes, as one side gains strength while the other loses strength, President Louis, are you sure you can still protect the foundation given to you by the old president? 4 million, said Mohammed. It's a flat price. It's not only buying the friendship between the two chambers of commerce, but also buying your future. How can the price go higher the more you bargain? No, didn't you have 3 million at the beginning? Louis asked puzzledly. Yes, but it was a special offer just now. Now I realize that it seems more important to you, so I raised the price. Isn't that right? Mohammed smiled. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not agreeing to it directly just now. Louis was silent. He clenched his fists, and after thinking it over, he nodded. I understand. For a million, I will raise it within a month. That's right. Mohammed laughed. President Louis, our cooperation will last a long time. Also, I want to thank your precious daughter. If it weren't for her, I don't know how I would make this money. President Mohammed. Louis said at this time, can I ask why my daughter sold this information to you? Isn't it because you cut off the communication between the chambers of commerce? Mohammed said. She bought future cooperation from me, and I can get 4 million gold coins for nothing, As he said this, he deliberately showed a look of sudden enlightenment. Oh, yes, in that case, I have to thank President Louis. If it weren't for you, how could I have earned 4 million from here for nothing? After Mohammed swaggered away, Louis sat on the sofa, his face red with anger. Asshole, he said, smashing the cup on the table to the ground. He didn't expect that his behavior would backfire. With the help of the Ali Chamber of Commerce, the Antica branch of Kalenina will definitely be able to overcome the difficulties, and 4 million gold coins were lost in vain. That's 4 million gold coins. This is enough to buy the land of several cities. President. Hearing the voice from inside the house, Paul also walked in. Uncle Paul. Louis said, looking at Paul. Tell me, did I do something wrong? Paul was silent for a while, then sighed. President, I understand how you feel, but please cheer up now. Now that we know the information, we must act immediately. Besides, we actually didn't lose much. Paul said. Didn't the Duke of Naples agree to increase cooperation yesterday? We can make more money in the Duke of Naples. Okay. Louis nodded and stood up. I hope I'm on the right side. Louis was not unaware of Orson's value, but compared to Orson alone, the entire Duchy of Naples was obviously more valuable. Just like when Selenina asked Lorenzo how to choose an investment, the richer a person is, the more likely they are to seek stability and choose investments that may not have such a high rate of return but are relatively lower risk. Of course, if he knew that Kalenina's current status was closely related to Orson, I wonder how he would feel. In short, since Sherilina has betrayed the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce, there is no need for her to continue holding the position of branch president. Louis said this and ordered, Paul, please draft a letter of resignation and call Sherilina back from Antica. President. Paul felt a little reluctant, so he said, forget it, President. Since she is ready to leave me, let her try and see whether the people over there listen to me, the president of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce, or to him. Louis said this and left the room directly. Paul was left standing there sighing. I'm just worried that Antica won't listen to you, President. After saying this, he shook his head and prepared to go to the office to draft a letter of resignation. Louis's action almost destroyed the relationship between the headquarters and the Antica branch, but no matter what, he was just an employee of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce and had no right to interfere with Louis's behavior. Duchy of Naples, City of Romulus and the Duke's Palace. Giovanni was furious as he looked at Donnie, who was standing obediently in front of him, since being taken away. That day, Donnie was interrogated by the imperial court. In the end, because Donnie was indeed unaware of the matter and with Giovanni's help, Donnie was acquitted. Tyrell was in a more miserable situation because he betrayed Donnie. Giovanni was unwilling to help him and his father was unwilling to save him for fear of offending Giovanni, plus, after he was rescued, Tony would hate him. So, it seemed that being locked up in jail could ensure his life's safety. As a result, Tyrell was sentenced to 10 years in prison in a heavily guarded imperial prison. As for what will happen to him 10 years from now, no one knows. Chapter 61. Tell me what happened exactly. Giovanni looked at Donnie, and although he was very angry, he still spoke slowly. After all, in order to get Donnie out, he used a lot of connections and money. Okay. Donnie nodded stiffly, without any trace of the arrogance he displayed in the academy. Then, he organized what he knew into a timeline and told Giovanni everything. I see. Giovanni nodded after hearing this and then fell into deep thought. After a long moment, he looked up at Donnie. After all, it was me who asked you to deal with them in the academy. It's not your fault that you fell into Orson's trap, Giovanni said in a flat tone. Father, you really don't blame me? Donnie was overjoyed to see that Giovanni had no intention of blaming him. Well, just consider it as a lesson for yourself, Giovanni said. By the way, Father, there is something else I need to talk to you about. At this time, Tony thought of another thing. What's up? It's about the daughter of the president of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce, Kalanina Bonaventura. What's wrong with her? Orson seems to have an affair with her. What did you say? Giovanni slammed the table when he heard this. That guy Louis is playing both sides? No. Upon hearing this, Donnie waved his hand. President Louis is a very nice person. She has been standing here with us. She also reprimanded Orson at the banquet before. But it seems that Carolina was drugged by Orson and she is determined not to let him go. You want me to help you? Yeah. Donnie nodded. Father, I think you're the only one who can help me with this. You're talking nonsense. Giovanni said this and slammed the table. Isn't it your own fault that you can't win over women? Don't make me do everything. Giovanni pointed to the door. Go out and think about it carefully. I'll give you 3 days to come to me with your ideas. Otherwise, I won't care about you even if you marry a bitch. Looking at his suddenly angry father, Donnie could only nod and leave the room. A few days later, a fast horse arrived in Antica City, bringing 2 letters to Kalanina of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce. One was a reply from Orson to Kalanina, and the other was a letter of resignation from the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce headquarters. It seems that father has been forced into a corner. After all, he has cut off such a large piece of meat. Kalanina looked at the resignation letter, then glanced at Paul in front of her and smiled. Grandpa Paul, you wrote this letter of resignation, right? That's right. Paul nodded. Miss, please understand the president's painstaking efforts. He is also for the benefit of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce. By forming an alliance with the Duke of Napoli, the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce will be able to move freely everywhere. Grandpa Paul, do you really think so? Selenina looked at Paul with a smile in her eyes. It would be fine if nothing happened to the Duke of Naples, but if something happened, wouldn't we all be on this ship together? Grandpa Paul, you and Grandpa started from scratch, and the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce was developed by you all. You know the principle of keeping a low profile, right? However, the 6 great dukes of the empire, except for the Duke of Antica, have continued to operate without decline for hundreds of years. In other words, there is no more stable investment than them, Paul said with his head down. But if there is a risk, we will go bankrupt. Kalanina said this and turned around. I'm sorry, I can't accept this dismissal. Of course, I will hold a representative meeting in the branch. If representatives from various places think that I am not doing a good job and want me to step down, I will of course step down. But if the result is not like this, and you still want to dismiss me, please forgive me for severing ties with the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce and setting up my own business. Paul stared at Kalenina's back. For some reason, he felt that he suddenly saw the shadow of the old president in her. If the old president were still alive, he would never let his children become victims of a political marriage, because the old president never wanted to have anything to do with politics. A few days later, representatives from the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce's Antica branch and the chambers of commerce in various cities in the Duchy of Antica came to Antica City. This general meeting will decide whether Kalenina stays or goes. At the conference, Paul and Kalenina sat on either side of the podium. When the representatives saw Paul, they were all stunned. They all knew that Paul was Lewis's deputy and a veteran of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce. The presence of such a heavyweight figure here must mean that this meeting is extraordinary. Well, first of all, let me announce the reason for holding this meeting. Paul said this and looked at everyone present. Because President Kalenina leaked business secrets to the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce's rival, the Ali Chamber of Commerce, without authorization, and caused a loss of 4 million gold coins to the Chamber of Commerce headquarters, the headquarters has decided to remove President Kalenina from her position. After Paul finished speaking, he didn't say anything more, but sat down and waited for Kalenina to speak. After hearing Paul's words, the representatives in the audience began to whisper. They were not clear about the inheritance issues within the president's family and did not know why Kalenina did this. Then let me explain why I did this, Selenina said, looking at the audience. Everyone has more or less noticed that in the past month, the Silver Moon Merchant Guild outside the Dukedom of Antica has cut off business dealings with us. This is an order from the headquarters, which is to suppress our Antica branch and make our business unable to continue. No way, why did President Lewis do this? In the audience, the representatives expressed their incomprehension when they heard what Kalenina said. Well, you all should want to know the reason. Why did President Lewis do this? Sharonina said this, her tone became serious. That's because President Lewis, in order to prevent me from inheriting the family business, deliberately created obstacles in my business and wanted to force me to give up the competition voluntarily. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience immediately exploded. Kalenina paused before continuing. Everyone, although I have not worked here for a long time, the development of the Chamber of Commerce during this time is obvious to all. I believe you have seen my ability. You should also understand who can lead the Chamber of Commerce to become better. So, the question of whether I stay or leave is up to you to decide. Having said this, the audience began to vote. During this period, Paul did not say a single inflammatory word, but just watched silently as the representatives voted for Selenina. Then, the vote was over, and all the representatives in the audience, without exception, agreed that Kalenina should stay. Okay, then the voting is over. Thank you all for your trust in me. Kalenina said this and turned to look at Paul. Director Paul, you should have seen it too. Yes. Paul nodded. I will go back and tell the president about this matter. As for the dismissal, let's just pretend it never happened. As he said this, he smiled at Kalenina. President Kalenina, I hope you can lead the Antica branch to further progress. I will. Kalenina nodded and said goodbye to Paul. St. Laurent City, slums. Lit came down into the alley with a few of Virgil's men. This was her first time going out on a mission on her own. Virgil felt that he had taught almost everything he should in the past few days, so he asked Lit to take his men on a mission. This time, he was dealing with a gangster who had recently caused trouble in his own tavern. When they arrived at the alley, there were more than a dozen tall and strong men standing inside. Lit looked at them and frowned. The men did not look at Lit, but surrounded a person. Lit walked closer and found that the figure was the elf lady he had seen in the hotel before. Hey, little girl, just hand over everything you had on you so that I can let you go. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. The tall man in the lead approached her with a smile. Ah. You, please stay away from me. Is there anyone here? Please save me. Miss Elf said this and shouted loudly. Lit couldn't help it immediately. She rushed forward and knocked the tall man to the ground with one punch, and then he protected the elf lady. You guys? Lit looked at the gangster angrily. Virgil said that the day before yesterday, they got drunk in the bar and refused to pay. When the staff wanted to talk to them about it, they beat them up instead. That's how the grudge between them was created. In fact, Virgil knew that this gangster was sent by another big gang in St. Laurent City to cause trouble, but he deliberately concealed this news from Lit. Damn it! The man who was knocked down by Lituk stood up and looked at Lituk with anger in his eyes. Didn't anyone tell you that there is a price to pay for being a hero and saving a beautiful girl? Having said this, he called on his men to rush over. A few minutes later, Lit looked at the man lying on the ground wailing and rubbed his fists. Then she called on her men to tie up all these people and take them to the tavern. Then she looked at the elf lady behind her. This time, stars were already appearing in Miss Elf's eyes. Wow, Mr. Lituk, you are so awesome. Do you still remember me? Lit looked at Miss Elf with some confusion. Yes, of course I remember. The elf nodded. After all, you are the young master of Master Orson. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Lituk. It's okay. Lit shook his head. It just so happens that I was going to settle accounts with that gang anyway, so this way I could kill two birds with one stone. By the way, Mr. Lit, what are you doing here? Miss Elf suddenly asked. Lite didn't know what to say. She couldn't say that she came here to beat someone up and save Miss Elf. By the way, right, if that happens, the goodwill he has built up in Miss Elf's heart will collapse in an instant. Thinking of this, Lite hurriedly found an excuse. Well, I was just wandering around here, and when I heard something was wrong, I came here to take a look. By the way, Miss Elf, how about you? This is a slum now. Miss Elf was stunned for a moment, and then said, I have a friend living here, and I was going to visit her, but I ran into this group of criminals. Well, that's it. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Lit. Miss Elf said this, bowed to Lit, and then hurried out of the alley. Lit looked at the elf lady's back and fell into deep thought. When Orson signed her ears before, did he sign both ears? Lit thought about it, but still couldn't figure out how many autographs Orson signed for Miss Elf that day. Then, as she was about to leave the slum, she was surrounded by a group of gang members. There were quite a lot of them, probably about 50 or 60 of them, blocking the street from both the front and back directions and surrounding themselves in the center. Then, a burly man walked out from the crowd, holding a big iron rod in his hand. Boy, you were the one who beat up our brother? It's me. Lite nodded, his expression as calm as water. Okay. The big man nodded and walked forward. My name is Bell, and I'm the boss of the Hammer Gang here. You beat up my brothers, and I can't just sit there and watch. Well, I'm not a bad person. This iron rod in my hand weighs 50 kilograms. I'll break one of your legs, and then you can go. Oh? Seeing Bell's arrogant look, Lit couldn't help but want to laugh. Are you serious? Head, do you think I'm lying? Bell said, swinging the big iron rod and smashing it into the ground, creating a crack. Don't be ungrateful. I'm telling you, I was also an adventurer before, with the strength of the 3rd level, and I've made a name for myself here. If you're smart, accept my terms, or else it won't just be your leg that's going to be crippled. Oh. Lit nodded, and then took a stance. You mean, we have to fight? TSK. Bell clicked his tongue. Okay, since you're so stubborn, don't blame me. Chapter 62. As he said this, he rushed forward and swung the iron rod at Lit, but Lit easily dodged it. Then, there were several consecutive attacks, but Lit dodged them all. TSK, is all you can do is run away? Bell took a breath and then said Lit knew that the opponent's strong point was strength, and he was also at the 3rd level. It would not be wise for him to rashly compete with the opponent in strength. Besides, no one knows whether the other party will get angry and let his men rush forward, so it is better to save energy now. Well, not everyone is like you, a big stupid bear who can only use brute force. Lit said this, leaned down to avoid the attack, and then slapped Bell on the body, causing Bell to lose balance and fall backwards. Fortunately, Bell used an iron rod to support himself in time and did not fall to the ground. Then he stood up and his eyes became serious. The Lit in front of him was obviously an opponent who was as strong as him. Okay, you successfully caught my attention, kid. Bell said this, lowered his body, and slowly looked for Lit's flaws, and now he is truly focusing on dealing with Lit. Then, Lit picked up a wooden stick from the ground and smashed it at Bell. Are you looking down on me? Bell said, dodging the stick. You think you're the only one who can dodge, right? He said this, preparing to attack Lituk while he was still unstable. Then, he heard his subordinates shouting. "Boss, be careful." "What should I be careful about?" Bell was stunned for a moment, then looked in the direction of the sound. Then he felt his head being hit hard by a blunt object, and he suddenly felt dizzy and saw stars. Then, the wooden stick that had just flown away fell to the ground. Just after throwing the stick, Lit used magic to control the stick to fly back and hit Bell heavily on the head. Then, Lit rushed to Bell and knocked him to the ground with one punch. And now, although everyone around knew that Lituk's victory was unfair, no one dared to step forward in nonsense. Their boss Bell was knocked down. How could he possibly beat Lituk? Lit picked up the stick on the ground, put it against Bell's neck, and looked down at him. "Since you said you are the leader of that group, I will ask you a few questions. You must answer honestly, otherwise there is only one outcome waiting for you." "Okay. I will tell the truth." Of course Bell knew that his life was more important, so he nodded quickly. "Since those people are your subordinates, do you know what they did?" "I don't know." "I won't interfere with what my brothers do." Bell shook his head quickly. "They were drunk and causing trouble in the pub, and beat up the pub staff. We are from the pub and we are here to demand an explanation from them." Lit then explained why he came here. "Damn, is this true?" Bell was also surprised when he heard this. He really didn't know what bad things his men had done, he only knew that Lit suddenly appeared and beat them up. Besides that, they were planning to rob a passerby. Ah. Bell was even more surprised when he heard that. Then, he explained, "No, listen to my explanation. Our gang usually just collects protection fees from the nearby streets. We don't do anything bad. Robbery is clearly prohibited in the gang rules. I really don't know what they did." "Okay, so your group of brothers did those bad things without your knowledge, right?" "Yeah." Bell nodded. "Okay, let me ask you one last question. Have you ever killed anyone?" Lit said this, staring at Bell. Bell swallowed his saliva, a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. Answer honestly, you said it yourself." As he said this, the stick pressed against his throat with a little more force. "I have killed someone," Bell finally admitted. "When I was an adventurer, my childhood friend was abused by her husband. I couldn't stand it and wanted to teach her husband a lesson, but I accidentally killed her husband. Then I fled here under a different name and started a new life here." "Okay." Lite nodded and threw away the stick. "Every wrong has its perpetrator and every debt has its perpetrator. She has already caught the person who beat people in the tavern and taught Bell, who wanted to beat her, a lesson. That's enough." Then she walked out of the slum. "What? You still want to stop me?" Walking in front of the crowd, Lit saw them staring at him blankly and asked. "No, no." The gangsters shook their heads and then took the initiative to make way for Lit. Then, Lit found a familiar figure at the end of the slums. In an instant, the coldness that enveloped her disappeared. She smiled and ran towards the man. "Orson, why are you here?" Lit said this and ran to Orson, feeling a little embarrassed. "I saw that it was getting late and you hadn't returned to the dormitory yet. I was a little worried, so I went to Virgil to ask about you," Orson said. "Then I came here to find you." As he said this, Orson glanced at the crowd not far behind Lit. "What do those people do?" Lit scratched his head, then looked behind him and winked at the crowd. The hooligans had been in the city for so long that they naturally understood what Lit meant and hurriedly left. "They are just here to watch the fun." Lit turned around and said with a smile. "Okay." Orson nodded without saying anything more. "Then let's go back to the academy." "Yeah." Lit followed Orson, and the two walked towards the college together. After the two men left, the gangsters gathered back on the street. What just happened was a little too shocking. The person who seemed cold and dangerous to everyone suddenly turned into a well-behaved little white rabbit in front of another person. The huge contrast made everyone unable to react. That morning, when Orson was entering the teaching building, he happened to meet Lienka. He was thinking about whether to say hello to Lienka, but he saw Lienka running into the teaching building with her head down. He didn't even give Orson a chance to say hello. That's perfect. This way Orson doesn't have to think about how to speak awkwardly. After class at noon, Orson was called to Teresa's office again. "Teacher Triss, are you looking for me?" "Yeah." Triss looked at Orson. Orson, have you thought about our class activities for the school festival? Well, I haven't thought about this yet, it's okay. The school festival can be jointly organized. If the student union's tasks are too heavy, you can co-organize it with other classes. We are a class, and they should welcome us to join. Okay. Orson agreed. If I find a good idea, I'll tell you, Teacher Triss. Okay. Triss nodded, then sighed. Oh, sometimes I really want you to stop being the student council president and come back to be my class monitor. Teacher, you're joking. Even if I'm the student council president, I'm still your student. Orson said with a smile. Teacher asked me to help, and if I can, I will definitely do my best. Oh, come on, stop saying those polite words. Triss said. You should have been more natural the day you came back. It's strange to be so distant now. P.S. I've been tinkering with AI painting recently, maybe someone will come up with a design for it in the next few days. Anyway, I made a picture of Orson first, you can just take a look at it. IMG equals 512 to 768 IMG chapter 85, something seems to have gone wrong. 6K, what? Maid Cafe? In the classroom of Class 1, Grade 1, the students were staring at Hecate on the podium with disbelief on their faces. Just now, Hikaisha talked about the class's school festival activities. The classroom will be decorated as a maid cafe to attract tourists to consume and increase sales. As for the money earned, it will be distributed among the students according to the principle of more work, more pay. Well, since you haven't had any good ideas, this is the result of research by me and other teachers. It's a happy decision. Hikaisha said, looking at the students below the stage. If there's no problem, you can go back and prepare the maid costumes. It's best to have a variety of styles. Just when the boys were relieved, Hikaisha glanced at Leet's position and suddenly said, by the way, the boys have to be maids too. Ah! The boys in the class were so shocked that their jaws dropped, while the girls burst into laughter. What's wrong? Hikaisha asked puzzledly, looking at the students in the audience. Are we going to let all the girls entertain the guests? Wouldn't that be too unfair? Hikaisha said. But, teacher, the counterpart of a maid should be a waiter. Male and female maids are such strange things. A boy raised his hand and said. Hikaisha thought for a moment, then nodded. Well, it's really eye-catching when you guys wear maid costumes anyway. Anyway, let's settle it this way. After Hikaisha finished speaking, the boys in the audience cheered. They regarded the person who asked the question as a hero. After all, a group of grown men wearing maid costumes, regardless of whether it was shameful or not, just looking at them would not make people want to come in. On the other side, after Hikaisha returned to the office, Triss quietly walked up to her. How about it? My suggestion to you has received a good response, right? That's good. Hikaisha nodded. Anyway, these guys who usually only think about studying can't come up with any good ideas. Then let's do as I say, and have our class co-host the event with yours? Is it possible? I don't think I've ever heard of a cross-grade joint event before. Oh, but the regulations don't say that this is not allowed. Triss smiled. As long as the regulations don't explicitly prohibit it, then it's fine, right? And think about it, Orson and Olivia's relatives are in your class, so if we run the two classes together, there will be less resistance. Okay. Hikaisha agreed with Triss's idea. On the other side, in the student union office. Maid Cafe. Orson's eyes widened as he looked at the event plan that Olivia handed to him. I didn't expect that either. Olivia shook her head. It was said that the first grade class 1 was planning to hold this event, and then they invited our class to join. It doesn't matter, Orson said, because he is the president of the student union. He needs to be responsible for the operation of the school festival on the day of the school festival and does not have to participate in class activities. I don't care. Olivia shrugged. Her reason was the same as Orson's. That's no problem. Orson said, and then asked, by the way, Olivia. What's wrong? Leet seems to care about Lienka a lot. Didn't he say that when he came to your dormitory to see Lienka before? He doesn't care about Lienka at all. She cares about you, although she thought so in her heart. Olivia did not say it out loud. Yeah, that's quite unexpected. So, I was thinking, since he's interested in Lienka, why don't we set them up and see if we can bring them together? What do you think? Orson, you. Olivia was a little embarrassed. Do you mean to make the relationship even closer? Chapter 63 Inch I think it's better to leave this matter to the two of them. Oh, Olivia, you don't understand. Orson said, shaking his head. So-called love, besides being suitable for two people, also requires intersection. But aren't they desk mates? Although they sit at the same table, there are usually so many people in the class that it's impossible to create an atmosphere where the two of them can be alone together, so it's definitely not going to be very effective. Think about it, you and I are desk mates, but could it be that? Orson said halfway when he suddenly felt something was inappropriate and stopped talking. Mr. Orson means that we two are not suitable to be together? Olivia narrowed her eyes. No, I just think this analogy is not appropriate. Orson said, shaking his head. Anyway, Olivia, you should understand what I mean. Okay. Olivia nodded. Then according to your idea, Orson, how can we be alone together? That's easy. I'll bring Lituk to your dormitory as a guest, and then I'll say I have something to do and let Lituk go first. I'll be there soon. And Olivia, you won't be in the dormitory at that time, so won't the two of them be alone? Then, the two of them will start chatting, get to know each other, gradually deepen their bond, and finally get together. Orson said with a smile. How about it, isn't it a great plan? Put. Olivia smiled. From what you said, Orson, I thought you were an experienced love master. What's the matter? If you've never been in love, you can't be a love guru? No. Olivia shook her head, and then continued to look at Orson with a smile in her eyes. Well, I'm doing you this favor, Orson, how are you going to thank me? After all, as a sister, I always feel guilty when I deceive my sister. Olivia was not worried that Lit would get together with Lienka. Rather, if she could really bring these two people together, she would immediately have two less potential competitive risks, and she would be so happy. But I still have to pretend to have made a great sacrifice so that I can get some benefits from Orson. Orson listened to what Olivia said and thought to himself, you bad woman, this is not the first time you have lied to Lienka. Why are you still pretending in front of me? But after all, you are asking someone for help, so you have to give them some benefits, otherwise it would not be right. Orson was silent for a moment, then thought, how about I treat you to a meal? Okay, then why don't we just go out and eat while they're alone? In this way, when Lit and Lienka are alone in the dormitory, Olivia can also take the opportunity to go out on a date with Orson. Thinking of this, I seem to have one again. Okay. The two quickly finalized the plan, and then, in the afternoon, after returning to the dormitory, Orson found Lit. Lit, let's go to Olivia's house for dinner today. Orson said. She invited me to her house for dinner, and after thinking about it, I decided to bring you along. Okay. Lit nodded without doubting Orson. Then, when the two were halfway there, Orson suddenly remembered something and patted his head. Well, Lit, I suddenly remembered that I still have some work to do in the student union. So, you go to Olivia's dormitory first, and I'll come over when I'm done. Having said this, Orson slipped away without waiting for Lit's reply. Looking at Orson's receding back, Lit was stunned for a moment, but then he listened to Orson and walked towards Olivia's dormitory. On the other side, after Olivia returned to the dormitory, she knocked on Lienka's door. Lienka, some guests may come soon. I'll go out and buy some food. If the guests come and I'm not back yet, please let them stay at home for a while. I see. Lienka nodded. By the way, sister, who are the guests? You'll know when people arrive. Olivia said this and walked downstairs. 10 minutes later, Olivia and Orson successfully met downstairs in the student union. How is it? Orson asked Olivia. I've asked Lit to go to your place. Is Lienka in the dormitory? Of course. Olivia nodded. That's good. Orson nodded with satisfaction. Then let's see if these two can. Before Orson could finish his words, he felt a cold touch on his palm. Olivia grabbed one of Orson's hands. Orson, isn't this the time to talk about Lit and the others? She said this with a kind smile. From now on, shouldn't this be a date just for the two of us? Well, Orson always mentions other people's names when we're on dates. Even a tolerant person like me would get jealous, right? I'm sorry, Olivia. Orson didn't know what this woman was up to, but it was definitely right to apologize first. It's okay, Olivia said, smiled, and then took Orson's hand and walked towards the commercial street. Then, in the next period of time, Orson must not make the same mistake again yet. Orson nodded. But are we just going to leave right away? Don't we find someone to go back and talk to them? Say. What? Your brother and sister went out on a date and ignored you. Is that it? Well, but we have to let them, okay, they are not 3-year-old children. If we don't go back, they will go out to eat by themselves. It doesn't matter. On the other side, Lienka heard a knock on the door downstairs, so she hurried downstairs and opened the door. Then she saw Lit standing at the door. Lienka was stunned for a moment, then asked, Lit, what are you doing here? Didn't Senior Olivia say she was going to treat us to a meal? My sister seems to have gone out to buy groceries. Lienka said this, and then she looked outside. Seeing that there was no one following Lit, she asked again, Lit, are you here alone? The implication is why Orson didn't come with Lit. Although Lienka always thinks of the shameful things that happened that day when she sees Orson, she still looks forward to seeing Orson again. Orson has something to do, and he said he'll be here in a minute. My sister has gone to buy ingredients, so please come in and sit for a while, Light. Lienka said this and invited Light to walk into the room. Yeah. Li Tae nodded. Excuse me. Then, the two of them sat in the room and waited. Half an hour later. Orson and Lienka still hadn't arrived. Lienka-san, Olivia-san went to buy groceries, right? Yeah. Lienka nodded. She didn't know why her sister hadn't come back yet. Where's Orson? Why hasn't he come yet? I don't know either. Maybe the student union is busy. Li Tae said, shaking his head. Orson, try this. Olivia handed a small piece of cake to Orson's mouth. Orson had no choice but to eat it in one gulp. Not bad, he said it from the very beginning. He felt something was wrong. It seemed as if Olivia really treated this outing as a date between a boyfriend and a girlfriend. Various little intimate gestures continued. Obviously, the original intention of the two of them coming out was to create opportunities for Lit and Lienka. Why does it feel like now they are separating Lit and Lienka and creating opportunities for themselves and Olivia? Olivia. Orson thought about it, and then couldn't help but mention it, this matter. You seem to be enjoying it? Of course. Olivia nodded. Isn't it Orson? This damn woman started her usual tricks again and pushed the problem onto herself. If it's just about shopping, I think it's okay. Orson said. I'm not very interested in these things. So that means you're interested in who to go shopping with? Olivia put her hands behind her back, looked at Orson and smiled. Orson turned his head away and said, It's getting late, let's find a restaurant to eat. Okay. Olivia didn't ask any further questions, but nodded and took Orson to a restaurant she often ate at. After Orson and Olivia walked away, Lit and Lienka walked out from the crowd. Watching Orson and the other man walking away, Lit and Lienka looked at each other and decided to follow them. Before that, the two waited in the dormitory for a long time, but neither Olivia nor Orson showed up. You say, Lienka. Lit suddenly spoke. Orson and Senior Olivia, are they together now? Lit guessed. It seems possible. Lienka nodded after hearing this. Could it be that they deliberately sent us away just to be alone? It's very likely. Lit agreed. Then, shall we go out and look for them? Afterwards, the two began looking for Orson and Olivia, and finally found the two strolling in the college's commercial street. Lit and Lienka, who witnessed the intimate behavior of the two, felt very uncomfortable, but they couldn't say anything. After all, the two of them are nominally an engaged couple, so it is reasonable for them to go out on a date and have a meal together, because they were so relaxed. Orson and Olivia didn't notice the two little guys following them quietly. Orson is helpless now. he is increasingly unable to understand Olivia. Although he knew that the other party's so-called engagement with him for his sister's freedom was absolute bullshit, he still didn't know the reason why Olivia was engaged to him. At first, it was thought that the purpose was to arrange a marriage with her and to help her gain the support of the Duchy of Antica, but then Orson thought more and more that something was wrong. Therefore, he decided to take this opportunity to make things clear. Thinking of this, Orson, who was sitting at the dining table, looked at Olivia opposite him, and then said, "Olivia, there is something I must make clear to you." Olivia tilted her head and looked at Orson. "What is it?" "The reason you chose to replace Lienka is not just for the so-called freedom of your sister, right?" Orson, did you figure it out?" Olivia covered her mouth and looked at Orson with a slightly red face. "Really, Orson has made it clear. Doesn't that mean he already knows my feelings? Then the only way out is to get married." "Yeah." Orson nodded. "So, Orson, what do you think?" Olivia asked in a low voice, suppressing her inner shyness. "Me?" Orson thought, and then said, "My suggestion is that if you want to marry the future Duke of Antica, Olivia, it would be better for you to focus on lit." "Huh?" Olivia stared at Orson with surprise on her face. "Orson, why do you say that?" "Olivia, didn't you choose me just to get the support of the Duke of Antica?" "In that case, I'll be frank. I have no interest in the position of the Duke of Antica. Lit is the future Duke of Antica, so, Orson, you are an idiot." Olivia interrupted Orson angrily. Orson thought Olivia was angry because he was unwilling to compete for the succession to the Duke of Antica, so he wanted to explain the reason. "After all, Olivia is such a smart person, it is impossible that she really likes me, and that's why she changed the engagement, right?" Chapter 64. Then, Olivia came over. "Orson, I don't care if you are the future Duke of Antica." Olivia confessed her thoughts. As long as it's you, Orson, that's enough." These words, which could almost be considered a confession, stunned Orson. So, Olivia really likes me. There was some excitement in Olivia's eyes. "I don't know why you think I'm someone who only cares about profit, Orson, but I hope you can get to know me again in the future." This was a rare moment when she lost her mind. There was no other way. After the last incident when Lienka almost pushed Orson, Olivia became a little anxious. It was as if he was afraid that Orson would be taken away by someone else. "Olivia, you," at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded beside me. "Orson, Senior Olivia, you are here now." Lit said this and walked over with Lienka. Lit?" Orson looked at the two people walking over in surprise. Looking at Orson, who had attracted her attention, Olivia clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction and sat back down. "Lienka and I waited for you in the dormitory, so we thought you might be outside, and then we came out to look for you." Lit said this and sat down next to Orson, while Lienka sat next to Olivia. Although the two did not hear the conversation between Orson and Olivia, they could guess what would happen next from their actions. In order to prevent the relationship between Orson and Olivia from further escalating, Lit quickly came out and acted as his own light bulb, and Lienka, for some reason, felt uncomfortable when she saw Olivia and Orson together. It was obvious that my sister was bearing the constraints of the engagement on my behalf, but she seemed to be enjoying her date with Orson from just now until now, and it doesn't look like a disguise at all. "Well, Olivia and I happened to meet outside, and suddenly I remembered that I didn't treat her to a meal last time she helped me, and then I forgot about it." Orson lied awkwardly. "Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Lit did not care about what Orson said, but looked at Olivia with a hint of provocation. Then, she indeed saw a hint of displeasure on Olivia's face. "Humph, finally, I can get back at this bad woman. I wonder if she was furious after her little plan was ruined by me." "So, Senior Olivia, what were you talking about with Orson just now?" Olivia stared at Lit in silence for a while, then adjusted her breathing, and her face returned to its usual calmness and composure. "Nothing, just chatting about the student union. It turns out that the student union's affairs can make senior sister Olivia so excited." Li Tay continued to press on. "Okay, Lit, that's enough." Orson came to Olivia's rescue in time. "Because there are a lot of things going on in the school festival recently, we are all under a lot of pressure, so this kind of emotion occasionally occurs. Right, Olivia?" "Yeah." Olivia nodded, and then gave Orson a grateful look. Then she looked at Lienka beside her. Lianka, why are you out with Lit? I was a little worried about my sister, so I came out to look for her. Besides, didn't my sister go shopping for groceries? Why didn't I see her? Uh. Olivia was stunned for a moment, and then said, that's because I met Orson before buying groceries, and then, I forgot about it. Hey. It seems that the student union has been really busy recently, and it has made senior Olivia forget everything that happened not long ago. Lite was still mocking Olivia, looking at this strange atmosphere. Orson was a little confused, but it was not a good time for me to interrupt at this moment. Fortunately, the waiter came with the dishes at this time, diffusing the awkward and somewhat tense atmosphere. P.S. Sorry, I am adjusting my schedule recently and organizing my thoughts, so I can only update 6K today. After I adjust my schedule, I will continue to update at least 10,000 per day. By the way, I'd like to shamelessly ask for monthly tickets or something. I currently owe 10 chapters for yandere, 10 chapters for monthly tickets, and 2 chapters for rewards, a total of 22 chapters. But I should have paid back a lot in the past few days, so I still have some energy to spare. Chapter 86, Maid Lee took 8K, Aphrodite. I'm so tired. In the dormitory, Elsa was complaining to Afro about her recent life. Every day I'm busy with all kinds of troubles. The student union is really tiring. Elsa lay on the table. I want to start, Your Highness. Afro still maintained a calm tone. Didn't you want to run for student council president? If you had won the election, wouldn't you be exhausted now? I'm running because you, Afro, told me I would never win. Elsa said unhappily. Otherwise, as a member of the royal family, it would be easy for people to criticize me for not running for the student council. It's all my brother's fault. He was so outstanding in school that I can't even relax a bit. The royal brother that Elsa mentioned is the eldest Prince Arthas, who has graduated from the Imperial Academy 6 years ago. He has participated in 3 consecutive student unions at the Imperial Academy and was re-elected as the student union president for 2 terms in his 3rd and 4th years. When he graduated from the academy, he graduated with the level of a 7th level warrior and was even able to stay on to teach at the school. 6 years after graduation, there were rumors that the 28-year-old Arthas had reached level 8, making him one of the Empire's top fighters. It can be said that before Orson came into being, Arthas was the role model for all the nobles in the Empire. Even after Orson was born, at least so far, the Empire's evaluation of Arthas and Orson is that many people still tend to favor the more mature Arthas. Your Highness is indeed very powerful, but Your Highness is not inferior to Your Highness. Afro smiled. It is still more than 2 years before graduation. During this time, Your Highness has a great chance of breaking through to the 7th level. Aphrodite, you know that the higher the level, the more difficult it is to break through. Elsa said this inside. My brother reached the 6th level at the age of 17, and it took him 5 years to reach the 7th level. Even someone as strong as Orson was only at the 6th level when he entered school. Level 6 isn't something rare. Compared to these people, I am nothing. Although Elsa felt that she could not compare with the 2 people mentioned above, if others heard what she said, they would definitely be envious. What do you mean by the 6th level is not a rare thing? In today's Imperial Academy, the number of students above the 6th level can be counted on one hand. Your Highness, it's useless to complain. Besides, you're not bad at all. Afro couldn't help but complain. I really don't know how the royal family produced such a lazy princess. By the way, Afro, was the marriage prediction you made for me last time really accurate? Why do I feel like I haven't had any contact with anyone from the Stranic family yet, whether it's Orson or Leet? My department in the student union is directly under Orson, but normally, other than work matters, he and I don't talk at all. Your Highness, do you not believe my divination results? Afro raised her eyebrows when she heard this. No, I still believe in your calculations, Aphrodite, but I'm just very confused. As she said this, Elsa gave Aphrodite another gem. Calculate it for me again. Okay. Afro nodded and started to tell fortunes. Perhaps during this school festival, Princess, you will encounter what you want to encounter. What do you mean I want to meet her? Hearing Aphrodite's words, Elsa blushed and couldn't help but retorted in a low voice. Outside of school, Virgil held a meeting in the gang bar's private room, gathering all the core members of the gang. Everyone, today I want to introduce someone to you. Virgil said this and pointed to Lit, who was wearing a mask beside him. Recently, I'm sure you all know that I'm looking for a deputy. Many members have encountered unfamiliar leaders when they went out on missions. Now, I have officially found my deputy. This is him. From now on, he will be the beta and exercise authority second only to me in the gang. Naturally, the gang has its own rules for naming. Virgil, the gang leader, is called Alpha, and Lit, the deputy leader, is called Beta. This is also done to protect the privacy of the two. After all, Virgil is Orson's subordinate, but Lit is a noble, and it is rare for a noble to personally interfere in the affairs of the gang. After all, in the eyes of most nobles, this kind of shady business would only dirty their hands. After Virgil finished his introduction, Lit stood up and accepted the applause from the gang leaders. During these days, Lit won the trust of most gang members through her own efforts. She once broke into a casino of a rival gang alone and captured the casino owner who broke the leg of one of her gang members. He once knocked down dozens of thugs who came to cause trouble by himself. Although Lit's third-level magic and martial arts dual cultivation attributes make him only an excellent first-year student in the Imperial College, he is undoubtedly powerful among the gangs. Moreover, Lit has recently shown signs of breaking through to the 4th level, which can be said to be rapid progress. It's not that no one can defeat her. For example, Bell before was a powerful person, but there are still too few people like him on the blacklist. After the meeting, all the key members left, leaving only Virgil and Lit in the room. This time, Lit also took off the mask on his face. Virgil. Lit suddenly spoke. What's wrong, Master Lit? I want to ask you, are you happy when you do these things? What Lituk was referring to, of course, was the operation of the Mafia. Master Lite, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? You should know that you can only tell the truth, whether in front of me or Orson. Well, it seems that Master Lit has grown a lot these days. Virgil smiled, and then said, to be honest, I am not happy. The reason why gangs are called gangs is definitely because they have nothing to do with justice and kindness. I have explained the underlying operating logic to you before, Master Lite. We are not a charity organization. Our money is robbed from others. Although Master Orson originally asked me to run the gang just to obtain an underground intelligence network, Master Lit, you have also seen that instead of handing over other underground industries to those more vicious organizations, it is better for us to take over the operation. So, this is why you betrayed Orson? Lit suddenly said. What do you mean? Virgil looked at Lit in surprise. Master Lit, you can't say that. Master Orson is my savior and has given me a new life. I can't betray him. Really? Lit nodded. Virgil, during this period of time, I have only seen you getting more and more trapped in your identity as a gang leader. If you continue like this, you will sooner or later leave Orson. Even if you don't stand on the opposite side, you will become parallel lines. Virgil, I hope I can still call you Senior Virgil. Lit said this and stood up. It's better not to get involved in these underground industries. I don't want to see the day when you betray Orson because of these things. After saying this, Lit put on his mask again and left the room. Virgil was left alone sitting in the room in a daze. After a long moment, Virgil held his forehead and laughed twice. It seems that Master Lit has really grown up and is wary of others. However, he still underestimated his loyalty to Orson. As the days passed, the school festival slowly approached. What do you mean? In the student union, Orson frowned as he looked at a document Elsa handed over. Is there something wrong with the plan? Yeah. Elsa nodded. The plan we wrote before was not appropriate. There were big problems with the arrangement of the performance. It was too idealistic and left too little room for adjustment. As a result, if there was a problem in any link in the middle, the following programs would be affected. Elsa, you weren't responsible for the previous plan, right? Well, I gave this to my subordinates before, hoping to train their abilities. This kind of thing is fine for small shows, but big events like school festivals should not be used to train newcomers. Orson said this with a serious tone. In short, it's a good thing that the revised plan was submitted in time, otherwise it would be too late to make adjustments if something went wrong during the process. Yeah. Elsa nodded. Then I'll go back now, good. Then, when Elsa turned to leave, Orson suddenly called her again. By the way, Urza-san. Chapter 65 What's wrong? Elsa turned around and looked at Orson with some confusion. My words may be a bit harsh, don't take them to heart. It's okay. The problem was originally mine. Elsa smiled when she heard that, and then she walked back to her department. A few days later, the school festival was held as scheduled, starting from early morning. The members of the student union began to get busy. When Lit got up in the morning, Orson had already rushed to the student union. After she finished washing up, she looked at Orson's room, then looked inside and outside the dormitory. After confirming that Orson was not nearby, she threw herself onto Orson's bed and began rolling around on the bed holding Orson's quilt. Sahasia, Lit buried his head in the quilt, sniffed the scent, and smiled foolishly. Light, what are you doing? Then, Orson's voice made Lit suddenly stunned. Orson was standing at the door at this moment, looking at Lit lying on his bed, his eyes full of confusion. Lit was stunned when he saw Orson coming back. I'm going to wash your quilt for Orson to see if it needs to be washed. No, Orson, why are you back? Doesn't the student union have things to do? Lit said this and quickly changed the subject. I have something I'm not wearing. Orson said this, took out the family emblem from the cabinet and put it on his chest. Are we going to wear the family crest today? Asked Lit. You don't need it, Lit. Orson shook his head. I have to wear it because I have to greet a very important guest later. Oh. Li-Tae nodded after hearing that. Light, your class activities are about to begin, right? Just pack up and go. After saying this, Orson hurriedly left the dormitory. It really seemed like a big deal, something that made Orson so anxious that he even ignored his own bad behavior just now. Lit was afraid that Orson would make a comeback, so he quickly got out of bed, folded Orson's quilt, and rushed to the classroom. On the other side, Orson and a group of student union cadres were standing at the school gate. Not long after, two tall, snow-white horses pulled a carriage with a gilded frame and arrived. After stopping at the school gate, the coachman, who was dressed in gorgeous clothes, dismounted, walked to the front of the carriage, opened it, and then knelt on one knee respectfully. A group of student union cadres, led by Orson, also bowed their heads in greeting. Then, a man got off the carriage. He has a tall stature, handsome face, long blue hair as clear as water, and green eyes like emeralds. If they didn't know that he was already 28 years old, most people would think he was the same age as the students at the Imperial Academy. He is the Grand Prince of the Empire, Alsace Lancaster. Thank you for welcoming me. Arthas said this, and came to Orson, his tone calm and gentle. My father has been busy with affairs recently and can't spare time to come to the academy, so he had to send me here. No. It is our honor that His Highness Arthas can take time out of his busy schedule to attend the school festival. Orson said this and bowed to Arthas. Well, I am also a student of the Imperial Academy after all, and I can be considered your senior. Don't be so distant. Please look up. Arthas smiled. After hearing these words, the student union members who were waiting at the school gate raised their heads. I heard that this year's school festival is well prepared? Arthas asked, looking at Orson. No. Orson shook his head. Compared to His Highness Arthas back then, it's certainly not enough. No need to flatter me. Although he said this, seeing Orson, who was known as the genius of the empire, being so respectful in front of him, Arthas still smiled. Okay, Orson and Elsa, take me in for a look. As Arthas said this, he immediately saw his sister Elsa, who looked similar to him, in the crowd. Then, the two nodded and took Arthas into the academy. When the other members of the student union saw the few people walking away, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Are you kidding? The other party is the Prince of the Empire, the future Emperor of the Empire. In front of such a person, most student union cadres dare not even breathe. What? On the other side, after arriving at the classroom, Lit looked at Hikaisha in surprise. There's nothing we can do, Lit. You're a little late and the waiter's clothes are out of stock. Hikaisha shrugged helplessly, then pointed to the clothes rack in the distance. There are only 2 sets of maid uniforms left now. Anyway, you are so cute, little Lit, it will be no problem for you to put on the maid uniform. Hikaisha said. Teacher Hikaisha, you really didn't mean it? Lit said this, staring at Hikariat. It would be fine if she didn't know her gender, but the key point is that Hikaisha knew that she was a girl. From this point of view, she definitely wanted me to wear a maid outfit on purpose, right? What are you talking about, little Lit? Hikaisha showed an innocent expression. Teacher, when I knew that the clothes were sold out, I immediately went to the clothing store, but who knew that all the men's clothes in the clothing store were sold out, and there was nothing suitable for you? Didn't you really go to the clothing store and burn all the men's clothes? Ahem, teacher, how could I be that kind of person? Hikaisha coughed twice and looked away. This is definitely a guilty conscience. This is definitely a guilty conscience. Anyway, even if you put on a maid outfit, everyone will know you are a boy. Although Li Tae was a little unhappy and felt that he was being plotted against, he still walked to the clothes rack helplessly. There are two types of black and white maid outfits. One is that the skirt is ankle length, but a large area of the chest is exposed. Lit looked at it and then shook his head. I absolutely cannot wear this kind of clothes. Although her chest is not big, it is still a bit big. This kind of maid outfit will expose the cloth wrapped around her chest. If the cloth is loosened, it will be even worse. She will be exposed directly. Then she looked at the other one. Although her chest was firmly covered by the cloth and nothing was exposed, her skirt was much shorter than before and only reached slightly above her knees. After thinking for a long time, Li Tae chose the second one. Although the skirt is a bit short, at least the chest is not exposed. Hikaisha watched Lit's actions from the side with a look of pleasure. Sure enough, this child, Li Tae, was just as she thought, quite cute. A moment later, Lit walked out of the dressing room. Hikaisha looked at Lit, who was wearing a maid uniform, blushing and shy, and showed a satisfied expression. That's what I told you, Lee Took, you are very suitable for such cute clothes. There is no need to wear men's clothes all the time. Well, but it's not like you don't know my situation, Mr. Hikaisha. Okay, just once today. Just think of it as satisfying the teacher's bad taste. Hikaisha clasped her hands together. So it turns out that you did it on purpose, Teacher Hikaisha. Lit said angrily. Hey. I don't know when it started, but Hikaisha's attitude towards Lit started to change a little. From a student who was unwilling to take responsibility, she has become like a daughter. Light. At this time, Lienka's somewhat uncertain voice came from the side. No, I'm not Lit. Lit looked at Lienka, who was wearing a maid outfit, and waved his hands. This voice, it turns out you were Lit, right? Lienka said, and took a closer look. Well, your hairstyle and eyes haven't changed, and you still say you're not Lituk. If it weren't for the fact that Light was wearing a maid outfit and Lienka was a little hesitant to recognize him, she would have directly pointed out Light's identity. So why are you wearing a maid outfit? Lienka said, a little surprised. Although Lituk does look a bit like a girl and his voice is relatively neutral, this is the first time she has seen Lituk wearing women's clothes. To be honest, this suit suits Litten quite well, and it makes Lienka a little jealous. He is obviously a boy, but he is more handsome than her, a girl. Lit opened her mouth, wanting to explain something, and then she simply looked at Hikaisha. Because there are no more men's clothes, and there are 2 extra maid costumes, so? Hikaisha smiled and said. Is that so? Lienka nodded after hearing that. At this time, Tris came over with the students from class 2-1. Because the event was jointly organized by 2 half-year classes, the venue was set up in the classroom of class 1, so the students of class 1 of grade 2. I came here as soon as I changed my clothes. Tris walked over to Hikaisha and glanced at Lit and Lienka beside her. Not bad, these 2 girls in your class look pretty. Tris said, covering her mouth and smiling. The one with white hair is Olivia's sister, right? What about the one with black hair? It's Lit. Hikaisha said. Tris was surprised when she heard that. You said she is Lit? But isn't Lit a boy? Alas, Hikaisha sighed and explained to Tris what had happened. Oh, so that's how it is. How pitiful, little Lit. Tris showed a sympathetic expression when she heard it. You were actually tricked by your own teacher. Hey, what do you mean by a trap? Hikaisha was very dissatisfied when she heard this. I can't do anything about it, okay? However, Lituk's maid outfit is unexpectedly cute. Tris smiled. I wonder what expression your brother would have if he saw it. Lite blushed, lowered his head and remained silent. On the other side, Orson was taking Arthas to visit the academy. I really miss it. I lived here a few years ago. Arthas couldn't help but sigh. It's been a long time, but this place is still as beautiful as before. It's a pity. Once I left the Imperial Academy, I always felt that it was not appropriate for me to come back and disturb the younger generations. Your Highness, you are joking. The Imperial College has always been the home of every student. Orson said hurriedly. I believe that everyone welcomes Your Highness to come back and visit often. Really? Arthas smiled, nodded, and then looked at Elsa. Elsa, I heard that you are already a 6th level magician? Yeah. Elsa nodded. It's still a lot worse than what my brother did back then. You are too modest. You are no worse than I was back then. Father is very satisfied with you. Arthas shook his head and looked at Orson. Besides, isn't there someone even more powerful here? No, how can I compare to you, Your Highness? Orson said with a wry smile. For some reason, from the very beginning, Orson had a vague feeling that Arthas was always targeting him, but Orson could also understand it. After all, as a talented young generation in the Empire, there were many voices outside comparing him with Arthas. It was normal for Arthas to have some opinions about himself, as he had been breaking his records in the Imperial Academy. By the way, if I remember correctly, this time of year should be the day for class activities, right? Arthas said, as if trying to ease the tense and awkward atmosphere. Yeah. Orson nodded. The academy will be open for tours in less than half an hour, and each class will have its own class activities in the morning. What activities does your class organize, Orson? Arthas asked Orson. Orson was stunned for a moment, then said, Your Highness, it's a coffee shop. Oh? Arthas raised his eyebrows. It sounds interesting. Can you take me to see it? Okay. Orson nodded, and then took Arthas to the teaching building. It's about to open in half an hour. The business hours are all morning. I'll leave the details to you. Chapter 66. At this moment, on the podium, Therese was arranging tasks. Then, Orson appeared at the door of the classroom with Arthas and Elsa. Welcome. At the door, a maid and a waiter stood on the left and right. Although they didn't know why the guests arrived here early, the two still welcomed them respectfully. Moreover, they also recognized the identities of these people, so how could they dare not welcome them? Then, Orson walked into the classroom with the help of magic. The classroom was transformed into a normal cafe yesterday, and there was even a small room next to it that was used as a kitchen. Welcome. When seeing the guests coming in, the students in the room all bowed. To be honest, it is very difficult to get these students, most of whom come from aristocratic or wealthy families, to be willing to serve others. The teachers have also done enough ideological work for the students, asking them to treat this morning as an experience. However, when the students saw the 3 people who appeared here, their actions were mostly sincere. It's pretty good. Elsa smiled and then found a place to sit down. Orson and Elsa also sat next to Arthas. Your Highness, this cafe event is jointly organized by our Class 1, Grade 2 and Class 1, Grade 1. Oh, I heard that your younger brother, Orson, is in Class 1, Grade 1, right? Arthas asked. Well, not only Orson's brother Lit, but Olivia's sister Lienka is also in Class 1, Grade 1. Elsa added. That's really a coincidence. Arthas smiled. On the other side, when Lit saw Orson walking in with Elsa and Arthas in the crowd, he immediately hid in the crowd. She was afraid that Orson would find out. At this time, Triss patted Lit's shoulder. Little Lit, your brother is here. Then, she took advantage of the situation and pushed Lit over. Arthas saw Lit walking over and said to her, Hello, can I order food? Seeing that someone was staring at him, Lit had no choice but to go up even though he was extremely reluctant. Hello, what would you like to drink? Lit held the menu in one hand and pinched the hem of her skirt with the other hand, pushing it down, looking at the 3 people shyly with a blushing face. When Orson heard Lit's voice, he also looked up at her. Then, he was stunned. Lit, he asked. Yeah. Lit nodded. Good morning, Orson. Looking at the shy little maid in front of him, Orson was unable to connect her with his brother for a moment. Is this a man? Seeing this, Arthas also smiled. Orson, is this your brother Lit? He deliberately emphasized the word brother, as if to see Orson's embarrassed look. Yeah. Orson nodded, looking embarrassed. What's going on? Why are you wearing girls' clothes? I. Teacher Hikasha said there are no other clothes. So I let you wear a maid outfit? Hearing this, Orson looked at Hikasha not far away. Isn't it beautiful? At this moment, Triss also stood up and rescued Hikasha in time. What do you think, Orson? She said this with a hint of teasing in her tone. When you saw Leetuk, did you feel a kind of heartbeat? After the initial surprise, Orson now reacted. Looking at Lit's face, which was red and about to steam, Orson smiled. Indeed, Leetuk looks surprisingly cute in this dress. He said this, easing the awkwardness a little, and then continued, Okay, Leetuk, how can we order if you don't give us the menu? Oh, sorry. Lit said this and hurriedly handed over the menu. Arthas took the menu, looked at it, and ordered a cup of coffee. Elsa and Orson also ordered one and handed it back to Lit. Okay, please wait a moment, I'll prepare it for the guests. Lit said this, bowed to the three people, and trotted into the kitchen. I didn't expect your brother had this hobby. Arthas said half-jokingly. I didn't expect that either. At this moment, other guests poured into the cafe. Most of them were faculty and other students of the college. In an instant, the cafe became busy. Lite stayed in the restaurant, patted his chest and took a few deep breaths. Appearing in front of Orson dressed like that, Lit's shame almost exploded. That's why I don't want to dress like that. Lite complained in a low voice. However, Orson doesn't seem to hate himself like this. After all, Lit was mentally prepared for Orson to look at him with disgust and call him a sissy after finding out about this, but Orson didn't behave like that just now. Instead, he stared at him for a long time. In addition to making Lit feel ashamed, this also made Lit feel a little happy. This proves that as a girl, I do have some charm after all. P.S. This chapter is 8K, and there will be another chapter of 6K later today, chapter 87. Are you coming too? 4K, light. At this time, Lienka walked in from outside. Lit looked at him suspiciously. Lienka. Well, let me help with Orson's table. Lienka said. You are Orson's younger brother. It would be weird for a maid to appear in front of him. Thank you so much, Lienka. Lit said this with a grateful look on his face. Although she was secretly happy that she could make Orson look so surprised, Lit was still afraid that Orson would really fall in love with her as a boy in the end. If that's the case, what should I do if I confess to Orson that I'm a girl and he loses interest in me? Thinking of this, Lit decided to agree to Lienka's request. Lienka? Orson was a little confused when he saw that the person serving the meal had changed. Lit is in the kitchen and is a little busy, so let me help him. Lienka said this, put the 3 cups of coffee on the table, then held the tray, bowed to the 3 people, and turned to leave. After that, Lit worked as a helper in the kitchen, mainly responsible for serving meals, and did not meet Orson again. After Orson, Arthas and Elsa finished their coffee, they also went to other places. That's great. After touring the teaching building and looking at the activities of each class, Arthas couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. After so many years, the students in the academy are still so energetic. Arthas said this, looking at Orson with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Orson, you are also very good. As a sophomore, you have arranged everything in an orderly manner in your first year of taking over the student union. Your Highness, thank you for your praise. I was only doing what I should do. Orson responded with a smile. Okay, Elsa, go to the student union and wait for me. After reaching the top floor, Arthas looked at Elsa behind him and said, I have something else to do. I want to talk to Orson alone. Okay. Elsa nodded and turned to leave. Master Orson, shall we go? Arthas said, pointing in the direction of the rooftop. Yeah. Orson nodded. Although he didn't know why Arthas was looking for him, he still followed him. I loved this place when I was in the academy. Arthas came to the rooftop, felt the breeze, and squinted his eyes comfortably. You know why I like it here, Orson? I don't know. Orson shook his head. Orson, there's no need for you to pretend that you know nothing. Arthas held onto the fence and looked at the dense crowd below. Then I guess, Your Highness, besides this place, you should also like the tower, right? Yeah. Arthas nodded. You know, this feeling of being in a superior position is quite good. Your Highness is second only to the Emperor and above all others. This place is just right for you, Your Highness. Orson was busy flattering him. 1 man below, 10,000 above? Arthas nodded. Then, Orson, do you want to come over and take a look? Arthas' words sounded a warning bell in Orson's heart. Your Highness, I don't understand what you mean. Please be more straightforward. Orson lowered his head respectfully. Orson, I told you there was no need to do this. Arthas said this, leaning on the railing and extending his hand towards Orson. 10 years ago, I was hailed as the genius of the Empire. Now, the title of genius has fallen on you. I will be the future emperor, and you will be the future Duke of Antica. I think you should know that the relationship between Father and Duke Lucius is not bad. And I want to further deepen the relationship between the two families. We are all the future of the Empire, Orson. You are amazing and I admire you very much. As long as we join forces, the Empire will definitely be more glorious. We can even create an era that belongs to us alone. Orson, think about how history books will record us in the future, a great emperor, a great duke. Upon hearing this, Orson looked up at Arthas and gave his signature smile. Your Highness, you are joking. Orson said. I am loyal to the royal family. So, we have always been working together, right? As for the future you mentioned, when you become emperor in the future, I promise you that I, Orson, will still be your loyal subject. Arthas stared into Orson's eyes for a long time, and then smiled. Ha, Orson, you're right. Arthas nodded, then he walked past Orson. Well, Orson, I hope you can be as you say in the future. Of course. Orson nodded. I have always supported you, Your Highness. Yeah. Arthas simply nodded in response. Okay, I'll go find Elsa myself. Orson, just go do your thing. You still have to focus on the Academy mission. Thank you, Your Highness, for your understanding. Orson said this and bowed to Arthas's back. He did not stand up straight until Arthas went downstairs. A trace of cold sweat ran down his forehead. Arthas just came and half forced him to take sides. Although the current succession pattern of the Empire is very clear and most people are optimistic about Arthas inheriting the throne, Elsa is not bad either. Emperor Odysseus has always been known for his fairness and justice. If Elsa is interested in competing for the throne, Odysseus will definitely give her a chance. At this time, Arthas began to win over other dukes. After all, as long as he gets the support of the local powerful forces in the Empire, even if Odysseus prefers Elsa and wants Elsa to inherit the throne, it will be impossible. Therefore, he just wanted to gain the support of Orson, who is likely to become the Duke of Antica in the future. After all, although Orson confessed to Lucius that he did not want to inherit the title, in order to protect Lit, Orson did not make his idea public. In Arthas' eyes, Lit was just a poor boy who had just returned from the countryside. Today, he was also labeled a cross-dressing maniac. It was obvious that he was not a reliable heir to the Duke, so it was naturally impossible to talk to him. So he took this opportunity to find Orson unexpectedly. Orson cleverly remained neutral. What he meant was, I am loyal to the royal family. I don't care who the emperor is. As long as he is the one who sits on the throne in the end, I will be loyal to him. I will never join any small group before the outcome of the royal struggle comes out, although if you participate and succeed in the end, you will be a loyal and trusted subordinate, but if the struggle fails, you will be labeled a criminal. It is already troublesome to train Lit now, and Orson does not want to get involved in this kind of royal struggle where he may lose his head at any time. On the other side, Arthas came to the student union, found his sister Elsa's office, knocked on the door, and then walked in. Elsa, Arthas said, walking to the sofa and sitting down. This should be the first time we meet alone in the Imperial Academy. Yes. Elsa nodded. My royal brother, you have been serving in the Knights before. You have been stationed at the border and have not been back for a long time. Chapter 67. I never thought that you would grow up like this from a little girl back then. Arthas said this with a nostalgic look on his face. You have reached the age where you can stand on your own, Elsa. Your Majesty, you think too highly of me. I am far from qualified. Elsa naturally knew what Arthas meant and quickly shook her head. I don't really want to say it, but, Elsa, you have grown up after all, and you should face some things. Arthas went straight to the point and stated the purpose of his visit. Coincidentally, your elf follower is not here, so I will be frank. Regarding the inheritance issue, I want to solve it with a relatively gentle method. What do you think? Every change of imperial power in the empire was accompanied by a bloody storm. Most of the time, the emperor had more than one child. In this case, the struggle between royal families for the right of inheritance was even more terrifying than that of ordinary nobles. Scheming assassinations, poisoning, stabbing, and unreasonable means often occurred during the inheritance process. However, inheriting the throne does not mean that the imperial power is stable. There have been more than one cases of usurpation of the throne in the history of the empire. Of course, the usurpers were also members of the royal family and had legitimate claims to the empire, otherwise they would be attacked by the dukes. There are very few examples in history of succession disputes being resolved peacefully. Me? Elsa tilted her head when she heard that. I'm definitely not as good as you, my brother. She went on to say, besides, my brother has received much more support than I do, right? So, Elsa, what do you mean? Of course it depends on father. Elsa said, shrugging her shoulders. Brother, you know that if I give up my inheritance, not only will my support, even my father would be very angry with my group of people. But I can assure you, brother, that I don't care about the throne at all. Really? Arthas was somewhat incredulous when he heard this. Having been traveling for a long time, he had less contact with Elsa. He only knew that Elsa was also very outstanding, therefore, he believed that such an outstanding person would definitely have ambitions, and he was even prepared for the other party to negotiate conditions with him, but he did not expect that Elsa was not interested in the throne, and if this is true, it would save a lot of trouble. Of course. Elsa nodded. Does your royal brother think that everyone wants to be the emperor? Okay. Arthas accepted Elsa's words. In that case, I would like to thank you first, Elsa. Although it was just a verbal agreement, with the assurance from his competitor, Alsace did relax. After all, no one wants former relatives to become enemies for the sake of profit. Okay, brother, I still have student union matters to deal with. If you're free, I'll be busy. Yes. Arthas nodded. I'm going back to the palace to see my father first. I'll come back when the theater performs tonight. Okay, I will watch it with you then. Elsa said with a smile. Okay. Feeling the warmth of his family, Arthas smiled back and then walked out of the room. However, after leaving the room, the smiles on their faces instantly disappeared. Orson wandered around the college and finally returned to the classroom of Class 1, Grade 1. It was almost noon at this time. Orson wanted to come and see how Lit was doing at work. Unexpectedly, as soon as he walked into the classroom, before he saw Lit's figure, he was patted lightly from behind. Hi, Olivia said. Orson turned his head and was instantly stunned by Olivia's outfit. Olivia, you are. Olivia in front of him was wearing the maid outfit that Lit had picked out this morning. The open-chested design made Olivia's already proud figure even more prominent. Orson's eyes were subconsciously attracted to Olivia's two groups. Seeing Orson staring at her like this, Olivia felt both shy and happy. Although she was interrupted by Lituk when she was confessing her feelings to Orson that day, Olivia still believed that her feelings had been conveyed. In fact, that is indeed the case. After that day, Orson, who was in the student union, used the excuse that he was busy preparing for the school festival and began to avoid Olivia intentionally or unintentionally. Orson has realized that this woman seems to really like him. What do you think, Orson? You keep staring at me and you don't say anything? Olivia put her hands behind her back, looking embarrassed. Olivia, you look very good today. Orson praised subconsciously, and then, as if realizing that what he said was not very nice, he quickly said, well, why are you participating in this event? Aren't you a student union cadre? Who says student union cadres can't participate in class activities? Olivia was delighted when she heard Orson praising her. It's just because the student council members will be busy on the day of the school festival, so they don't have to attend. It doesn't mean they can't attend. She corrected him. Of course, I didn't participate either. Then she added, it's just that when I came here to see it, Teacher Triss specifically told me that there was a new maid costume here, and she thought that you might like it if I put it on, Orson. As she said this, she covered her face and chuckled. It seems like you really like it, Orson. When Orson heard what Olivia said, he quickly turned his head and looked at Triss in the distance. Sure enough, the other party was now secretly looking at me and gave me a thumbs up. P.S. When I went to the city during the day, I also went to the hospital to register and check my waist. I might have a tendency of lumbar disc herniation. I was a little tired when I came back. I rested for a while before starting to write. Sorry, I can only update this much today. I will go to the hospital for an MRI tomorrow. After that, I will start to stay at home and write. Chapter 88, The Bronte Family, 1W. 3 minutes later, Orson was forced to sit at the table again. This time, Olivia forced me to stay in the classroom. Within. It's okay, Orson. We have to take a break at noon anyway, so why not just take a rest in the classroom, Olivia said. Oh, Olivia. Orson suddenly remembered something. Have you entertained other guests? Orson said this and looked around the class that had been transformed into a cafe. At this moment, many guests have already sat in the cafe. Male guests are mainly served by maids, while female guests are mainly served by male waiters. When Orson thought that Olivia might appear in front of other men wearing this dress, his scalp tingled and he felt uncomfortable in his heart. Olivia stared at Orson for a long time, and then suddenly laughed. Mr. Orson, are you jealous? As she said this, she reached out and pinched Orson's face. No. It's just that, as the vice president of the student union, you are a little too. How about it, ma'am? Olivia looked at him with a smile. So you are jealous, Orson? Orson remained silent and turned his head to look elsewhere. Don't worry. Olivia said this and hugged Orson's arm. Orson felt a soft touch on his arm. I've only been here for a short time, and I'm not the original candidate for maid. I just changed my clothes. I've been waiting for you, Orson. However, if Orson wants, I can also be your exclusive maid. Olivia said this with a hint of ambiguity in her tone. It's not that serious. Orson said this, but did not pull his hand out of Olivia's arms. Olivia's tone was rarely drawn out. Really? Does Orson really think so? The two of them have now completely forgotten the rules that were set before. This kind of intimate behavior has definitely crossed the line, but since neither side says it explicitly, they just pretend not to know. Asamine-san's reaction is so cute. Just at this moment, Lienka came over from the side. Sister, Orson, do you need anything? I'll just stick with a cup of coffee, Orson said. When Olivia saw Lienka coming over, she let go of Orson's hand and said with a natural smile, It's fine if I'm the same as Orson. Okay. Lienka nodded and walked towards the kitchen. By the way, I didn't see Lit. Olivia suddenly said. I heard from others that Lit was wearing a maid outfit today, which was quite cute. Olivia said, glancing at Orson. Really? Orson smiled awkwardly. I have seen it, it is really good. Orson, do you think it would be better if Lit was a girl? How is that possible? Lituk is a boy. Orson said, shaking his head. Although it is rare for a boy to look like a girl, you can't call him a girl just because of that. I'm just offering a guess. After all, we all know that Lituk is a boy. Olivia said this and continued, So, Orson, what do you think? If Lituk is really a girl. If he really is, then he will just become my sister from my brother. Nothing will change. The title of Duke will still be his. Orson said nonchalantly after hearing this. Really? Olivia nodded after receiving this answer. But I feel that Li Tae is very attached to you. If he really becomes your sister, will the relationship between you two still be as good as it is now? Olivia, don't think too much. Lit is just my brother. Orson said, but his mind also recalled the strange dream he had that day. Now Lituk's feelings for himself can be understood as dependence, but if this feeling continues to develop, will it become a morbid and deformed love? Orson didn't know, but it was obvious that his orientation was normal. In order to avoid being bullied by Lit as in his dream, he had to let Lit learn to be more independent in the future. At this time, Lienka also came back and placed 2 cups of coffee in front of them. Looking at Olivia, who was close to Orson, Lienka felt uncomfortable for some reason. In Lienka's opinion, Olivia was in order to transfer the engagement, Lienka was quite reluctant and made great sacrifices. At that time, Lienka thought Olivia did it for her own happiness. What does it mean now? Olivia is so close to Orson, it doesn't look like Olivia is resisting Orson, looks like he likes Orson. Thinking of this, a guess came to Lienka's mind. Could it be that my sister really deceived herself because she likes Orson? The more Lienka thought about it, the more she felt that this was very likely. When the sisters were having a heart-to-heart talk, Olivia also half-warned her not to have any improper thoughts about Orson in the future. It is obvious that the sister regards Orson as her hunting target. Thinking of this, Lienka actually became a little angry. No, I must go back today and explain it to my sister and ask her if she did that on purpose. On the other side, Lit saw Orson and Olivia sitting outside through the food delivery window of the kitchen, looking at the two bodies pressed so close together, and Olivia teasing Orson from time to time. For some reason, Lit felt very uncomfortable. She really wanted to just rush out, but if she did that, would Orson feel that she was interfering with his happiness? Although Orson did mention to himself before that he was not going to make any progress with Olivia before graduating from the academy, ideas would change over time. If the relationship between the two really progressed rapidly during this period of time, then Olivia's status as sister-in-law would be confirmed then. Lit suddenly thought of what Orson said to him that day. Sure enough, it is better not to interfere too much in Orson's life. After all, Orson's life is not just about himself. Just when everyone was thinking their own thoughts, a heavily made-up girl walked up to the table of Orson and Olivia, and then asked softly, "Hello, can I sit here?" Orson glanced around and found that there were empty seats around. Just as he was about to speak, Olivia agreed immediately. "Okay, you can sit here." As she said this, she looked at Orson beside her with a hint of request in her eyes. "Is that okay, Orson?" "Well, of course." Orson nodded after hearing this. "Thank you both." The girl said this, sat opposite the two men, and began to introduce herself. "Hello, my name is Julie Devant, and I'm the daughter of the president of the Devant Chamber of Commerce in St. Laurent City." "Ah, hello Miss Julie," Orson replied politely. "I know who you are. You are the eldest son of Duke Antica, Prince Orson, right?" Julie said before Orson introduced himself. "In my opinion, you two should be a couple, right?" "Well, not yet," Orson said, shaking his head. Chapter 68. When Olivia heard Orson say this, she looked at him with a smile, and then shook her head. "Oh." Hearing this, Julie showed a surprised look, and then she gently covered her mouth and handed a business card to Orson. "Mr. Orson, this is my business card. The Devant Chamber of Commerce is quite influential in St. Laurent City. In addition, if you feel lonely, you can also come to me directly." Then she looked at Olivia with a provocative look. "Can I understand that you are provoking me, Miss Julie?" Olivia said this with narrowed eyes. "It shouldn't be a problem, right? The lady who hasn't become Mr. Orson's girlfriend yet? After all, when it comes to snatching men, there's never any first-come first-served order." Julie said this, and wanted to reach out and touch Orson, but was slapped back by Olivia. "I reject you on behalf of Orson." Olivia said this, holding Orson's hand and standing up. "Also, let me tell you, I'm not Orson's girlfriend, I'm his fiancée." Then, Olivia pulled Orson out of the cafe. By the way, he tore up the business card that Julie had just handed to Orson and threw it on the ground. In the coffee shop, Julie listened to Olivia's words, was stunned for a moment, and then stomped her feet angrily. She could be considered a socialite in St. Laurent City. The young men in St. Laurent City more or less knew her character. This time, she was planning to take advantage of the open day of the Imperial Academy to come to the academy and create an encounter with Orson, so as to work hard to establish a relationship with Orson in the future. To this end, she had already asked many classmates in the Imperial College about information about Orson and where he would appear today. She had been planning to find Orson when he and Artha separated, but unexpectedly she saw Orson sitting with another white-haired woman. Here. Of course she knew that this person was Olivia, but women don't care about status when they are fighting for men. Therefore, after learning that the two were not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, Julie was ready to take the initiative. Who would have thought that she was Orson's fiancée? That's not right. Isn't the rumored Orson's fiancée Olivia's sister Lienka? Why is it Olivia now? Sure enough, this woman was deceiving herself. Julie thought so and was not ready to give up on getting close to Orson. "Olivia, were you jealous just now?" After walking out of the classroom, Orson asked Olivia, who had been sticking to him, if finally she could counterattack. Orson had long wanted to see a shy expression on this bad woman's face. Yes. Olivia nodded. I am jealous. After all, Orson openly accepted another woman's business card in front of his fiancée. I think it's hard not to be jealous. Olivia didn't blush at all. Instead, she acted as if it was a matter of course, which made Orson very confused. So, Olivia, you really are, yeah, that's what you think, Orson. Olivia hit the ball directly. Can you stay with me tonight during the fireworks show? Having said this, she extended an invitation to Orson. Well, is Orson unwilling to agree to even this small request of mine? Olivia showed a pitiful look on her face. No. Orson shook his head quickly. Then Orson, you still don't agree to me? Okay. Orson was silent for a while, then nodded. He knew he couldn't persuade Olivia, so he had to agree. Even if the other party confessed his feelings to him, he still couldn't deal with such a person. On the other side, noon passed quickly. After seeing off the last group of guests, Hikesha and Tris gathered all the students together and praised the class activities that were successfully completed this morning. In this class activity, Class 1 of Year 1 and Class 1 of Year 2 worked together to achieve the highest revenue for business activities, which was 5 or 6 times higher than the second-ranked food store. Of course, all this is inseparable from the beautiful and lovely maids and handsome male servants. After the summary meeting, the class members were disbanded. Students who have things to do in the afternoon need to prepare for the afternoon club activities, while most students can enjoy the atmosphere of the school festival like outside tourists. And the next day, Hikesha called Lit aside, and then she quietly took out a bottle of potion from her pocket and handed it to Lit. Light, you've worked hard today. This is a reward for you, said Hikesha. Reward? Lit tilted his head when he heard that. Teacher Hikesha, it's nothing. I'm very happy that I can help you, but after all, I still let you wear women's clothes in front of everyone. I feel sorry for you for this, teacher. I clearly promised to help you conceal your identity. It's okay. No one else noticed it anyway. Lit said with a smile. Anyway, take this bottle of medicine. Hikesha put the potion in Lit's hand. Then, Teacher Hikesha, what is this potion used for? Lit took the potion and asked. Well, this bottle of potion is made from the hair and other materials you collected from Orson before. As for the specific effects, it's probably calming. Hikesha said, touching her chin and thinking. I tried it on Tris before. Tris was suffering from insomnia at the time. After using this potion, she slept like a dead pig that night. Oh, yeah, let me tell you, Tris, don't be fooled by how glamorous she looks outside. She is actually very lazy at home. She always puts off doing anything until she has no more time to do it. Lit was stunned. Teacher Hikesha, do you live with Teacher Tris? Don't call her teacher, she is not your teacher. Hikesha said with some dissatisfaction. I regret meeting her in my early years and being tricked by her into coming to this academy. In short, this bottle of potion can be used whether you are suffering from insomnia or someone you know has insomnia symptoms. Sleep soundly after a good night's sleep. I woke up feeling refreshed the next day. I see. Lit nodded. But, Mr. Hecate, why do you look so listless in class even though you have this medicine? When Lit asked this question, Hikesha sweated a little. Well, that. It's mainly because of my physical condition. Hikesha said, nodding. Yeah, I'm a sleepy person, and I can only stay awake for about 8 hours a day, just like now. Okay. Lit nodded doubtfully. Then I'd like to thank Teacher Hikesha first. She said this and did not forget to greet Hikesha politely before leaving the classroom. Hikesha heaved a sigh of relief only after Lit left. The potion was finally delivered. Thinking of this, Hikesha looked at Tris, who came out from the shadows behind her, and said helplessly, So, Tris, why do you always have such a bad taste? Tris covered her mouth when she heard that. But I think it's more serious for someone to say bad things about me behind my back. Isn't what I said the truth? Hikesha said. Who is it that bothers me all day long and uses me like a tool? Hee, isn't it because you are kind-hearted, Hikacia? Triss said with a smile. If it doesn't work out, I will pay for your meals for the next month. That's more like it. Hikacia nodded in satisfaction. But why did you ask me to make that medicine? I said I just did it for fun, do you believe me? Triss said with a smile. I don't believe you. Hikacia said unhappily. Tell the truth. The truth is, I want to know some things that I don't usually understand. Triss said this, looking at the door of the classroom where Lit had just left, with a thoughtful look on her face. Woo. In the afternoon, Afro sat in a small stall in the college's commercial street. Today, she rarely followed Elsa, but instead organized a small event on her own. Although she doesn't need to worry about her livelihood by following Elsa, she occasionally wants to do something on her own. For example, now, she has set up a fortune-telling stall in the commercial street, responsible for fortune-telling for people who come and of course, because astrology is extremely expensive and most students outside are not as rich as Elsa. Afro will not use astrology when fortune-telling for guests, but will use ordinary tarot card divination. Anyway, she had learned about tarot cards before and could make some divinations, but it was not as accurate as astrology. After lunch at noon, Afuluo continued to wait for customers to arrive at the stall. On the other side, after Orson and Olivia walked to the commercial street, Olivia saw the divination hut and immediately pulled Orson over. Orson, I want to try divination. Shall we go together? Olivia said. Okay. Orson nodded. Afro heard some noise outside the door, and then saw someone coming in after pulling aside the curtain. She raised her head to look at the guest, and then she was stunned. I know the two people who came in, and they seem to be quite important. Sorry, our shop can only allow one customer to have a fortune-telling at a time. Please queue up. Please be flexible. Olivia said. I'm sorry, because divination is a private matter, I can only tell the person involved. It's okay. Orson said, and prepared to go out. Olivia, I'll wait for you outside for a while. Okay then. Olivia nodded and then pouted. It was not until Orson walked out that Olivia sat down opposite Afro. Hey, you look familiar to me. I'm usually with Her Royal Highness the Princess. You should have seen me, Olivia. Oh, you're Elsa's henchman, right? Well, I guess so. Afro nodded. Ms. Olivia, what do you want to count? Olivia thought for a moment, and then said, Can you help me calculate your marriage fate? Okay. Afro nodded. I have two plans here. One is a tarot reading for 1 silver coin, and the other is a jewel material fee plus 1 labor costs in gold coins. Is there any difference between the two? Olivia asked. Well, the difference is that the latter is more accurate. Afro said. The former's tarot divination may have greater uncertainty. Since it is my personal interest, I am only responsible for interpreting the information of the tarot cards. But for the latter, I will use my astrology to help you calculate the result you want, but similarly, the cost will be huge. Okay. Olivia nodded, then took out a gem and a gold coin from her storage ring and handed them to Afro. Is this okay? Yeah. Afro nodded, then took out the crystal ball and started calculating. Looking at the look on Afro's face, Olivia also became a little nervous. Although she herself does not believe in things like fate and divination, if the other party says that her true love is Orson, then it would be okay to believe it. The results are out. Afro said. How is it? Olivia couldn't help but ask. Afro didn't know what to say. Although his face looked calm, his heart was already filled with turmoil. The astrological signs calculated this time were similar to the results he had calculated for Elsa last time, and both ultimately pointed to a ball of black fog. As for the black fog, I initially predicted that it was one of Orson or Lit. At the moment, it seems more likely to be Orson. Afro sorted out his words and then said, The astrology indicates that your beloved is related to Antika and is of noble status. After saying this, Afro remained silent. Is that so? Then, what will our relationship be like in the future? The relationship is shrouded in a black fog and cannot be seen clearly, but what can be seen is that the stars are aligned and you will be together in the future. Afro said she made up the second half, but she knew that Olivia would like to hear it, so she said it. Yeah. Olivia nodded after hearing that. She was quite satisfied with the result. Although Afro did not tell her about the process, Olivia felt that if she knew the process in advance, it would destroy the anticipation of their subsequent relationship. Just believe that two people can be together. Thinking of this, Olivia stood up with a smile. In that case, I am looking forward to the day when it comes true. Then she walked out. Orson, who was standing at the door, was a little curious when he saw Olivia coming out happily. What's the matter with you being in there? Why are you so happy? Chapter 69. I told you I calculated how many children we will have in the future. Do you believe me? Olivia smiled, put her hands behind her back, and looked up at Orson. Okay, then how many are there exactly? Have you figured it out? Orson gradually got used to Olivia's ambiguous way of talking, and instead of being shy, he asked back. I was kidding you, Olivia said, tapping Orson's chest with her finger. Orson, since you are so curious about this, why don't we start tonight? No, I told you before that I won't be planning on doing this before graduation. Oh, Olivia nodded. Some people bring up this agreement when they can't handle me anymore. Why didn't you think it was a bit too much when you asked me in the first place? Ahem, okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Orson looked away in embarrassment. Since you're so happy, I'll go in and do the math too. Having said this, Orson opened the curtain and walked inside. Oh? Orson-san, are you coming to have your fortune told too? Yeah. Orson nodded. Olivia seemed very happy, so I thought I'd give it a try. Okay. Upon hearing this, Afro told Orson the 2 rules of divination. I choose the second one. Orson said this and handed Afro a sapphire. Okay, so what are you going to do, Orson-san? Please help me calculate my marriage fate. Orson said. Okay. Afro nodded. Then, she was stunned. Through the crystal ball, Afro could only see nothingness. When Afro was calculating other people's horoscopes, he could vaguely see nothingness at the edge of the horoscopes. At first Afro didn't care until Elsa asked her to predict her marriage fate. She heard about Antarctica being covered by the black fog. The shrouded stars attracted Afro's attention, then to Olivia just now, and now, Afro understood that what was shrouding the stars was actually nothingness. Should I say that I am not capable enough? Orson's constellation was completely empty and he could not see anything. Could it be that Orson's constellation doesn't exist at all? No. It must be that I haven't invested enough. Thinking of this, Afro took out the gems that Elsa had rewarded her with before, which was her savings point. 1 piece, 2 pieces. She put almost all of her gems into it, and finally, the void began to peel away from the edges. Sure enough, Orson's horoscope can still be seen by himself. Thinking of this, Afro increased his magic input. More and more areas were peeling off, and Afro could already see a few stars, and those few stars, forming a corner of the constellation, looked strangely familiar to Afro. And then, as the shadow continued to peel off, a crack suddenly appeared in the crystal ball, and then it shattered in an instant. Afro looked at everything that happened in front of him in disbelief. She has been doing astrology for so many years, and this crystal ball has been with her for a long time. But this situation has never happened before. Of course, Orson also saw this situation, and he looked at Afro with a little suspicion. Mr. Afro, what's going on? I don't know. Afro shook her head and then looked at Orson. She wanted to see something from Orson's expression. In her opinion, either Orson himself was also a very powerful astrologer who used magic to conceal his own horoscope so that ordinary people could not detect it, but judging from his expression, that doesn't seem to be the case. What is the reason? Well, if you really can't figure it out, forget it. Orson said. You don't have to ask me for the money you spent. Buy yourself a better crystal ball. Having said this, as if fearing that Afro would blame him, Orson quickly stood up. Oh, right. As if remembering something, Orson continued, although I don't know why you want to hide your racial characteristics, I can now see your elf ears with my naked eyes. If you care, you should pay attention to it. After saying this, Orson lifted the curtain and walked out. Aphrodite stood there in a daze. She touched her ears and looked in the mirror. When she found that it was exactly as Orson said, she hurriedly prepared to continue using magic to cover it up. She probably knew what was happening. She had just used astrology and injected all her magic power into uncovering Orson's zodiac sign, which caused the magic camouflage that had been used to maintain the year's illusion to become ineffective. However, from what Orson said, it seemed that this was not the first time the other party knew her identity as an elf. Damn, where did I get exposed again? On the other side, after Orson walked out of the fortune-telling shop, he saw Olivia holding 2 ice creams. When Olivia saw Orson coming out, she raised her hand and handed one to Orson. Want to eat? Yeah. Orson nodded and took it. What did you do in there? Olivia asked curiously. It's nothing. They didn't figure it out. Orson shook his head. Oh. But the calculations they made for me were quite accurate. Olivia smiled. Now can you tell me what you have done for Afro? Hee hee, it's a secret. Oh, Olivia said with a smile. TSK. Orson clicked his tongue and walked away. On the other side, on the tower, Arthas looked at Olivia walking away from Orson inside. It seems that as long as we can win the support of one of Antica and Prussia, we can get the support of the 2 duchies. Arthas said this, turned around and walked downstairs. On the other side, in the student union building, Elsa seemed to be thinking about something. Sometime after Orson left, Afro, who had regained his magic power, was drawing something on paper. She drew the corner of the constellation shrouded in nothingness that she had just revealed about Orson. The more she looked, the more familiar it looked. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, she put on her hat, rushed out of the fortune-telling hut, and came to the grocery store on the commercial street. After buying a crystal ball, Afro returned to the cabin and started divination again. She looked at her own constellation indicated by divination in the crystal ball, then took the star sign she had just drawn, aligned it with a corner of her own constellation, and found that it fit perfectly. Afro was shocked. In the afternoon, Orson and Olivia walked around the college for a while and watched the activities of several clubs. Then Olivia was taken away by her subordinates in her department to handle some business. Orson, don't forget our appointment tonight. Olivia said this and walked away. Orson nodded. Not long after Olivia left, Orson met the person who came to him again. Princess? Orson looked at Elsa, a little confused. Do you want to talk to me about something? Yeah. Elsa nodded. I wonder if you want to go see the musical performance in the auditorium tonight, Orson? I want to invite you to the VIP room, Orson. I want to talk to you about something. Okay. Orson nodded. But I have an appointment with Olivia tonight to watch the fireworks show together, so I know it won't take you too long. Elsa said. Okay. Orson nodded. Well, see you then. After Elsa said this, she turned and left. Orson thought about it and prepared to go back to the student union. Then he met Manuel at the entrance of the student union building. You seem to be in a good mood today. Orson couldn't help teasing when he saw a rare smile on Manuel's face. Haha, yeah. Manuel nodded. I thought today was the open day. With so many outsiders coming in, the pressure on the discipline department would increase dramatically, but now that most of the day has passed, the school festival is still in good order, and no malicious incidents have occurred. This proves that you're doing a good job. Everything will be in order only if every place is arranged properly. Orson said this and patted Manuel on the shoulder. I feel much more at ease with you here. No, it's all thanks to you, President Orson, who arranged it well. Manuel replied with a smile. But we need to be most careful at night. Orson reminded Manuel. Several large-scale vicious incidents in the history of the school festival all occurred at night. We must clean up the mess at night. Yeah, I know. Manuel nodded and walked out of the student union building. After sitting in the office for a while, there was a knock on Orson's door. Come in, Orson said then. The door was opened. Seeing Lit standing at the door, Orson was a little confused. Lit? What are you doing here? Is there something wrong? No. Lit shook his head. I want to ask Orson if you have time in the evening. I want to go shopping with you. I'm sorry, Lit. Orson said this, his tone full of apology. Her Highness Elsa asked me to go to the musical tonight, and then Olivia also asked me to go to the fireworks show at the end. I'm quite busy tonight. Is that so? Lit said, with a hint of envy in his tone. Then, Orson, you are now I have to arrange the evening student union schedule, because I can't spare the evening. Okay then. Lite nodded, his tone a little depressed. It's okay, Lit, you can play with your classmates. Orson said this, and suddenly remembered what Olivia said to him today. You have a good relationship with Lienka, right? You can ask her to go out with you, or play with other male classmates. It's all fine. It's really time for Lit to be more independent and not always rely on him. Otherwise, whether it's excessive dependence leading to slower than expected growth or the development of inappropriate emotions, it's not the result Orson wants to see. After listening to Orson's words, Lit's mood became even more depressed. She nodded, then closed the door and walked out without saying a word. By evening, many students had gathered in the auditorium to watch the musical performance. There will be several performances in total, which will last until the fireworks display begins. The performers include members of the drama club within the college as well as the resident troupe of the Imperial Theater outside the college. Orson went up the stairs to the second floor, arrived in front of the VIP box. There are a total of 6 VIP boxes like this, and 2 of them are in use today, one for Prince Arthas and the other for Princess Elsa. Orson knocked on the door of Elsa's box and then pushed it open and walked in. This time, Elsa was the only one in the box. Please sit down, Orson, Elsa said, pointing to the seat next to her. Yeah. Orson nodded, then sat on the sofa next to Elsa. This moment, the opera had already begun, and through the glass, Elsa was able to see the performers below from a better angle. Orson, do you know what the play that is being performed now is called? Elsa suddenly asked. Chapter 70, The Brontes, Orson said. This play mainly tells the story of the children of the Bronte family, who plotted against each other in order to compete for the position of head of the family. However, in a crisis, the children realized that only by uniting can they overcome the difficulties. Afterwards, the family members who originally hated each other united again, twisted into a rope, and worked together to help build the family, and finally made the family prosper. What do you think of the play, Orson? Elsa asked. It's a good comedy, and it also has educational significance, Orson replied. After all, in history, many noble families eventually declined due to internal strife. This drama draws on the lessons of those historical events and is intended to provoke reflection among the upper class. You're right. Elsa nodded. But the only lesson people learn from history is that people never learn from history, right? Perhaps so. Orson nodded. I wonder why Her Royal Highness the Princess asks me these questions. Orson, you should know this, Elsa said. The current script of the Brontes has actually been revised. In the original script, only one person from the Bronte family survived. He is neither the smart eldest brother, nor the brave second brother, nor the handsome third brother. It's the most inconspicuous little sister. Orson said. Your Highness, that's what you want to say, right? P.S. Although my lumbar disc is indeed herniated, I can still type while lying in bed. From today on, the 10,000 day Lin Jian is back to full health. Chapter 89, Under the Blooming Fireworks, 1W, that's right. Elsa nodded. It seems that you, Orson, have also read the original manuscript of this play. Yeah, Orson said with a smile. Because the current content of this play is written by me, of course I have read the original manuscript. Hearing this, Elsa looked at Orson in surprise. I didn't expect that you were so good at drama, Orson. But after thinking about it, Elsa felt relieved. After all, Orson is a person who can publish books in the Imperial Library, so adapting a play is really a piece of cake for him. Since this play was adapted by you, Orson, can you tell me why you adapted it this way? Elsa said this with a smile. The reason? Actually, it's very simple, because the nobles like to see it that way. Orson expressed his thoughts. After all, executioners whose hands are stained with blood often like to hear romantic stories. This is true in every era. Compared to satires that expose the darkness among the upper class, it is obvious that these whitewashing dramas have more commercial value, which is why the audience did not know the Brontes before the adaptation, but the drama became a hit after the adaptation. Things like drama and musicals are specifically for the entertainment of the upper class. The lower class people don't usually care about these things. Therefore, we have to consider the aesthetic tastes of the upper class. If we change the direction according to what the upper class likes to watch, we will be successful. Having said this, Orson sighed instead. In fact, I don't like this script at all. In my opinion, many of the plots in it are not well designed, and they are not even reasonable, including the emotional changes between several brothers and sisters, which give people a very abrupt feeling. Then why did you make such changes, Orson? Elsa asked. I have already said the reason before. The highest ideal of a playwright is to have more people recognize his or her work, rather than to create a work that only intoxicates himself or herself. I really don't understand you anymore, Orson. Likewise, I don't know you, Princess. Well, back to the previous topic, Orson, what do you think of the succession to the throne, this matter? If you ask me what I think, of course I support the Emperor and the future Emperor. Orson gave a rather cunning answer. Oh, this answer really sounds like Mr. Orson's style. Elsa said this without feeling annoyed, but continued to ask, then, if I say that I want to get your help, will you help me? What I wanted to say has already been answered in the previous sentence, Your Highness. Orson remained neither humble nor arrogant. Do you think it's a good idea to leave the future of the country to your brother? Elsa asked. I don't know, but it is a serious crime for a vassal to interfere in the succession of a lord. I don't want to be implicated, and what? Your Highness, you must be thinking of winning me over because I'm the future Duke of Antica, right? Orson said. What if I tell you, Your Highness, that the future Duke of Antica will be lit? Will you try to gain Letuk's support? Orson, are you kidding? Elsa looked at Orson in confusion. Or do you think the title of Duke is nothing to worry about? I'm not kidding. Orson shook his head. Although the outside world is talking about the Duke's successor, as an insider, I can tell you, Princess, that the position of Duke of Antica will definitely belong to Lit in the future. I, Orson, have been raised by the Duke of Antica, my father Lucius, for more than 10 years. Lit is his own flesh and blood, so I certainly won't take over the family inheritance. The fact that Orson was not Lucius' biological son was basically known to the upper classes of the empire. Some of them looked down on Orson because of their blood relationship, but most of them still respected him because of his strength. But, Orson, I think you still need to think about it. Lucius didn't exclude you from the position of heir, did he? Elsa said. Besides, Lit is at best an ordinary heir now. He is not as capable as you, Orson. Are you really confident in handing over everything of the family to him? He's just a new member, right? Even though you're not related by blood, you've done far more for the family than Lit, right? Orson, are you really willing to do this? Elsa's voice trembled as she said this, as if she really felt sorry for Orson. Your Highness Elsa, if you really want to do this for my own good, then I appreciate your kindness. Orson said. But do you know what your actions look like to me? You think I am very capable, and therefore you think I will be more helpful to you after I ascend to the dukedom, so you come to win me over. And now that you see that I don't want to become a duke, you are a little anxious and feel that all your previous preparations have failed, right? Orson, that's not what I meant. Elsa said, well, Your Highness, please take a closer look at today's play. I have also made some changes to the script for today's performance. You should be able to gain something from it by the end. As for the rest, I won't say much. I wish you a pleasant show. Orson said this and walked out of the box. Elsa was left here alone. After he walked out of the box, before he had time to go downstairs, several guards in gorgeous clothes came up. Master Orson, His Royal Highness the Prince invites you. Okay. Orson nodded and walked into Arthas' box. Orson, I heard that you were in Elsa's box just now? As soon as Orson walked into the box, he saw Alsace drinking red wine alone. Yeah. Orson nodded. What did Elsa talk to you about? Arthas raised his eyebrows and turned his head to look at Orson. Nothing to talk about. Orson said this with an awkward smile. Let me guess, could it be that Elsa wants you to support her in the succession to the throne? Yes. Seeing that Arthas had made it clear, Orson certainly did not hide it. Her Highness Elsa wanted me to help her, but I felt that the succession to the throne had always been a family affair of the royal family. As outsiders, it was not convenient for us to interfere, so I rejected her. Indeed. Arthas nodded. This matter is originally an internal family matter, but unfortunately, the Lancaster family stands at the top of the empire, and there are always some blind little bugs coveting the family's position below. Seeing that Arthas seemed to be hinting at something, Orson smiled lightly without showing any intention. Reveal your emotions. But, Orson, are you sure you won't reconsider what I told you today? Arthas asked. It is said that giving timely help is worse than icing on the cake. If you join me now, you will definitely become the second person in the empire in the future. I'm sorry, Your Highness Arthas, I'm born poor and humble, so I don't dare to have too big ambitions, let alone being the second in command of the empire. Orson said this, bowing his head. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first, there are people waiting for me. Okay. Arthas nodded. He just needed to make sure Orson didn't fall to Elsa. After all, if Orson sided with Elsa, the two major forces of the Duchy of Antica and its alliance with the Duchy of Prussia would support Elsa, which would pose a great obstacle to his future succession. For now, it seems that as long as Orson maintains his consistent neutral attitude, everything will be fine. After Orson left, Elsa stayed alone in the box watching the play. According to Orson, today's performance of the Brontes used the script revised by Orson. But in the first half, the plot continued to develop as Elsa had expected, and nothing new was seen until the last part of the play. After the family members overcame the difficulties, successfully weathered the crisis and resolved the crisis, the stage fell into darkness. Just when everyone thought the show was over, the lights came on again. This time, the least noticeable youngest sister in the family sat in the center, on the seat originally meant for the head of the family. The rest of the family fell to the ground, looking lifeless. Then, the curtain fell and the play officially came to an end. The audiences were all looking at this in confusion. They didn't know why a scene that was supposed to be a happy ending ended up with such a terrifying scene, but in Elsa's view, this ending is full of infinite possibilities. Orson said that he was the one who revised the script. Does that mean something about his attitude towards himself? On the other side, after leaving the auditorium, Orson came to the commercial street. At the entrance of the commercial street, Orson saw Olivia, who was wearing a beautiful dress and light makeup. It seems that Olivia has made sufficient preparations for the date tonight. Olivia noticed Orson at the first time. She quickly waved at Orson, then trotted to Orson, and then directly put her arm around Orson's arm. Now Orson already knew Olivia's feelings for him. Although as a man who had never been in a relationship, he was a little shy about such an intimate action, he did not object. On the contrary, Orson felt very comfortable with his arms sunk into a warm and soft mass, feeling Olivia's delicate and cuddly posture. I don't know why I could make a beautiful girl like Olivia fall in love with me. Ahem, Olivia, you look very beautiful tonight, more beautiful than ever before. Even though he was a straight man, Orson noticed the changes in Olivia's dress. If he didn't praise Olivia, he would have lived in vain. Ha! Olivia was a little surprised to see Orson praising her for the first time, then she turned her head away with a red face. I thought you wouldn't say anything, idiot. Olivia whispered. Ah? Orson didn't hear Olivia's words clearly, so he asked hurriedly. Nothing. Olivia said, and pulled Orson to go shopping. This time, Olivia did not drag Orson to go shopping. On the contrary, she preferred to appreciate the scenery with Orson and feel the feeling of being shocked by some beautiful scenery together. Colorful lanterns, illuminated storefronts, and glowing buildings and towers in the distance. The night view of the Imperial Academy, at least on the day of the school festival, can be said to be unique in the Imperial City. In this way, the two people strolled tirelessly for about an hour, and finally sat down on a wooden bench beside an artificial lake. This place is remote, with few pedestrians and dim lighting, but this feeling of quietness made the two of them feel very comfortable. Compared to the crowded crowd, being alone with two people actually adds a bit of charm. Orson. At this time, Olivia leaned on Orson's shoulder, her long white hair flowing smoothly. She held Orson's arm, and a few strands of hair fell on the back of Orson's hand. Orson turned his hand over and gently rubbed the white hair. My hair, does it look good? Yeah, it looks good. Orson nodded. What a joke. The white hair and red eyes are a special attack on the Chinese people. Coupled with Olivia's proud figure, she perfectly fits Orson's aesthetic point. Of course, you're prettier. Orson used his decades of experience as a single man to utter a love word that couldn't be more cheesy. Put. Olivia was also amused by this. Orson, have you never been in love before? What's wrong with not having talked about it? You make it sound like you're very experienced, Olivia. Orson countered. Olivia blushed when she heard that. They are both first loves, so someone has to take the initiative. Hey, Orson, Olivia continued. Do you know when I started to like you? Chapter 71 Inch I don't know. Orson shook his head. When I first met you, I was probably only 12 years old. Olivia said. But Orson, you probably don't remember, I was reading in the Imperial Library at that time, and I happened to see your book. I happened to see you chatting with the librarian. When I saw you, I thought, wow, you are amazing. You are the same age as me, but you have already published a book, and it was included in the Imperial Library. Ah. Orson nodded after hearing this. I have published some books, but in the Imperial Library, there are more navigation books. Yes. Olivia nodded. Orson, your book has helped a lot of people. When many people first enter the Imperial Library, they see a vast sea of books and don't know where to start. But after reading your book, they immediately have a direction for reading. These are actually quite common. Yeah, but at that time I felt that you did everything alone, Orson. You looked so lonely. I want to chat with you, Orson, but I don't know why. When I see your aura that makes people feel distant, I don't dare to come up and talk to you. Later, I was in St. Laurent City, at the same aristocratic school as you. During an outing, there was a fourth-level beast. Even the teacher leading the team couldn't beat the beast. I wanted to run, but my legs were too weak to run away. At the critical moment, it was you, Orson, who suddenly appeared and saved me. Olivia said this and closed her eyes to recall this matter. Orson recalled that it seemed to be true, but since he grew up, he has killed many high-level beasts, and those below the fourth level are countless. Well, at that time I thought, Orson, you are really handsome. So, your feelings for me now can be considered as a commitment to me? Let's just say so. Olivia thought for a moment and then nodded. Actually, I don't know how to put it. Later, I was assigned to the same class as you, Orson, and even became your deskmate. I was very happy. But Orson, you didn't come to class except for some necessary classes last semester. When you came, you were always very cold and sometimes even scary. I didn't dare to talk to you at all. However, Orson, you seem to have changed a lot since this semester. You've become, more emotional? Olivia said. Is it because Lite came home and you have a relative who is close to your age? Ah. Orson nodded after hearing this. I guess so. Thinking about it carefully, it is true that when taking care of Lituk, I was slowly changing and becoming gentle and considerate, although he still behaves with the ruthlessness of a villain in some matters, at least when it comes to treating his friends, he does become emotional, as Olivia said. In that case, I have to thank Lid. Olivia's tone became a little cheerful. If Lid hadn't changed you, Orson, I wouldn't dare to confess this to you now. It shouldn't be that serious, it's true. Olivia said, sitting up straight, and then looked into Orson's eyes. It's true. After all, for me, every day that I can't be with Orson is torture. At first, I didn't know whether my feelings towards you, Orson, were admiration, longing, or love, but after getting to know you for a while, I'm sure that I just like you, Orson. As Olivia said this, the school festival was coming to an end, and fireworks were already being set off in the square on the other side of the artificial lake. Of fireworks bloomed in the night sky, and the blooming light illuminated Olivia's face. Orson looked over and saw Olivia blushing and looking at him affectionately. The girl's eyes were like water, and her wine-red pupils showed her unstoppable love for Orson. Her skin, as delicate as snow, was even more attractive under the light of the fireworks. Looking at such a beautiful Olivia, Orson couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster. Hey, Orson, did you hear that? Olivia said. I like you. Then, under the blooming fireworks, on the bench of fate, the two bodies got closer and closer. Finally, they were completely stuck together. In a grove not far away, two figures fell into silence as they watched what was happening before them. Leet. Lienka looked at the gloomy Lit and was a little worried. You don't look very well, it's okay. Lit shook her head, but her face was unusually gloomy. I'm leaving first, Lienka. Lit said this and walked deeper into the woods. Lienka, looking at the two people kissing not far away, felt very uncomfortable. After thinking for a while, she turned around and left. After a long time, Orson and Olivia separated. Orson. Olivia leaned on Orson's chest. Do you understand my feelings? Yeah. Orson nodded and gently hugged Olivia. Olivia, please give me your guidance in the future. At this moment, a group of tourists were walking towards here in the distance, and Orson and Olivia quickly sat up straight, looking at each other's alertness. Both of them couldn't help but laugh softly. As the sky gradually darkened, Orson and Olivia finally parted ways and returned to their respective homes. When Olivia returned home, Lienka was sitting in the living room in a depressed mood. Lienka, what's wrong? Olivia finally confessed her feelings to Orson, and now she was in a good mood. She looked at Lienka sitting alone in the living room and asked with a smile. Didn't you go to the party with your classmates today? We went shopping. Lienka nodded. With Lit. Oh. Olivia was interested. Lienka, you've been hanging out with Lit a lot lately. Tell me, is there anything going on between you two? Having said that, she sat down next to Lienka, put her arm around Lienka's shoulders and asked. No. Lienka shook her head. But my sister, I didn't see her tonight. Is she with Orson? Huh? Olivia was stunned when she heard that, and then nodded. Yeah, that's right. She did not hide this at all. After all, Orson is my fiancé, your sister's future husband. I must take this opportunity to get to know Orson better. Why do I feel? Lienka said this, and finally couldn't help but said, why do I feel that you don't hate Orson that much? On the contrary, you like Orson very much. When my sister helped me reject the engagement, she clearly, silly child, what are you talking about? Olivia looked at Lienka, who was in a bad mood, smiled, and then touched Lienka's hair. She had already thought of a set of excuses to deal with Lienka. Thinking of this, she said, Lienka, think carefully, what was the situation at the beginning? Lienka began to recall the original scene, but was interrupted by Olivia just as she was about to recall it. Forget it. You probably don't remember what happened back then. Let me help you think about it. Olivia continued, back then, Lienka, did you come back to complain to your sister about Orson after being defeated by Lit? Well, yes. Lienka nodded. Then, Lienka, have you been saying bad things about Orson in front of your sister? Do you think your engagement with Orson should be annulled? Is that so? Lienka hesitated. Of course I have. How could I lie to you? Olivia continued, I still remember clearly what you told me. You had never met Orson before and you had no feelings for him. This kind of engagement is simply a restriction on your freedom. And people often compare you to Orson, which makes you very unhappy. Well, it seems so. Lienka nodded after hearing this. In that case, Lienka, you don't like Orson and don't want to marry him. But the marriage contract is the basis of the alliance between the two families, so of course I have to be the one to do it. But why do I feel like you, sister, have liked Orson before, and you don't seem to be opposed to the marriage proposal, silly child? Haven't you heard of the saying that love grows over time? Olivia said, poking Lienka's little face. Sister, Orson and I are deskmates and colleagues in the student union. We spend a lot of time together and know each other well. I'm sure I won't hate Orson like you do, Lienka. And, since Orson is my future husband, the relationship between us will come naturally. Isn't that normal? Really? Lienka understood, but still a little suspicious. Didn't my sister really fall in love with Orson before and that's why she wanted to transfer the engagement to me? Of course it's true. Olivia nodded. Lienka, when has my sister ever lied to you? Besides, now that the engagement has been changed, Lienka, you should go find your own happiness. But, sister. Lienka suddenly thought of something and said, sister. So according to what you said, your current happiness is nothing more than the mental paralysis of a bird in a cage, right? Sister, you are not truly happy now, are you? As she said this, Lienka's tone suddenly took on a hint of sadness and self-blame. Yes, my sister definitely didn't lie to me and ask me to change the engagement just because she had fallen in love with Orson. Her sister was so nice to her and acted like she had a good relationship with Orson. She was definitely acting. She wanted to tell herself that she and Orson were very loving, so as to reduce Lienka's inner guilt. That's absolutely the case. When she thought of this, Lienka felt even more guilty. It was all my fault that I didn't have the strength to break off the engagement, causing my sister to kiss Orson for my sake. No, I have to reverse the engagement before my sister gives her body to Orson. Compared to Lienka's happiness, her sister's happiness is more important. Thinking of this, Lienka quickly said, Sister, while there is still time, before you and Orson get married, everything is still possible. Sister, I've figured it out. You've done enough for me before, but please at least care about your own happiness. Let's change the engagement. I don't hate Orson that much anymore. Compared to my happiness, your happiness is more important, sister. Ha? Olivia was stunned when she heard what Lienka said. What is going on? Did I use too much force and make Lienka feel that she was suffering too much? But I was just pretending all this. Olivia thought so and couldn't help but said, Lienka, it's okay. I feel very happy now. It's more important for you to find your own happiness. No, sister, I can see that you are not really happy when you are with Orson. Your smile is a little sad. Lienka said this with an extremely sad tone. The reason why you are so happy is to make me feel less guilty. I know, sister. Sister, I understand everything. You have sacrificed too much for me. Before you sacrifice your own body, sister, please let me, Lienka, get engaged to Orson again. Let's go back to the time before the marriage contract was changed. There's still time. Seeing that Lienka's expression in front of her did not seem fake, Olivia remained silent. I feel like I have overestimated this child's IQ. She was clearly enjoying herself, but she felt that her enjoyment was a fake. But, Lienka. Olivia said this and had to use her killer move. She wiped her eyes. Lienka, I've always known you're a smart kid. She choked up as she said this. I didn't expect you could see through my disguise. Sister, hearing Olivia finally admit it, Lienka couldn't help but pounce on her and hugged Olivia. But, Lienka, Orson has already got your sister. Orson said that he likes me more than Lienka. Olivia said this, forcing a tear out of the corner of her eye. It's too late to go back, Lienka. Even if we want to change the engagement now, Orson won't agree. Wow, sister. Lienka felt extremely sad. Her sister had sacrificed herself to this extent for her, but now she was powerless to do anything. I thought I could change the engagement, but it turned out that Orson didn't care about me at all. Lienka, it's okay, it's okay. Olivia said this and touched Lienka's head. Sister, I've gotten used to having Orson by my side. Rather, taking you away from Orson now is the biggest punishment for you. So, Lienka, don't even think about changing the engagement. Just let your sister continue to degenerate like this. As long as I see you flying freely in the sky, my sister can see the sky. Lienka, you are my sister's window. As Olivia finished her words, Lienka cried even louder. Chapter 72. Sister, I'm sorry. It's all my fault that I don't have the strength. I swear, if I become stronger in the future, I will definitely force Orson to cancel the engagement and give you your freedom. Okay, then sister will wait for the day when you grow up, Lienka. Olivia hugged Lienka, but she couldn't hide the smile on her lips. On the other side, when Orson returned home, Lit was busy in the kitchen. Looking at Lit in the kitchen, wearing an apron and with her long hair tied into a ponytail, Orson mistook Lit for a girl. It wasn't until Lit turned around that Orson saw that it was his younger brother. Orson, you're back. Lit said this with a warm smile, and pointed to the dining table. You haven't eaten yet, right? I prepared a lot of food for you. Let's eat together later? Well, thank you for your hard work, Lit. Orson said this, nodded, and then sat down at the dining table. There are already several dishes on the dining table. Light, I see there are already a lot of dishes. Don't make too much, otherwise we won't be able to finish it. Orson said and shouted into the kitchen. Oh, okay, Lit responded. Just one more pot of soup. At this moment, Lit was in the kitchen, standing in front of the soup pot, looking expressionlessly at a bottle of medicine in his hand. After thinking it over, she poured the potion into the soup pot. She had experimented with the small animals in the alchemy laboratory before, and found that just one drop of potion was enough to put the animals into a deep sleep. And at this moment, in order to deal with Orson, she added all the potions. This medicine is colorless and tasteless, and it cannot be seen at all when put in the soup. Lit deliberately stirred it a few more times before turning off the fire and taking the soup mixed with the mysterious potion out of the pot. Before walking out of the kitchen, Lit adjusted his breathing, then restored his smiling face and walked out of the kitchen with a smile. "The chicken soup is here," Li Tay said as he brought the soup to the table. "Okay, let's eat." After handing the bowl and chopsticks to Orson, Lit smiled and put a few dishes into Orson's bowl. "Not bad, Lit." Orson took a few bites and showed an approving expression. "I haven't seen you cook before, and your food is actually quite delicious." Hee, these days with. Lit was about to say the word Olivia, but when he thought of the scene of Orson and Olivia kissing just now, he swallowed the words. "I've learned a lot from some classmates who can cook these days." "I hope you like it, Orson." "Well, not bad. It feels like the first time I went to eat at Olivia's place. It looks like I'm in for a treat next time." Orson said this, not stingy with his praise, but when the word Olivia appeared in Lit's ears, it became extremely harsh. So much so that Lit couldn't help but slam the table. "Light?" Orson was startled, then looked up at Lit. Lit lowered his head, took a few deep breaths, adjusted his facial expression, raised his head and looked at Orson with a smile. "It's okay, Orson, I just accidentally hit my hand." "Oh, I'm glad you're okay." Orson said this, nodded, and continued to eat, although Orson felt that Lit was a little strange now. "I can't tell where it is." "Lit, why do I feel like you're a little weird today?" Is there?" Lit said with a wry smile. "Well, is it because I didn't promise you this afternoon that I would go out with you in the evening?" Orson said this and looked at Lit sincerely. "I'm sorry, Lituk, I just have an appointment with someone else." "How about this? I'll go out with you tomorrow night, okay?" "Oh, okay." Lit nodded after hearing that, but the guilt he felt towards Orson was even deeper. But she did not stop her hands. She filled a bowl of chicken soup for Orson and placed it next to him. "Here, Orson, I've been cooking this pot of chicken soup for a long time, just waiting for you to come back and drink it." "Thank you." Orson thanked him politely and picked up the bowl. Before drinking it, he looked at Lit again. "Lit, don't you want to drink the chicken soup you made?" "Ah. I'll drink it later," Lit said. After the meal, Lit was clearing the table, while Orson felt a little tired, but Orson didn't think much about it. He had been tired all day, and he felt a little tired after eating, so Orson didn't take it to heart. After getting up and moving around for a while, Orson found that he was still tired. He knew that he must have not rested well in the past few days, so he stood outside the kitchen and shouted to Lit in the kitchen, "Lit, I'm going upstairs to rest first. I'm a little tired these days." "Yeah, got it." In the kitchen, Lit nodded. Then Orson went upstairs, washed up briefly, and lay on the pillow. He felt sleepy and then fell into a deep sleep. Downstairs, Lituk was washing the dishes by himself. At this moment, Lit had no expression on his face and dull eyes, like a machine. In front of Orson, she would pretend to be cute, but when she was alone, her mind was full of the scene of Orson and Olivia kissing under the fireworks. After calculating the time and finding it was about time, Lit went upstairs. Looking at the sleeping Orson, Lit called out twice tentatively. When he saw no response from the other party, he approached Orson. He pinched Orson's face again, and when he saw that the other party had no reaction, Lit felt relieved. Sure enough, the medicine given by teacher Hikasha is really effective, Lit muttered. However, this medicine also came from you, Orson. I wonder what your reaction will be after you know about it. As he said this, Lit actually started to take off his clothes in front of Orson. It's okay, Orson, you're asleep now, so you can't see these. Soon, Lit was naked in front of Orson, although it was usually wrapped with cloth strips. Now that it was loosened, the size of Lituk's chest had been revealed, and Lituk's gender could be clearly seen. It's a pity that Orson, who was sleeping, couldn't see Lit's immature but already seductive body. Then I'll borrow your bathroom, Orson. 20 minutes later, after washing up, Lit came out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. Her face was slightly flushed and there was steam coming out of her head. She stared at the unconscious Orson, sitting on the edge of the bed. propping up her face and looking at him in obsession. Then, after glancing at Orson's lips, her mood suddenly became irritable again. Orson, I'm sorry, I just can't control myself. As she said this, she climbed onto Orson's body, looked at the person under her, and leaned down. It doesn't matter. Let me remove the smell from the place where that woman kissed. She held Orson's face and then kissed him awkwardly. After several minutes, when he felt that Olivia's breath had been completely eliminated, Lit sat up from Orson in a daze, looking at Orson who was sleeping like a baby without any defense against him. Lit couldn't help but cover his face. A few tears flowed out from between his fingers and dripped onto the sheets. P.S. This chapter is still 10,000, please vote. Also, I feel that there are fewer subscribers, maybe because they are all supporting the book, but I have been updating 10,000 a day. Chapter 90, out? For K, the more he saw Orson was defenseless, the more painful it was for Lit. Orson trusted me so much, but I took advantage of his trust and did this when he wasn't paying attention. But, when Lit thought of Orson being with someone else, his heart ached as if it were being cut by 1,000 knives. It's not just his dependence on Orson. Lit also understands that during this period of time, he has awakened a love for Orson that belongs to the opposite sex. She was very possessive and she didn't want to see Orson being taken away by another woman. But, Orson, I was the one who came here first, why is this happening? Thinking of this, Lit couldn't help but unbutton Orson's clothes one by one. Seeing Orson gradually becoming exposed in front of him, Lit's mood became excited. Then, she was stunned. That's not right. Why should I do this? Thinking of this, Lit's movements slowed down and then gradually stopped. If I do this, Orson will be unhappy. But if I don't do this, I will be unhappy. Just as Lit was thinking this, she suddenly heard some noise coming from downstairs. Lit quickly got up, picked up the clothes he had taken off on the ground and hid in the bathroom. After Olivia comforted Lienka, she thought about it and felt that Lienka's reaction today was too strange. She must have been stimulated by something. After thinking for a while, Olivia asked indirectly, Lienka, where did you go tonight? Lienka thought for a moment, fearing that she and Lit would be discovered following Olivia, and then said, I went shopping in the commercial street with Lit today and watched the activities held on the street of the college, and that was all. Is that so? Olivia nodded after hearing that. Then tell me why you suddenly thought of what happened today. Was it because of something that stimulated you? And no, it's just. I just figured it out. Lienka said with some stammering. Of course Olivia could see that Lienka was lying. She sighed and said, Little Lienka, you have never lied to your sister since you were a child, and your sister has never lied to you. Why do you want to lie to your sister now? Are you afraid that your sister will treat you badly? As she said this, Olivia showed a look of regret. No. Lienka hurriedly shook her head upon hearing this. Sister, what are you talking about? How could I possibly lie to you? Lienka, do you think your sister, who grew up with you, doesn't know that you are lying? Woo. Lienka lowered her head after hearing that. So, tell me what you are hiding from me. I won't be angry. Rather, I will be angry if Lienka doesn't tell me. Okay. Lienka nodded after hearing that, and then told the whole story of how she and Lit had followed Orson and the other man. Well, sister, you said you wouldn't be angry. Lienka said this, secretly looking at Olivia's expression. Yeah, of course sister won't be angry. Olivia nodded. Sure enough, my sister doesn't like Orson at all, otherwise why would she not care so much? Lienka thought so. Okay, Lienka, you go upstairs and rest first. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. Olivia said this, stood up and walked to the door. Lienka, don't think about following your sister this time. Olivia said this with a kind smile, and then walked out of the dormitory. Lienka looked at the door, recalled her sister's expression just now, and swallowed nervously. My sister was definitely angry just now. On the other side, after Olivia walked out of the room, she hurried towards Orson's dormitory. In her opinion, since Lit had seen her and Orson kissing, Lit, who had a morbid dependence on Orson and a strong possessiveness, would never give up. Of course Olivia knew that with Orson's strength it would be very easy to deal with Lit, but she was afraid that Orson was not on guard against Lit at all. If Lit got some strange potions from someone with ulterior motives, made Orson fall asleep, and took the opportunity to do something indecent to Orson, then he would be cheated on for no reason. Even if Lituk had a conscience and would not do that to Orson, after knowing this, there was no guarantee that Lituk would not say something to Orson. What? Chapter 73. Although Lite is a boy, What if Orson really softens his heart and agrees? Thinking of this, Olivia couldn't help but speed up her pace. After arriving at Orson's house, they knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered, so Olivia opened the door from the outside and walked in. I don't know why, but the dormitory door was not locked today. Then she hurried upstairs and went straight to Orson's room. After opening the door and seeing Orson sleeping soundly on the bed, Olivia finally felt relieved. Fortunately, it seems that Leetuk is not a rebellious person, but Olivia still sensed something was wrong. When he just came in, he made some big movements, but Orson didn't react at all. He just slept normally on the bed. Even though I had come to his side with great force, he still maintained a steady breathing. Orson, Orson? Olivia said this and patted Orson's face gently. Orson is sleeping, don't disturb him. At this time, Lit came out. Of course, at this moment she had already changed her clothes inside and put on men's clothes again. Lit? Olivia frowned as she looked at Lit standing at the bathroom door. Why are you in Orson's room? The bathroom in my room is broken, can I borrow Orson's? Is that not okay? Lit tilted his head when he heard that. Besides, I'm Orson's brother, can't I stay here? It's you, Senior Olivia. Leetuk said this, his face darkening. Don't you think it's rude for a girl like you to show up in the boys' dormitory so late at night? But I am. Stop, I know you are Orson's fiancé, and I know you even kissed tonight. Lit said. Then he continued, but even if you have officially established a relationship, you haven't gotten married yet, right? I'm just concerned about Orson, oh? Lite laughed softly. Senior Olivia, Orson is my brother, so I am responsible for taking care of him in the dormitory. Isn't your concern a bit too much? Lit. Olivia's voice also became deeper at this time. The reason why Orson is like this is because of you, right? What are you talking about, Senior Sister Olivia? Orson is obviously just too tired. He has been busy with the school festival. As the vice president of the student union, you not only failed to help him, but also abused your power for personal gain. You openly flirted with him in the student union and wasted his time. Orson is like this because of you, right? That's enough, Lit. Olivia suddenly said loudly. The reason why I was so polite to you before was because I regarded you as my future brother-in-law. I'm so sorry, I never intended to treat you as my sister-in-law. Anyway, Orson still needs to rest. I will take care of him while he rests. Can you go out now, Senior Olivia? Olivia nodded after hearing this. Lit, no matter how much you hate me, I don't mind, but Orson has always been very good to you. Orson said that you are a good child. I believe you will not go against Orson's wishes and do something that will make everyone unhappy. After Olivia finished speaking, she walked out of the house. Lit kept his emotions tense until he heard the door close downstairs. Then he couldn't help it anymore. He knelt beside the bed, hugged Orson, and started crying. Yes, as Olivia said, Orson has always trusted Lit and believed that Lit is a good boy, but now why am I, not far away? Through the window, Triss saw the interaction in the house in the distance. She glanced at Hikaisha lying on the roof and sighed. It seems that your guess is true, Hikaisha, she said. Lit, she really likes Orson. If we let her have this kind of emotion, it will only make Leetuk sink deeper and deeper into a dead end, and eventually she will be doomed. This is not good news for anyone. I know. Hikaisha nodded. But what can we do? I say, you actually have a solution, right, huh? Wouldn't it be fine if Lit could just let go of his grudges and get along with Orson generously as a girl? But do you think this is reasonable? The son that the Duke's family claimed to have become a daughter? But isn't she a daughter? The two fell into silence for a while. Then, Hikaisha suddenly asked, Triss, do you remember what happened 18 years ago? I can't remember some of it clearly. Triss admitted frankly. After all, I've lived for so long. Unless that incident had a profound impact on me, I really can't remember it clearly. But, 18 years ago, something big did happen, right? Are you talking about the orc invasion of the Empire? Triss said. Almost every citizen of the Empire who was a little older knows about that. After all, it caused such great destruction. More than that. Hikaisha said. Compared to that, the orc invasion is nothing. Of course, only within our witch circle. You mean to say, yes? Acacia nodded. Lady Alice disappeared exactly 18 years ago. Considering the time, could it be related to them? Acacia, your brain is too divergent. Triss couldn't help but say. The place where Lady Alice disappeared is not even within the territory of the Empire. How could it be related to these two people? That's right. Acacia sighed upon hearing this. It's just that, I've never seen someone with such a talent for magic, except for Lady Alice. I know you admire Lady Alice very much, but forget it. The era of witches is long gone. Triss said this, sat on the broom that symbolized her identity as a witch, and then flew away. Acacia also sighed, then flew away. On the other side, after Lit had cried enough, he looked at Orson, who was still sleeping, gently kissed Orson on the forehead, said good night, then quietly climbed onto the bed and lay down next to Orson. Even if she didn't do anything to Orson, Lit would sleep next to Orson under the pretext of sleepwalking. Only in this way could she sleep peacefully. Orson woke up around noon the next day. After opening his eyes, Orson felt particularly energetic, as if all the fatigue of the past few days had been swept away. Orson got out of bed and looked in the mirror while washing up. Then he found a red mark on his neck. It was small, but it was particularly conspicuous against the surrounding white skin. That's weird. Why is there a mark here? Did you press it when you were sleeping? No, this is too ugly. Orson thought so and rinsed it with water a few times. When he found that it still couldn't be washed away, he changed into a high-neck dress to cover the mark, but for some reason, Orson still felt a sense of disharmony. After changing his clothes, Orson looked in the mirror again, but still felt that something was a little stranger. Then he looked at his hair. It's strange. I usually have clean and fresh hair, but for some reason, after I woke up, my hair became a little longer. No, cut it off quickly. Thinking of this, Orson quickly looked in the mirror and started trimming his hair with scissors. Only after his hairstyle returned to its original shape did Orson nod with satisfaction. Right, this is in line with my macho image. Then he went downstairs. Leetuk was preparing lunch. Hey, Leetuk, good morning. Well, good morning, Orson. As Lit said this, he looked at Orson with dark circles under his eyes and gave him a warm smile in return. Lunch will be ready soon. You got up so late today. I was probably too busy these past few days, so I slept a little longer. It's okay, I feel energetic now. Okay. Lit nodded. After lunch, Orson came to the student union, while Lit left the school and prepared to go to Virgil's base camp. As soon as Lit arrived at the casino, several younger brothers who knew Lit came up to greet him. Well, Master Beta, Master Alpha has been out these days. He said that all the affairs here will be assigned to you. What do you think? Virgil went out. Lit was a little confused. St. Laurent City could be said to be Virgil's base camp. He should be here usually. Why did he suddenly run out? But Lit nodded anyway. I got it, take me in. I feel a little uncomfortable today, and I feel dizzy. I will update 4K first, and at least 10,000 tomorrow. At the same time, I will slowly make up for what I owe today. I am really sorry. Chapter 91, Taking Someone's Parents into Action. 4K, in the new city area of Antica, in a residential area, Andre and Jenny have recently moved into this newly built urban area. Before this, after receiving a sum of money from Albert, the steward of the Duke of Antica, the two did not move out of the countryside, but waited until the autumn harvest before starting to plan to live in the city. Coincidentally, the new urban area had just begun construction, so the two took the money they had previously earned and prepared to settle down in the new urban area and open a bakery. With the savings from buying a house and opening the shop, they would be able to live a life without worries about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. This can be regarded as a reward from the Duke of Antica for the two people's hard work in raising Lit. The new city area has been partially built, and residents who feel that the old city area is crowded and messy have moved in one after another. The couple's bakery business has gradually prospered. Early that morning, Andre went downstairs, hung up the business sign, and then went into the kitchen to get busy. Jenny continued to rest for half an hour and then went downstairs to check on the store. Jenny sat at the back of the shop, yawned out of boredom, then took out a book and started reading. She was illiterate before, but after she got a windfall, her life became much easier and she often went to church to learn to read and write from the priest. The book in her hand was a doctrine given to her by the priest. The priest's original intention was to hope that she could learn and practice the doctrine in her future life. Of course, Jenny just regarded it as a book to kill time in her free time while running the store. This time, a well-dressed young man with blue hair walked in from the door. After entering the store, he looked at Jenny with a smile. "Hello, are you the owner of this bakery?" "Oh, yes." Jenny nodded. "Sorry, the bread that was just baked today is still being baked, and most of the remaining bread is left over from yesterday's sales." She explained this because she saw the boy's clothes and thought he was a respectable man who would definitely not be willing to buy the leftover bread. After all, the shelf life of most breads is only 2 or 3 days. A few hours after they are out of the oven, they will become dry and astringent and become unpalatable. "It's okay, give me 2 loaves of bread left over from yesterday," Virgil said, looked at the price, and then took out a copper coin and handed it to Jenny. "Okay." Seeing that the other party didn't mind, Jenny took out 2 loaves of bread from the shelf, wrapped them in paper and handed them to Virgil. "By the way, Auntie." Virgil took the bread and suddenly asked, "Don't you have any children?" "Ah." Jenny was stunned when she mentioned the child, and then said, "We had a child before, but we picked him up during the war. A few months ago, the parents came to our house, gave us a large sum of money, and took the child back." "Ah." Virgil was stunned for a moment, then continued, "Well, don't you regret it? After all, it's the child you raised for so long, and they just take him away like that?" "Oh, young man, to be honest, we are definitely not happy about it, but firstly, we used to be farmers, and the child has been living a hard life with us, we must feel bad inside, and secondly, the family background of his original parents is really good, the child has lived a hard life with us for so long, what's wrong with him going back to enjoy a better life? It is said that the love of parents is the most compassionate in the world. It seems that this is true." Virgil nodded with emotion after hearing this. "It seems that although you are not biological parents and children, you have done better than most parents. Alas, I've raised my child for more than 10 years. There's no such thing as biological or not." Jenny sighed after hearing this. "It's also my own fault that I'm incapable of giving birth to a child. However, since you killed that wealthy family, I'm sure your children are living well." Virgil took a bite of bread and said, "Yeah, that's for sure, but I'm still worried." "What are you worried about?" "She is a girl, and although she has been very sensible since she was young, I am still worried that she will be bullied in the family. After all, she has an older brother at home." Chapter 74. Virgil paused when he heard this, then swallowed the bread in his mouth and asked, "What did you just say?" "I said, my daughter." At this time, Jenny also thought of something and quickly covered her mouth. "Look at me, I miss her so much that I can't even remember her gender." "I see." Virgil nodded after hearing this and silently kept this matter in mind. No wonder Master Lite is so dependent on Master Orson. "So, has anyone been buying things from you recently?" "Ah, yes." Jenny nodded after hearing that. "More and more people have moved here recently. Our store opened earlier, so there are more regular customers around." "Okay." Virgil nodded. "I'll come back this afternoon to get 2 more loaves of bread. I want them fresh out of the oven. Please make an order for me and the boss." "Okay." Jenny agreed after hearing that. Then, Virgil walked out of the bakery, then he walked to the hotel nearby, booked a room and stayed there. After that, he didn't leave the house until the afternoon, when he came to get some bread again. At night, Andre and his wife closed the bakery and rested upstairs. "Andre." Jenny came back upstairs and brought a bowl of mushroom soup to the dining table. "What's wrong?" Andre looked at Jenny with some confusion. "The blue-haired guy today is the one who came to get the bread this afternoon." "Ah, I've seen him before, he's a nice-looking guy, what's wrong?" "I feel something is wrong." Jenny said this, expressing her concerns. "He found me this morning and asked about our family affairs, and I accidentally told others about Lit." "You say, could he be someone sent by the Duke?" "What did you tell him?" "I told you that Lit is a girl and she would be bullied if she went to a rich family." "Oh, you stupid fool," Andre said, getting angry. "Didn't you say that you wanted her to pretend to be a boy? Why are you betraying her now? The main thing is, they didn't ask about Lit at first, they just asked if we had any children. Jenny recounted the scene as she said this. It's okay, Andre, it's okay. Jenny said. What if he is not from the Duke's side? Besides, I heard that Lyd is living well in the Duke's house. Her family treats her very well. Even if the Duke knows about it, it shouldn't be a problem. I know that, but you shouldn't tell anyone. Andre sighed helplessly. Oh, I know you may think this is nothing, but what if the Duke suddenly gets angry and asks us why we lied to him in the first place? How should we respond? Oh. Jenny was a little anxious after hearing this. Isn't it because the old housekeeper first brought it up? If he hadn't said that Lyd was a boy, we wouldn't have thought of it. Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door downstairs. It's strange, who would come here so late at night? Andre said this and went downstairs. The knocking on the door became more and more urgent. I'm coming, don't rush me. Saying this, he opened the door. When I opened the door, there was no one there. Damn it. Andre stuck his head out, looked around and found no one. At this time, Jenny's voice was also heard from the stairs. Andre, what's wrong? There was a knock on the door just now, but when I opened it, I didn't see anyone outside. Having said this, Andre turned around, and at that moment, he felt a huge force coming from behind his head, and then he fainted. Jenny heard the noise at the door and walked faster. Then, she saw Andre fainted at the door and a man in black behind Andre. Then, well, who are you? Why are you? Jenny panicked for a moment, and then, she saw the man in black getting closer and closer. Just as she was about to call for help, she was knocked unconscious. Take them away. A masked man suddenly appeared behind Jenny. After saying this, the masked man signaled the man in black at the door to take the two away. Then, several more people appeared at the door. After taking Jenny and Andre away, the masked man went upstairs, turned off the lights, creating the illusion that the two had fallen asleep, then walked out of the bakery and got into the carriage. Just when the few people walked a few miles out of the city, suddenly, dozens of people appeared in front of them and blocked the way of the carriage. The leader is the one who Virgil went to check out the place. Which Duke are you employed by? Virgil said, smiling as he looked at the masked man on horseback. You don't even dare to reveal your true face. It seems you're afraid that we'll recognize you. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. The masked man said this and looked at Virgil with a fierce look. Do you want to think about whose territory we are in now? Virgil said this and waved his hand, and then the soldiers behind him surrounded the carriage. The masked man looked at the situation around him in silence. Although this group of soldiers looked well trained, he was fully capable of breaking out of them with his 6th level strength, but in this case, the mission of capturing Andre and his wife would have failed. Thinking of this, the masked man locked his eyes on Virgil, and then his body shot out like an arrow and rushed towards Virgil. Quickly, unexpectedly, seeing this, Virgil simply took out the sword at his waist, and then swung it lightly, deflecting the attack he had planned. Although he did not completely block it, he made the attack deviate from its direction. At the moment the masked man took action, all the men in black in the carriage came out, drew their weapons and confronted the surrounding soldiers. Although they are not as powerful as the 6th level, they all have the strength of the 3rd and 4th levels, and they still have some advantages when facing large numbers of soldiers. Thinking of this, they decisively took action, seeing that a fight had already broken out on the side. The leaders of both sides would certainly not sit and wait to die. When the masked man realized that his first attack failed, he lowered his body and carefully looked for Virgil's flaws, but Virgil didn't care. Although he looks elegant, humble, and polite on the outside, everyone who knows him knows what he is like when he really fights. He took a step forward and rushed towards the masked man. Seeing that he was extremely fast and looked no weaker than himself, the other party quickly dodged back. However, Virgil pursued him relentlessly, not wanting to let the masked man escape helplessly. The masked man could only hold the dagger in his hand, trying hard to resist Virgil's violent attack. Every move is fierce and every sword is soul-capturing, but at the same time, under the crazy offensive, Virgil himself exposed a lot of flaws. If the masked man could be a little stronger, perhaps he could seize the flaw and end the battle quickly. Unfortunately, Virgil's fighting style is almost invincible among his peers. TSK, do you want to live? The masked man became anxious when he saw that Virgil was fighting more desperately than himself. He could see that although the men he brought with him were quite powerful, they were trapped in the army and fell into a disadvantage in an instant. If he did not get out quickly, he would be surrounded by others and would most likely die. Then he heard a scream. One of his subordinates was surrounded by the soldiers, and was chopped to the ground because he was outnumbered. Something was wrong, and neither were the soldiers Virgil brought with him among the empire's conscripts. Most of the soldiers' strength is not even at the first level. After all, they are all farmers who were recruited temporarily. The difference lies in their physical fitness. The slightly stronger regular army is mostly at the first level. The second level can be considered as the stronger one among the regular army. Most of his subordinates are at the third or fourth level. If they are placed in the Adventurers Association, they are also relatively good adventurers. Facing the enemy's encirclement, they should be able to hold out for a while. But now the situation, not long after the fight, a large number of their men had already fallen. It was obvious that the other side was not an ordinary regular army. You guessed right. Virgil saw the masked man's thoughts at a glance. I brought with me the black army that Duke Lucius has fought for many years. The lowest soldier has the strength of the third rank. I'm sorry, but you will be defeated here today. As Virgil finished his words, more and more screams were heard, and soon he was the only one left on the battlefield. The masked man wanted to get away, but Virgil kept pestering him and he couldn't escape at all. Other soldiers also gradually began to join the battle. If they delayed any longer, they would surely die. Thinking of this, the masked man became ruthless and risked his life by stabbing Virgil's shoulder, and Virgil didn't back down, slashing at the masked man's arm with his sword. Then, one of the masked man's hands was chopped off, and Virgil's shoulder was cut with a deep wound that could be seen to the bone. After that, the masked man no longer entangled with Virgil, but took a few steps out of the carriage, avoided the surrounding black army, and fled into the bushes nearby alone. P.S. I wanted to get up and write today, but I don't know if it was because of the humidity or something else. I went to bed at 0:30 in the morning and didn't wake up until 12 o'clock today. I had lunch in the afternoon and was ready to write, but I felt dizzy again. I didn't have energy until 5 o'clock. I managed to write 4K. I hope you don't mind. My original plan for today was to finish writing this part of the story, but now I can only stop here. Then there's the matter of owing updates and returning updates. From the beginning of January to now, I have updated a total of about 107K words. According to the standard update of 3K per day, today, the 13th, should be 39K, which means I have added about 68K words. The bounty I set before was 10,000 rewards or 100 monthly tickets to add 2K words. As of now, there are a total of 20,000 rewards and 1,700 monthly tickets, which converts to 38K words. Even if you count the 20K from yandere last month, I still updated 10K more. Of course, I'm not asking for rewards or anything. I'm not qualified to ask for 4K a day. I'm just saying that I really haven't been lazy and I'm working hard to complete the bounty. In addition, the text of this chapter is 4K words, and there is no extra charge for the extra. PS. Chapter 92, Side Effects, 7K. Watching the masked man running into the woods with his hands covered, Virgil simply waved his hand and ordered the soldiers not to chase him. Let's send the people back first, Virgil said. Captain Virgil, the wound on your shoulder. At this moment, a soldier came over and asked worriedly. It doesn't matter. Virgil shook his head, then grabbed the clothes of a man in black, tore them into strips, and then wrapped them around his shoulders. Just deal with it briefly. At this moment, Virgil suddenly discovered that the man in black whose clothes he had torn off had a wolf head tattooed on his left arm. Then he ordered all the men in black to be stripped of their clothes, and without exception, all of them had a wolf head tattooed on their arms. Even the arm of the masked man that Virgil cut off had a wolf's head tattooed on it. It seems that this should be a professional mercenary organization that was hired by others to capture Lit's adoptive parents. As for what they were captured for, there is no way of knowing. It's not that they are unwilling to capture people alive, but once these people lose their ability to fight, they will bite off the poison sacs in their mouths and drink the poison to commit suicide. After examining several bodies and finding that there were no other problems with their bodies, Virgil nodded. Then, he opened the curtain of the carriage and saw Andre and Jenny lying unconscious inside. Ah! Virgil sighed. If it weren't for Lit, they would still be living in the countryside like farmers. Although they were not rich, and could even be said to be very poor, at least their lives were not in danger. Okay, send them back. I'll negotiate with them later. As he spoke, Virgil jumped on his horse, turned his horse around, and led the soldiers towards the new city of Antica. On the other side, the masked man turned over and entered the woods. Although his left arm was cut off, he still endured the severe pain in his body and walked towards the depths of the woods. "TSK, why were our actions discovered? Is there a traitor among us?" He thought so without turning his head back. They are members of the mercenary organization Iron Wolf Mercenary Group. Although there are countless mercenary groups with the word wolf in their names on the continent, the Iron Wolf Mercenary Group, which has 6th level strongmen, is obviously the best among them. Moreover, he is not the boss of the mercenary group, but only the second in command. The real leader of the mercenary group has the strength of level 7. However, for this mission, the team leader felt that it was a bit of an overreaction for him to lead the team personally. After all, it was just kidnapping two powerless people, but the other party kept asking the team leader to take it seriously, so he had no choice but to send him to lead the team. He did not take it seriously at first, until the client repeatedly urged him to do so, and then he made preparations, including scouting the surrounding area a week in advance and planning the best escape route. But he didn't expect that even though he had done so much preparation, he was still discovered by the Duke's people. It was obvious that they were just Leet's adoptive parents, and it should have been enough for the Duke to give them some money to settle them down. Unexpectedly, the Duke would actually arrange someone to protect their safety. As a result, not only did he lose a lot of his brothers, he almost lost everything himself, and now the masked man only regrets that he did not listen to the client in the first place. If the plan had been more careful and the actions more cautious, this incident would not have happened. And Chapter 75. The origin of the matter dates back to a few days ago. At that time, Orson suddenly found Virgil. The day he suddenly recalled an important factor in the original book that led to Leetuk's dark transformation. Those are Leetuk's adoptive parents. As Leetuk's white moonlight after he came into the family, his adoptive parents took meticulous care of him. Even though they had no money, they still let Leetuk spend a childhood full of warmth and love. In the original book, when Mary gave advice to Orson, it involved Leet's adoptive parents. The Orson-style killer organization killed Leetuk's adoptive parents. When Leetuk was preparing to return to his adoptive parents' home to visit them in his spare time, he heard from his neighbors that his adoptive parents had been murdered and buried a long time ago. After experiencing that incident, Leetuk turned completely evil and began to secretly investigate the murderer of his parents. In the original novel, in the final battle with Leet, Orson, like a traditional brainless villain, mentioned the names of Leet's adoptive parents while gossiping, which made Leet understand the cause of his adoptive parents' death, thus angering Leet. After that, Leet exploded and killed Orson, and Orson suddenly thought, now that he has changed the world line, will Leet's parents be murdered? With this idea in mind, Orson found Virgil and asked him to go back for a while to help monitor Leet's adoptive parents to see if they were safe. As it turned out, by chance, they ran into people from the Iron Wolf Mercenary Group. Virgil escorted Leet's parents to the new city area, and after asking a few soldiers to protect the surrounding safety, he went to find Lucius. "Your Excellency the Duke." Virgil said this and bowed respectfully to Lucius. "Yeah." Lucius was sitting at his desk reading military affairs. When he saw Virgil coming over, he just responded without looking up. "Your Excellency the Duke, thank you for supporting my army," Virgil said. "Now is the time when the situation on the eastern border is tense and the orcs are ready to make a move. A large part of the troops that the Duke can mobilize have been deployed to the border, and most of the Black Army, the Duke's most elite troops, have also been transferred to the front line." Today, Lucius sent his own troops to Virgil. "It's okay." Lucius shook his head. "Is the person safe?" "Well, Master Lit's adoptive parents are safe and sound, but..." Virgil said this with some hesitation, but finally said, "I think that instead of letting Master Lit's adoptive parents live outside, it would be better to bring them to the Duke's mansion. After all, this is the safest place, and if we add more security outside, they will still be in danger." "Virgil." Lucius suddenly interrupted Virgil, then looked up at him with a deep gaze that made Virgil unable to see through his thoughts for a moment. "Your Excellency, please speak. Do you think I am a qualified father?" "Your Excellency the Duke, of course you are. Then, let me ask you, which father in this world would let his child be closer to others?" Lucius asked. "Yes, Lit grew up in the countryside and lived with the Andre couple for 18 years. She must be closer to the Andre couple, even though she and Lucius are related by blood. Therefore, although Lucius was grateful to Andre and his wife, he was still unwilling to bring them to live with them in the Duke's palace. This is his selfish desire as a biological father. After all, feelings accumulated over time can only be eroded by time. But if Lit could see Andre and his wife every day, he would still feel that Andre and his wife were closer to him, and he would be like an outsider." My Lord Duke, I'm sorry, I was rude. Virgil understood Lucius's meaning at this time, and then said, But, my Lord Duke, among those who plotted against Andre and his wife, there was a man with the strength of the 6th level. Although I tried my best to hold him back and cut off one of his arms, he still escaped. Lucius frowned when he heard that. How could a 6th level person appear in my territory without anyone noticing? I don't know about this. Virgil lowered his head. If Lord Lucius is unwilling to bring Andre and his wife to live in the Duke's palace, my suggestion is to strengthen the security on the streets and arrange professional personnel to protect Andre and his wife in secret. Okay, I understand. Lucius nodded. You can leave now. Okay. Virgil bowed, then he retreated to the door. Oh, yes. Lucius spoke again. Is there anything else, Your Excellency the Duke? Is your shoulder injury okay? Thank you for your concern, Your Excellency the Duke. It's nothing serious. That's fine. Lucius nodded. After you finish this matter, you can have a good rest. I will help you take care of the Imperial Academy. Thank you, Your Excellency the Duke. Fine. Lucius waved his hand, then smiled and signaled Virgil to leave. After Virgil closed the door, the smile on Lucius's face gradually faded. Lucius didn't know about Orson's right-hand man before. He only knew that Virgil was Orson's good friend. Orson had asked him to help Virgil a lot before, and the two had met several times because of this. It was only after Virgil brought Orson's handwritten letter that Lucius realized that he was a retainer trained by Orson. Because of this, Lucius also began to care about Virgil. After all, as Orson's retainer, no matter whether Orson is preparing to inherit the title or do something else in the future, he will always be Orson's right-hand man, just like his current butler Albert, and his former captain of the guard Marcus. It is always easier to have an assistant to help you with things that before, Lucius was worried that Orson would take on everything because he was too strong. If that continues, Orson will sooner or later be exhausted by various things, but now it seems that he was just worrying too much. Orson still wanted others to help him share the burden. Then, Lucius opened the map on the table and continued to deal with military affairs. Compared with the tedious and complicated government affairs, Lucius, who started his career by leading troops in battles, is obviously more familiar with military affairs. It is precisely because of this that his mood has been very unclear recently. There are more and more orcs in the east, and the scouts sent out by the Dukedom of Antica have become an extremely dangerous profession. Many scouts never return in the end. The enemy has begun to consciously capture our scouts and block our intelligence, which means that the enemy will definitely launch an attack soon. The orc invasion 18 years ago caused many people in the empire to lose their families and be separated from their wives and children. Lucius was one of them. His wife at the time, Lit's biological mother, died of miscarriage on the way to escape. It can be said that she died indirectly at the hands of the orcs. Only 1 in 10 of the personal guards who had followed him through thick and thin remained. It can be said that he has an irreconcilable feud with the orcs, although he later obtained the Duchy of Antica and became one of the most powerful people in the empire after the emperor. If Lucius could choose again in the future, he would prefer a happy family. Oh. Lucius opened the desk drawer. Inside was the jade bracelet that Lit brought back when he came back, and an old pocket watch. When he opened the pocket watch, he saw a portrait of a person printed inside. Margaret, your child, and I have grown up. I wish you could see him. Lucius stroked the portrait on the pocket watch with his rough fingers, with nostalgia on his face. At this moment, the door of the room was opened, and Lucius instantly closed the pocket watch and put it back in the drawer. Standing at the door was Lucius' current wife, Mary. Mary? Lucius looked at Mary coming in without knocking, and his face was dissatisfied. Didn't I tell you that I would knock on the door when I was busy in the study in the future? I'm sorry, sir. Mary said this with an apologetic look, but she continued, I just came to tell you something. As she said this, Mary took out a table. The dukedom's economic situation has been very bad recently. If we continue to prepare for war, we will not be able to make ends meet. We can only pay from our own treasury. But even so, the money in our treasury is not enough to sustain us for long. Why are our finances so tight? Lucius asked directly without saying much. This question. Mary was stunned for a moment, then hesitated. Master, there are many reasons for this problem. Then I want to know, can we raise enough funds before the war starts? Lucius asked. This question, Mary, my lady. Lucius said, looking at Mary. I leave it to you, I hope you won't let me down. I'm sorry, sir, but our finances have been in trouble for a long time. You don't allow us to collect heavy taxes, and our business has not been developed, so, okay, I understand. Lucius nodded after hearing this, then stood up, walked to Mary, and held Mary's hands with his big hands. Mary, we are husband and wife and should work together. I will only be responsible for the military battles, and you will be responsible for being a good wife and managing the affairs of the family and the territory. Isn't this what we have been doing all along? So, this time, I'm counting on you, no matter what method you use. Lucius said this and looked at Mary, with only sincerity in his eyes. I believe you. Lucius said, and then changed the subject. If you really feel that you are unable to do it, then please give way. Having said this, Lucius opened the door and motioned for Mary to go out. Okay. Mary nodded and left the room silently. On the other hand, after returning to the new city area, Virgil arranged security for Andre and his wife. This time he specially arranged 2 fifth-level people to take turns to protect Andre and his wife. Virgil then sat next to Andre and his wife and waited until they woke up. Naturally, Jenny woke up first. She glanced at Andre, who was sleeping next to her, and Virgil, who was sitting at the table waiting for them. She was stunned for a moment, and then looked at him. This young man, I recognize you. Madam, do you remember what happened last night? Virgil asked hurriedly when he saw Jenny waking up. Let me think. Jenny thought back and then remembered. Last night, I went downstairs with my husband and saw my husband lying on the ground with a man in black next to him. Then I fell into a coma. It seems someone wanted to break into our house last night. Jenny said. Did you save me and my husband? Yeah. Virgil nodded. You don't have to call me boy, just call me Virgil. Okay, brother Virgil, thank you very much. Having said this, Jenny sat up from the bed and looked at Virgil. Tell me the truth, brother Virgil, are you someone sent by the Duke? Why do you think so, boss lady? After all, I've never seen you before, and we had an accident the night you showed up, so I can only guess. Well, to be honest, I am indeed from the Duke's mansion. Virgil nodded after hearing this. Last night, a group of people took money from others and wanted to kidnap you. I happened to be nearby at the time, and when I saw the scene, I immediately asked someone to rescue you. At that time, I saw that you were still unconscious, so I thought of notifying you after you woke up. Is that so? Jenny looked out the window. It was already noon. Seeing this, Jenny immediately showed an apologetic look. I'm sorry, brother Virgil, for keeping you waiting for so long. It's okay. Virgil smiled and shook his head. I'm glad you're all right. Brother Virgil, since you are from the Duke's side, can you tell me how Lit is doing recently? Jenny said this with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Mr. Lit. Virgil thought for a moment, then smiled and said, Mr. Lit has a good life in the family. Everyone in the family likes him very much. He recently enrolled in the Imperial College and won the first place. It can be said that his future is limitless. Is that so? That's good. Jenny nodded after hearing that. Then, brother Virgil, can you please help keep that secret? What's the matter? Virgil showed a puzzled look when he heard this. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Seeing that Virgil seemed to have forgotten about it, Jenny felt relieved. Anyway, thank you, brother Virgil. It's okay. Virgil shook his head, and then reminded, you still have to pay attention to your safety in the next 2 days. Don't go out at night. During the day, try to go out in pairs. Don't be alone. Also, I'm sorry. I couldn't convince the Duke to take you to the Duke's mansion. It's okay. Jenny said, shaking her head nonchalantly. To be honest, we used to work hard on the land, with meals coming and going. If the harvest was good, we could eat every day, and if the harvest was bad, we wouldn't starve to death. That was our life. Take us to the Duke's house all day, on the contrary, I feel uncomfortable. It's good as it is now. As for someone wanting to kill us, our lives are not worth much, right? I can't have children. Over the years, Lit has been like our own flesh and blood. We can certainly understand the Duke's feelings. It's okay. We won't take the initiative to see Lit. As long as we know that Lit is doing well, we as parents will feel at ease. Chapter 76 Well, I've told you so many useless things and poured out so much wastewater, you must be tired of listening to it. Jenny said this and smiled. Brother Virgil, do you have something else to do? We too won't disturb you, go and do it. Okay. Virgil nodded and stood up. Yes, all parents in the world love each other, although Virgil is an orphan without a father or a mother. This makes him more able to understand the warmth of family love. It is precisely because we have never come into contact with it that we imagine it to be as beautiful as a dream. Mr. And Mrs. Andre and Lucius, as Lit's parents, all love Lit in their own way. Virgil couldn't help but think so as he set out on the road back to St. Laurent City. Inside Imperial College today, Lit is taking Acacia's alchemy class. She is the only one in the class and the teaching atmosphere is quite relaxed. Basically, she and Acacia were busy with their own things. If she didn't know something, she would ask Acacia, and when Acacia felt bored, she would talk to Lit. Teacher Acacia, do you have any extra of the potion you gave me earlier? Lit was operating the alchemical equipment and suddenly spoke out of the blue. Or, can you tell me the material ratio or something like that? I can make it myself. I still have a little here. Acacia said this, sneaking up behind Lit and patting her shoulder. This action startled Lit, and she quickly turned around and looked behind her vigilantly. She was relieved when she saw it was Acacia. Teacher Acacia, please don't scare me. It's Lituk, but you get scared so easily. There were only you and me in this room just now. Here, this is the potion you wanted. Acacia said this and handed the potion bottle to Lit. Just as Lit was about to reach out to grab the potion, Acacia retracted her hand, leaving Lit with nothing. Teacher, please stop teasing me. Lit couldn't help but say. Lit, do you remember that the last time you got this bottle of potion, the teacher gave it to you as compensation because he saw that you were wronged? Yeah. Lit nodded. I can't give it to you for no reason. Acacia said. Lit, tell me, what are you going to do with this bottle of medicine? No. I'm not doing anything. Seeing Acacia pursuing the matter, Lit glanced away with a red face. You can't say that you want to make Orson fall asleep again and take the opportunity to do something to him, right? I tried this a few days ago, and the result was that Orson, who had not drunk the sleeping potion, would be awakened as long as I walked up to him, even though he was not feeling tired that day. Every time he was discovered, Lit could only pretend to be sleepwalking awkwardly and let Orson wake him up. There hasn't been much going on in the student union recently, so Orson is not busy at all. So these days Orson didn't give any chance at all. The most important thing is that Lit could feel that Orson's patience was being worn away bit by bit. If he disturbed him like this again, he would definitely lock the door, which meant that he would really have no chance in the future. Really? Acacia stared at Lit, her eyes narrowed slightly. Really? Lit nodded. Alas. Acacia sighed, and then said, forget it, Lit, the teacher won't tease you anymore. Lit, do you like Orson? Upon hearing that, Lit looked at Acacia in surprise, and his face suddenly turned red. Teacher Acacia, what are you talking about? Orson, he is I know, he's your brother. Acacia nodded. But, it's only been a short time since he became your brother, and he's not a blood-related brother, not at all. During this period, he must have taken good care of you, right? So, as a girl, it's normal for you to like this handsome and considerate boy, right? In the second half, Acacia's tone was clearly flattering, as if someone had deliberately taught her to do so, but Lituk, whose brain was in a mess, did not notice this. At this moment, her mind was full of thoughts like, oh no, other people know that I like Orson. I'm so embarrassed. I wish I could just take Orson underground, or live in seclusion in a deserted cave and never come out of the world again. Light? Acacia looked at Light standing there in a daze and waved her hand. In. Lit finally came to his senses and lowered his head with a red face. Teacher Acacia, when did you know? I had my suspicions since the day I found out you were a girl, Acacia said directly. Until recently, I noticed the interactions between you and Orson, and then I heard from others about your daily life with Orson, and I was sure of it. Eh? Anyway, this bottle of medicine can be given to you. Acacia said this and handed the potion to Lit. However, this bottle of medicine has side effects. Ah? Lit was stunned for a moment after hearing this, side effects. What do they mean? Thinking of this, Lit's tone became a little anxious. Teacher Acacia. You never told me before that this medicine has side effects? What a joke. If the side effects were serious ones like poisoning or curse, Lit would even want to commit suicide. Orson was so good to her, but she turned her kindness against him. But you didn't ask before, Lit. It's common sense that medicine is poisonous to some extent. Acacia muttered softly, and then continued, don't worry, don't worry. Although it is a side effect, it's almost the same whether it's there or not. Because this medicine is made from Orson's hair, after drinking it, the hair will grow a lot longer over a period of time. It doesn't matter if you just cut it off. Ha! After hearing these words, Lit's heart finally settled down. P.S. 7K today. The number of subscriptions has been decreasing recently. I think it's because I update too infrequently. So although it's not 10,000 today, it's 3K more than the previous 2 days. I will maintain at least 6K updates per day in the future. Regarding the issue of my long sleep, it should be because I have been taking a painkiller recently to relieve the pain caused by lumbar disc herniation. I will feel sleepy after taking it. I have stopped taking the medicine today. I should be able to stay awake and write during the day tomorrow. If nothing goes wrong, I will be able to see the big chapter update at 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 93, Dr. 1W, but, Lit. After handing the medicine bottle to Lit, Acacia still spoke with some concern. I don't know why you want to disguise your identity, but if you tell Orson that you are a girl, it will be easier for him to accept you. I know. Lit nodded. But, Teacher Acacia, Orson is already with Senior Olivia. As she said this, she expressed her inner worries. As a boy, I can still get closer to Orson, but once Orson knows that I'm a girl and realizes the difference between men and women, oh, so that's what you're worried about. Acacia nodded in understanding. But, Acacia said afterwards, it's not a good idea to keep going like this, right? Think about it. Since Orson likes Olivia now, it proves that he is heterosexual. And you, who show a boyish personality, will never be able to compete with Olivia. Even if you go through all the trouble to pull Orson and Olivia apart and make Orson fall in love with you, do you think that at that time, what Orson likes will be the real you? You psychologically turned Orson from straight to gay, but in reality you were still a girl and he was still straight. Didn't he feel disgusted at that time? I'm afraid Virgil will have more chances than you by then. On the way back to Imperial College, Virgil couldn't help but sneeze. Lit lowered his head, pondered for a long time, and then nodded. Teacher Acacia, you are right, but, forget it, I know you have your concerns. Acacia patted Lit's shoulder. But, as my student, I won't allow you to be worse than anyone else, even in terms of snatching men. So, even if it's just for the sake of the teacher's face, you must get Orson back. Acacia stared into Lit's eyes and said, at the very least, if you can't bear to make Orson hate Olivia, you have to become Orson's favorite. After Acacia's guidance, Lit felt much better, and then looked at Acacia gratefully and nodded. Teacher Acacia, don't worry, I will definitely not let you down. That's good. Acacia was satisfied upon seeing this. Okay, the class is almost over, and I'm going to go back to sleep. After saying this, Acacia waved to Lit and left the classroom. Leaving Lit standing there in a daze, back in her dormitory, Acacia looked at Triss, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room drinking coffee, and sighed helplessly. I basically did everything you arranged for me, but is it really a good idea to force the relationship between Lit and Orson? It's okay, you have to believe me, this will only benefit Lit and Orson. Triss said. I have secretly observed Lit's personality. She should be a very introverted type. If we don't give her a push, Lit will only miss Orson, and she will regret it for the rest of her life. No matter what, an unbreakable bond has been established between them. In this case, what we can do is to make this bond tighter. But don't you think that doing this is beyond our duties as teachers? Hikacia asked, maybe. Triss nodded. But I don't want our students to stagnate because of emotional problems. Then shouldn't we cut off our relationship? Do you think it's possible? Even someone as strong as Alice Sama couldn't get rid of human emotions, so how could anyone else do it? Okay. Hikacia sighed. Come on, Orson. In the student union office, Olivia continued to attack Orson as usual. After class at noon today, the two agreed to come to the student union early. Olivia prepared lunchboxes for two people, in order to avoid Lit and Lienka, and also to create an opportunity for the two to be alone. Olivia picked up a shrimp, held it in her hand, and handed it to Orson's mouth. Orson swallowed the shrimp somewhat embarrassedly, and then praised Olivia. It's delicious. He said this, glancing away with a slightly red face. That's good. Olivia heard this, supported her face and turned her head to look at Orson, revealing a happy smile from the bottom of her heart. Looking at Olivia's smile, Orson was a little stunned. Ahem, good afternoon. Just as the two were looking at each other and their heads were getting closer and closer, there was a knock on the door and Manuel walked into the room. Good afternoon, Manuel. Orson nodded. Olivia was a little annoyed. The romantic atmosphere that he and Orson had finally created was broken by Manuel, who suddenly broke in. However, Manuel, who was devoted to the work of the student union, did not notice the strange look in Olivia's eyes. Instead, he went straight to the point. President Orson, the arrangements for the midterm and final exams have been announced. As he said this, he handed a form to Orson. Teacher Triss asked me to bring it to you. Orson took the form, looked at it, and frowned. Why did the time for going out for training come forward? According to the regulations of the college, the first half of each academic year is mainly spent in the college, while the second half of the semester will be organized for field experience in the early spring. Generally, the entire grade goes to a large area, and each class is responsible for a different area in the large area. I heard from Teacher Triss that it seems that because of the problem with the orcs in the east, the training in the second half of the semester may be to organize a unified team to go to the east to fight against the orcs, so we have to go out for training in advance in the first half of the semester. Okay. Orson nodded. Since this is the decision of the board of directors, then let's do it. Historically, there have been cases where the Imperial Academy's course schedule had to be temporarily changed due to major events in the Empire. For example, when the orcs invaded 18 years ago, all the students of the Imperial Academy were sent out to fight against the orcs. At that time, nearly 100 students died in the war against the orcs. Today, they are still the pride of the Imperial Academy and are buried in the cemetery within the Academy. Going back further, the Imperial Academy changed its course schedule during the Imperial Civil War, the fight against foreign invaders, and the three major expansions. So, the midterm exam will have a higher weight this time than in previous years? Yes. Manuel nodded. After all, no one was sure whether the subsequent training would be cancelled, so the council take this midterm test very seriously. Okay, then Manuel, please report to the board of directors. The student union will cooperate with the board of directors' decision. Orson said this and looked at Manuel. Okay. Manuel nodded and left the office. Chapter 77. At this time, Olivia sighed slightly. What's wrong? Orson looked at Olivia puzzledly. As for the orc problem, the dukedom of Antica should be the first to bear the brunt, right? The dukedom of Antica is not strong to begin with. It won't be that easy to deal with the orcs' comeback this time, right? Olivia said with some worry in her tone. Although I heard that other duchies are ready to help the dukedom of Antica, after all, it won't be their homeland that will be harmed. Moreover, they don't understand the principle that the lips and teeth are interdependent. Yes. Orson nodded after hearing this. As the barrier of the eastern part of the empire, once Antica falls, the orcs can invade Prussia, Lucia, and the royal territory through Antica. These three territories have also contributed the most. But the three duchies behind, Aragon, Orleans, and Naples, contributed relatively little. However, since Aragon and Orleans have a good personal relationship with our family, they provided a lot of money in food. Only Naples was unwilling to contribute money in food, and only sent 5,000 peasant conscripts, and asked us to treat those peasants as allies. During this period, Orson and Lucius also exchanged letters. Orson mainly reported his safety to his family and gave feedback on Lit's progress. Lucius mainly mentioned the affairs of the duchy to Orson and asked for Orson's opinion. In Lucius's opinion, regardless of whether Orson would inherit the position of duke in the future, with his current abilities, he was already capable of participating in the decision-making of all matters major and minor in the dukedom, and Orson did not disappoint Lucius's expectations, and the advice he gave in some decision-making really helped Lucius a lot. I seriously doubt that Napoli sent so many people here not to help us fight, but to eat our food. Orson said this angrily. Giovanni's move was very insidious. If Lucius sent 5,000 cannon fodder to die, it would not be a big loss for Giovanni, but Giovanni could take the opportunity to attack Lucius and demand compensation from him, and if Lucius did not send these 5,000 cannon fodder to die, their combat capability would basically be unable to carry out any military mission, and they could only sit in the back and eat up the rice jar. The key point is that he couldn't refuse Giovanni. If he refused, the other party would have an excuse not to provide assistance in the future. At a time when the country is in crisis, they are still doing more harm than good. They really have no idea what they are doing. Alas. Olivia shook her head after hearing this. Our two families have a pretty good relationship. If it doesn't work out, I'll write a letter to my father and ask him to provide more assistance. It's okay. Orson smiled and looked at Olivia. You haven't even married me yet, and you're already using all your family's stuff to support me. Isn't that a bad idea? Hearing Orson say this, Olivia's pretty face also blushed slightly, and then poked Orson's arm and muttered softly. Why didn't I see that you were so frivolous before? That's because you weren't that close to me before. Orson smiled. Or do you think I'm not good like this? No, Orson is Orson. I like all kinds of Orsons. Olivia said. In short, although the orcs are difficult to deal with, they are not impossible to deal with. Didn't my father drive them out 18 years ago? Duke William has given us a lot of assistance. If we get more, the earls under him might be dissatisfied. The orcs gathered in the desert in the east of the empire. The climate in the desert was very harsh. Most of the orcs made a living by hunting, and their community organization was mainly in the form of tribes. Compared to humans, orcs have a shorter adulthood period, and an orc usually reaches physical maturity in 8 or 9 years. The prime age of orcs lasts for 50 years. Once they have passed their prime, except for the shamans and witch doctors who practice magic, they will age rapidly and then be deemed worthless by the tribe and abandoned in the desert to fend for themselves. In battle, the most common group of humans who would go into battle would be fathers and sons, and at most 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren would serve in the army at the same time. Among the orcs, it is normal for 3 generations to appear in the army at the same time, and there may even be a situation where 5 generations of a family serve in the army at the same time. At the same time, due to genetic reasons, most individuals in the entire orc tribe will be full of muscles after adulthood. Even without training, their strength can reach the first to second level of humans. Of course, there are also orcs who are born. These thin individuals do not engage in fighting in the orc tribe, but the daily complicated work in the tribe is left to these thin laborers. Some tribes would even throw children who were born weak and unsuitable to be warriors off a cliff. In the orc group, they can be roughly divided into chiefs, shamans / witch doctors / small leaders, warriors, women, children and laborers. Most orc tribes have a population of several thousand people, and there are large tribes with tens of thousands of people. However, in the battle with the human empire 18 years ago, these tribes, as the main force of the orc coalition, were killed as a warning to others after the war, and were used as typical examples of dissidents and were thoroughly cleared out by the Imperial Army. As for why the Imperial Army did not continue to go deeper into the desert to wipe out all the orcs, it was because the desert environment was too harsh. Apart from orcs and some drought-resistant creatures, no animals could survive here. The Imperial Army once sent an army of more than 50,000 people deep into the desert, but in the end less than half of them returned. When questioned, it was learned that most of the soldiers died from infectious diseases caused by the harsh environment of the desert. Therefore, every time the Empire launched a large-scale crackdown on orcs, it would ultimately only be superficial. Many orc tribes hid in the depths of the desert, dormant for several generations, and then made a comeback again. On the other side, in a small town in the Duchy of Antica, a man with only one arm staggered into a clinic. On the mainland, not everyone can enjoy the treatment of a pastor, so facilities such as medical clinics and the profession of doctors came into being. Doctor, the masked man shouted. Of course, in order to make himself look less suspicious, he had taken off his mask at this moment. Under the mask was a bearded face that looked quite rugged. "Here I come." A young doctor in a white coat and glasses came out. When he saw the masked man, he was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Hey, sir, what are you doing? I was hunted down by my enemies in another city before, and I had no choice but to lose an arm and escape here." The masked man said this, took out his wallet, took out 2 gold coins and handed them to the doctor. "Doctor, please take a look at my arm and give it a simple treatment." This won't work." The doctor said this, walked up, took a closer look at the severed part of the masked man's arm, and then said, "You must have walked through the woods. This part of your arm was scratched by a branch and has started to get infected." "No, no." He shook his head. "The wound has already started to rot. I can't save you here." Having said this, he waved his hand. "You'd better seek help from someone else." The doctor said this and put the 2 gold coins back into the masked man's wallet. Upon hearing this, the masked man could no longer bear it. He took out his dagger and put it on the doctor's neck. "Let me ask you one more question, can you save him?" The doctor was frightened by his action, and a trace of cold sweat ran down his forehead. Seeing this, he nodded quickly. "Yes, I can save you." He reached out and took 2 more gold coins from the masked man's wallet. "That is, you can't just bandage it, otherwise the infection will only get worse, and then no matter how good the healing potion is, it won't be able to save your life." "Okay, then tell me, what should I do specifically?" "I have an anesthetic here that can numb your body's senses. While your senses are numb, I will help you clean the rotten flesh on your wound, disinfect it, and bandage it properly." "But I really can't do anything about your broken limb." "You can only find a professional to make you a prosthesis, or ask a big guy to perform limb restoration surgery on you. I can't do these in my small place." "It's okay." The masked man was relieved after hearing that. "As long as you can help me clean the wound." "Okay, then lie down on the table inside." The doctor said this and pushed his glasses. "Okay." The masked man said this and lay down on the bed. Then, when he saw the doctor close the door of the clinic, his body tensed up again. "Why are you closing the door?" asked the masked man. "Sir, I will perform surgery on you. I need to clean the rotten flesh, bandage and disinfect it. The scene is quite bloody and cannot be seen by outsiders. And you also want to keep your identity confidential, right?" Upon hearing this, the masked man immediately grasped his dagger alertly. "Oh, don't worry, urgent." Seeing him like that, the doctor smiled again and tried to comfort the masked man. "I usually receive many illegal residents here, and you are just one of them. After all, those who are involved in the underworld would definitely not dare to go to a place like a church. You know how expensive the potions in the alchemy workshop are, so I usually help them with some simple treatments." "Have you ever had any related surgery before?" "Yes, I have done it quite a lot." The doctor said, raised his head and thought for a moment, then said, "For example, before, I sterilized Mrs. Sunny's dog and sterilized Mr. Stefan's goose through the intestines, so you are a veterinarian?" Upon hearing this, the masked man pretended to get up and leave. "Oh, I was just joking." The doctor quickly held down the masked man. "Didn't I tell you before that I have helped many illegal immigrants deal with corpses and their physical problems? What I told you before were just some of the legitimate jobs I do to make money. I have performed amputations and razor blade removals, and the patients have given me positive reviews." "Okay." The masked man finally felt relieved. Then, the doctor brought a bottle of medicine and handed it to the masked man. "Okay, here's the bottle of anesthetic solution. Drink it all, or I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the pain later." "Okay." The masked man nodded and drank it. "By the way, I've lived for so many years and have been to many clinics. Why haven't I seen things like anesthetic water in other clinics? Ah, I also received this potion not long ago." The doctor said this, put on a mask and gloves, and took out a scalpel. "That is, a person who was very genius in alchemy made this potion, and then asked me to try it on others to see its effect." "So you haven't tried this medicine on anyone else before?" "Of course. I've been here for a month and haven't met anyone who needs this potion. You're lucky to be one of the first customers to try out the anesthetic potion. The masked man was too tired to complain in his heart. It seemed that he had become a guinea pig in the experiment. How do you feel now? Try moving your fingers, the doctor suddenly asked. The masked man tried to move his fingers and found that he had lost sensation from the neck down. Your anesthesia seems to be quite effective. I really can't feel it. That's fine. Upon hearing this, the doctor nodded with relief. Then he quickly pinched the masked man's cheeks with one hand and reached into the masked man's mouth with the other hand to take out the poison sac in the masked man's mouth. What are you doing? The masked man looked at the doctor's actions and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. I just saw it. Is this thing in your mouth a poison sac? When I perform surgery, I routinely check whether the patient is carrying any prohibited items. This is obviously a bit excessive. Put it back to me, said the masked man in a cold voice. No, that won't work. What if you bite the venom sac in pain and accidentally die here? I don't want you to be a stain on my career. Then finish the operation for me quickly, the masked man urged. Don't be anxious, the effect of the medicine has not yet worn off. The doctor said this, took out a rope, tied the masked man's body tightly to the operating table, and then pressed a button. A staircase leading downwards suddenly appeared behind the operating table, and the doctor pushed the operating table into the basement. What are you doing? The masked man couldn't help but ask. Do you need to tie the rope for surgery? Oh, sorry, I need to perform surgery here. The doctor said this, washed his gloves with water, and then picked up the scalpel. The scalpel and the lens reflected white light, which made the masked man feel a chill in his heart. You just said that we should wait until the effect of the drug wears off before doing the surgery. What do you mean? Also, why did you push me into the basement? Let me answer your last question first. The doctor said this with a professional smile. I am doing this to protect your privacy because you are actually a killer, right? The masked man was shocked. Then, I will answer your previous question. The reason why you have to wait until the effect of the drug wears off is because, after the effect of the drug wears off, you will feel pain. When the time comes, I will not torture you. It will be so troublesome. As he said this, the doctor's voice gradually became colder. Although I was asked to do this, I am quite good at human anatomy. I know how to cut your flesh so that you will not die but will feel great pain. When the time comes, you'd better not say anything. This way, I can clearly see your blood vessels one by one and deepen my understanding of the human body. You. Who are you? The masked man was suddenly terrified, and even his voice trembled. It's not that he didn't try to struggle, but not to mention that he had lost an arm. He was very weak. He had just drunk the anesthetic and had no control over his body at all, so he couldn't resist even if he wanted to. Who am I? You should have a better idea of who I am now, right? The doctor said, approaching the masked man with a scalpel. Although I am an ordinary doctor, I occasionally receive missions from nobles to help them interrogate suspects. Oh, right, I almost forgot. The anesthetic only numbs the sensation below your neck. You can still feel your head, right? As the doctor said this, he gently tapped the masked man's cheek with the scalpel. The masked man couldn't help but shiver when he felt the cold touch of the scalpel. Then he let out a howl of pain. His right ear was cut off directly, and because the blood vessels in the ear were hit, blood spurted out directly. I'm sorry, when I'm interrogating someone, I value the prisoner's self-awareness. If they don't speak out voluntarily, I think they're challenging my authority. The doctor said this, wiped the blood off the scalpel with his hand, and then looked at the masked man. Chapter 78. So, are you going to reveal your identity, Mr. Killer? You will die. The masked man said this, enduring the pain and cursing the doctor. You devil! Put! The doctor couldn't help laughing when he heard that. I'm doing my job of saving lives, how can I be considered a demon? On the contrary, you are the one who took action against other people's parents. This kind of thing is what a devil does, right? Having said this, seeing that the masked man did not respond, the doctor pressed his head again and then gently scraped his face with the scalpel. The sharp scalpel went deeper and deeper, and soon, a piece of flesh on the masked man's right cheek was completely cut off. During this process, intense pain was transmitted along the nerves to the brain, and the masked man suddenly felt like he was going to faint. At this moment, the doctor noticed out of the corner of his eye that the masked man's body twitched and then struggled violently. Oh! The effect of the medicine wears off so quickly. The doctor showed a look of surprise, and then smiled. Then it seems that we don't have to start from scratch. The masked man, who had regained consciousness, felt happy at first and tried to control his body to struggle, but his body ached uncontrollably. The rope used to bind my body seemed to be specially reinforced, and my resistance was no way to break free from the strong rope. Then, he felt a sharp pain in the fingers of his right hand. My thumb was bent backwards and it seemed that I couldn't use it normally. Tell me, where are you from and who sent you here? The doctor's voice was still steady and deep, and sounded very kind. If I didn't know what he was doing, I would have thought he was performing surgery. Ah, that's not necessary. The doctor suddenly changed his tone. I suddenly felt that instead of letting you play the interrogation game with me, it would be better to skip the interrogation directly. Anyway, you can't get anything out of it, right? As he said this, the doctor broke the masked man's index finger. Every time it bent, there was a crisp sound of broken bones, followed by the masked man's screams. Every time a finger was broken, it was accompanied by a piercing pain. The key point was that the doctor broke the fingers rhythmically, which even allowed the masked man to guess when his next finger would be broken. This feeling of despair and powerlessness gradually caused the masked man's defenses to collapse. That's right, scream louder. Scream louder. The doctor said this and laughed crazily. Just when the doctor was about to bend the little finger, the masked man suddenly begged for mercy. Please, spare me. Please, he said humbly, no longer caring about the slightest bit of his dignity. Oh? Are you willing to tell me? If I tell you everything, can you cure me? The masked man said this and asked. Are you bargaining with me? The doctor looked at the masked man and suddenly laughed. Then, accompanied by a crisp breaking sound, the masked man's last finger was declared invalid. Next is the toes. The doctor said this and gently scraped the masked man's skin with a scalpel. You devil, the masked man cursed again. Then, accompanied by a crisp sound, the bone of the big toe also broke. It is said that the fingers are connected to the heart. This time the masked man could no longer bear it and he begged for mercy loudly. Please, let me go, I'll tell you everything, everything. Oh? After hearing what the masked man said, the doctor lost interest. He threw the scalpel aside and stood in front of the masked man. You don't want anything from me this time? No. I don't ask for anything more. As long as you don't continue to torture me, okay. The doctor nodded. Then tell me, who is your superior? Who gave you the commission? I'm from the Iron Wolf mercenary group, stationed in the direct territory. Usually, I'm responsible for taking orders for the nobles to eliminate their enemies to support my family. My boss is the leader of the Iron Wolf mercenary group, Mudrick, and I am the deputy leader of the mercenary group. Then, our client, these nobles care most about their reputation, so they usually look for middlemen. Our client is an agent, then tell me who the agent is? I dare not say. If they find out what he said, all the brothers in the Iron Wolf mercenary group will be expelled. Oh? The doctor laughed when he heard that. Do you think that the safety of your brothers is more important than your own life? No. Then tell me. The masked man hesitated for a long time, and then, as if he had made a great decision, he nodded and told the doctor a code name. I don't know his real name, but his code name is the Angel of Death. Angel of Death? The doctor smiled when he heard this code name. What an interesting code name. Okay, I understand. The doctor nodded after hearing this. Then can you let me go? The masked man said this and looked at the doctor with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Of course, but before that, I want to ask you a few questions and you have to answer them truthfully. Okay. The masked man was about to nod, but when his face moved, the flesh that had just been cut off was pulled, and a pain came, making him unable to help but let out a painful hiss. Have you ever killed anyone? How many people have you killed? Do you think those people deserve to be killed? Hearing these three questions, the masked man was stunned. His brain was thinking about how to answer, but when the doctor saw his eyes, he just shook his head helplessly, then walked up to him, and while he was still thinking about answering, he quickly broke his neck. He had seen this kind of look many times, in the eyes of those who killed innocent people indiscriminately. The reason why they showed such a look was that they were thinking in their hearts how to cover up their crimes. Therefore, he never gives these people a chance. Looking deep into the basement, the doctor shook his head, thinking that it seemed like he had one more body to dissect today. On the other side, Virgil found Orson immediately after returning to school. Seeing the gauze wrapped around Virgil's shoulder, Orson knew what had happened. Orson had mentioned to Lit before that in this world, although there are healing potions made by alchemy that can quickly heal injuries, what replaces it is an increase in drug resistance. Therefore, most people would not easily take healing potions unless they were in a critical situation. Otherwise, if you really find yourself in a critical situation, because you used healing potions for minor injuries in the past, you will develop resistance to the potions, causing the wounds that could have been healed to not heal. Then the gain will be counterproductive. Therefore, many people, if they are not facing a battle immediately after being injured, will choose to simply deal with it, such as going to church or to a clinic. Of course, Virgil was in a hurry to get back and hadn't had time to get treatment. Master Orson, your guess, it's true. Someone is trying to do something bad to Master Leet's parents. How about those people? How many of them were caught? I'm sorry, I was incompetent and failed to capture them alive. However, I found a wolf head tattooed on the attacker's left arms. Oh. Orson nodded. Oh, by the way, we also let someone escape. Judging from his strength, that person should be almost the same as me. Virgil pointed to his shoulder. The wound on my shoulder was caused by him, but according to your wishes, we did not pursue him and just let him escape. Okay, I understand. Master Orson, may I ask why you specifically asked me to let someone escape? Well, because there are others waiting for him, Orson said, smiling at Virgil. If I'm not mistaken, when you were about to capture them alive, they all committed suicide, right? Yes. Virgil nodded. If you don't let him go, he'll kill himself, Orson said. Then he took out a bottle of healing potion. This bottle of potion is for you. Drink it and don't let Li Te know anything. But healing potions generally don't have drug resistance. I'd better go to the church. Virgil said this with some hesitation. That's a normal healing potion. My potion doesn't have any drug resistance, said Orson. Okay. Virgil heard this and took the potion. By the way, Master Orson, did you arrange someone to deal with the person who ran away? Virgil asked curiously. Then, he suddenly realized something and bowed his head to apologize. I'm sorry, Master Orson. I'm overstepping my bounds. I shouldn't be asking these questions. After all, as a trusted subordinate trained by Orson, what he should do is obey, not question. It's okay. If you want to know, I can tell you. Hearing this, Orson waved his hand indifferently. Orson is always honest with people he trusts. I know a man who is quite good at interrogation. He usually looks like a doctor. I always call him doctor anyway. Orson briefly told Virgil about how he met the doctor. Although his name is Doctor, practicing medicine is just his personal interest. His real strength lies in reconnaissance and disguise. To put it bluntly, he is a complete intelligence agent. That was why Orson felt comfortable letting Virgil let the man go. After all, it doesn't matter, the doctor will take action. After listening to the doctor's introduction, Virgil nodded. Orson was willing to tell him his information, proving that he was still ranked higher among Orson's subordinates. Although subordinates should not speculate on their boss's thoughts without authorization, it is still very gratifying to be trusted by their boss. Thinking of this, Virgil prepared to tell Orson about Lit's affairs. Master Orson, on my way back, I accidentally learned some interesting things from Andre and his wife. Do you want to hear about it? Tell me about it. Orson said this and looked at Virgil, who was leaning against the wall, and became interested. The original book did not describe many details about Lituk's original life. It just said that he lived well in the countryside and his parents treated him well. Orson also wanted to hear what Andre and his wife thought of Lit. Then, Virgil sorted out his words and slowly spoke. Andre and his wife, they call Master Lit their daughter. Chapter 94, Self-reporting, 8K, huh? Orson looked at Virgil in surprise. What did you say? Although it may sound a bit shocking, it's true. Virgil then revealed to Orson the details of his conversation with Jenny that day. Originally I thought he was really confused or remembered it wrong, but later I found that his demeanor and expression were not like that at all. After he left, he asked me to keep it a secret. I agreed at the time, but I thought it would be bad not to tell Master Orson what you said. Orson's brain shut down almost instantly. Lee took a girl, thinking back carefully, it seems to be true. She is much thinner than boys of the same age. At first, he thought it was life in the countryside is poor and people are malnourished. Orson's mind gradually recalled what Lit had been like recently. Then, there was a sharp pain in the brain. He felt like an illusion was appearing in front of him. I had a dream that day. In the dream, the darkened girl, Lit, was standing in front of me, looking at me with a smile. No, that was clearly not a smile, but the smug laugh of a hunter after he set his eyes on his prey. Even his eyes were tainted with a hint of madness. Orson at this moment, Lit's voice was no longer forced to be suppressed into the voice of a boy, but instead uttered the elegant and pleasant voice of a girl. Chapter 79. You've discovered me. I guess I have no choice but to lock you up in the basement, the girl said happily, but to Orson, it was like falling into an ice cave, making him unable to move. Looking at Orson who was stunned in front of him, Virgil called him worriedly, but got no response from Orson. Master Orson? Master Orson. Virgil couldn't help but walk forward and shook Orson's shoulder, and he came to his senses. Looking at Virgil in front of him, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I got it. You can go out first. Orson said. Let me be alone and quiet for a while. Okay. Virgil nodded and walked to the door. Oh, right. At this moment, Orson suddenly thought of something and said hurriedly, don't tell Lit about this. I will tell her when the time is right. I see. Virgil said, closing the door. As the door closed, Orson sat in his chair and fell into deep thought. Why did it become like this? The buzzing in my brain hasn't stopped yet. As Virgil spoke, he listened intently, hoping to hear the illogical side of the process, but he couldn't hear it. On the contrary, the more Virgil narrated, the more he felt that Lit was a girl. Until the end, he finally believed it. The hair is long because she is a girl, the body is thin because she is a girl, the skin is fair because she is a girl, and the voice is neutral because she is a girl. Lit was dressed as a man from the beginning to the end, and her disguise was not even very good, but Orson held on to the preconceived idea from the original book and thought that Lit was a boy, and kept giving himself hints in his mind. Until now, this hint has been broken, but why didn't I travel through time and space in the book? The early plot was even as I expected. I also knew and confirmed the personalities of the characters in the book, including Lucius, Mary, and Virgil. Even Letuk's golden finger and the aura of the protagonist have been verified by himself. No, I have to think again about what happened in the original book. Orson thought so in his heart, and began to recall the plot of his previous life's book, but he found that the more he recalled, the less he could remember the plot of the book. Even by the end, I had forgotten the title of the book. The only thing I remember is that Letuk was the protagonist. Orson held his head, a little overwhelmed. The biggest golden finger for traveling to this world is that you know the plot of the original book, but now, his memory of the original book's Lit collapsed in an instant. He couldn't even remember the plot after Lit killed Orson in the original book. Could it be that I have traveled to a world where Letuk is a girl? So who should be the original protagonist in this world line? Is it still Letuk? Orson thought so and recalled what happened to Lit before, just looking at Letuk's early experiences, learning ability, and his sudden burst of strength in desperate situations. It is true that Letuk is still the one who looks most like the protagonist, but I raised her as my younger brother for more than 2 months, but then she told me that Lite is not my younger brother, but my younger sister. The shock this brought to Orson was too strong. No wonder my previous attempts to bring Letuk and Lienka together ended up with no results. How can two things possibly be brought together? Thinking back to Letuk's previous actions, including his vigilance and disgust towards Olivia, he is overly dependent on me, and sometimes he would sleepwalk into my bed and hug me to sleep. Judging from these points of view, Letuk's feelings for him have obviously gone beyond brotherhood or sisterhood, and are developing in the direction of a deformed relationship. This won't do. Orson considers himself a gentleman, and he is unwilling to take advantage of Lit's feelings for him. The liking that Lituk has for himself is more like the respect that a younger generation has for an elder. The reason why teacher-student love is prohibited is that teachers are in a naturally advantageous position in the relationship with students. Students will involuntarily become close to teachers due to various habits, and will also involuntarily carry out the instructions given by teachers and will not try to resist. In this case, the feelings that students develop towards their teachers cannot be simply regarded as love. This is unfair to the students, so it will be prohibited. Similarly, Orson thought the same of Lit. What's more, he now has Olivia, his fiancée, who likes him and he likes her too. There was no future between him and Lituk. Thinking of this, he covered his head. After thinking for a long time, Orson decided not to tell Lit that he already knew she was a girl. He wanted to see what was the reason why Li Tae had always remained a girl. By the way, I also want to see when Li Tae will take the initiative to confess the girl's identity to me. Oh, little girl, you actually kept it a secret from your brother for so long. Orson thought so and shook his head. In short, I still have to train Li Tae in the future. I have done so much for her and I can't give up halfway. Just think of it as if I had changed from raising a younger brother to raising a younger sister. Of course, some minor modifications need to be made to the actions in this world, and one can no longer do things entirely according to previous memories after the world line changes. Although there may be a conclusion at the end, the process is completely different. Orson figured it out and understood a lot. It was also at this time that he realized that he had not only become a so-called character in the book, he had become himself. Every step that follows is unpredictable, and similarly, his own unknown life has begun. On the other side, late at night, when Orson returned to the dormitory, he saw Lituk standing at the door, wearing an apron and waiting for him. In the past, Orson might not have thought much about it, but seeing the look on Lituk's face now, the words little wife suddenly appeared in his mind. After realizing that his thoughts were not right, Orson quickly shook his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind, and then walked into the door. Thank you for your hard work, Lit. It's okay. Lit smiled. Orson is very busy every day, and I just happen to have more free time. As he said this, Lit helped Orson move the chairs at the dining table away and asked him to sit down. Then, Lit, who was supposed to sit opposite, moved her chair next to Orson. Orson felt a little awkward when he saw this action. After all, now that he knew that Li Tae was a girl, he felt a little sorry for Olivia for being so close to her. Sister, why is there a green leaf on your head? In Olivia and Lienka's dormitory, Lienka looked at the green leaf on Olivia's white hair and asked hurriedly. Then she reached out and plucked the green leaves off Olivia's head. Maybe when I was walking on the road, some leaves on the roadside fell on my head. Olivia said nonchalantly. Orson? Seeing Orson's stunned look, Lit waved in front of him. Ah, what's wrong? Orson came back to his senses and looked at Lit. Well, the midterm exams are about to start, and I'm at the 4th level. Li Tae turned his head away and said in a low voice with a blush. Really? Orson was surprised when he heard that, when she first entered school, Lit was at the 3rd level. Now, after only 2 months of practice, she has reached the 4th level. It seems that Lit is likely to reach the 5th level by the end of this semester, and very likely to reach the 6th level after the end of the first academic year. This is quite a fast progress. Orson was at level 6 when he entered school, and it took him a whole school year to stabilize at level 7. Although this is also because it is more difficult to advance as you go further. The speed of advancing 1 level in 2 months is enough to show that Lituk's progress is rapid. Okay, then it seems that you should be able to take first place in the practical subjects. Orson said this and praised Lit with satisfaction. He. Lit smiled proudly after hearing that, and then said, then. Orson, can you touch my head? Ah. Orson was stunned when he heard this. Is Lituk not going to act anymore? Between boys, especially those of similar age, touching the head usually has only one result, which is that one will chase the other and start fighting. I have never heard of a boy asking others to touch his head unless the boy is giving. The reason he touched Lituk's head before was because he subconsciously treated Lituk as a child and thought that this would comfort her. Orson thought about it, looked at Lit, who closed her eyes and waited for him to touch her. In order not to arouse her suspicion, he put his hand on Lit's little head obediently. Then, before Orson could make a move, Lit rubbed upwards gently. It was originally said that Orson touched Lit's head, but instead it turned into Lit rubbing his head against Orson's hand. After a few seconds, Lit reluctantly opened his eyes and left Orson's hand. Then, she blushed and said, but, Orson, I'm worried that my written test score will not be good, so, can you stay and help me with tutoring these few days? Ah. Orson was stunned when he heard this. If he remembered correctly, when Leetuk was studying at home before, he had a photographic memory, right? Thinking of this, Orson couldn't help but say, Leet, I remember that written tests have never been your weak point? Oh, I don't know what's wrong with me lately. I just can't concentrate on my studies. On the contrary, I learn most efficiently when I'm with Orson. Oh my god, that's what they are doing. What a scheming lid. Orson thought about it, smiled, and then said, then I will bring you a test paper tomorrow. If you do well, I will study with you. If you don't do well, you can only study on your own? Eh? Li Tae was stunned when he heard this. That's not right, Orson. Shouldn't I learn by myself if I can do well, and you accompany me if I can't do well? You don't understand, Lit. Orson said, and explained to Lit. That test paper is very difficult. Doing well means your upper limit will be higher. I will accompany you and raise your upper limit. It's okay if you can't do it well. It proves that you are not yet capable of learning more advanced things. You just need to learn what you know well. But, what if I haven't learned what I know well? Li Tae suddenly discovered the logical loophole in it and then asked. Let's talk about this later. Orson changed the subject when he saw that he had failed to fool Lit. Lit, do you find the courses difficult recently? Well, there aren't any difficulties, but I have some questions that I've been wanting to discuss with you, Orson. Okay. Orson nodded. Let's talk about it later. I'm a little tired today. Let's eat first. After dinner, I want to rest for a while. Orson was a little overwhelmed by Lit's continuous offensive, and he had no choice but to give in. Okay. Li Tae pouted and nodded. Then, she brought out chicken soup with familiar ingredients from the kitchen, and handed a bowl to Orson. Orson, since you are ready to rest, drink this to relax. Can chicken soup nourish the mind? It always works. Li Tae said. Look at what happened last time. I felt really energetic the next day. Chapter 80 OK. Orson nodded after hearing this. Then, he drank the chicken soup in front of Lit. It's not too salty or bland, and tastes great. As he said this, he praised Lit, then took a few more bites of the food. After he was full, he stood up in a daze. Li Tae, I'm a little sleepy. Please help me wash the dishes. I'll go upstairs and rest first. Okay. Seeing that this trick always worked, Lit felt secretly happy. An hour later, Lit sneakily opened Orson's door and saw Orson sleeping soundly on the bed. He raised the corners of his mouth with satisfaction. Then she undressed in front of Orson, just like before. Normally when Orson was sleeping, Lit didn't dare to be so bold. Only after Orson took the potion, Lit dared to turn a blind eye and risk being discovered by Orson. Risked exposing his entire body to Orson. Hey, Orson. Lit said this, climbed onto Orson's bed naked, got into Orson's quilt, and rested his head on his arm. It seemed that only by feeling Orson's body temperature could Lit feel at ease. Orson is so weird today. Lit said this and whispered in Orson's ear. You obviously wouldn't reject my coquettishness before, but today you seem to want to avoid me. Well, never mind. Anyway, I just want you to be by my side, Orson. As he said this, Lit hugged Orson and rubbed his little face gently against Orson's face. Orson, who was sleeping nearby, felt a surge of turmoil in his heart at this moment. When Orson saw Lit bring him chicken soup today, he felt something was wrong. The last time I slept very deeply, it was Li Tae who made chicken soup for me, and I drank it without any preparation. The next day, when Orson woke up, he felt a sense of relief but also a sense of fear. I have never slept so soundly. If someone plotted against me while I was sleeping, wouldn't it be easy to succeed? Because of this, Orson checked his body afterwards and found that there was some magic power remaining in his body. In other words, someone drugged him. Although he didn't want to think about it, Orson still had to put the guest target on Lit. Eventually, Orson detected similar magical residue in the kitchen sink. Sure enough, Lit still had evil intentions towards him. After learning about this, Orson did not immediately blame Lit. After all, he had checked his body and found nothing abnormal except drowsiness. Is it possible that Leetuk really feels too tired and wants to have a good sleep? Orson thought so when eating today. When Orson saw Lit brought out the same chicken soup, he knew without a second thought that the sleeping potion used before was put in it, so Orson wanted to see what Lit wanted to do to him. Therefore, after drinking the chicken soup, Orson quickly finished his meal, and then went to the bathroom and vomited out the chicken soup using the primitive method of vomiting. Although the effect of the medicine had begun to take effect, after Orson vomited out the chicken soup, the remaining medicinal power was not enough to make Orson fall asleep, and it only made Orson dizzy. Afterwards, Orson used magic to keep himself awake, and then lay on the bed pretending to sleep until Lit arrived. My goodness, Orson now wishes he could just lie down on the bed and fall asleep. In his heart, he had a rough estimate of Lituk's feelings for him, but he didn't expect that. Lituk's feelings for him were even stronger than he expected. As this reached the point where it can no longer be given up, Orson could even imagine that if he decisively said no to Lit, this little girl would definitely turn evil, and then use the protagonist's halo to tie him up in the basement, and it was not impossible for the thing he had dreamed of before to happen. Why, Orson still can't figure it out. He was only fulfilling his duties and responsibilities as an older brother in taking good care of Lituk. Why did Lituk have such unreasonable expectations of him and want to be a rebellious sister? Feeling Lit touching him, Orson's heartbeat quickened. As luck would have it, Lit lay on Orson at this time, with his head resting on Orson's chest. "Orson, your heart is beating so fast," Lit said a little absent-mindedly, and then he suddenly woke up and looked at Orson. When a normal person sleeps, their heartbeat is usually very steady, and it was the same last time when I lay on Orson's chest, but today, Orson's heartbeat was clearly not right. At this time, Orson opened his eyes and looked at Lit. "Orson, are you awake?" "Yeah." Orson nodded. "Sorry, Lit, I was awake the whole time." At this time, Lit's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then, she covered her chest with her hands, snatched all of Orson's quilt, and wrapped her body. "Orson, Light, do you still want to tell me that it was because of sleepwalking?" At this time, Orson came clean. Lit was stunned. She didn't know why, but today's medicine had no effect on Orson. Disaster. Could it be that the medicine that teacher Hikasha gave him was fake? Or has Orson developed drug resistance? Lit didn't know, but it was obvious that the situation at the moment was not good for Lit. As long as Orson looked down, he could see the clothes she had taken off on the ground, including the cloth strip he had used to wrap around his chest. Putting all this aside, Orson definitely saw it when he opened his eyes just now. Although her breasts were not huge, they still had the curves of a normal girl. Orson could see them as long as he looked down slightly. "I'm sorry, Orson." Lit finally lowered his head in disappointment. Maybe after what happened today, Orson will lock the door to himself forever. When he thought of this, Lit felt extremely regretful. There's no need to be so anxious, but when he thought of Olivia, who was about to get married with Orson, and when he thought of that despicable woman holding Orson's arm and showing a provocative look to him, Lit could not control his inner attachment to Orson. "Orson, please listen to my explanation." As he said this, Lit became a little anxious. "There's no rush for these," Orson said, and then he looked down at the ground. "Lit, what's with those strips of cloth?" Sure enough, Orson found it after all. Lit thought about this and started to find excuses. She rolled her eyes and said, "Well, I was injured during training recently, so I used a bandage to bandage the wound, but it's quite clean." Orson said, got out of bed and picked up the strip of cloth on the ground. When you hold it in your hand, you can smell a faint fragrance. Orson knew about breast wraps. In his impression, these strips of cloth were tightly wrapped around the chest and armpits, and if they were not cleaned properly, they would have a strong smell. It seems that Lit usually changes and washes his clothes frequently. No, it seems that my focus was wrong. This kind of cloth doesn't look like it's for wrapping wounds. There's not a trace of blood on it. Orson said this and pretended to put the cloth to his nose and smelled it. The aroma is more obvious, and there seems to be a faint milky scent. Lit blushed as he watched Orson's actions, but she couldn't go down to grab it. After all, she was naked and had to rely on Orson's big quilt to cover her body. "Forget it, let's not worry about it." Orson said this, picking up Lit's clothes one by one from the ground and putting them on the bed. "I'll go downstairs and take a walk first. You go back to your room and put on your clothes. Then come back to explain these issues to me." Orson said this and walked out of the room alone. Standing on the street outside the dormitory, Orson was also a little dazed. What happened to me just now? Knowing that Litua was a girl, I took Litua's bra and put it to my nose to smell it. Is this action any different from those perverts who like girls' underwear? This is not like my usual self. Will Lee Took think I am a pervert because of this incident? It seemed that he had also been brought into a state of confusion by the somewhat charming atmosphere just now. It was just right that during this time out, Orson could enjoy the evening breeze and let his brain return to normal. A few minutes later, Orson returned to the dormitory and knocked on Lit's door. Lit, have you changed your clothes? Well, it's changed. Lit said and nodded. Then, Orson opened the door of the room. After seeing Lit in the room, Orson held his breath instantly. At this moment, Lite was wearing the maid outfit that he had worn during the school festival. At this moment, she pinched the hem of her skirt and looked at Orson awkwardly. Light, I asked you to change your clothes, not women's clothes. Orson couldn't help but say. Can't this little girl wait to blow herself up? Orson. Lit started to speak with some stammering. Then, as if she had made sufficient mental preparations, she said, Orson, I'm sorry, I lied to you and everyone before. I'm actually a girl. The reason why I wear this dress is because there are no other girls' clothes in the closet, so, as he said this, Litton's voice became much lighter, without the forced and suppressed neutral voice from before. Good man, this time, I really let Lit blow myself up. Upon hearing this, Orson just walked into the room silently, closed the door, and then sat in Lit's chair. It's okay, I'll buy you new clothes later. Orson said. He never thought that Lit would actually blow himself up. The reason why I chose to wake up before was to remind Lit to pay attention to the distance between the two of us. After all, if it were before, Orson might have allowed himself to suffer a little considering Lit's inner self-esteem, but now it is different. Orson already has Olivia. Although it was Lit who took the initiative, Orson feels sorry for Olivia in his heart. The result was that Orson used too much force, and Lit felt that he could no longer hide it, so he simply confessed to Orson. Orson, aren't you angry? I lied to you for so long. Seeing that Orson didn't seem surprised at all, Lit was surprised instead. Why should I be angry? Orson looked at Lit in confusion. It doesn't matter if you are a man or a woman, as long as you are Lit, isn't it all right? It's nothing more than changing from my brother to my sister. It's nothing. Well, then Orson, why don't you ask why? If you are willing to tell me why, I will listen. But if you have something to hide and don't want to say it, I won't ask. Well, then I'll tell Orson. Please don't laugh at me. Lee Took said this and lowered his head. What's so funny about this? It's because you, Lee Took, have always been disguised as a man that you were framed for such a thing before, right? Lite thought for a moment, and then said, actually, the reason is very simple. That is to say, in our countryside, boys are valued more than girls. Father Andre and Mother Jenny felt that since I grew up in the countryside, if I went to the Duke's mansion as a girl, I would definitely be excluded, so they let me disguise myself as a boy. Okay, so that's how it is. Upon hearing this, Orson nodded in understanding. This reason is indeed outrageous, but considering that Lit's parents are both country people, it seems reasonable. Although the differences between men and women at the aristocratic level were not so obvious, female nobles were not uncommon in the history of the empire, but in the countryside, it is obvious that men have stronger labor force after adulthood and are more liked by their parents. Chapter 81. Then why are you confessing to me now? It's because of many reasons. Lit said, looking up at Orson. I've met Olivia and Lienka, and other girls, and I found that among the nobles, the difference between men and women is not that big. People care more about blood relationship. Yes, that's true. Orson nodded. And then, I'm a little jealous of Senior Olivia. Jealous? Orson was stunned when he heard this. Yeah. Lite said, nodding firmly. I'm sure, that feeling is definitely jealousy. I feel uncomfortable when I see Senior Olivia and you, Orson, together, especially when I don't have a suitable reason to be with Orson. Also, I'm jealous that you, Orson, are shy about Olivia's intimate actions because she's a girl, but you take my actions for granted because you think I'm a boy. Plus you found out today. So, I thought I should just confess this to you directly. So, Lit. Orson said this, looking at Lit, his eyes clearer. Your feelings for me are not that simple, right? Yes. Seeing Orson asking about this matter, Lit's eyes lit up. Orson, did you notice that too? I like you, Orson. Having said that, Lit couldn't help but move closer to Orson. Hey, Orson, you can understand my feelings, right? During this period of time, I have been suppressing my feelings for you. Now, I can finally say it out loud. I am really, really happy. Looking at Lit getting closer and closer to him, Orson couldn't feel happy. Chapter 95, Killing Angel, 1W, Light. Finally, Orson spoke. What's the matter, Orson? Do you agree to get rid of Olivia? No. Orson shook his head. I know how you feel about me, but I have to tell you, your feelings are not true love between men and women. Eh? Lit was stunned when he heard that, and then he got a little angry. Why did Orson deny his feelings for him? Could it be possible that his feelings for him were fake? Let me tell you exactly what happened. Seeing that Lit looked a little dissatisfied, Orson hurriedly began to explain. First of all, Lit, you grew up in the countryside. Your parents knew you were a girl, so you stayed at home all the time, right? That's not the case. Lit shook his head. I in the countryside, at least when they are young, girls and boys both like to play outside, but staying at home and cooking when they grow up is another matter. Anyway, you were raised as a daughter when you were a child, right? Yeah. Lit nodded after hearing that. So, think about it, have you ever been close to boys since you were a child? Oh, that's true, no. Lit shook his head. My parents don't let me play with the kids in the village. They say that playing with them will lead me astray. In fact, the reason why Andre and Jenny didn't let Lit play with the children in the village was mainly because they wanted to find a good family in the city for Lit to marry into in the future. After all, their daughter was quite pretty. If they get along well with the kids in the village and become childhood sweethearts and get married, Andre and his wife will have no way to stop it, so they can only take precautions in advance. Yes. Orson said this, his tone rising. It's because you grew up in a relatively independent environment. People in the village don't know you very well. You live a lonely life and have few contacts with boys. So, after you first met me, you thought I was very nice to you, right? Orson, you have always been very nice to me. Upon hearing this, Lit pouted in dissatisfaction. No. Orson hurriedly shook his head. This kind of kindness is the kindness between family members. I already feel guilty about you, so I will definitely treat you better. Having said this, Orson looked at Lit. Listen, Lit, the reason why you feel like you like me and rely on me is because in the short term, I am the only decent man around you. You are like other people, like Donnie and Tyrell, who are completely negative examples. It is because of their existence that you feel that I am the only one who treats you well, and then you rely on me unconditionally. Believe me, you think this feeling is the love between lovers. That's not actually the case at all. Then, Orson, tell me, what are the feelings between lovers like? Lit said this and looked at Orson. The so-called perfect lovers should be the kind of people who can understand each other's minds and know what the other person wants without too much greeting. They should be the kind of people who can still feel each other's heartbeats when they meet again, even if they have met many times before. If you fall head over heels in love with someone after just meeting him, you are shallow-minded. Only after meeting many people can you understand your true heart. To put it bluntly, Lit, you still don't know enough good men now, said Orson. Then Orson, what do you want to do to make you believe that my love for you is real? Seeing that Orson was about to reject him, Lit asked hurriedly. First of all, you have to understand that I am your brother. But aren't we related by blood? Upon hearing this, Orson couldn't help but feel a headache. Then secondly, you have to know that I am engaged to someone else, and this engagement cannot be cancelled at will. But Orson, aren't you married to Olivia yet? TSK. Seeing that Lit was insisting on pestering him, Orson suddenly felt troubled. If you reject her, she might turn evil. If you don't reject her, Olivia might turn evil. After thinking about it, Orson said, well, Lituk, let's make a deal, shall we? What agreement? When you have met enough people and have gained enough experience, if you still feel that I am the right person for you, then we can discuss this matter again, okay? The only way to deal with a yandere is to give in temporarily and give her a little hope so that she doesn't completely turn evil and become a yandere. Orson did this not only to protect Lit's safety, but also to protect his own future safety. After all, he didn't want to give me the hatchet, although Lituk's current strength is not as strong as Chidao's own. Who would have thought that Lituk, as the protagonist, would have any trump cards? For example, after being stimulated, his cultivation level improved by leaps and bounds from then on, and finally on the day of his wedding with Olivia, he came to the continent with the status of a 10th level cultivator and forcibly snatched the bride. Finally, he locked himself in the basement and imprisoned himself for the rest of his life. This kind of thing is definitely possible. Orson's scalp tingled just thinking about it. He looked at Lit opposite him. At this moment, Lit was thinking with his head down. How is it? Orson asked. It is necessary for Lituk to finalize the agreement at this time. Although this agreement depends largely on the trustworthiness of the two people, it is just a piece of waste paper when Lituk turns evil, but it is better to have it than nothing. Okay. Lit raised his head and looked at Orson. But I have one condition. Whatever conditions you have, just name them, Lite. By that time, if I still like you, Orson, I hope that we can do more than just discuss it. It would be best if we can just confirm it directly. The reason why Lit agreed to Orson's request was that he had considered a lot. First of all, Lit already has a lot more feelings for Olivia at the beginning, and Orson definitely likes Olivia now, but for Lit, Orson's feelings are at most good brothers, and now good siblings. If Lit keeps pestering him, crying, making a fuss, and even threatening to commit suicide, Orson's feelings for him will only continue to decline, and then it will be a question whether he can stay with Orson. Lit's current strength is not enough to support her to tie Orson back to the basement. Therefore, Lit is now trying to get more relaxed conditions for himself on the basis of agreeing to Orson's request. Just like taking some addictive substances, Orson is now Lit's addiction. If he goes too far and quits using Orson directly, Lit himself will definitely go crazy. And now, even if they are just using the identity of siblings to do some things that siblings should do, and occasionally get a little closer, it can help Lit's Orson addiction to be relieved a lot. After that, it is time to accumulate strength. When he is strong enough to ignore all obstacles that prevent him and Orson from being together, that is when Lituk will break the contract and completely hold Orson in his hands. At that time, no matter what Orson said, Lit would not let him go. Orson hesitated when he heard this. It's not easy for him to confirm this kind of thing directly. How about it? Otherwise, if we just discuss it, and Orson doesn't agree, I still won't get anything, which is too unfair to me. Okay. Orson thought for a long time and then nodded. Anyway, experience is something that depends purely on personal judgment. As long as Orson insists that Lit doesn't have enough experience, there is no way the two of them will be able to succeed. That's it. Lit said this, stretched out a hand, and then put his little finger in front of Orson. Orson was stunned when he saw this familiar action. Let's make a pinky promise. Lit said. In our countryside, if you make an agreement with someone, you have to make a pinky promise. Otherwise, it won't count. Okay. Orson nodded after hearing this, then he stretched out his little finger and hooked it with Lit's fingers. After the two of them hooked their fingers for a few seconds, Lit let go and looked at Orson. By the way, Orson, I have a question, huh? Orson looked puzzled when he heard this. You should have known that I was a girl before? When did you know? Huh? Can you see that? Orson was a little surprised. Yeah. Lit nodded. After all, when I took the initiative to talk to Orson about my gender, Orson didn't look surprised at all. It felt to me like they knew it in advance and were waiting for me to reveal my true colors. Lite is a smart girl. After experiencing so many big events for her, she can still analyze these things calmly. Okay, Lit, you guessed it right. Orson said this and simply revealed his cards. It just so happened that the cause of this incident was related to the Yandere couple, and he was just about to report the Yandere couple's affairs to Lit. I know this because Virgil told me. Orson said this and told him all the details that Virgil had reported to him, said it out. Of course, in order to protect your privacy, I asked Virgil not to tell anyone. You can rest assured that Virgil is absolutely loyal to me. If I don't let him tell, he will definitely keep his mouth shut. Is that so? Lite nodded. Well, Orson, don't tell anyone else that I'm a girl. Of course you can, but, Lit, can you tell me why? Orson looked at Lit with some confusion, and then asked. Lit thought for a moment, then said, because, at first, when Butler Albert came to my house, he also treated me as a boy. Even though I look like a girl from every angle, he still thinks so. Orson, don't you think this is a little weird? You put it that way, it seems to be true. Orson nodded after hearing that. The rumors I heard from the residents back then were all that Duke Lucius lost a son in the war. You and father are indeed related by blood. This has been tested. Then why, Orson, don't tell anyone about this for now. I think there may be some hidden secrets, okay? After hearing this, Orson took it seriously and his tone became much more serious. Then he said, Light, your parents in the countryside, Mr. and Mrs. Andre, were kidnapped at home before. When Lit heard this, he showed a look of surprise, and then looked at Orson nervously. But don't worry. All those who plotted against them have been killed. They are in good health now. I have also assigned people to take turns to look after them to prevent others from targeting them. Chapter 82. After Orson said this, Lit's heart finally settled down. Then, she asked, So, Orson, have you found out who did it? I haven't found out yet, but there should be results soon. Orson said, patting Lit's head to comfort her. It's okay, I will definitely help you find the mastermind behind this. Orson. At this time, Lit suddenly said, Can you leave the investigation of the mastermind to me? Lit, are you going to take charge of this matter yourself? Of course you can, but it's okay. I'm no longer the Lit who always needed your protection, Orson. Or rather, I don't want to be the Lit who always needs your protection. Lit said this, forcing a smile. Orson, you said before that you wanted me to be more independent, right? I've figured it out. If I keep relying on you, Orson, I won't be able to meet your expectations of me. Lit smiled. It's a pity that I can't always be with Orson, but our temporary separation now is for the purpose of being together forever in the future. Lit took thought so in his heart. Okay. Orson nodded after hearing this, although he was a little worried. Since this is your idea, Lit, then as your brother, I will definitely support you. Lit heard this and pouted at Orson. Orson, you know I would be happier if you said this in another identity. There's nothing I can do. After all, I still always treat you as my brother. Now you're my sister. Orson said this with a smile. The conversation between the two started out awkward and heavy, but ended in a relaxed and cheerful manner. The next day at noon, Orson did not go to the student union with Olivia as usual, but took a leave of absence and came outside the school. Arriving at a high-end restaurant, Orson immediately saw a man with short blonde hair and a white suit. Orson walked over with a smile and sat opposite him. Long time no see, Doctor. Orson spoke first. It's been a long time since we last met. You still assigned a big one to me when I went on a mission. You're amazing. The doctor said this with a smile. Orson didn't know his real name, he only knew that the man in front of him was about the same age as him, at most a few years older than him, and they were both born in the current Antica region during the war years. Well, have you found any information? Orson said, looking at the doctor sitting opposite him. The Iron Wolf mercenary group, the client of this operation. The doctor took a sip of tea and then spoke. Iron Wolf mercenary group? Orson nodded. I think I've heard of this mercenary group in the Adventurers Association. Although it's small, it's mainly composed of elite fighters. They specialize in taking dirty jobs for nobles and making money from the rich of that batch. Yes. The doctor nodded. There is nothing wrong with the mercenary group itself. They will do things for money and are not afraid of offending people. As long as you pay enough money, they can kill your original employer for you. The one with the problem is the client behind the mercenary group, right? Orson said this, narrowing his eyes. Yes. The doctor nodded. According to my investigation, the people behind the mercenary group seem to be quite powerful. In St. Laurent City, there is an agent called Angel of Slaughter, who is also an intermediary agent. So, if we want to investigate, we have to start with this Angel of Death? As Orson said this, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. That's right. The doctor nodded. I can also give you some ideas about this person. For example, if you have the same commission next time, You can just ask him to come out and meet him, right? Do you think the other party will leak the customer's privacy? Orson asked. I don't know if he will. Anyway, I'm just providing you with a plan. I can't guarantee whether it will work. Okay. Hearing this, Orson nodded. Then let's not talk about anything else. Let's eat first. After lunch, Orson stood at the door of the restaurant and looked at the doctor. It's hard to imagine that someone like you can actually dress so respectably and beautifully. Ha, I came here just to see you, otherwise I would be very casual. The doctor said this, seeming a little drunk, and put his arm around Orson's shoulders. Then, the two of them walked on the street until they turned into a small alley. It was at this point that Orson and the doctor stopped. Now that you're here, why don't you come in and talk for a while before leaving? Orson said. Several strong men standing at the entrance of the alley realized that they had been discovered and hurriedly prepared to run back. However, before they had taken a few steps, Orson appeared in front of them like a ghost. I just told you, don't leave in such a hurry. He looked at the strong men with a smile, then knocked them unconscious and threw them into the alley. Just now when they were having dinner, Orson and the doctor felt that someone was watching them, so when they came out of the restaurant, they both pretended to be drunk. It was not until they reached this remote, deserted alley that Orson and the doctor decided to take action. Has no one told you about my strength, Orson? How dare you track me down? Orson said this, pointing at a sturdy man who had just woken up, and spoke. Yes. I'm sorry, Master Orson, we are really blind and don't recognize a great man. Really, please go around us, we have elderly parents and young children to take care of. As he said this, the sturdy man bowed to Orson. Whether I forgive you or not does not depend on me, but on your attitude of admitting your mistakes. Orson said this, standing by the alley and signaling the doctor beside him to take action. The doctor smiled, took out a scalpel from his suit pocket, and looked at the burly man in front of him with a smile. You don't want to lose any organs, do you? Then tell us who asked you to follow us. The sturdy man looked at the scalpel that was so close to him, swallowed his saliva, and trembled uncontrollably. Sir, please forgive us. We dare not say anything. If we say anything, we will die if we go back. As soon as the strong man finished speaking, the doctor inserted the scalpel into his thigh. Just as the strong man was about to scream in pain, the doctor picked up a piece of rag from the ground and stuffed it into his mouth. It was not until sweat appeared on the strong man's forehead and his eyes were wide open with fear that the doctor took out the cloth strip. You may die if you go back, or live a life worse than death here. You have to choose one. The doctor said this as if he was immersed in a game called abuse. No need to ask, I sent you. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the alley. Oh? A small shrimp attracted the big fish? Orson said this and looked at the figure covered by a cloak at the entrance of the alley. Then he narrowed his eyes as if to conceal his identity. In addition to covering his entire body with a cloak without revealing any skin, the other party also used the magic of virtual vocal cords to make a voice that was indistinguishable between male and female that did not sound like a normal person. What puzzled Orson was not the way the other party concealed his identity, but the cloak. It gave him the feeling that it didn't look like a living thing at all. Ha, after all, I have long wanted to meet the legendary Mr. Orson. Such a voice continued to come from under the cloak. Orson frowned, and then said, since you chose to meet with someone, but didn't even send your real body, isn't this way too disrespectful to others? Master Orson, please be considerate of us. For those in this line of work, once their true identity is revealed, they are doomed to die. Well, since you took the initiative to find us, you must know why we want to find you, right, Angel of Death? Oh my, I didn't expect that. Although I knew that the Iron Wolf mercenary group would definitely fail, I didn't expect that they couldn't even achieve the most basic qualities of a mercenary. It seems that I overestimated them before. Stop talking about these nonsense. Orson frowned. This is not a place to talk, right? Since you want to find me, give me the address and I'll go meet your real self. Okay, then, go to 58 Oak Street, Orchid Tavern, tell the Angel's name, and they will let you see me. As for the safety issue, you can rest assured. I think I should be the one who should worry about safety when I am alone with Master Orson. Okay. Orson nodded, and then looked at the people behind him. Where are those people? It's up to you, Master Orson. The cloak let out a hoarse laugh. For those of us in this line of work, we've already put our heads on our belts. Besides, a few minions can allow you and me to meet, Master Orson, which is something I would love to have. Ha! Orson snorted coldly, then looked at the doctor behind him. Doctor, you can do whatever you want with these people. Okay. The doctor smiled happily when he heard that. Then he looked at the sturdy man who was still awake and asked the same question he had asked the masked man before. Have you ever killed anyone? How many people have you killed? Do you think those people deserve to be killed? On the other side, after replying, the cloak seemed to lose its support and fell to the ground in an instant. Sure enough, just as Orson guessed, there was nothing inside the cloak. Orson thought so, ignoring the sound of the knife cutting through flesh behind him, and walked out of the alley. As a relatively remote street in St. Laurent City, Oak Street is considered the boundary between residential areas and slums. On one side of Oak Street is a small but large-scale slum, while on the other side is a relatively decent area where the real citizens of the Imperial City live. Oak Street is the boundary street that divides the two areas. Asa Tavern that serves both ordinary residents and the poor. The Yulon Tavern has the characteristics of advanced facilities but low quality of its drinkers. Of course, once you pay the ticket price and come to the second floor of the Yulon Tavern, the environment will be much more elegant. Orson came to the door. The waiter looked at the decorations on Orson and bowed respectfully to him. Angel. Orson said. The waiter was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then he smiled knowingly. I understand. Sir, please follow me. As he said this, the waiter led Orson to the third floor. There was only one large private room on the third floor. The waiter led Orson to the stairs on the third floor and then left. At the staircase on the third floor, a half-orc girl with orange hair and cat ears was waiting for him respectfully. After seeing Orson, she bowed politely to him, then took Orson to the door of the box, opened the door, and motioned for Orson to come in. Orson remained alert throughout the entire process. When he was on the first floor, Orson didn't feel anything. But when he got to the second floor, he saw that the bartenders and waiters working here were mostly at the fourth level. When Orson came to the third floor and saw the half-orc girl, he hesitated for half a second at the stairs. In his perception, the aura of the half-orc girl was no weaker than his own. The opponent is at least at the 7th level. It seems that this time, I really met a tough guy. Thinking of this, Orson walked into the box. In the box, the same cloaked man who had just appeared at the entrance of the alley was sitting on a chair. Because of the table blocking my view, I couldn't see the other person's lower body, but this time, Orson could clearly feel that the other person was a real person, not a piece of clothes driven by magic. Thinking of this, Orson sat on the sofa. Nice to meet you, Mr. Orson. The cloaked man said. I am the angel of death you are looking for. Of course, the other party's voice had been processed by magic, making it impossible for him to distinguish it. Although I really want to show my true face, but as I just said, it is a pity that we cannot do so in our line of work. Okay. Orson nodded. I understand you. Then, please answer one of my questions. You want to know who entrusted me to arrange for someone to kidnap Mr. Li T's adoptive parents, right? Since you know, I don't want to ask anymore. Just tell me. Orson said this. There was a 7th level person standing outside the door, and the cloaked man in front of him couldn't tell his strength. He didn't want to stay here any longer. Don't be anxious, Master Orson, said the Angel of Death. Compared to these questions, do you know why I asked you to come here? I don't know and I don't want to know. Orson shook his head. We, the agents, are also known as the Noble's Black Gloves. We are different from the Noble's subordinates who are called White Gloves. We also do dirty work for the Nobles, but their subordinates do some work that can be put on the table, while we mainly do some work hidden in the dark. We are very good at assassinations and kidnappings. That's why we call ourselves the Black Gloves of the nobility. Why are you telling me this? Orson frowned when he heard this. I want to say, Mr. Orson, if you need anything, you can come to me directly. There is no need to cultivate a similar organization yourself. The other party said this, and Orson couldn't help but widen his eyes. I don't remember telling anyone about this. Orson said this, his tone becoming serious. Chapter 83. Even his father Lucius didn't know that he was running such an organization. I am here to cooperate with you, Mr. Orson. The other party said this, and there was actually a hint of sincerity in his tone. You know, although we do things for money, sometimes we also want to find a reliable master for ourselves. After all, only in this way can we stabilize. So, you mean to let me be your master? No, 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 you are far from qualified as Mr. Orson now, said the other party. Although the other party was telling the truth, Orson still felt uncomfortable when he heard it. What we value is your potential and ambition, Master Orson. The Angel of Death said this, turning his cloak around and looking at Orson. Do you know why, although assassins are so useful, few nobles choose to train them? Because once you are discovered, you will be seen as having evil intentions and will be attacked by nobles across the empire. It's interesting, isn't it? There are so many nobles who use such dark methods, but when they bring them to the table, they pretend to be righteous and refute such behavior. So, we admire you, Master Orson. You have such ambition and courage. Now, we are going to see if you have the ability, Master Orson. What do you mean? Orson looked at the other person with a frown. You want to know who the client is, right? Out of professional ethics, I will not tell you the client's name directly, but in 3 days, there will be an assassination attempt on someone close to you. Upon hearing this, Orson's eyes turned completely cold. What did you say? Ah, I think you may have misunderstood something, Mr. Orson. The Angel of Killing said this, looked at Orson and let out a hoarse laugh. The person who assassinated you was not arranged by us. There are hundreds of agents like me in the Empire, and there are many who are better than me. Maybe they saw that I didn't have good business skills. Even though they changed the client this time, unfortunately, they didn't expect that I was in that client's team. I think if it was you, Master Orson, I would have told you this news in advance so you would have been prepared, right? Wouldn't it be better to settle all the new and old grudges together at that time? The other party said. Orson sat on the sofa, stroking his chin, thinking about something. After a long while, he said, Since you said you look forward to our cooperation, I will give you a commission now. Of course. The other party nodded after hearing this. I'll offer 300,000 gold coins for the mastermind's head. Hearing this, the other party thought for a long time, and then shook his head. Sorry, after our evaluation, the other party's head, which is far more valuable than 300,000 gold coins, and is extremely risky, so we will not accept it. Okay, I understand. Orson said, stood up and smiled at the other party. Thank you very much, I think we will have the opportunity to cooperate in the future. I hope so. The other party said politely, but did not stand up to see him off. Instead, he just watched Orson walk out of the room. After Orson walked out of the room, the orange-haired female orc warrior was guarding the door. When she saw Orson, she bowed respectfully. How old are you this year? Orson said this and looked at the other person. The orc girl did not reply. It's okay. I just wanted to see when you reached the 7th level and compare it with myself. Hearing this, the half-orc girl looked at Orson in surprise, her lips moved, and then she said, 22. You look like you're still about 15 or 16 years old. You must have suffered a lot when you were little. Orson showed a sympathetic look. But now you're under the control of the Angel of Death, so you should be doing pretty well, right? Having said that, he shook his head and walked downstairs. Really? Why should I care about other people's business? He muttered to himself. On the other side, walking out of the Orchid Tavern, Orson saw the doctor standing against the wall. The doctor also noticed Orson coming out, so he turned around and walked over to Orson. How was the conversation in there? It's okay. Orson said, looking into the distance. I got some general information and made some guesses. That's fine. The doctor felt relieved after hearing that. As long as there is progress, there is hope of finding the other party. Doctor, I would like to ask you to do me one more favor. Go ahead. I'm busy with other things recently, so I want to ask you to help Leetuk. May I? Leet? Your brother? Yeah. Orson nodded. The doctor looked troubled when he heard this. Of course you can, but, Orson, are you sure your brother will agree with my way of doing things? I'll convince him, Orson said. That's fine, the doctor said, nodding reluctantly. But if he drives me away halfway because of a disagreement, I won't stay there. It's okay, she won't. Orson smiled, although he hoped that Lit would be independent, and Lit also kept saying that he would solve the problem himself. The complexity of the matter was beyond Orson's imagination. If you leave it to Lit alone, he may not be able to do it well. On the contrary, he may get himself into big trouble even if Virgil became Lit's deputy. Orson was still not at ease. The words of the Angel of Death just now have clearly warned him that the task he had assigned to Virgil has been discovered. I will have to let Virgil keep the secret organization dormant for a while. Okay, I'll go back first. I'll arrange for Lite to meet you later. Just wait for the notification. Okay. The doctor said this and waved to Orson, and then the two of them dispersed on the spot at the door of the Yulan Tavern. When Orson returned to school again, it was almost evening. Orson first informed Virgil and asked Virgil to connect with Lite and the doctor. Then he wrote a letter to his family, reminding Lucius to pay attention to safety. Recently, after all, the Angel of Death said that in 3 days, people around him would be assassinated. I am not worried in the academy. After all, the security force of the academy is very strong, and non-teachers above the 7th level must register to enter the academy. In addition, the academy has not seen a serious injury incident for a long time, so Orson believed that the other party would not choose to take action in the academy. As for the people around him, after much thought, the only one was Lucius, who was far away in the Duchy of Antica, now that the war has begun, as the commander-in-chief of the frontline troops. If Lucius is assassinated, even if he is just injured, it will cause a great blow to the morale of the frontline soldiers. The more Orson thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Therefore, he didn't even go to the student union the whole day. It was not until the evening that there was a knock on the door of his dormitory. Orson opened the door and thought it was Lit who came back, but he saw Olivia and Lienka standing at the door. Olivia, Lienka, why are you in my dormitory? Isn't it because someone hasn't appeared in front of me since noon, which made me worried? Olivia said this and rolled her eyes at Orson, then she pointed to the lunchbox in her hand. I heard that Lite was off campus today. I was afraid that you didn't have food, so I prepared it in the dormitory and brought it to you. Lienka hadn't eaten yet, so she came with me. Yeah. Lienka beside her also nodded at this moment. Ah, thank you for your hard work. Orson said this and quickly made way for him. Please come in. The three of them sat at the dining table, and Olivia took out the dishes from the lunchbox and placed them on the table, looking at the sumptuous food on the table, and then looking at Olivia, who was sitting opposite him and looking at him with a smile on her face. Orson felt a warm feeling in his heart. Is this married life? It's such a blessing to have dinner with my wife at home. Although there was a sister-in-law next to him who seemed to be a bit of a nuisance, Orson now subconsciously ignored her. I'm sorry. I had to take care of some things today and came back to school quite late. I'm sorry to bother you to prepare the meal at home and send it to me. Orson said apologetically. It's okay. Olivia put a piece of beef stew into Orson's bowl. I came here because I was worried that you would be too busy to have dinner. If you weren't busy, my kindness would have been wasted. Although I wish you weren't busy. Olivia suddenly whispered. Ah? What did you say? Orson asked again without hearing the second half of Olivia's words. Nothing to say. Just eat your meal. Olivia said, and picked up another piece of meat for Orson. Finish your work soon and spend more time with me. Or, if there's anything I can do to help you, just let me know. It's okay, I can handle it myself. I knew you would say that. Lienka, who was standing by, ate the food in her bowl silently, looking at the two people interacting intimately. For the first time, she felt that she was so conspicuous. Chapter 96, Let's Plan, 8.1k. By the way, Olivia, I may not be in the college these days. When the time comes, I'll leave the student union affairs to you. Orson said to Olivia while eating. Okay. Olivia nodded. Although Orson was unwilling to let her get involved in what he was doing, at least she could still help. But since I'm going to help you, you have to give me something in return, right? Olivia said this, putting her fingertips on her face, looking at Orson with a smile in her eyes. Okay, Olivia, just mention it when the time comes. As long as it's within my ability, I will definitely do it. Okay, it's a deal then. Olivia smiled when she heard that happy times are always short. After dinner, Olivia and Lienka did not stay for long and left. On the other hand, Lite applied to the college for permission to stay out overnight today because she still had things to investigate. She found Virgil in the afternoon. Virgil had just finished talking with Orson at that time. After learning that Orson was going to hand the matter over to Lit for investigation, Virgil was a little worried, but he had no choice but to obey in Virgil's opinion. Lit is much more immature than Orson, and the mastermind behind this incident is obviously not someone Lit can handle. Letting Orson handle this matter is obviously the safest way. Although Virgil didn't know the reason, he still reported all the known information to Lit. Master Lit, this is the intelligence we obtained at that time. Virgil raised his head and glanced at Lit. Okay, I understand. Lite nodded after hearing this, looking at Lit, who was sitting in his original seat. Virgil felt for some reason as if he was hallucinating and actually mistook Lit for Orson. It seems that because he has always been by Orson's side and has been influenced by him, Lit now has a bit of Orson's shadow and has the temperament of a superior. These two siblings, who are obviously not related by blood, now look like real siblings. By the way, Virgil. At this time, Lit also called Virgil's name directly. Master Lit, please go ahead. You were the one who told Orson that I was a girl, right? Yes. Virgil heard this and nodded without hiding anything. After all, I am Master Orson's subordinate. I cannot hide anything from Master Orson. You did the right thing in this matter. Lit also nodded, with no intention of holding Virgil accountable. Then she said, but this matter cannot be told to others for the time being, understand? Yes, I understand. Chapter 84. Just at this moment, there were sudden knocks on the door. Virgil walked forward and opened the door. A security guard was standing at the door. He looked at Virgil and Lit, and then said, someone is looking for you two at the door. He said he was sent by the higher-ups. I see. Virgil nodded. Bring that person in. Okay. The security guard then left the room. 2 minutes later, the doctor appeared at the office door. His white suit tie was now stained with a hint of red. Hello, both of you. He said this, walked into the office and closed the door. I was sent by Master Orson. Master Orson's men? You can put it that way. The doctor nodded. Aren't you going to investigate the mastermind behind the arrest of Master Lit's parents? That's why I'm here. You have information? Hearing this, Lit's eyes widened. Well, a little bit. The doctor said this and looked at the two people present. If I'm not mistaken, you are Master Lit, right? The doctor pointed at Lit, who was sitting at the desk. So, you are Orson's other man, Virgil? Yes. Okay, I've wanted to meet you for a long time, Mr. Virgil. The doctor said this, walked forward and extended his hand to Virgil. As both of us work under Master Orson, I think it's necessary for us to get to know each other. You can call me Doctor. Virgil held out his hand and shook it with the doctor's. Are you the doctor? Virgil then said with some surprise. Well, has Master Orson ever mentioned me to you? The doctor looked at him with a smile. Yes. When we were surrounding the group of mercenaries, one of them escaped. Master Orson told me, did you catch him? Yes. The doctor did not deny it. I caught it. So, what information did you get from him? At this time, Lit on the side asked anxiously. It's not any particularly important information. The doctor said. I met Master Orson at a restaurant at noon today. We had lunch together. I told Master Orson the information and he asked me to come to you. Afterwards, he told Lit and Virgil all the information he knew. Of course, he deliberately concealed the information that Orson and the Killing Angel had just obtained today. Regarding the matter of the Killing Angel, Orson didn't tell him what they talked about, which proved that he wanted to handle the matter himself. Therefore, he didn't plan to create trouble and let Lit find the Killing Angel in advance. After the doctor finished speaking, he found a sofa and sat down at random, then crossed his legs generously, as if he regarded this place as his own territory. Okay, now that you have the information, what are you going to do? The doctor looked at Lit and Virgil and smiled with an ambiguous smile. I don't recommend going to the Killing Angels. They are just middlemen, and you won't be able to get anything out of them. If we forcefully ask, we might get kicked out. Li-Tay sat at his desk, thinking. She briefly sorted out the information she had just obtained in her mind, and after thinking for a few minutes, she looked up at the doctor. Doctor, since you are sent by Orson, could you please do me a favor? I was originally sent by Master Orson to help you, so why would you bother me? The doctor said this and shrugged. Seeing the doctor's expression, Li-Tay felt relieved. Can I ask how good your fighting skills are? Lit asked. Not to mention the higher ones, at least I can handle those below level 6. Okay. Lit nodded after hearing that, then she looked at Virgil and the doctor and told them her plan. A few minutes later, Virgil looked surprised after hearing Lit's plan. Master Lit, this is too dangerous. Master Orson will blame you if I put you in danger. The doctor on the other side smiled. Isn't this plan interesting? In short, I have made up my mind. This is the only way to find out the mastermind behind this. Virgil was silent, then he sighed and nodded. In that case, I can't refuse you, Master Lit. But what if something goes wrong? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Li-Tay said this with a smile. All right. What about you, Doctor? Your task in this mission isn't easy either. It's okay, just leave it to me. The doctor said this and laughed. Risks are often accompanied by extremely high returns, right? That night, Lit walked on the street alone. She walked back and forth in a remote street, as if waiting for something. Then, several strong men came over, one of whom looked drunk. Hey, that one in front, is it a girl? The drunk man pointed at Lit's back and spoke. That wasn't enough, the drunk even started whistling. Lit turned around and stared at them with fear on his face. Who are you? Burp. She's pretty good looking, but I don't know why she's wearing men's clothes. Is she a woman disguised as a man? The drunk man burped and then pointed at Lit and started commenting on him. Ha, you don't know, this kind of beauties in men's clothing are popular in the Empire now. A person next to the drunkard said. These girls, even though they look decent in men's clothes, are actually just looking for customers who need them. After all, what decent girl would come here at this time of night? Burp, you're right. The drunk nodded and gave a thumbs up to the person next to him, then he turned and looked at Lit. Well, girl, are you willing to go home with me and play? As he said this, he took a few steps closer. Lit could already smell the stinky smell of alcohol on him. She pinched her nose and looked at him with disgust, then he stomped on the other person's foot and turned and ran away. This kick immediately sobered up the drunkard whose nerves were numbed by alcohol. He stared at the direction where Lit ran away with a red face. He is very famous in the nearby streets, and no one would dare to disrespect him like this. As he was thinking this, his brain didn't react for a moment and he subconsciously chased after him. The strong men behind him saw the drunk chasing after him and hurriedly followed him. Okay, you little girl just like to play this kind of chasing game, right? The drunk man ran while talking to himself angrily, not caring whether Lit could hear him or not, and insulted her with dirty words. Just wait for me, when I catch you, you'll be in trouble. The drunk man kept swearing and walking faster and faster. As he exercised, the drunkenness in his body gradually dissipated and he became sober, but his desire to catch Lituk remained unchanged. The drunk man is incredibly fast and it seems his strength should not be underestimated. Even though Lit used magic, the distance between him and the strong man was gradually shortened. It was not until Lit ran into Oak Street and saw the Orchid Tavern that the drunkard gradually slowed down his pace. My goodness, this woman led me here? The drunk man said this and looked at the surrounding environment with a shudder. This time, there was no one else on Oak Street except Lit and the drunk, and the few strong men who had just followed the drunk did not catch up. The reason is very simple. The strong man is at level 7, while those people are only at level 4 at best. In terms of speed, they really can't catch up. Of course, the more important reason is that those people were stopped halfway. The strongman Bell, who was taught a lesson by Lit in the slums, has joined Lit's team. At this moment, he is leading a dozen gang members to stop all the strong men who are about to catch up with the drunk. There was a reason why Lit chose him as his target. The opponent was the leader of the Iron Wolf mercenaries, Mudrick. After running for a while, Lit stopped and turned back to stare at Mudrick. Seeing this, Mudrick also stopped. Girl, are you tired of running? Don't you want to run anymore? He said this, looking at Lit and smiling. What's your meaning of bringing me here? He continued, and then slowly approached Lit. You are the leader of the Iron Wolf mercenary group, right? Lit looked at Mudrick without any fear, as if the three-level gap between them did not exist. It's me. Mudrick shrugged and spread his hands in acknowledgement. Among the mercenary groups with the word wolf in their names, we Iron Wolf are number one, and no one dares to claim to be second. How about it? Do you want to hang out with me more after hearing my name? Mudrick said with a smile. It doesn't matter. As long as you agree to be with me now, I will let go of your ignorant subordinates and love you well. When Lit heard this, he just got goosebumps and felt nauseous. Orson asked himself to go out and see the world, but the men he met were still like this. However, Lit had already heard the other party's hidden meaning. Fortunately, she stopped pretending. I'm sorry, I'm a man. Lite said this and directly revealed his cards. Do you remember that you received a mission a while ago? Go to the dukedom of Antica and kidnap a couple. The husband is called Andre and the wife is called Jenny. Ah. It seems to be true. Mudrick nodded after hearing this. So? My Iron Wolf mercenary group receives so many missions every month. Do you think I would specifically remember two unknown little people? Of course I know you won't. Lit smiled and shook his head. But, in addition to being ordinary citizens, they also have another identity, that is, the second son of the Duke of Antica, Lit's adoptive parents. Anyone with this heavy label is no longer a nobody, right? Oh, that's true. Mudrick was not surprised to hear Lit say that. So, you are Lit? Lit nodded. Okay, if you're willing to pay a high price, I don't mind letting him go. How much did the other party pay? 30,000 gold coins. Mudrick said. I'm sorry, I don't have that much money. Also, those mercenaries you sent out probably won't come back. I remember there was one who seemed to be at level 6, quite powerful. But unfortunately, he betrayed you before he died. Lit said this and provoked Mudrick. Then don't tell me so much. Mudrick's face turned cold as he said this. He was indeed angry. You are making fun of me on purpose. Even if you were a man, I would still kill you today. Then he rushed forward and punched Lit. At this moment, Virgil rushed out from the shadows and stabbed at Mudrick with a sword. Seeing this, Mudrick snorted coldly, quickly changed direction, dodged the sword, and then punched Virgil. Virgil didn't have time to retract his sword, so he could only stretch out his fist and punch Mudrick. Virgil was knocked back 4 or 5 steps by this blow, while Mudrick only took half a step back. You think you can send a mere 6th level person to plot against me? Mudrick said this with a disdainful sneer. Chapter 85. It can't be considered a conspiracy. After all, you have already noticed it, right? Said Lit. That's true. Mudrick smiled. Then, more people walked out from the shadows. There are about 20 to 30 people in this group. Most of them are retired veterans of the 2nd or 3rd level who have switched to gangs. Although their current strength is not weak, they are still not that powerful in front of Mudrick. However, Lit did not intend to surround and kill Mudrick here. She just wanted to delay him. At this moment, on the other side, the doctor had arrived at the Iron Wolf mercenary group's base. This is a large courtyard converted from several townhouses. Usually, the members of the Iron Wolf mercenary group train and entertain in the courtyard, and at night, they go to the tavern to drink. Because of the public security regulations of the Imperial City, mercenary groups, which are prone to bring chaos to public security, are generally stationed in remote areas far away from the core urban areas of the Imperial City. Soldiers came on patrol, but it was mostly routine. Here, occasional private fights are commonplace, and as long as no one is killed and the case is not appealed, there will be no problem. Today, when Mudrick was drunk and preparing to return to the mercenary group's base with his men, he met Lit on the road, and then the following events happened. Although the entry threshold of the Iron Wolf mercenary group is level 3, the real high-level combat power is actually only the leader Mudrick and the deputy leader who died at the hands of the doctor before. The remaining ordinary mercenaries are all only at level 3 or 4. In strength, there is not a single one at level 5 or above. Last time, the masked man took away a group of mercenaries here, and today Mudrick brought another group of mercenaries to drink. In addition, there are some mercenaries out there performing some simple tasks. Currently, there are less than 10 mercenaries on duty at the Iron Wolf mercenary group's base, and there is only one person in charge of guarding the gate. Hello, is this the base of the Iron Wolf mercenary group? After the doctor arrived at the mercenary group, he looked at the mercenaries at the door and asked with a smile. The mercenaries saw that the doctor was well dressed and had an outstanding temperament, and he looked like a noble. He, who prided himself on his good judgment, was not on guard, but nodded. "Excuse me, do you have any mission for us?" The mercenary said this and bowed politely to the doctor. Generally speaking, for these rich people who care about their reputation, as long as you give them enough face, they will generally not be stingy with the money in their pockets. Just as the mercenary raised his head and was about to accept the gold given to him, the doctor took out a scalpel from his arms, and then pressed the gatekeeper mercenary against the wall with the scalpel against his throat, feeling the coldness and slight stinging in his throat. The mercenary was stunned. Not all mercenaries in the Iron Wolf mercenary group have the spirit of fearlessness and bravery. In other words, they are only fearless and brave when they are carrying out missions. The mercenary in front of him had only joined the mercenary group for a month and was a newcomer. Therefore, he was assigned to guard the door when everyone was resting in the house. I thought this was an easy job, but who could have imagined it would be so fatal? I'm going to ask you a few questions, and you have to answer them truthfully. Otherwise, I know how to make you die without making a sound. Did you hear that? The doctor's voice was so cold that it frightened the mercenary. The mercenary nodded imperceptibly. There was no way. He didn't dare to make any big movements, for fear that the sharp scalpel would directly cut the skin on his neck. As if realizing that he had pressed the scalpel too close to the patient, the doctor loosened his grip and moved a little further away, then asked, "Where do you keep the bills for missions that your mercenary group usually receives?" I don't know. The mercenary shook his head. You know, I'm not happy with that answer. The doctor stared at the mercenary. The mercenary was so scared that he was about to cry, and his voice was trembling. I really don't know. I have only joined this mercenary group for less than a month. I was originally a graduate of Carlisle College in the Duke of Aragon. I joined this mercenary group when I came to St. Laurent City to make a living. I heard that the treatment here is good. Not only can I get a fixed salary every month, but I can also get extra subsidies when I go on missions, so I came here. I don't care about your identity. I just want to know what I want to know. The doctor said this with a heavier tone. Then do you know where the captain's room is? Captain's room is on the third floor. The doctor quickly covered the mercenary's mouth. Keep your voice down, he said, and then continued to ask, do you know what the most common missions your mercenary group usually does? The mercenary shook his head. I don't know, but I know that the treatment in our mercenary group is very good. People with good skills like you will definitely shine here. Believe me, once you come in, you will definitely start as the third in command, and you may even be able to squeeze out the bearded second in command. Seeing that this mercenary actually wanted to persuade him to surrender, the doctor shook his head. I told you not to ask questions other than what I asked. Sorry, okay, let me ask you one last question. The doctor looked at the mercenary. Have you ever killed anyone? How many people have you killed? Do you think those people deserve to be killed? I have never killed anyone. The mercenary looked at the doctor with an extremely Qingming festival. Really? I'm a mercenary. It may seem a little funny that I've never killed anyone, but really, okay, I got it. The doctor said this and waved his hand, then slapped the gatekeeper mercenary on the neck with a knife, knocking him unconscious, and dragged his body into a nearby alley. Then, he followed what the gatekeeper mercenary had just said and went all the way to the third floor. There were only 2 rooms on the third floor. One of them was locked and seemed to have been uninhabited for some time, while the door of the other was half open. The doctor pushed open the door and walked in. It was an exquisitely decorated office. Further in, there was another door, which must be the bedroom. Seeing this, the doctor began to search inside. Finally, he found an account book and a pile of papers under the cabinet of the desk. The accountant's notes were very neat and elegant, and he looked well educated. Turning to the first page of the account book, it clearly records the source of the first funding when the Iron Wolf Mercenary Group was founded 10 years ago. He flipped through it and found that the Iron Wolf Mercenary Group should have been the same as ordinary mercenary groups in the beginning, doing jobs like guarding caravans. Although this kind of work paid well, it took too long. About 3 years ago, the Iron Wolf mercenary group began to transform and received huge sums of money from many secret accounts and agents. The pile of papers below the account book records the specific contract details. It seems that although Mudrick is the leader of a mercenary group and sounds very brainless, he is actually a thoughtful person. The doctor thought so and read the contracts one by one. Then, he used the recording magic stone to record all the images he saw, and then restored them all. After that, he went into the bedroom and searched it. Just at this moment, footsteps were heard at the door. Captain, are you back? We brothers just heard footsteps upstairs. Why didn't you tell us you were back? A rough male voice said at the door. The doctor frowned, then quietly opened the closet and went in. Captain, are you not here? A rough male voice said this, pushing open the door and walking in. Then he turned on the light, looked at the office, then at the bedroom, muttered softly, then closed the door and walked out. This time, the doctor hiding in the closet came out. Then he searched the bedroom again, and then he looked at the ring on his hand, suddenly thought of something, and fell into deep thought. On the other hand, although Lit and his group had the advantage in numbers, and Lit himself was constantly harassing Mudrick with magic from the outside, how could 4th level magic possibly hurt 7th level Mudrick? It could only interfere with his attack and give Virgil time to dodge, and although Virgil changed his usual ferocious fighting style and turned to simply delaying time, he still couldn't beat Mudrick above level 6. The gap between each level is like a natural chasm. Maybe there is a gifted person who can defeat the enemy by crossing levels, but it is definitely not Virgil. His strength was running out. At this moment, he looked back at Lit and winked at her, signaling her to run away quickly. It doesn't matter if I die here, but Lit is Orson's sister, and nothing can happen to her, otherwise, he would have no explanation to Orson. You still have time to be distracted at this time? Do you look down on me so much? Mudrick said this, holding the iron rod seized from a gang member and swung it horizontally at Virgil. Then, Virgil was knocked flying and hit the outer wall of the Orchid Tavern. Well, the farce is almost over, Mudrick said, reaching out to touch his chin and looking at Lit not far away. Your subordinate bought you a lot of time, but you are so disappointing, Master Lite. As he said this, he licked the corner of his mouth. Although you are a man, considering your good looks, I can still make an exception for you and experience the pleasure between men. Go away, you disgusting guy. Lit said this, and his fair little face turned red. Just at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded at the door. I'm sorry, your fight here has interfered with our normal operations. If possible, can you fight somewhere else? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw an orange-haired, cat-eared half-orc girl standing at the door. Hey, what is this? A sex waiter? Mudrick looked at the other person with greed in his eyes. If you keep looking at me like that, I'll dig your eyes out. The orc girl said this, looking at Mudrick with a hint of contempt in her eyes. Hey, are all the girls nowadays so fierce? Before Mudrick could finish his words, a flying knife brushed past her ear and hit the wall behind her. I warned you. The orc girl then drew the sword from her waist. Now, please leave Oak Street immediately, otherwise, don't blame me for using force to drive you away. Mudrick looked at the other party's posture, clicked his tongue in boredom, then clapped his hands and turned around. Well, you are lucky this time. You were saved by the people here. However, you may not be so lucky next time. I have already made a note of this. If I meet you on the streets of St. Laurent City again, Master Lit, I will get back at you sooner or later. After saying this, he left another harsh remark and then walked back. As the saying goes, those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. So what if you, Lit, are the Duke's son? My strength is now at the 7th level. If there is a ranking of the top 100 masters in the entire empire, there is a high probability that I will be on the list. Even Orson, the most powerful one in the Duke's family, is only at level 6 now, and in Mudrick's opinion, it was indeed Lit who took the initiative to cause trouble today. After all, the ambush set up by the other party here did not seem to be a spur-of-the-moment idea. Since you want to mess with me, don't blame me for beating you up every time I see you in the future. After Mudrick walked away, Lit looked at the orange-haired half-orc girl standing at the door and said gratefully, sister, thank you for your help just now. Because you are fighting here and disturbing our business. The orange-haired girl said this and walked in front of Virgil. Thank you. Virgil looked up at the other party coming and replied weakly. You smashed this wall, so pay. The orange-haired girl squatted down and stretched out her hand to Virgil. Virgil was stunned for a moment, then smiled, took out a golden pocket watch from his arms and handed it to the girl. Just think of it as protection money. Sorry, I don't have any money on me. I should be able to get a lot of money if I sell this thing. Okay, then don't make trouble again, otherwise the boss will be angry. The girl nodded, took the pocket watch, and then walked into the tavern. P.S. Sorry for being a little late today. Chapter 97. Will there be a sense of guilt? 1W. Mudrick went back to the place whence he came, cursing. Tonight was full of twists and turns. After drinking, I met a little girl on the road. I was happily trying to tease her, but she stepped on my foot and ran away. He finally caught up with her, but the little girl told him that she was a man, the same Tate whom he had offended before. The other party even used the deputy head of the group to provoke him. Chapter 86. He angrily defeated the opponent's 6th level guard and was about to teach Lit a lesson, but unexpectedly a 7th level half-orc girl suddenly appeared from the Yulan tavern. Under normal circumstances, Mudrick might not be afraid of the half-orc girl, but at that time Mudrick had just defeated Virgil and had consumed a lot of physical strength. In addition, he was in someone else's territory and did not dare to use all his cards, so he could only admit defeat and go back. After saying these harsh words, Mudrick walked backwards. Then, he saw that several brothers who had been drinking with him were beaten badly and fell on the street. Mudrick rushed over and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that they were only beaten badly and were not physically disabled or in danger of their lives. Damn it, if I had known you guys were so insidious, I should have beaten all of your men just now. Mudrick said this and prepared to go back to the base to ask someone to bring his brothers back. Then, when he just returned to the base, he found something wrong. The newcomer standing guard at the door has disappeared at this moment. He hurried into the house. At this moment, a mercenary who was about to relieve himself came down from upstairs. When he saw Mudrick, he quickly stopped and saluted Mudrick. Hello, boss. Where's the man standing guard at the door? Mudrick asked bluntly. The man was stunned, then touched his head and walked toward the door. What's the matter, boss? Shit. Mudrick said, and couldn't help but reach out and pat the man on the head. You just woke up, right? Wake up. I want to ask you, where is the new guy who was assigned to stand guard at the door? I'm not going. The mercenary shook his head. Then where is he? Oh, you idiot. Mudrick said this, and hurried to the 2nd floor, kicking open the rooms where the mercenaries rested one by one. You all fell asleep, wake up. He shouted, waking up the sleeping mercenaries one after another. Gathered downstairs. Although the mercenaries were a little annoyed by being woken up, they didn't dare to resist when they thought that the person who woke them up was their boss, who could crush them to death with one hand. A minute later, Mudrick stood in the lobby on the 1st floor, looked at his men, carefully counted the number of people, and then asked them, who was the last one to come down? There's no one up there, right? I'm the last one to come down. I'm in the innermost room and I'm sure there's no one here. A middle-aged mercenary raised his hand and said. Okay. Mudrick nodded. Our brothers were beaten outside the tavern, you go there and carry them back. Also, the new guy standing guard at the door, he's missing, you guys have to find him for me too. I want to interrogate him myself after I find him. Then, at Mudrick's command, the mercenaries instantly got into shape and began to act. One group went to the door of the tavern to carry the person back, while another group expanded the search range outward with the base as the center, vowing to capture the newcomer who neglected his duties. Mudrick came to the 3rd floor and saw that the deputy commander's room opposite was still locked. He frowned and a bad premonition came to his mind. He remembered what Lit said before. Could it be that all of my brothers really died in that mission? That shouldn't be the case. Even if something happened to other brothers, it would be impossible for anything to happen to his most trusted deputy, the deputy leader who has been with him since the establishment of the Iron Wolf mercenary group. He is an assassin with the strength of the 6th level and he can definitely escape. He must be in trouble. Thinking of this, Mudrick walked into his room, but he did not notice that the lock, which had not been used for several days and should have been covered with dust, actually reflected light for a moment. The doctor had a very good anti-reconnaissance awareness. After searching Mudrick's room, he chose to use the video magic stone to collect evidence, and then carefully restored everything to the time when he first came. And Mudrick didn't notice anything unusual when he entered the room, although he had a bad feeling in his heart. He was relieved after carefully checking that the multiple mechanisms he had set up showed no signs of being triggered. It seems that the other party just wants to attack me, but he is overestimating his own abilities. Thinking of this, he lay down on the bed with peace of mind. After stretching his muscles before going to bed today, Mudrick is now feeling a little tired. Wait until they come back to report to you before waking up. Mudrick fell into a deep sleep while thinking this. In the Imperial City, mercenaries from the Iron Wolf mercenary group came to the place where the leader had just mentioned that several mercenaries who were drinking together were knocked down. Just as they were about to carry the mercenaries on their backs, a group of people gathered around. The gang members who had just beaten up their brothers are now coming back. Moreover, since there was no need to allocate more people to hold back Mudrick, the number of people surrounding him was even greater this time. On the other side, the members of the mercenary group searched the surroundings separately. Just now, the mercenary group assigned 4 people to carry the people, and there were only 4 people responsible for searching for new mercenaries. At the same time, in order to improve efficiency, the 4 people searched in 4 directions separately. One of the mercenaries found the doctor in a suit in an alley. The doctor also saw him at this time, and he looked at the mercenary with a harmless and hopeful expression. Sir, can you do me a favor? The doctor walked towards the mercenary. I just met a man in the alley. As soon as he saw me, he grabbed my trouser legs and said he was from the Iron Wolf mercenary group. He told me to pay money to save my life, and then he fainted. I was going to call the police, but I was afraid he would run away. I am too small to carry him. Can you come and help me? Upon hearing this, the mercenary's ears immediately pricked up, and then he also walked towards the doctor. It's okay. I think I know this person. You don't have to call the police. Just take me to see him first. Okay. The doctor said this and nodded. In that case, sir, can I ask, are you really mercenaries? Of course. The mercenary said this and deliberately showed the knife at his waist. The doctor was so scared that he dodged to the side and deliberately kept a distance from the mercenary. The mercenary sneered inwardly when he saw the other party's reaction. He looked well dressed, but turned out to be a coward. Sir, are your mercenaries generally more violent? Of course. After all, we are doing a job that is on the edge of a knife. We live a life of uncertainty. Who would deliberately suppress themselves, said the mercenary, but in reality, the mercenaries didn't even dare to breathe in front of Mudrick. Afterwards, the two of them chatted as they walked deeper into the alley. Looking at the newcomer lying in the depths of the alley, leaning against the wall and falling asleep, the mercenary nodded with satisfaction. Yes, it's him, but why is he in this posture? It looks like he was placed here by someone? Well, actually he didn't catch me here, but I thought it was a bit inappropriate to leave him alone on the street or in front of someone's house, so I used all my strength to drag him here. Okay, thank you very much. The mercenary said this, stretched out his hand and patted the doctor's shoulder. By the way, before you take him back, can I ask you one last question? The doctor said, looking at the mercenary. Of course. The mercenary nodded. Half a minute later, the doctor held the bloody scalpel in his hand, looked at the fallen body, sighed, then stuffed the body into a trash can deep in the alley and covered the trash can with a lid. It's a pity that he doesn't have a clinic in St. Laurent City, otherwise this corpse would be a valuable material for his medical research. Mudrick slept until dawn. Looking at the light coming in from outside the house, he was a little dazed for a moment. Then, he suddenly thought of something, jumped out of bed, and went to the second floor. It was exactly the same situation as what he encountered when he went upstairs last night. Mudrick even thought he was dreaming. After pinching his face to confirm that it was the real world, Mudrick was stunned. What is going on? Where are my men? I have so many subordinates, where have they all gone? Mudrick was a little skeptical, so he went to the first floor, looked at the wall clock and confirmed the time. When he saw that there was no one there, he was even more stunned and none of his men came back. A horrible guess emerged in his mind. Could it be that they were all killed? At this time, he saw a piece of paper placed at the front desk. In standard imperial print it reads, "See you in the forest outside the city in 2 days." Judging from the other party's intention, it was obvious that they were going to set up a hangmen banquet and invite me to attend. What a bunch of shameless brats. You can't beat me, so you attack my brothers. What a talent. Mudrick said this and angrily punched the table, smashing the long wooden table at the front desk into pieces in an instant, but he seemed to have forgotten who had taken on the task of kidnapping someone else's weak spot before. When he took on the task before, which was to be the so-called black glove of the nobles and help them get rid of those they disliked, he did not seem to feel that he was shameless, doctor. In the office of Virgil's gang, at this moment, Lit, Virgil and the doctor are in the room. What's wrong? The doctor sat on the sofa, picking his fingers, and asked Xiang Lit. Why did you kill all those people? I said before that in order to lure Mudrik out, we have to show enough sincerity, right? It's okay. Didn't you capture a few people alive? The doctor smiled and said, I only killed 4 people, but you captured nearly 10 people here. Besides, even if we kill them all, will it affect whether Mudrik will come to the meeting? He doesn't know how many people we have. This is of a different nature. He quickly corrected. If I were Mudrik, I would see this situation and know that not all of my brothers were safe and some had been killed. I would definitely be very dissatisfied. Virgil's injury had not yet healed. He sat on the sofa on the other side and watched the 2 people arguing. What if I say that those people deserve to die, the doctor said, looking up at Lit. I have killed many people over the years, but I only killed those who deserve to be killed. You mean, you can tell whether a person should be killed or not through your judgment? Yes. The doctor nodded. I only have 3 questions. Have you ever killed anyone? If so, how many people have you killed? Do you think the people you killed deserve to be killed? If they can't answer these 3 questions, or are hesitant and lying, I can tell. Similarly, if they truly feel that they have a clear conscience, then I won't kill them. To be honest, if you, Master Lit, hadn't already captured those people, I would have to interrogate them one by one. By then, with the work done by the Iron Wolf mercenaries, I'm afraid none of them would survive. As he said this, the doctor handed the video magic stone to Lit, and then walked to the door. If you kill someone, you should be prepared to be killed. The doctor said. Master Lite, if I'm not mistaken, you haven't killed anyone yet, right? It's great that I don't have to bear the pain of killing someone. I hope your hands can remain clean after this. He sighed and opened the door. Of course, the most important thing is the heart. The doctor pointed to his heart, then walked out of the room and closed the door. Master Lit, you don't need to care about what the doctor says. Virgil said this and looked at Lit worriedly. After a brief contact, Virgil had already formed a simple judgment of the doctor's character. Don't let other people's comments influence your mentality, Master Lite, he said. Lit looked at the video magic stone that the doctor handed to him, clenched his fist, then picked it up and injected magic power into it. Then, Lit and Virgil saw the detailed images of each contract recorded by Mudrik displayed in the recording magic stone. Looking at those contracts, from the initial escort of the caravan, to the midterm rescue of hostages, and then to the final assassination and poisoning, it can be said that this is the degeneration of a regular mercenary group into an underground mercenary group. Chapter 87. But there is no way to avoid this kind of depravity. After all, this kind of work can make the brothers of the entire mercenary group live a carefree life for a month or 2. No one can resist such temptation. Of course, if it were just for living, the Iron Wolf mercenary group's business arrangements in this regard should be arranged at intervals of longer duration. That was true in the beginning, but later, the Iron Wolf mercenary group began to frequently accept missions such as assassination, poisoning, kidnapping, and warning. Even Lit saw the most shocking contract details in it. A nobleman asked the Iron Wolf mercenaries for help to kidnap the daughter of a merchant in the city, whom he had taken a fancy to. It would be fine if he just kidnapped a slave or a woman, but the key point is that this nobleman seemed to have some serious illness and made a special note in the contract details. Don't worry about this lady's wishes. If she resists strongly, I will train her to be a bitch who will actively open her legs when a man comes. I don't care whether the goods I receive in the end are pure or not. I just want a tool to relieve my sexual desire. Lit could even imagine what the daughter of the wealthy merchant had been through. As a woman, she had a stronger ability to empathize and her body had begun to tremble slightly. It was clearly just a baron's family. As a member of a duke's family, she didn't dare to trample on their lives at will. But the other party did such a dark thing. This time, Lit truly saw what kind of group of people most of the nobles in the empire were, rotten to the core. At the end of the scene, the recording stone is given to the ring worn by the doctor. Lit looked at the ring and found it very familiar. He thought about it and then realized that he also had a similar ring. She touched the storage ring on her finger. The language of this lens is self-explanatory, although the storage ring is quite precious. As the leader of the Iron Wolf mercenary group, Mudrick definitely has such a ring. The things he puts in his office alone are already so exciting. There must be more in his storage ring, important information. Thinking of this, Lit knew where to make further progress next. It's not that Mudrick didn't try to find the police station in the Imperial City, but the primary purpose of the police station was to serve the nobles and wealthy businessmen living in the central city. Although he was the leader of a mercenary group and had a lot of money and name, he was always looked down upon by others. They didn't think that Mudrick was the kind of person who could get in touch with their circle. Similarly, the Public Security Bureau had received many reports about the Iron Wolf mercenary group before, saying that the mercenaries of the Iron Wolf mercenary group were acting recklessly, gathering together to drink and fight. The impression of the Iron Wolf mercenary group was already bad, and now hearing that the troublemakers of the Iron Wolf mercenary group were missing, they were overjoyed. In the eyes of the sheriffs of the police station, this was a typical case of gangsters robbing gangsters. Gangster matters should be resolved in a gangster way, and whoever seeks help from the white side will inevitably be met with ridicule. Although Mudrick was very dissatisfied in his heart, there was nothing he could do. He had done so many immoral things in the past that even the sheriffs disliked him. If I mess with the sheriff, I'll be really finished. Although I can beat him up for the first time, but then the 8th level boss from the Imperial City security team will come and I'll be dead, not to mention that there is a legendary 9th level boss guarding the Imperial City. 100 of me are not enough for that 9th level boss to kill. Imperial Hotel. Orson stood on the 4th floor, overlooking the surrounding streets. The area around the Imperial Hotel was the most prosperous core urban area of St. Laurent City. Not far from the core city, you can see the magnificent palace walls and the iconic Imperial Cathedral. Here, there is a permanent security office on every street, with sheriffs patrolling on a regular basis. This place is different from ordinary urban areas and slums. Here you can only see prosperity and order. Anyone who is dressed a little more simply will be stopped by the on-duty sheriffs when entering this street. How about it? The scenery here is nice, right? Orson said, looking at the doctor standing beside him. It's really good. The doctor nodded. It would be even better if we could go up to the church bell tower and take a look. Unfortunately, I may not have such a good relationship with that place. Orson said this and smiled. Otherwise, I should be able to take you to have a look. How's the progress with Lit? Orson asked. Although Orson said that he would leave all the matters to Lit, he was like an old mother and couldn't let go of his worries. After all, even though I kept convincing myself in my heart that Lituk was the protagonist and could grow up without me, I shouldn't worry about Lituk. However, there was a voice inside that objected to that idea. What if in this world line, Lituk is not the protagonist? In other words, no matter which world line, there is no protagonist. Was it because Lituk in the previous book finally grew up after experiencing some things and suffering a lot, and now, with her help and care, Lite has been going smoothly all the way? If she is suddenly given a difficult task, what should she do if she makes a mistake? Can you afford the consequences? Therefore, although he was reluctant to admit it, Orson still had to say that he might really be raising Lit as his daughter. As the saying goes, too much care leads to confusion. When Orson thought about Lit's affairs, he couldn't help but let his mind run wild. After all, the one who surprised him at the beginning was Lit facing the wolf pack that day, just when Orson wanted to help Lit resolve the problem. Lit successfully crossed the level and killed the Wolf King, but in the final analysis, that was because Orson was protecting him by his side, and his opponent was just a 3rd level Wolf King, whom he could kill easily. And now things are really different. Mudrick is a 7th level warrior. Although he is also 7th level, he cannot guarantee Lit's 100% safety. Even though the probability of Lit encountering an accident was only 0.1%, Orson couldn't help but worry. There is no way. It seems to be due to his personality. Orson is unwilling to do things that he is not sure of, or in other words, he is unwilling to put the safety of those around him out of his control. I got some information from the Iron Wolf Mercenary Corps headquarters. It records the accounts of the Iron Wolf Mercenary Corps since its establishment, as well as specific contract details. The doctor said this and touched his nose. I found some information from it, and I wrote down some names that often appear. The doctor said this and handed Orson a piece of paper. After all, it takes a hefty commission to get an agent to help place a commission. The doctor smiled at Orson. I know, the middleman makes a profit from the price difference. Orson smiled when he heard this. The nobles will first arrange this matter for their subordinates, let their subordinates find agents, and then entrust the agents to place the order. But some of the things that seem trivial to the subordinates require them to pay commissions to the agents, which is a bit jealous. So, they will contact the mercenary group directly and take the kickbacks that originally belonged to the agents, right? Said the doctor. Smart. Orson nodded after hearing this. As expected, I feel much more relieved when I leave this matter to you. Then he looked at the names written on it in addition to several code names that appear to be agents. The name Lodi appeared very many times and was very conspicuous. Just right. The doctor said at this time, I seem to have been rejected by Master Li Te, and I still have some free time to investigate this person. How about arranging for me to investigate first? Why are you rejected by her? Orson became interested after hearing this. Instead of agreeing directly, he asked the reason. You're asking even though you already know the answer. The doctor shrugged, looking a little unhappy. I have so much blood on my hands, I can't talk to those white rabbits who have never killed anyone. They think it's wrong for me to kill people, there must be a better way, so what can I do? Okay then. Orson nodded. But if you insist on talking about murder, isn't there blood on my hands? You're different. The doctor shook his head and looked at Orson with a wicked smile. You may not have blood on your hands, but your heart is not good. You don't have blood in your heart, do you? You know what I mean, said the doctor. Okay, since you've helped Lit to this extent, let her take over the rest. Orson said this inside. However, if you encounter any resistance, don't investigate further. Safety is still the priority. I know. The doctor nodded, then turned around and prepared to leave. Oh, by the way, Lit and the others seem to have said that they would meet Mudrick in the forest outside the city in 2 days. It's up to you whether to go or not. After the doctor said this, he left. 2 days later? Orson thought for a moment and touched his chin. This timing is somewhat sensitive. The next day, Lite finally returned to school and resumed his normal life. Orson, I'm back. Did you miss me? In the evening, Lit rushed into the room excitedly, and then saw Olivia and her sister and Orson sitting at the dining table eating. There was no other way. Orson was busy outside these 2 days, but he had promised Olivia that he must go home for dinner. So, Olivia had a legitimate reason to use Orson's kitchen directly, and even took the initiative to clean Orson's room when Lit was not around. Lit's brain froze as he looked at the scene. The other three were also stunned, and then Olivia was the first to react. She didn't know yet that Lit was actually a girl. Since she and Orson had already established a relationship, there was no way Lit would come between them again. In this way, she not only took care of Lit, her future brother-in-law, but also took care of Orson's face. She still pretended to be a good sister-in-law in front of Lit. Lit, you didn't tell me you were coming back today. Olivia stood up with a smile. Lit, please sit down first. I'll go get your tableware. No, I can get it myself. Lite changed his shoes and said politely. Besides, this is my dormitory, I must remember it best. In order to save Orson's face and avoid embarrassing him, Lit did not choose to fall out with Olivia at this time, but smiled in the same way. Only Lienka inexplicably felt that there was something else between the two people's words, as if they were fighting openly or secretly. Of course, Orson knew the two women's feelings for him at this point, but he was relieved when he saw Lit's reaction. It seems that at least Lite took his words to heart. Lit took his tableware and sat next to Orson. As if he was worried that Orson and Olivia would misunderstand him, Lit deliberately sat a little further away from Orson. It was probably about 1 centimeter farther than usual at home, but in Lit's opinion, this was enough. This is a huge concession to Olivia. It seems that Litiv is still very attached to his brother. Olivia said with a smile. Of course, after all, Orson is the only one who has always been the best to me. Lit did not deny it, but nodded proudly. Isn't it normal for brothers to sit together? That's true. Olivia admitted. We are brothers after all. Lit was no fool. Of course he could understand the meaning of the latter sentence. Obviously, Olivia wanted to make Lit back down. Lit smiled and said nothing. I've been very busy these days. When I'm done with my work, you, Olivia, will definitely not have any chance of getting away with it. As he said this, Lit secretly glared at Olivia, and Olivia gave him an indifferent look in return. Lienka looked at the two people. Although she wanted to interrupt, she didn't know why at this moment. She inexplicably felt that silence was the best way. Really, I never see my sister and Lituk have any conflicts normally, so why do I always feel that there is a sense of tension when these two people talk today? Orson, on the other hand, was eating in silence. Keeping silent is the best way to deal with these problems. 2 days later, the agreed meeting day arrived. At daybreak, Mudrick woke up. He didn't sleep well in the mercenary group's base for the past 2 days. I simply moved to a hotel yesterday. After all, it always feels a bit strange to sleep alone in a large empty room, and Mudrick is always worried that someone will sneak into the room in the middle of the night and kill him. Although a 7th level strongman basically does not have to worry about being assassinated in his sleep, because the body has an early warning mechanism that will send signals to himself when encountering danger to wake himself up. But what if the other party releases a high-level paralysis potion? Of course, if the other party can really get the potion that can paralyze a 7th level strongman, then he will lose sooner or later. Anyway, in this line of work, you can get paid in the morning and die in the evening. Mudrick has already prepared himself mentally. After tidying up his clothes, Mudrick looked in the mirror again to make sure everything was correct, then walked out of the inn and came to the city gate. Turning back, Mudrick took one last look at the streets of St. Laurent City and walked out. Chapter 88. He has to give an explanation to his brothers, and also to himself. When he arrived at the forest on the outskirts of the city, as expected, he saw a man standing on the roadside waiting for him from a distance. When the man saw Mudrick coming over, he bowed to him. "Captain Mudrick, follow me." Having said this, he turned his head and exposed his back to Mudrick without caring, and just led the way in front. Mudrick frowned, not knowing what the other party was thinking, but given the current situation, he could only take one step at a time. He followed the other person into the depths of the woods, and then saw a familiar figure in a clearing in the woods. Lit, Virgil, and behind them, several members of the Iron Wolf mercenaries who were tied up. "Captain Mudrick, long time no see." Lit said this with a smile. It was as if she had forgotten the verbal humiliation Mudrick had hurled at her a few days ago. "It's been a long time since we last met. I've been missing you these days, Mr. Lit." Mudrick said this and licked his lips, making Lit feel nauseous, but considering that this was a negotiation, Lit still suppressed his inner discomfort and said, "Captain Mudrick, although we had a lot of unpleasant experiences before, I still hope that we can make peace with each other. I know that as mercenaries, what you value most is money. Doing things for others is just doing it for money. You did nothing wrong," Lit said. "But because you overestimated your own strength this time and failed to complete the commission, you have offended us." Lit said this and looked at Mudrick. "I hope you can tell me who instructed you to do this. In this way, I can release your men and compensate you with a sum of money, and from now on, our feud will be written off." "But you're not sincere enough." Mudrick spotted the problem with his sharp eyes. "I have more men than you have now, right? To prevent you from taking them all here by force. Let's go, I only brought some out on purpose." Lite explained. After all, she couldn't just say, "All of you brothers did bad things, and the doctor brought them all to justice." "Right, what's there to talk about? Just start fighting." "Okay, then you are quite alert." Mudrick didn't say anything after hearing this, but just nodded and accepted this statement. However, you should also know that mercenaries never ask about the identity of their employers. They only care about the money in their hands. Besides, do you think the people who are doing this would care about spending more money to ask an agent to issue the task? Mudrick sneered and looked at Lit. "So, there's nothing to talk about?" Lite said in a suppressed voice. "It's not that there is no problem to discuss, but that it is impossible to discuss at all." Mudrick shook his head. "In this mission, the client is the middleman. Do you need me to explain it to you?" "No need." Lite shook his head. "But since the other party is willing to find you, they must believe in your strength, right? Your previous cooperation was not all completed through agents, right?" Lit said, looking at Mudrick. "You little brat, what do you know?" Mudrick was shocked when he heard that Lit knew all this. The other party must know something. He had the habit of keeping accounts and saving contracts, and thinking about the disappearance of people that night, Mudrick immediately guessed what had happened. My own house has definitely been invaded. They secretly looked through their own information. This is the only possibility. Thinking of this, Mudrick stared at Lit. Boy, don't you know it's rude to barge into someone else's room? Is this what you call sincerity? Sincerity is something that depends on each person. Lit heard this and shrugged helplessly. I think you, Captain Mudrick, are likely to hide something from us, so I'll do this. Okay. Mudrick nodded. Then it seems we don't need to talk anymore. At this time, he drew his sword from his waist. Let him go now, or die. You choose. Mudrick looked at Lit. I think you may have thought too much. Lit said this, smiled nonchalantly, and then clapped his hands high. In the shadow of the woods, the orange-haired half-orc girl who had saved Lituk and his men that day walked out. She stood in front of Lit, staring at Mudrick. Captain Mudrick, do you think you can beat this guy? Lit smiled. Now it's my turn to make the conditions, right? Hand over all the confidential documents in your storage ring. Otherwise. Lit said this, drew Virgil's sword, and walked to the prisoners behind him. I will kill one of your brothers every minute. As she said this, her tone was tainted with a hint of ruthlessness. That night she looked over all the contracts for the Iron Wolf mercenaries. The further he turned the pages, the more turbulent Lit's heart became. As the saying goes, where there is demand, there is a market. As the commissioned party, the mercenary group should be evaluated separately from the commissioned event, but after seeing all the evil things the Iron Wolf mercenaries did later, Lit decided not to let anyone from the Iron Wolf mercenaries go. Yes, mercenaries do things for money, but it is precisely because they do everything that the nobles unscrupulously use the mercenaries as their black gloves. There are a number of mercenary groups in society that only take on legitimate business, such as escorting caravans and rescuing hostages. Although they don't make much money, at least they don't harm anyone. What the Iron Wolf mercenary group did could be understood as a way to make a living before, but it completely deteriorated afterwards and turned into taking illegal jobs to make money. Many mercenaries with ideals and ambitions chose to withdraw from the Iron Wolf mercenary group after seeing its missions, and most of those who stayed here were people who were willing to give up all morals for money. Do you feel guilty about killing these people? Obviously not. If the doctor was at the scene at this moment and saw what Lit did, he would definitely applaud Lit. He thought that Lit was just a child, but he didn't expect that Lit had become mature. At least, the aspect of not showing mercy makes him very much like Orson. P.S. This chapter is a little late, but considering that it is 10,000 words, you will definitely forgive me. Forgive me, will you? By the way, please support me with monthly votes. I had reached the 13th place of the month before, but now I am almost out of the top 20. I obviously need to update so much. Chapter 98, do you think I'm a level 6? 8K, Mr. Lit, do you think I'm too kind? Mudrick said this and looked at Lit with a smile. My brothers have followed me through life and death for many years and have experienced all kinds of storms, Mudrick continued. I treat them well on a daily basis. The salaries and mission bonuses I give them are among the highest in the Imperial City. Since the day they joined the group, they have been prepared to die one day. Do you think you can threaten me by using them? Yeah, it's not a threat. Lit nodded after hearing that. Then she winked at the orange-haired girl, who nodded, rushed forward, drew her sword and stabbed Mudrick. Seeing this, Mudrick also drew his sword and fought with the orc girl. Let's go back to one day ago, St. Laurent City, inside the cafe. Sister Kalenina. Lit looked at Kalenina sitting opposite him and gave her a kind smile. Mr. Lit, why did you ask me to come here today? Kalenina looked at Lit and asked with some confusion. She was doing business in St. Laurent City these 2 days, and Lit didn't know from whom he got the information, but he actually took the initiative to find Kalenina. Kalenina looked at Lit across from her with some emotion. The last time she saw Lit, she was still the little brother who only followed Orson, being timid and afraid to bother others. She didn't expect that Lit has grown to the point where he can be so polite and generous when meeting people alone. After all, the relationship between himself and Lite was not that good, and the only connection between the two was Orson. No need to be so polite, just call me Litsu, Sister Kalenina. Litsu smiled. Okay, Lit. Upon hearing this, Kalenina also showed a relaxed smile. What's the matter with you looking for me this time? That. Lit said this, still feeling a little embarrassed, and then she looked up at Kalenina. Sister Kalenina, didn't Orson tell me before that if I have any financial problems, I can come to you? Ah, Orson did say that. Hearing that, Kalenina nodded. What's wrong? Have you spent the 3,000 gold coins I gave you last time? After hearing what Lit said, Kalenina finally knew why Lit was looking for her. To put it bluntly, there is not enough money, so I have to ask myself for money. Thinking of this, Kalenina's opinion of Lit changed again. Is this what they call the easy transition from frugality to extravagance? Lit had lived in the countryside before, and Kalenina undoubtedly knew this. Unexpectedly, within just a few months of entering the Duke's house, money had become worthless in her eyes. 3,000 gold coins is a huge sum of money even if it is used as living expenses for a nobleman. If you live in the Imperial Academy and don't have any bad habits, you won't be able to spend so much money. Could it be that this Lituk is a born prodigal? Thinking of this, Kalenina regretted her previous decision to bet on Lit. Then, she continued to ask with some concern, Lit, did you go to the casino or the bar? Or, did you go to those romantic places? Otherwise, how could you spend your money so quickly? No. Lite shook his head with a red face. I didn't go to those places. I still have a lot of money that you gave me, Sister Kalenina. But I have some urgent matters recently and need a lot of money, is that so? I understand. Upon hearing this, Kalenina nodded, indicating that she understood. Then, Lite, can you tell me what it is and how much money it costs? Lite was silent for a while after hearing this, and then told Kalenina. Okay, I'll tell you, Sister Kalenina, but you can't tell anyone else. Of course, I will definitely keep the secret for you, little Lit. Seeing Lit's mischievous look, Kalenina inexplicably felt a surge of maternal love and nodded to agree to Lit. To put it simply, I've been targeted by someone recently, and they seem to be trying to murder me. After hearing what Lit said, Kalenina was surprised. Look. But, I heard that the security of the Imperial College is very strong. Yes, but I happened to have something to do recently and couldn't stay in the Imperial College, so I'm a little worried. Can't Orson accompany you? Well, Orson has his own things to do, so I plan to pay for a security guard to protect me for a while. Lit said this, stretched out his finger and made the number 1 sign. 10,000 gold coins? Kalenina asked doubtfully. 10,000 gold coins can indeed hire a very powerful bodyguard in St. Laurent City. Her Chamber of Commerce had a lot of turnover during this period, and all of this was thanks to Orson. Thinking that helping Lit was also helping Orson, Kalenina agreed without even thinking about it. No, 100,000. But what Lit said next made Kalenina stunned. 100,000 gold coins. Kalenina looked at Lit in amazement. 100,000 gold coins, wow, is Lit going to ask an 8th level master to protect his safety? 100,000 gold coins is not too much, but not too little either for a farmer living in the countryside, let alone 100,000 gold coins. Even 10 gold coins would be a number he would never dare to imagine in his lifetime. Although the total value of agricultural products produced by a farmer is definitely more than 10 gold coins, after being taxed, the wealth left to him is very little. For a citizen living in a city, 10 gold coins are equivalent to a considerable amount of savings, and 100,000 gold coins, in a remote city of the empire, could even allow you to buy a small town and live the life of a mayor. And to say it is little is actually quite little. After all, the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce President Louis and the Ali Chamber of Commerce President Mohammed had made a deal before. In order to obtain this secret of the commercial courier, the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce spent a full 3 million gold coins. As long as a city is not particularly remote and poor, the taxes it collects from the agricultural and commercial industries each year far exceed this figure. The reason why it seems that there is no money as much as businessmen is simply because the city needs to invest a lot of money in maintaining various facilities, institutions, and organizations. Chapter 89. But no matter how you look at it, this amount of money is still a bit too much for Lituk. Light, do you know what 100,000 gold coins mean? Kalenina said this with a hint of seriousness in her tone. It's not that she can't get 100,000. Even if she asks Kalenina to get 1,000,000 gold coins, she can do it. Of course, if 1,000,000 gold coins were really collected, it would inevitably have a considerable impact on the business operations of the Antica branch of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce, and it might even cause the branch to be cclosed directly. I know. Li Te nodded. But the people who want to murder me this time will only spend more than 100,000 gold coins. If I don't spend more money, I'm afraid." When Kalenina heard this, she was shocked beyond words. "Light, you mean that someone spent more than 100,000 gold coins to murder you?" "No, how did you know?" Kalenina discovered a problem and asked. "Besides, Lite, do you have something important to do that requires you to go out? If not, why can't you stay in the academy for a few more days? After all, 100,000 gold coins is not a small amount." Lite was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Actually, there is a reason." As she said this, she coughed twice, cleared her throat, and then said, "However, I can't tell you, Sister Kalenina, why I'm going out for the time being. You just need to know that this incident is really important to me. Anyway, Sister Kalenina, if you are not willing to help me, then no one else will be able to help me this time. I will remember these 100,000 gold coins and will repay you later." Kalenina was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Okay." She said this, agreeing to Leet's request. 100,000 gold coins, right? Come with me to get it. For this much money, we can only use paper bills. It's okay. Lit was relieved to see that Kalenina did not refuse to help him because she doubted him, and his inner liking for Kalenina increased a little. Of course, what has increased more is my favorable impression of Orson. After all, if Orson hadn't helped Kalenina, Kalenina wouldn't have helped herself for Orson's sake. After withdrawing money from the bank, Lit waved to Kalenina and said goodbye to her. "Sister Kalenina, we'll see you later. I'll treat you to a meal in Antica during the holidays." "Okay." Cherenina smiled and nodded, then sent Lit away. Then, she lowered her head and pondered about something. After a while, she raised her head and walked towards the direction of the Imperial College. After getting the money, Lit came to Oak Street and walked into the Orchid Tavern. "Hello, I'm the one who was here yesterday." Lit came to the second floor and saw the half-orc girl guarding the door at the stairs leading to the third floor. The other party didn't say anything, just nodded, and then led Lit inside. After entering the room, Lit saw the Angel of Death covered by a cloak. "Oh? You're here so soon, it seems you have raised the money?" "Yeah." Lite nodded and sat on the sofa. "Can you agree to my terms now?" Of course, of course." The Angel of Death nodded. "We never have a problem with money. For just 100,000, Mudrick's head will be your toy." "Okay, that's what you said." Lite said this and handed the money to the Angel of Death. "Your reputation has always been good. I hope you won't let me down this time." The other party looked at the paper bills on the table and didn't count them deliberately. If he tried to get a small bargain in this kind of transaction, he would lose his life. "I know. Okay, you can lead the orcs at the door now." The Angel of Death said, "Oh, by the way, her code name is Lion. You can call her Lion, or you can call her Big Orange or something else. It's up to you." "Wait a minute." Upon hearing this, Lit looked at the killing angel with some confusion. "I've seen the person at the door before. Are you sure she has the ability to kill Mudrick?" "You know, Mudrick is a 7th level. Mudrick's 7th level is different from her 7th level." The Angel of Death smiled. "You may not know, sir? There are different levels within the 7th level. Mudrick can only be considered as a beginner at the 7th level, while she is at the peak of the 7th level. It can be said that she is only one step away from the 8th level. You sound so awesome, but what if you fail to complete the task? If we can't complete it, we'll give you a full refund. How about that? Do you think I'll still be alive to get it by then?" "Of course. After all, no matter how weak the lion is, it is impossible for her to endanger your life." Upon hearing this, Lite nodded, then she walked out of the room and came to the door. "Lion, right?" "Yeah." The orc girl nodded. "This is my code name, what's wrong? You have a new mission now. Follow me and kill Mudrick tomorrow." Lit said. Hearing this, the girl tilted her head with a puzzled look, then she opened the door and glanced at the killing angel under the cloak. Only after seeing the other party nod did she close the door and walk out. "I see. What's the location tomorrow?" "There is an open space in the forest outside the city. Anyway, follow my instructions tomorrow. Okay. The lion nodded. After seeing the lion that drove Mudrick away that night, Lit had an idea in his mind. Since the other party was able to kidnap my parents by hiring mercenaries, why couldn't I also hire someone else to help me deal with the situation? With this idea in mind, Lit came to the Orchid Tavern that day, and the answer she got from the killing angel was affirmative. As long as they have money, they will take any job. Then, Lit politely asked for the price, and the other party immediately quoted a number like 100,000 gold coins. After all, he was going to kill a 7th level strongman. In the entire empire, there are not many 7th level strongmen. A famous and powerful person like Luca, the dean of the Imperial Academy, is only an 8th level magician. Although the entry threshold for teachers in charge of combat subjects at the Imperial Academy is level 7, in reality, the strength of most teachers is only level 7. There are a total of 200 classes in the 4 grades of the Imperial Academy, and at most there are no more than 10 8th level teachers in charge of combat. Among them, there is a fixed person in each grade class. Hecate, the teacher of Lit and Lienka, and Triss, the teacher of Orson and Olivia, are 2 of the TE and IT. Can be said that among the tens of millions of people in the entire empire, there are only more than 1,000 people above level 7. This ratio can be said to be 1 in 10,000. From this, we can also see the Imperial Academy was so terrifying that there were more than 1,000 7th level masters, more than 200 of whom were teaching in the Imperial Academy. The Imperial Academy alone had more than 1/10 of the masters in the Empire. 100,000 gold coins. A 7th rank warrior is actually worth that much money. Lit thought about the expenses of the Imperial College and immediately felt a deep respect for the Imperial College. I didn't expect that I would be surrounded by millions of gold coins on a daily basis. Later, Lit said that he couldn't come up with so much money, and the killing angel was very easygoing, saying that Lit could go and raise the money first, and it wouldn't be too late to come back after raising enough. Then, Lit remembered that Orson had mentioned by chance that Cherylina would come to St. Laurent City for business in the next 2 days. Then, he took the initiative to find Cherylina and got 100,000 gold coins from her. Back to the present, the lion and Mudrick are fighting. As a half-orc, the lion is indeed fighting with extreme ferocity. Mudrick was actually suppressed by the lion for a while. Only at this time did Lit believe that the lion was indeed much stronger than Mudrick. Before, Lit thought that Mudrick was afraid to fight the lion because Virgil had consumed too much of his energy. Now it seems that even if Mudrick is well fed and rested, he still cannot beat the lion. Oh, as the sound of metal clashing resounded through the forest, the birds on the book were startled and flew away, and Mudrick and the lion briefly separated. Mudrick looked at the lion with only mockery in his eyes. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect that you would be willing to be ordered around by such a person. Mudrick tried to provoke the lion, but the other party remained unmoved. After adjusting his pace, the lion rushed forward again, slashing the long sword in his hand through the air, and a sword energy with the force of breaking through the air was swung towards Mudrick. Mudrick also swung out a sword and cut off the oncoming sword energy, but at this time, the lion had already approached very close and was about to attack Mudrick. Mudrick had no time to defend himself and could only dodge to the side, but the lion still cut a hole in his clothes and blood slowly flowed down the tear in his clothes. Is that all? Lion looked at Mudrick and mocked him. TSK. Mudrick frowned. The wound on his waist was not deep. Fortunately, he dodged in time and only his skin was scratched. The sword blade did not penetrate much into his flesh for him. This kind of injury is almost the same as nothing. It's just that under the high-intensity activity of combat, every action of mine would involve this small wound, causing waves of slight pain in the nerves. Compared to the severe pain in the palm of his hand after the sword fight with the lion, this minor injury was nothing. It was just bleeding, his clothes were torn, and he looked a little embarrassed. How much money did this kid give you? I'll give you double, let's kill him together. Mudrick said this, trying to persuade the lion to surrender. You are a mercenary, you should understand the principle of mission priority, right? Lion said this without stopping his attack. There was another sound of metal clashing. The so-called mission priority principle is to prevent unethical mercenaries from taking advantage of the situation. When a mercenary receives a mission, he must first complete the task at hand before he can accept the commission from the mission target. For example, a mercenary is commissioned to demolish a person's house. He succeeds, and then the person whose house is being demolished comes to the mercenary and pays him to demolish the house of the person who instigated him. The mercenary can do so at this time. If a mercenary is commissioned to kill someone, before that person is killed, no matter how much the person offers, the mercenary must complete the task first, otherwise he will be spurned by the entire industry and not accepted. As for the evidence, Mudrick did not keep the contract out of personal preference, but to prevent one of the mercenaries or the buyer from defaulting on the debt. The contract exists. If the mercenary defaults on his debt and does not do the job after receiving the money, the buyer can simply make the contract public and ruin the mercenary's reputation. If the buyer pays a deposit and fails to pay the balance after the mercenary completes the task, the mercenary can also publish the contract to ruin the buyer's reputation. Of course, I understand. But aren't mercenaries also profit-driven? Mudrick said with a forced smile. But I'm not a proper mercenary. The lion said this, and swung his sword again, forcing Mudrick to the side of a tree. Yes, you are not, said Mudrick, hiding behind the book. The lion did not rush to chase him. After all, there was a possibility that Mudrick might hide behind the tree and attack her. She simply used brute force to kick the tree in half, making Mudrick. Derek was out of cover. TSK. Mudrick made an unhappy sound. He would definitely be unhappy if his plan was seen through. Then he turned and prepared to flee into the woods. Do you want to hide in the woods? The lion said, speeding up and chasing after him. At this moment, Lit also activated magic and released a fireball in front of Mudrick, blocking Mudrick's escape route. Although it was only a 4th level fireball, Mudrick still had to take time to clean it up. If he rashly passed through the fireball, it would only reduce his speed. TSK, annoying bug. Mudrick said this and could only turn around and face the lion rushing towards him. The lion swung his sword, and the huge force made Mudrick take several steps back. Then, the two men started fighting in the woods. Most of the time, Mudrick retreated and fought back, while the lion took the initiative to chase him to prevent Mudrick from escaping by taking advantage of the terrain of the woods. This time, the two had been fighting for several minutes. Lit looked at the time and signaled Virgil to start. Virgil nodded, then walked up to the mercenaries with his sword in hand. On the other side, Orson also left the Imperial College this morning. He quietly came to the woods where Lit and Mudrick had agreed to fight and hid there. Then, he discovered something was wrong. Chapter 90 inches. A place he had obviously never been to. He saw dead leaves that had been trampled into the soil and several broken twigs on the ground. Orson's heart suddenly became alert. Then, he followed the direction of the dead leaves and branches, concealing his breath, and slipped past quietly. The further he walked, the more Orson felt something was wrong. I wanted to catch a small fish, but I didn't expect a big fish to take the bait. At this time, a sinister voice came from a big tree nearby. Mr. Orson, it doesn't seem very safe to be here at this time, right? Orson looked in the direction of the sound and saw a man standing on a branch looking at him. His body was wrapped in black clothes and he had a black mask on his face. Orson looked at the other person's outfit and, for some reason, burst out laughing. The other party was a little confused by Orson's trick, and then looked at Orson and asked harshly, "What are you laughing at?" "I laughed at you like a moron. In broad daylight, you were wearing night clothes. Are you afraid that others won't recognize you?" The man in black looked at Orson. For some reason, he felt that it made sense, but after being mocked by Orson, he was still very angry. Then he took out a dagger and pointed it at Orson. "Now that you've seen that, you should know what I'm here for." Having said this, he jumped down and stood in front of Orson. "Level 7, huh?" Orson said this and looked at the other party. "It seems you have some insight. You are the one sent to assassinate me?" Orson asked in a deep voice. "You could say that." The assassin nodded. "Someone asked me to buy your elites' lives." The reason why he appeared in front of Orson so brazenly at this moment was, of course, because he was extremely confident in dealing with Orson. Only Lit, Marvin, the president of the Antica City Adventurers Association, and Triss knew that Orson's strength had reached the 7th level. Orson did not tell anyone else, and these 3 people did not make it public, so others still thought that Orson was still a level 6 like he was a year ago. After all, from level 6 to level 7 is a huge leap. Even Prince Arthas, the Empire's first genius at the time, spent 2 or 3 years in the Imperial Academy to advance to level 7 with the help of various rare treasures. Orson does not have as many resources as Arthas. Although his talent is indeed better, the speed at which his strength improves should not be faster than that of Prince Arthas. Therefore, when arranging this assassination mission, the other party deliberately chose a 7th level assassin to carry out the operation. As for the 8th level assassins, the Empire is not without them, but these master level assassins rarely accept missions, And the funds required are also astronomical. The client thought that there was no point in using a butcher knife to kill a chicken, and since he didn't have the money to buy one, he had to settle for the next best thing. In short, as long as the task is completed. So, before you die, can you tell me who wants to kill me? Me? Orson asked sincerely. Oh, you want to trick me? The assassin smiled. Don't take me for a fool. Then, his figure disappeared from the spot. Mist hidden technique. The so-called fog hiding technique is the skill that the assassin profession relies on for survival. By creating a gas with hallucinogenic effects, the enemy can no longer see their own figures. This kind of magic is simply a powerful weapon when facing someone who is much weaker than oneself. It can kill the enemy invisibly, which is quite terrifying. However, when facing someone with equal strength, the assassin can only reduce the frequency of his activities to achieve the effect of hiding. If you were to launch an attack at this moment, or get too close to someone, you would definitely be discovered. Of course, this does not mean that this trick has lost its effect. After all, it is an assassin's signature skill. At this moment, when facing an enemy of the same level, he can reduce the intensity of his activities and suddenly launch an attack in a new place while the enemy is unaware of him. The main point is to take the enemy by surprise. Orson frowned, then used his magic power to continuously detect any signs of activity outward, with himself as the center. Then, he really locked onto a breath. As a mage, he is very restrained against the mist concealment technique at this moment. After all, it is also a kind of magic. The assassin will consume his own magic power when releasing the mist concealment technique. As long as the magician is of the same level, he can lock the assassin's position through the magic power released by the assassin, but at the same time, if the assassin is more capable of facing the mage's disadvantageous attributes in melee combat will be revealed. In this case, the assassin can basically declare victory in the battle as long as he closes the distance. However, the opponents seem to have forgotten that although Orson often used swordsmanship in battle, according to the Adventurers Association's assessment, he was a dual practitioner of physical and magical skills, and was on the same level as a warrior and a mage. It's just that Orson has never encountered anyone who needs him to use both warrior and mage skills at the same time during battle. Then, after locking onto the assassin's position, Orson stabbed out with his sword. The assassin was just about to look for Orson's weakness, but he didn't expect that Orson had discovered his position. Although the assassin's main focus was agility, Orson's sudden attack caught him off guard and he had no time to dodge. He could only hold the dagger in front of his chest to block the stabbing sword. Then, the huge force caused the assassin's body to fly backwards. He was not known for his strength, but Orson's strength gave him a bad feeling. He hit the tree and couldn't help spitting out blood. You? The assassin looked at Orson with a surprised look. You're curious, why? Right? I'm only a level 6, how can I send you flying so far with just one strike? Because I have already reached level 7. Orson said. The assassin's heart felt as if it had sunk into an icy cave. I had been pretending to be so cool for so long, but in the end Orson slapped me in the face and almost crippled me. The assassin wiped the corner of his mouth and then used the mist hidden technique again. However, this time he did not want to attack. Instead, seeing that the situation was not right, he prepared to escape. He couldn't defeat Orson at level 7 at all. In order to show off, he lost the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, and was just injured by the opponent's sudden attack. At this moment, he had no choice but to escape. The assassin even suspected that Orson's previous exposure of his flaws to him was a deliberate attempt to lure him into the trap. Thinking of this, he quickly used his magic power to design several clones in the mist concealment technique. As mentioned before, the mage can locate the assassin's position through the magic power emitted by the mist hidden technique. The assassin, of course, has made a countermeasure, which is to use magic power to create clones or dummies in several specific locations that react similarly to his own magic power. In this way, whether attacking or escaping, causing interference to the opponent will be beneficial to your next action. But Orson was not disturbed. He closed his eyes and carefully felt the difference between each magic power. Then, he opened his eyes and released a magic towards the front right. Suddenly, countless vines appeared on the ground and coiled around one place. After a few seconds, the fog hiding technique was lifted, and the assassin appeared in the place where the vines were entangled, and now, his limbs were bound, with only his head exposed. Orson smiled and walked up to the assassin. Now, can you tell me who sent you here? Chapter 99, Trump Card, 2K, Tisk. The assassin turned his head away and ignored Orson. Don't think you can get anything out of me, then don't blame me. Orson said this and was about to take action when suddenly he felt the ground shaking violently. What's going on? As he said this, Orson looked in the direction where the vibration came from, and then his eyes widened. On the other side, Mudrick was resisting the attack of the lion. Due to the interference of Lit and Virgil, Mudrick could not use all his strength to fight against the lion. In addition, his strength was not as good as the lion, so his physical strength gradually ran out. Faced with the righteous beating, he seemed to be on the verge of defeat. TSK. Just as he was distracted to avoid the lion's attack, Virgil cut his arm with a sword. Mudrick was furious and punched Virgil back with all his strength. Virgil was caught off guard and was hit hard, crashing into a tree. Lit looked at Virgil with concern, but the latter just shook his head, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then continued to stand up. Although Virgil was still able to stand up, he obviously could no longer continue to interfere with Mudrick as he had just done. This is the difference between the 6th level and the 7th level. Mudrick's attack also exposed his back to the lion. As a fierce warrior, the lion certainly did not miss this opportunity. She slashed at Mudrick's back with a sword. The sword directly cut through Mudrick's clothes and left a wound on his back deep enough to see the bone. After the sword was swung out, the lion was actually a little dissatisfied because she just hit it off-center. If it had been more straight and hit Mudrick's spine, he might have lost his ability to fight immediately. Even so, this blow caused Mudrick to suffer heavy damage. He rolled forward in pain, putting some distance between himself and the lion, then turned around and stared at the lion. He was already seriously injured, and it was simply a pipe dream to escape from the lion. At this time, Lit said, "Captain Mudrick, if you hand over the things now, I can still spare your life." Ha! Mudrick smiled and spat out a mouthful of blood foam. "You think you won?" As he said this, he touched his storage ring. "You spent so much time and effort to get what's inside?" Then, there was a flicker of light, and Mudrick took out a bottle of potion and drank it. Seeing this, the lion's pupils dilated slightly, and it immediately rushed forward, ready to kill Mudrick. But even though the lion had already taken action in advance, Mudrick still drank the potion. Then the lion stabbed Mudrick's heart with his sword. Mudrick fell backwards to the ground, with the lion's sword still stuck in his chest. Just when the lion breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly heard a chuckle. "Oh!" Mudrick smiled and stood up. The pierced heart seemed to be fine and continued to supply blood to the body. Then, under the gazes of everyone, Mudrick's body swelled up visibly. Within a few seconds, a nearly 3-meter-tall humanoid monster covered with dark purple muscles appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, everyone could no longer tell how he looked like the original Mudrick. "Devil!" Shio muttered, words uttered from his mouth. The demonized Mudrick just smiled, pulled out the sword that had just pierced his chest, ignored the dark red blood flowing down his chest, and looked at the few people with a grin. "Ha, you're at least a bit sensible." As Mudrick said this, his aura suddenly surged, approaching the level of the 8th level. Of course, it didn't actually reach the 8th level, but even so, Mudrick at this moment, relying on the powerful qualities brought by his body after being transformed into a demon, is no longer afraid of the lion. The lion frowned. She had chosen to fight quickly and decisively just now, which consumed a lot of her physical energy. Especially at the last blow, she thought Mudrick should be dead, so she did not hold back. Unexpectedly, Mudrick was resurrected with full blood now, and even stronger than before. "Do you know that the Empire the Devil's attitude?" The lion said this, looking at Mudrick warily. "Of course I know that once a demon appears, the Empire's masters will quickly attack and kill the demon." Chapter 91 But, thanks to the good place you chose, no one will find me now. Even if I still can't escape death in the end, I can take you to hell with me. After saying this, Mudrick rushed towards the lion. It was this woman who had obstructed him from teaching Lit a lesson in the beginning, and today she almost killed him, forcing him to reveal his last trump card. The lion's sword was held in Mudrick's hand. At the moment, the lion had no suitable weapon in his hand, so he could only learn Mudrick's previous tactics and retreat in the woods, using the trees as cover. At this moment, Mudrick used his fists to blast open the trees that the lion used as cover. Then, the broken trees and the lion's body flew backwards, breaking several trees before stopping. The loud noise coming from here was also heard by Orson. At this moment, Orson frowned, then decided to knock out the assassin in front of him first, and then carried the assassin towards the place where the sound came from. At this time, Mudrick was slowly walking towards where the lion was. Virgil tried to intercept Mudrick halfway, but Mudrick punched Virgil and sent him flying. This time the latter crashed into a tree and broke it. He covered his chest and was unable to stand up again. "You stinky woman, you were pretending to be so powerful before. You wanted to teach me a lesson, you wanted to kill me, right?" Mudrick said this, walked to the woodpile, and looked at the lion that was pressed under several logs. At this moment, although the lion was still conscious, its body was pressed under the tree and it could not move normally. Mudrick watched all this with amusement. You didn't expect it, miss? The situation between us has changed in an instant. Now, you are the hunted. Then, a voice sounded behind Mudrick. Stop, said Lit, standing in front of Mudrick. This incident is a conflict between you and me. There is no need to involve her. Ha? Mudrick smiled. Mr. Lit, she wanted to kill me just now? You want me not to involve her now? Whatever. He said this and looked at Lit with a hint of ferocity in his eyes. Since you want to die so badly, let me give you a ride. Then he threw a punch at Lit. P.S. Happy New Year. Today is New Year's Eve and I am a bit busy, so I can only write one update. I will not stop updating after the new year. Chapter 100. Panic. Lit closed his eyes. She had done everything she could, but she never expected that Mudrick had a backup plan that was banned by the Imperial Order. Daring to use this kind of thing means that Mudrick wants to exchange his life for another's. Who would have thought that Mudrick was dying the previous second, and was revived with full health the next second? It has become even stronger than before and seems to have reached the peak of the 7th level. The people he relied on also lost their fighting power because of this change. As expected, I was too stubborn. The game had clearly been set up, and everything was in his plan from beginning to end. It was obvious that there was no need for Orson to take any action. Lit closed his eyes and his life story flashed through his mind like a kaleidoscope. Then, he stopped at the day when he first met Orson. He was so high and mighty, and he was just a country boy. Even though he was related to Duke Lucius by blood, he still didn't think he could be on an equal footing with these nobles. However, he did not despise himself because of his background, nor did he try to please himself because of his blood relationship. Instead, he fulfilled his responsibilities. A good brother should do that. I also have my own little thoughts and want to rely on him all the time, but later, he faced the reality and knew that if he wanted to keep Orson, he had to make himself stronger. But now, even though Orson gave him so much help, Lit still messed it up. Whether it was the direct help from Virgil and the doctor, or the fundraising from Kalenina, it could be said that it was because of Orson that Lit had so many resources at hand. It seems that I still can't do it. If I died here, Olivia would probably be very happy. At least I wouldn't hinder the relationship between her and Orson. Maybe, really, it is best to not have myself anymore. Just as Lit was thinking this, Mudrick's fist had not yet landed. At this moment, Lit felt a darkness in front of her, and then she opened her eyes. In front of me was that familiar voice. Orson stood in front of Lit, and then a magical barrier separated Mudrick and everyone else. Mudrick punched the barrier, and the barrier used to block the attack began to ripple like the surface of water being hit, but the barrier remained motionless. Oh! Mudrick was surprised when he saw Orson standing in front of him. Master Orson, I didn't expect you to break through to the 7th level? Oh, are you surprised? Orson smiled. Of course I'm not surprised, but now that you've seen me like this today, I definitely won't let you go back. Mudrick said this and then punched the barrier a few more times. The barrier that originally seemed intact began to show cracks. The saying one force can defeat 10 skills is exactly about this principle. Of course, the barrier technique itself is not a high-level magic, and it can be used by a 4th-level magician. Although Orson used the 7th-level magic power to cast this magic, which increased the protective power of the barrier by several levels, after Mudrick was demonized, his strength was close to the 8th level. It was expected that this protective magic could not hold up. Orson frowned, then took out a bottle of healing potion from the storage ring and handed it to Lit. Lit, go give this bottle of potion to that orc lady. Magic such as barrier magic requires the caster to maintain concentration on the magic when casting it, which means that the caster cannot be distracted during this period of time. If faced with a sudden attack from an arrow, if Orson chooses to dodge at this time, he will focus on dodging the arrow, and the barrier spell will become ineffective because he has lost his concentration on casting the spell. Okay. Lit nodded after hearing that, then took the healing potion from Orson, walked to the lion, handed the healing potion in his hand to her, and then used force to move the wood pressing on the lion away. She was finally able to move her body. She first weakly took the healing potion from Lit's hand. After making some decisions in her heart, she decided to drink the potion. Sher's growth to the 7th level was not smooth sailing. She had been trained in a desolate and remote place since she was a child. She participated in battles as a young soldier at the age of 14, and then was selected as an elite mercenary at the age of 16. Her previous boss did not take mercenaries like Lion seriously. Every time they were injured in battle and unable to complete the mission, he would use healing potions to forcibly heal the injured soldiers instead of waiting for them to recover naturally and letting them return to the battlefield again. Yes, the price of simple healing potions is much cheaper than that of mercenaries. Compared with letting these mercenaries lose their combat effectiveness directly, for the commander, healing potions that allow powerful mercenaries to quickly recover in a short period of time are obviously the most beneficial option for the battle situation. Over time, more and more familiar faces in the mercenary team that Lion was in were ruthlessly abandoned by the mercenary leader because their drug resistance increased and they finally needed better quality healing potions to treat their injuries. Lion finally gathered a group of mercenaries, killed their leader, and then disbanded the mercenary group. From then on, the mercenaries wandered around the world and made the world their home, until 2 years ago, she met the agent Killing Angel in the Imperial City, and then worked her way up to the position of Killing Angel's security guard. Looking at the empty potion bottle in front of him, memories of the past suddenly began to attack the Lion. The last time I used a healing potion was after a mission. I fought my way out of 100 bandits and was stabbed many times. At that time, her drug resistance was already very high. After returning to the camp, she drank 5 bottles of medium-quality healing potions in succession before her body recovered. Then, the leader treated her like a machine and sent her to carry out the next mission. It was also from that time that she saw through the leader's true face of treating mercenaries as tools to make money rather than human beings. I don't know how effective this healing potion is. Just as Shur was thinking this, she suddenly discovered that her breathing was slowly becoming steady from its previous heavy pace, and her heartbeat was also gradually calming down. The Lion stared with eyes wide open. Looking at everything in front of you, the limbs and bones that had just been crushed under the tree and impacted now regained strength. A feeling of being reborn came over me. The Lion then stood up and stretched his muscles. Mudrick on the other side obviously noticed all this. When he saw the Lion stood up unharmed and started to move, he admitted that he was a little panicked. Then he continued to attack the barrier in front of him. Once the barrier is broken, Mudrick still has a chance to win while the two are still unstable. Chapter 101. The problem seems to be quite serious. 7K, please give me a monthly ticket. As if he had seen through Mudrick's thoughts, Orson frowned. In a competition between masters, you cannot win by relying solely on defense. No matter how strong a shield is, it will eventually break under constant attacks. Miss Orc, I don't have much time left to buy you. At this time, Orson simply said this. I understand. Lion nodded after hearing this. After feeling that his lost strength was slowly recovering, he came to Orson and gave him a wink. Then, almost in an instant, Orson cancelled the barrier, and Mudrick's punch missed, and his whole body fell forward uncontrollably. Fortunately, he quickly stabilized his body and punched Orson. Orson chanted a spell, adding a layer of frost armor to his right hand, and then punched Mudrick. Under normal circumstances, if a mage uses armor made of magic elements to protect himself against a close attack from a warrior, it can only serve as a defense at best, but Orson is different. In addition to being a 7th level magician, Orson is also a 7th level warrior. Therefore, although he was afraid of Mudrick's nearly 8th level strength, he still chose to fight Mudrick with a punch. When Mudrick saw that Orson dared to fight back, he immediately laughed at Orson for overestimating his own abilities. The two men's fists collided, and then Mudrick opened his eyes wide, looking at everything happening in front of him in disbelief. Orson, you. He said this and looked at Orson in surprise. In his imagination, Orson was hit hard by his punch and at the very least would be knocked away for a distance. However, he did not expect that Orson remained motionless after this blow. Even the extremely strong demon Mudrick felt some pain, but Orson didn't react at all. Ice wall protection, kid. Orson said sarcastically. In fact, Orson used ice to freeze his feet to the ground, thereby strengthening his own strength, which made it seem that he could withstand Mudrick's punch quite easily, but the impact hit Orson so hard that he still felt obvious pain. Then, Orson didn't say much, but took the initiative to punch Mudrick quickly. The two exchanged dozens of punches in a few seconds, and the speed was so fast that it felt like one could see the afterimages. Okay, I haven't had such a great fight in a long time. Mudrick said this, immersed in the battle with Orson. Orson used magic to strengthen his physical fitness, allowing his physical strength to reach the peak of the 7th level in a short period of time. He was not at a disadvantage in fighting against Mudrick, and sometimes he was even better. The two men fought for another half a minute. Just when Mudrick was about to stop and take a break, he suddenly felt a chill. but it was too late. Through the previous fistfight, Orson spread the ice to his feet, and then used the ice to freeze Mudrik's feet and the ground together. Mudrik didn't react at first. When he turned around and saw the sword blade flashing with cold light flying towards him, it was too late, and when he finally broke free, the lion's blade had already pierced his body. Since I failed to kill him once, I will try again. The blade passed through from behind and pierced deep into Mudrik's chest. Of course, demons are not so easy to kill. Mudrik fought back like crazy, and began to attack everything around him indiscriminately. Chapter 92. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was the lion who had plotted against him, but he swung his body wildly, and the lion had no choice but to put down the weapon that was still stuck in Mudrik's body and jump down. Almost in an instant, Mudrik locked onto the lion and then rushed towards him. The lion looked at Mudrik, who was rushing towards him. Although everyone knows that Mudrik Lion is now at the end of his strength, he is still a strong man after all, and he is even more unpredictable when he is in a frenzy. So she thought about escaping. By dodging in the woods, she could continue to wear down Mudrik's strength during the chase, until the end, when he was exhausted, and then give him the final blow. Mudrik chased the lion for half a minute and found that he could not catch up with him. As his physical strength was constantly draining away, the intense pain restored a little bit of his sanity. Then he looked at Virgil, who was lying next to a tree not far away. I have to change one. With this thought in mind, Mudrik quickly changed direction, ignoring the lion and rushing directly towards Virgil. When Lion first saw Mudrik moving, she thought he had given up, but when she saw Virgil in the direction of Mudrik's movement, she was stunned. Lit obviously saw this too. "Virgil, be careful," she said, looking at Virgil worriedly. It seems that she, who is currently only at the 4th level of strength, can do nothing. At this moment, Virgil was lying beside the tree, looking up, staring in a daze at what was happening. A huge figure suddenly rushed towards him. Mudrik felt very proud when he saw that he was about to succeed. He could feel the lion's breath approaching him as he headed towards Virgil. Sure enough, as long as I threaten the lives of others, that annoying mosquito will come close to me. Thinking of this, Mudrik smiled with a look of success, then turned around with a smile, ready to give a head-on blow to the lion that rushed over to rescue Virgil. Just as he turned around, a figure quietly appeared behind him. Orson gripped the hilt of the sword, then chanted something softly. Just as Mudrik saw the lion charging towards him and was about to attack, an explosion was heard here. Then he was surprised to find that he had no strength left. He looked down and saw that the part of his chest where the sword had pierced had exploded, leaving a huge hole. In this hole, you can even see your own bones. No matter how strong the demon's physique is, it is impossible for him to recover with a big hole in his chest. He turned around in astonishment, but only saw Orson floating in the air, looking at him with a smile. "Captain Mudrik, this is your gift, please sign for it." Just now, when Mudrik turned around, Orson came behind Mudrik, and then used the sword that was still inserted in Mudrik's body as a conductor to release lightning magic, which exploded directly in Mudrik's chest. Mudrik stared at Orson angrily, but could not speak. Dark red blood continued to flow out from the huge gap in the chest. Then, he fell down. After the 3-meter-tall huge body fell down, the ground shook slightly and made a noise. Seeing Mudrik finally dead in front of him, Orson finally felt relieved. Then he bent down and found Mudrik's storage ring on his body, walked up to Lit and handed the storage ring to her. "Here you go, Lit." Orson said this with a smile. "Is this what you want?" Then he handed Mudrik's storage ring to Lit. "Yes." Upon hearing this, Lit took the ring that Orson gave her and nodded. Thank you, Orson." "It's okay." Orson shook his head. "I was negligent in this matter. If I had known that Mudrik had connections with the devil and the cult, I would never have let you handle this matter." At this moment, footsteps suddenly sounded outside. Then, a well-equipped and beautifully equipped troop appeared in the woods. They came out surrounded by a man. Everyone looked over. Surrounded by them was a dignified middle-aged man. Orson recognized him. He was the commander of the Imperial City Garrison and an 8th-level knight of the Empire. His name was Langdon. Langdon frowned. He walked forward and glanced at everyone present, and then saw the dead body of Mudrik lying on the ground. After seeing Mudrik's strange skin, he showed a look of surprise. Time goes back to the moment when Mudrik just took the potion and turned into a demon. Group 64315 Lit was worried that Mudrik would do something bad to everyone, so he ordered his men to quickly return to the city and lead the guards here. Although this incident was initially considered a private fight, it has now far exceeded the nature of a private fight. Then, the subordinates ran to the city gate and informed the public of the appearance of the demon outside the city. At first, when the soldiers heard the news, they did not believe it. However, when they saw the person who brought the news look terrified and was willing to swear on his life, they had no choice but to believe him. After all, the devil is no joke, and if you dare to make a false police report, the punishment will be quite severe. The garrison soldiers then reported the news to higher authorities. Finally, the news reached the ears of the garrison commander, Langdon. Langdon was in his 40s or 50s. The last time he heard the name demon was when he was a child. At that time, he heard that if you cross the desert where orcs live and go to the eastern part of the continent, there will be all kinds of strange races. They will come to the empire through the desert trade routes or sea routes. Among those strange races, the demon race is undoubtedly the most ferocious. They are born with strong bloodlines, but because of their aggressive nature and bad temper, they find it difficult to adapt to group life. Therefore, they are discriminated against by other races in the East continent. They can only live in the harsh environment and the wild where few people go. Their numbers are decreasing year by year. In fact, in the early years of the empire, it was invaded by demons. At that time, a brave man named Kyle appeared in the empire. He led his companions to attack the Demon King's castle, killed the Demon King, and at the same time drove away all the remaining demons from the western continent. After that, demons that had caused great harm to humans became species that were banned from entering the empire. If a demon was found in the empire, it would be killed without mercy. What's going on? Langdon said, looking at Orson and others. Orson had just helped Virgil up and fed him a bottle of potion. When he saw Langdon asking, he just shrugged. I don't know what happened either. Orson said, looking at Lit and Sure. Perhaps it would be better to ask these two. Forget it. Langdon said, and waved his hand. Everyone, let's go back to the imperial city and talk slowly. Then, several soldiers came forward, carried Mudrick's body to a carriage on the road outside the woods, and then covered it with a cloth. Langdon walked up to the group and pointed to the carriage outside. Everyone, please get on the carriage first. Okay. Orson nodded politely after hearing this, and next, several people got on the carriage back to the city. On the other side, the city of Constantine. The city of Constant is a satellite city near the city of Saint Laurent. It is very small with a population of no more than 50,000. The mayor of the city is a baron under the emperor. The doctor was whistling as he strolled through the streets of Constantia, looking very happy, and now he has changed his clothes from a white suit to a white doctor's coat, and is holding a medical box in his hand, looking quite professional. He had just accepted a task on the task list of the Adventurers Association in the city. Lately, Baron Drizzt in the city has been feeling unwell and has been suffering from headaches that cannot be cured no matter what he does. Even after inviting a priest from the city to come, all he can do is relieve the pain. So, Drizzt gave the Adventurers Guild a task, offering a reward of 1,000 gold coins to anyone who had some knowledge of medicine and could cure Drizzt's headache. So the doctor took on this task. After rushing for about half an hour, the doctor appeared in front of the baron's mansion. The soldier in charge of guarding the gate saw the doctor coming and stopped him. What do you do? The soldier asked. Sir, I was sent by the Adventurers Association. As he said this, the doctor took out the task list he had received from the Adventurers Association. Here, please take a look. The soldier glanced at the task list in the doctor's hand, carefully read the seal of the Adventurers Association on it, and nodded. I see. I'll go and report it. Then the soldier turned and walked into the mansion, and a minute later he came out again. Lord Drizzt has agreed, you can go in. The soldier said this and prepared to walk into the Duke's mansion with the doctor. Entering the living room, a pale, extremely thin young man was sitting on the main seat. He was supporting his head with one hand, and his face did not look good, as if he was trying hard to endure some pain. You are the doctor who is going to come and see me? Drizzt said this, opening his eyes and looking at the doctor. Yes. The doctor bowed respectfully. Lord Drizzt, I have been traveling around and practicing medicine for 10 years. I have some experience in treating difficult and complicated diseases. I think I can be of some help with your condition, Lord Drizzt. Okay. After hearing this, Drizzt stared at the doctor carefully for a long time before finally nodding. Well, let's go inside first. Having said this, he stood up with the help of the handrail and walked towards the inner room. Hearing this, the doctor nodded and followed him. Lord Drizzt, the Duke's mansion is so big, but I don't think you have hired many servants? Drizzt paused after hearing this, and then said, I like quietness. After my father passed away a year ago, the servants hired by our family are all hourly workers. They go back home directly after work. Oh, you are not like other nobles who treat servants as their own private property, the doctor said with a smile. He. Trist just smiled and didn't say much. By the way, Lord Drizzt, you look almost 30 years old. Don't you have a wife at home? Upon hearing this, Drizzt stopped where he was, turned around and looked at the doctor. As if stimulated by something, his tone became a little stiff. You're a doctor, not here to check my family background, right? Ah, sorry, I was rude. The doctor said this and bowed to Drizzt. It's just that when I was practicing medicine, I used to find the cause of the patient's illness from the patient's previous life. If this is too offensive to you, I apologize. It's okay. Seeing the doctor's sincerity, Drizzt just shook his head and said nothing. For some reason, I didn't marry a wife. Then, the two went upstairs and came to the second floor, which was Trist's bedroom. Then let's talk here first. It's not very convenient down there just now, and I'm not feeling well now. Trist said this, lying on the bed and motioning the doctor to sit down. The doctor also nodded, then closed the door and sat in the guest seat. Please tell me, when did your symptoms start? Okay. Trist nodded after hearing that. So, this is what happened. Sitting in the interrogation room, Langdon looked at Lit in front of him and asked. Yes. Li Tay nodded. It's true that we asked Mudrick out because of some personal grudges, but Mudrick's subsequent actions have completely crossed the line. I suggest that we conduct a thorough investigation of anyone who has had contact with the Iron Wolf mercenary group before. I see. Langdon nodded. Then, Mr. Leet, you can go back now. Okay. Lit nodded, then stood up and left the interrogation room. Chapter 93. Just now in the carriage, Orson told Lit, Virgil and Lion how to make their confessions. After learning the details from Lit, he made up a suitable confession. Previously, Lit's adoptive parents in the countryside were kidnapped by people from the Iron Wolf mercenary group. Therefore, in order to find out who was behind the incident, Lit took the initiative to find Mudrick. However, because he was worried about Mudrick's 7th level strength, Lit had to ask Sure to be his bodyguard afterwards. Seeing that he could not gain any advantage over the lion, and was even unable to defeat it, Mudrick had no choice but to drink the magic potion. Then, Orson happened to pass by and was attracted by the sound of fighting. He rushed here and together with the lion, they subdued Mudrick. Orson, you are the last one. After Lit came out, he glanced at Orson who was still sitting outside, and then said, Okay. Orson nodded after hearing this, then he walked into the interrogation room. This time, there was not only Langdon sitting in the interrogation room, but also a familiar figure. Princess Elsa? Orson looked at Elsa with a surprised look. Why, are you surprised to see me? Elsa smiled. I am sitting in the chair of Knight Langdon as a royal juror this time. I won't say much, just make a record. Elsa said this in a relaxed tone. Master Orson, please don't be shy, this is the procedure of the Empire's interrogation. I know. Orson also nodded with a smile. In that case, let me tell you what I saw. Orson told the two interrogators about his experience. After Orson finished speaking, Langdon nodded and then looked at Orson. Mr. Orson, what you said is basically the same as what the previous speakers described. He continued, but I have a question. Why did you happen to be there when it happened? That's right. Orson had expected Langdon to ask this question, so he said calmly, Actually, Leet had kept this secret from me before, but I heard about it from someone else, so I was worried and followed him. Is that so? Langdon nodded. Then the interrogation ends here. Master Orson, you may return home. Okay. Orson was about to get up after hearing this, but Elsa beside him spoke. Master Orson, now that the interrogation is over, I would like to ask some questions, is that okay? Of course, Your Highness, Orson replied politely. Are you at level 7? Yeah. Orson nodded. I had already reached the 7th level, but I didn't think it was necessary to announce it. However, after this incident, I believe everyone should already know it. Congratulations, Mr. Orson. Elsa said this, and there was unexpectedly a different meaning in her tone. Now it's like jealousy. A few months ago, when she was promoted to a 6th rank magician, the royal family held a special banquet for her. As a result, Orson quietly advanced to the 7th level, playing the role of a pig and eating the tiger. Then I would like to thank you, Your Highness the Princess. Orson said this with a smile. It's nothing, it's what I should do. After all, Orson, you are a pillar of the country. Elsa also smiled then. She continued, by the way, I can help you with this incident. How about it? Do you need my help? Of course, Orson could hear the hidden meaning of Elsa's words, but he still pretended not to understand and looked at Elsa. Princess, what are you talking about? I'm sorry, I don't know. Isn't it the rule of the royal family to enforce the law impartially? Your Highness, as a member of the royal family and the direct heir to the royal family, you should uphold this concept. Whether to help or not, Knight Commander Landon, could you please leave for a moment? I have something I want to talk to Master Orson about alone. At this time, Elsa suddenly spoke. Okay. Langdon nodded and left. Elsa kept looking at Orson. It was not until the door closed as Langdon left that Elsa spoke. Orson, there are only 2 of us here now, so there's no need for you to pretend. Your Highness, I'm sorry, but I really don't know what you are talking about. As he said this, Orson lowered his head. There's a lot of you in this matter, right? I can help you smooth over these things so that no one can trace you. Elsa stated her request directly. You know, my father values my brother very much now, so he has handed over the affairs of the army to him. I can only deal with irrelevant things like justice, but even so, I want you to know that there will be no problems if you invest in me. Just think of it not just to protect you, but also for your brother, Leetuk. If this matter is handled well, Leetuk's future will not be affected. On the contrary, if it is widely publicized, even if Leetuk is the one who is right, his future reputation will be ruined. What's more, you should also know who the new underground gang and its core member, Mr. Orson, are, right? Orson frowned as he looked at Elsa's actions, then he stood up and looked down at Elsa. Your Highness, now, I hope I am speaking to you on a relatively equal footing. As he said this, Orson's tone was slightly angry. After all, the other party's words just now have it can be said that he was threatening himself with Nalet. As a princess, there are many ways to get help. Do you really have to use this method? Or is my support so important to you that you are willing to risk the relationship between us as classmates and colleagues breaking up? Orson, that's not what I meant. Elsa said this, and realized that she might have said something wrong, touching Orson's reverse scale and making Orson unhappy. Then, she, a princess, actually apologized to the Duke's son, who was of lower status than her, for the first time in her life. I'm sorry, Orson, I just want to tell you that I can help you a lot. I don't mean to threaten you. Looking at Elsa, who was in a panic in front of him, Orson sighed. Your Highness, you must have your own decisions when doing things. You don't need to consider others specifically. It is said that you should seek benefits and avoid harm. I believe that you, princess, have grown up in the royal family for so many years, and you must understand this principle better than I do. Then, Orson turned around and left the interrogation room, leaving Elsa sitting there in a daze. Okay, let's go. As soon as Orson went out, he found that the 3 people being interrogated were still sitting outside waiting for him. He could understand Lit and Virgil, but what surprised him the most was that Cher stayed here. Well, thank you very much for today's matter, Mr. Orson. The orange-haired half-orc girl walked forward, looked at Orson, bowed to him and thanked him. After I go back today, I will tell my boss that you helped me. As for this favor, if you need any help from me in the future, please come to the Yulan Tavern to find me. Having said this, the lion turned around and left. Orson looked at the lions departing back inside. Orson, what are you regretting? At this moment, Lit's voice came to his ear. I don't know why, but this voice makes me feel a little chilly. P.S. Please give me rewards and monthly tickets. Chapter 102, Temporary Conclusion. When Lit saw Orson staring at another woman, he suddenly felt unhappy. It's a pity that I didn't get that sister's home address and couldn't discuss life with her. As he said this, Lit leaned against Orson. No, Lit, you heard it wrong. Orson said this with an embarrassed smile. I don't know who taught Lit, but she actually learned to put her hands on her waist to threaten me. It's just that this incident is a bit tricky. Orson turned around and looked at Lit. You forced Mudrick to use this trump card this time, which can be regarded as a great achievement. Otherwise, this time bomb buried in St. Laurent City will definitely bring more disasters in the future. Then he reached out and touched Lit's head. Lit seemed to enjoy being touched on the head by Orson, just like a little animal. After feeling the familiar touch of Orson's hand above her head, Lit's unhappy mood just now disappeared. She squinted her eyes comfortably, and then hugged Orson's waist, as if craving for something more. Fortunately, there was no one else around except Virgil. Otherwise, if someone saw the two of them being so intimate, it would definitely be suspected. It would be fine if other people heard it, but if Olivia knew about it, I would have to write a self-criticism when I go back. Ahem, anyway, today's investigation ends here. Let's take a break for a while. Orson said, after all, this incident is not just about Lituk's adoptive parents. The most urgent task is to find out who provided Mudrik's potion. The identity of the other party is obviously not simple, as he can make a potion that can turn ordinary people into demons. It can even be said that it is quite dangerous. Before the interrogation, Langdon also informed his men and Orson and others not to spread the news about the devil before the incident is thoroughly investigated. Rashly spreading these things will only lead to large-scale public panic. Especially now that the entire empire is still under the threat of orcs. If the people knew that the demons that once ravaged most of the empire have made a comeback, people will be panicked, and rumors will spread, causing social unrest, which is not conducive to the rule of the empire. Don't let the devil not come back by then, and humans perish in civil strife first. That would be a laughingstock. As for thoroughly investigating the Mudrik incident, it is obviously no longer the responsibility of Orson and Lit, or the responsibility they can take. So, since your father died and you began to take charge of municipal affairs, you have vaguely shown these symptoms? The doctor looked at Baron Trist in front of him and asked. Yes. Drizzt nodded. That's easy. The doctor smiled. Your symptoms are caused by overwork from taking over the municipal administration. You just need to rest. But, the tens of thousands of people in the city cannot lose me. Once I fall, no one will maintain the order in the city. Don't worry about that. The doctor shook his head. Issues concerning urban order can be entrusted to others to handle. This won't do. Trist slammed the bed and sat up. Constance City is our family's fiefdom. My family has been protected by the royal family for generations. How could we give up this city? The doctor looked at Drizzt, who was clinging to his dominance, and sighed. Then, he said, in that case, I have a way to quickly eliminate your headache. What do you mean? Trist's eyes lit up when he heard that. Perform surgery, the doctor said, pointing to his head. As the saying goes, if you have a headache, treat the head. If you have a foot pain, treat the foot. Lord Drizzt, the cause of your illness is in your head, so it is difficult to remove the lesion through normal treatment methods. Surgery is the only option. Operation, you mean? Well, I need to have surgery on my head. No. Drizzt pondered for a long time, then shook his head. I can't accept this method for the time being. If I have surgery, I won't be able to handle many things. I know you are worried, Lord Drizzt. The doctor said this with a smile. I have a set of prescriptions here that can temporarily relieve the pain. In this way, you can first deal with the recent backlog of things and then consider my proposal. Then the doctor took out a packet of medicine from his arms and poured it into the water bottle. Is your medicine okay? Trist stared at the doctor and asked. Of course. The doctor said this, drank half of the potion, then moved around a few times, and signaled to Trist that he was fine, and only then did the other party feel relieved. Trist waited for a few more minutes, and only felt relieved when he saw that the doctor still had no symptoms, and then he drank the medicine. After drinking it, he was surprised to find that his headache was indeed gradually getting better. Doctor, your effect is really good, of course. However, you will feel drowsy and weak for a period of time after drinking this medicine. You will be fine after a good night's sleep. Chapter 94 OK. Drizzt nodded. Doctors in the past had prescribed medicine for him, but this was the first time he had found medicine that was so effective and had such great results as the one in front of him. Therefore, Trist began to trust the doctor. Well, doctor, I'll rest first. Having said that, he closed his eyes. Okay, Lord Drizzt, I'll leave now. I'll come back tomorrow. The doctor said this and then politely left the room. After leaving the room, the doctor did not leave the mansion, but walked around the huge Baron mansion. Although it is large, the Baron's mansion is actually only 2 stories high. The upper floor is the noble's bedroom and office, and the lower floor is the kitchen, living room, storage room, and rooms originally for servants. After spending more than 10 minutes touring the rooms, the doctor locked onto one die in the kitchen on the first floor. He found a wall tile that was slightly different from the surrounding tiles. Just as he was about to touch that tile, footsteps suddenly sounded outside. The doctor quickly stopped what he was doing and walked to the door. The source of the footsteps outside the door was the guard who had just been guarding the door. "Sir, I see you and Lord Drizzt have been upstairs for quite some time. I'm a little worried, so, don't worry, the Baron just took my medicine and is now asleep," said the doctor. "Is that so?" The guard breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that. "Then, doctor, are you sure you can cure Lord Drizzt's illness?" "Of course." The doctor nodded then, as if he was somewhat concerned about why this guard cared so much about Drizzt. The doctor asked, "Mr. Guard, are you on good terms with the Baron?" "P.S. I've been tinkering with AI painting recently, and I think I've pulled out an SSR. I'll show you one. IMG equals 4G chapter 103, it's still early of course." The guard nodded. "To be honest, Lord Drizzt is probably one of the best city lords in the Empire." "Oh? Why do you say that?" The doctor looked at the guard with interest. The guard paused, then said, "Before Lord Drizzt fell ill, he basically worked in the office for more than 12 hours every day. The whole city was in good order under his governance. Moreover, Lord Drizzt himself lives a very simple life. In addition to the high cost of medical treatment this time, he also fired all the permanent servants. He usually only hires some hourly workers to clean the room and cook. If you think this is just my one-sided opinion, you can go ask others and see what they think of Lord Drizzt." "Okay." The doctor nodded after hearing this. He walked to the door with the guard, and then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he asked, "By the way, Mr. Guard, what did you do before?" "Ah." The guard paused after hearing this question, and then said, "To be honest, my family was actually quite well off before. My family does business in Constant City, and we are quite famous here." "Oh?" Upon hearing this, the doctor became a little interested in the guard's life experience. "Then why did you come here to serve as a guard?" The guard hesitated, but still said, "Actually, a few years ago, my sister Susie disappeared inexplicably. My father couldn't find Susie no matter how hard he looked. You know, Susie is the apple of our eye. She's young, pretty, well-educated, and our whole family likes her very much. But she just disappeared like that. After Susie disappeared, my father stopped focusing on business. Whenever he made a little money, he would ask the detective to collect information about Susie, but there was no news for several years. My father fell ill a year ago, and our family owed a lot of debts because of looking for Susie. In the end, we had to sell all our property to barely pay off the debts, but my father still didn't live to see Susie." The guard said this and sighed. "After that, because our two families have a good relationship and I have some brute force, Lord Drizzt let me be his guard to guard the gate for him." "I see." Upon hearing this, the doctor also felt sympathy for the guard's plight. "Take it easy, Mr. Guard." "Well, I've let it go," the guard said with a forced smile. "Besides, Lord Drizzt has promised that he will help me find Susie." "That's good." The doctor nodded. "At least, with the help of Mayor Baron, we are definitely one step closer to finding your sister." Okay, I'll go back to the inn first. I'll come back when the Baron wakes up in the evening." "Okay, thank you, doctor," the guard said and bowed to the doctor. The doctor left the Baron's mansion, but did not return to his hotel immediately. Instead, he wandered around the city. Only after finishing all the things in front of him could he relax and observe the city carefully. Although it has a population of less than 50,000 and can only be considered a small city, the streets of Constantine are clean and the citizens appear to be in good spirits. The most important thing is that the doctor did not see any slums in the city along the way. With this in mind, the doctor randomly found residents on the street and asked them about Drizzt's character. "Mayor Drizzt? He's very nice," a middle-aged woman said. "During the festival last year, he sang to the children in the square and gave gifts to the citizens." "My Lord Baron?" In the tavern, a middle-aged man's eyes, which were originally a little hazy, suddenly brightened up when he heard the name. and there was a hint of respect in his tone. My Lord Baron is someone I respect very much. Uncle Drizzt? A little girl at the bottom of a residential building smiled when she heard Drizzt's name. I still remember that 2 years ago, my parents and I were still living in the slums in the city, but it was demolished last year and we moved into a new home. My parents also have decent jobs and we live a happy life. Everyone in the city couldn't help but smile when they heard Drizzt's name, which surprised the doctor that he had been to many cities, but it was rare to find a lord like Constantine where the residents had such a unified opinion. It can be said that he was a good lord who implemented benevolent policies. The doctor was conflicted when he thought about what he was going to do that night. On the other side, Orson, Lit, Virgil and Elsa returned to the academy in the same carriage. The atmosphere in the carriage was quite awkward. After all, Elsa is the princess of the empire. Although she is now a classmate of the people present, it is obvious that the other three are still quite uncomfortable with being squeezed in this small space with Elsa. After considering the seats, Virgil and Orson sat on one side of the carriage, while Elsa and Lit sat on the other side. Along the way, the four of them didn't say a word. I just reprimanded Urza in the interrogation room in a serious tone. Not if Orson were asked to speak again, he wouldn't be able to find any topic to talk about. Virgil was originally Orson's subordinate, and he would not speak unless Orson spoke. As for Lituk, who was sitting next to Elsa, she ignored the princess beside her and kept staring at Orson, which made Orson feel a little uncomfortable. The four of them waited until the carriage stopped at the entrance of the academy before getting off. Just as the four entered the academy and were about to go their separate ways, Elsa suddenly called out to Orson. Orson, I'm sorry for what happened just now. As she said this, as a princess she actually bowed to Orson. If there were no one else around at the moment, this matter would definitely become a hot topic in the academy tomorrow. I'm apologizing to you as a classmate, don't get me wrong. Having said that, without waiting for Orson's reply, Elsa turned around and walked towards Afro, who was waiting for her not far away. Lit narrowed his eyes, stood on tiptoe, and sniffed Orson's cheek. What are you doing, Lit? Orson was startled by this action and quickly moved to the side, looking at her in surprise. I just wanted to smell if there was any other woman scent on Orson, said Lit. How is that possible? Orson said this and couldn't help but tap Lit's little head gently. Be a little more careful next time, don't get so close to me. Orson, are you shy? No. Orson shook his head and looked around. After making sure there was no one else, he said, You little girl, you still want to make me embarrassed? It's too early. Chapter 104, Happy Cooperation. Orson and Lit returned to the dormitory. Lit closed the door, and then, impatiently, hugged Orson's waist at the entrance. Her little cheek was pressed tightly against Orson's back, and she felt very safe and at ease, feeling his body temperature and familiar smell. Feeling Lit's movements, Orson paused, and then said helplessly, Lit, even though this is at home, we are just siblings, please restrain yourself a little. I was very restrained. Lit said, burying his face deep in his eyes again. I was busy outside before, and I didn't talk to you, Orson, when I came back. I really missed you, Orson. Just think of it as a sister missing her brother after not seeing him for a long time, Orson. Lit said this to justify Orson's actions. Orson wanted to argue, but seeing what Lit said, he didn't know what to say and could only let Lit hold him like this. After holding each other for about a minute, Lit finally let go of her hand reluctantly. Okay, I'll go make dinner. It was rare that he didn't have to take care of Mudrick's affairs anymore, so Lit wanted to relax and have a rest. Orson suddenly thought of something and called out to Lit. Well, Lit, I'm not eating at home tonight. Lit paused when he heard that, then turned back slowly and stared at Orson blankly. Why? Then, her tone suddenly became cold, his expression became gloomy. I have something to take care of. Orson explained. I might be back late. Won't you talk to me? Lit tilted his head and gave a kind smile. It's a rather private matter. Orson said this, scratched the back of his head, then apologized and left the dormitory. Sorry, Lituk, I have to go first. Dinner doesn't have to wait for me. Having said this, Orson ran out like the wind. Lituk's joyful mood upon returning home suddenly vanished. She could guess where Orson had gone. Most likely he went to look for Olivia. Really, Orson can't even speak clearly and has no idea what he likes. In the kitchen, Lit picked up a kitchen knife for some reason. She looked at her lifeless pupils reflected on the shiny blade of the knife, and for some reason, she laughed softly. Then, she walked towards the direction of Olivia's dormitory. In an ordinary residential building in Saint Laurent City, a thin man opened the door and returned to the room. He was just about to take off his nightgown when he saw a man sitting at the dining table. He shook the red wine glass in his hand and turned to look at the man. "Hello, Mr. Assassin." The person who spoke was Orson. The assassin paused, rubbed his eyes, and after confirming that the person sitting at the dining table was Orson, he immediately wanted to escape. However, after a few seconds, he came back obediently. There were several people standing at the door blocking him, and he couldn't get out at all. Obviously, Orson came prepared this time. The assassin also knew that if Orson could capture him, he would definitely capture him a second time. Chapter 95. Thinking of this, he sat directly next to Orson. "Tell me, why did you come to see me?" the assassin asked. "Nothing, I just want to chat with you, Mr. Assassin." Orson smiled. "Chatting?" The assassin sneered, and then said, "You probably just want to know the person standing behind me, right? Since you are so smart, Mr. Assassin, please tell me quickly." The assassin paused, then said, "If you really want to know, I can tell you, but you have to pay." "Okay." Orson naturally agreed. If something can be settled with money, then it's not a big deal. "How much is it?" "Just name your price." The assassin stretched out his hand and made a 60,000 gold coins? 600. So cheap? Orson was shocked when he heard the other party's offer. "It's just a small amount of money, are you sure you didn't cheat me?" "Believe it or not." "Well, I happen to have some cash on me," Orson said, taking out a few bills and handing them to the other party. Then he asked, "Can you tell me now?" "Yes." The assassin nodded. "The man who paid for your life this time is called Lodi. You should have heard of this name. If you look for him later, you will definitely find him. The assassin has figured it out." If Orson's first meeting with him could be considered a coincidence, then the fact that he is waiting for him at home now is definitely not a coincidence. Someone must have betrayed the information about the assassination of Orson. The assassin later thought about it and realized that his employer Lodi was the most suspicious. Since Rodi wants him to die, he won't have an easy time either. I wanted the 600 just to give myself a way out, and I was also worried that if I asked for too high a price, Orson would not agree and would become violent towards me, which would be a waste of time. Orson was not surprised to hear the name Lodi long before. Orson had asked the doctor to help investigate Rodi and learn some general information about him. "Lodi?" "Yeah." When the assassin saw the expression on Orson's face, he knew that Orson definitely knew this Lodi. "Okay, I understand." Orson nodded, then stood up, picked up a wine glass, filled it with wine, and placed it in front of him. "Your mission failed, so you can't get the balance back, right?" "Yes." The assassin nodded. "Mr. Orson, are you mocking me? That's unnecessary. I will never be able to earn your money in my lifetime." "No." Orson shook his head. "I just said, Mr. Assassin, do you want to make some extra money while getting the balance back? The assassin showed a puzzled expression. Afterwards, Orson told the present about his plan. The assassin smiled when he heard Orson's plan. "Great. I didn't expect that you, Master Orson, would be so dark-hearted. This is not called being cruel, this is called being kind. After all, I am helping you." Orson said this with a smile. "But if I play both sides, my reputation in the underworld will be ruined. Reputation is something that nobles have always needed, and what you need is only benefits, right? I can provide you with more benefits in the future, as long as you promise to help me." Orson doesn't mind turning enemies into friends, especially when the enemies don't cause him any harm and bring him greater benefits. "Then it's a pleasure to work with you." "It's been a pleasure working with you." Then, Orson raised his glass and clinked it with the assassin, then he drank it all in one gulp. Seeing his actions, the assassin felt relieved and drank the wine in the glass. Chapter 105. Is it too smooth at evening? Saint Laurent City. A young man with short flaxen hair was sitting in a pub on the edge of the city, with a glass of beer in front of him, seemingly waiting for someone to arrive. A few minutes later, a black-haired man walked into the pub and sat next to the young man. "Mr. Roddy, is that you?" Yeah. Rhodey nodded. Who are you? The black-haired young man rolled up his sleeves and showed Rhodey the wolf head pattern on his arm. He was the gatekeeper of the Iron Wolf mercenary group. Seeing this, Luwadi immediately understood the young man's identity. He nodded and then asked, "How is the matter going?" "We have taken people to a warehouse and there is no one there now." "By the way, why did they send you this time? For such a big business, didn't Mudrick come in person?" Rhodey said this with a puzzled expression. About this, the mercenary group has bigger things to do recently, so for the tasks that have been completed, they can only send someone with relatively new qualifications like me to do them. The mercenary said this, scratching his head, his tone a little embarrassed. "By the way, about the balance, I'll pay you after I see the man." Rhodey stood up. "Take me there now." "Okay." The mercenary heard this and stood up without saying anything, leading Rhodey on the way. The transaction took place in a more remote warehouse. Rhodey followed the mercenary. For some reason, he always felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. It felt like someone was targeting me. When he arrived at the warehouse, Rhodey immediately saw a man tied up with ropes and wearing a hood in the empty warehouse. At this moment, another person patted Rhodey on the shoulder. Rhodey turned around and was almost scared to death. Isn't this the assassin that he hired to kill people around Orson? At that time, the task I gave the assassin was to assassinate Orson or someone who was closely related to him. If he could successfully assassinate Orson, he would receive a reward of 300,000 gold coins, but if he assassinated Lit, he would only get 100,000 gold coins, but he specifically looked for an assassin who had no connection with the Iron Wolf mercenaries. Why would he appear here now? Why are you here? Lodi frowned as he looked at the assassin. As far as I remember, you probably don't know anyone from the Iron Wolf mercenary group, right? Sorry, I just saw you on the road, so I came to report the progress to you. The assassin said this with an apologetic expression. If you don't want me to have anything to do with them, I'm leaving now. It's okay. Rhodey said, shaking his head. How is the task assigned to you going? The assassin glanced at the mercenaries around Lodi, sorted out his words, and then said, We are working on it. We found an opportunity recently and we should be able to succeed. Then do it as soon as possible. The deposit we give you is not small at all. If you don't mind that little money, there are plenty of people who will do it. Rhodey said with some displeasure when he heard it. I know. The assassin nodded and left the warehouse. Lodi saw it. He took one look at the two people covered in bags in the middle of the warehouse, and then asked, Are they Andre and Jenny? Yes. The mercenary nodded. We have rented this warehouse for a while. The rent costs a lot of money every day. Can you find a time to take these two people away? Really? The rent for this place is so little, not even a fraction of the commission, and you still care about such a small amount of money? Luwadi was a little dissatisfied when he heard it. Don't worry, we will send someone to take you away later. Having said this, he walked up to the cloth bag, lifted it up, and took a look at the two people lying inside. In order to prevent them from resisting, we used some tricks. The mercenary said this and followed Lodi. There were beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. If Roddy had not been concentrating on watching the two kidnapped people at the moment, he would probably have noticed something wrong from his expression. Not dead, right? Hearing the mercenary's words, Lodi paused. He didn't want to open the cloth bag and find two dead people inside. That would be too unlucky. Of course he's not dead. The mercenary said. We strictly follow the requirements of the contract. You are all aware of the professionalism of the Iron Wolf mercenary group. We have already cooperated with each other so many times, right? TSK. Lodi looked at the mercenary with contempt. The number of times we have cooperated has nothing to do with a newcomer like you. Don't take yourself too seriously. In the past, at least your deputy leader should have received me. Oh, sorry. Then, Roddy opened the cloth bag and took a look at the two middle-aged couple sleeping inside. When Lodi looked at it carefully, the mercenary was already shaking slightly with nervousness. After a long time, Roddy closed the cloth bag and then looked at the mercenary. Suddenly a smile appeared. Sir, what are you laughing at? You look nervous? Uh. The mercenary was stunned. Just when he didn't know what to say and was about to look for help in the shadow in the corner of the warehouse, Rhodey spoke again. Did my behavior just now make you think that I'm a difficult person to deal with? It's okay. I've checked. There's nothing wrong with the person. His vital signs are all there. You've completed your mission very well. As he said this, he patted the mercenary on the shoulder. I am like this. As long as you complete the task I assigned, I will be a very easygoing person. Then he took out 10 gold coins from his pocket and handed them to the mercenary. In St. Laurent City, expenses are still high. You can use these 10 gold coins to have a drink, or find a less expensive restaurant and ask a few country girls to accompany you. Then, he walked to the door of the warehouse. Okay, I'll send someone here to pick you up later, and I'll pay the rent for you then. Okay, thank you very much. The mercenary said this, heaved a sigh of relief, and the tense nerves in his heart relaxed. He bowed to Lodi. It's okay. Rhodey waved his hand. It can be seen that your boss values you very much since this is the first time he has sent you on such a mission. Having said this, he turned around and walked out of the warehouse. Then, from the shadows, Virgil stepped out. He looked at the mercenary, then at the door. Sir, how did I perform on this mission? The mercenary looked at Virgil expectantly. Of course you can. Virgil nodded, but wasn't this mission completed a little too smoothly? P.S. I used AI to run a military uniform Lee took, and I always felt that his expression was a bit cold. IMG equals 7G chapter 106, it's the Duke, right? On the other side, after leaving the warehouse, Rhodey immediately walked along another path instead of taking the same path he came from. As early as the beginning when the Iron Wolf mercenary group sent a newcomer to contact him, he had already sensed something was wrong. This uneasy feeling was particularly strong in the warehouse when he checked the health of Andre and his wife. Therefore, he changed his previous condescending attitude and appeased the new mercenary with an equal attitude, and then found a chance to escape. Myself be sure to go to the Iron Wolf mercenary group headquarters and see what they are doing. Then, after winding around several streets, Lodi arrived at the street where the Iron Wolf mercenary group was located. At this moment, the people standing at the door of the house representing the Iron Wolf mercenary group's garrison were also members of the city defense force. Damn it, as expected, that brat was lying to me. Rhodey said this with a hint of anger in his tone, but what comes with it is fear. Chapter 96. The mission I gave to the Iron Wolf mercenary group was only to kidnap Lit's adoptive parents. Was it necessary for the city defense force to wipe out the Iron Wolf mercenary group in such a matter? No matter how close the relationship between the Stranik family behind Lit and the royal family is, it is impossible to mobilize the city defense forces to take direct action. Damn it! Rhodey cursed again. I told them a long time ago to be more careful. Although Lit is fine, Orson behind him is a big trouble. But they didn't listen. Now they have been arrested. If you had listened to me and just let Mudrick go, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Roddy waited here for a few more minutes, but still didn't see Mudrick. Not to mention Mudrick, not even a living member of the Iron Wolf mercenaries could be seen. It is estimated that after Mudrick learned the news, he had already fled out of the city with his brothers to seek refuge. Rhodey thought so. However, what he didn't know was that Mudrick had not sought refuge outside the city at all. Now he had become a corpse and was being studied by experts hired by the royal family. Then, just as he was about to turn around and report to his master, he was stunned. Standing behind him was the assassin who had just greeted him, and next to the assassin was the young man with black hair, purple eyes, tall stature, and handsome face. He was Orson, whom his master had asked him to do everything possible to get rid of. Hey, boss, this is the man I brought for you. The assassin said, pointing at Orson next to him. I helped you capture Orson. Lodi looked at the assassin and then at Orson. I thought to myself, do you think I'm a fool? Then I turned around and ran away without looking back. However, before he could run far, the assassin overtook him with his speed and stood in front of him. Boss, don't be impatient. The assassin said, smiling. I have completed the task you assigned to me. Look, I brought the person here for you. You shouldn't thank me. Bah! You traitor! Rhodey spat, then turned around immediately, but before he took a step, he stopped again. Orson was standing 5 meters behind him, Just looking at him quietly, Grody knew he couldn't run away, so he could only turn around and look at the assassin with a fierce look. If you still want to stay in this business, let me go. Otherwise, when word gets out that you betrayed your employer, the entire industry will be ashamed of you. Don't say that. The assassin smiled. When it comes to betrayal, aren't you the best? Rody's eyes widened. You, don't talk nonsense. How did this assassin know that he had betrayed his master? Roddy has been helping his master to do this kind of dirty work for 5 years. This time, in order to deal with Orson, his master gave him a large sum of money and asked him to act according to the circumstances. In his opinion, with such a large sum of money, if he had someone, he could even hire an 8th-level strongman to deal with Orson, but in his opinion, this was a bit like using a sledgehammer to kill a fly. After all, Orson was only a 6th-level master. If he was caught off guard, a 7th-level master would be enough to kill him, and if Orson hides in the academy, there is no need to worry, the people around him are easier to deal with than Orson himself. In addition, he had always believed that he had done his duty to the family and that this money should be a reward from his master, so he downgraded a level and chose to hire a 7th-level killer. Although it is indeed difficult to hire an 8th-level master, there is definitely personal selfishness involved, and hiring a 7th-level killer was not enough. In order to make more money from it, he deliberately chose to bypass the agent and obtain the assassin's contact information through other channels, and then issued this task to the assassin. This is not the first time he has done this in the past. As long as he thought that something was not a big deal, he would choose to skip the agent and issue the commission directly in his own name, and it really hadn't been turned over before. Passing car unexpectedly, this time the Iron Wolf mercenary group suffered a setback and all his information was exposed. When the assassin saw Lodi's reaction, he became more convinced of his inner thoughts. As expected, this bastard is trying to have his cake and eat it too and is harming himself. As for his method of having it both ways, he could figure it out with his, but at first, his master gave him some money and asked him to hire him to kill Orson. Then he found Orson and revealed the information that he was going to assassinate him, so that Orson would be alert in advance. After that, as long as he died, he would not have to pay the balance, and he would still receive a large sum of money from Orson. What a money-hungry old fox. Thinking of this, the assassin's favorable impression of Lodi suddenly dropped to freezing point. Originally they still had some feelings of cooperation in the past, but now they are standing on completely opposite sides. If Orson hadn't said that this man could be useful, he would have killed Rody. I didn't expect that you, Mr. Rody, were quite smart. You didn't go back directly, but came here to investigate the situation. Orson said this and clapped his hands, as if praising Rody. Oof. Rody snorted coldly. Of course he knew that Orson was mocking him, but at the moment he was trapped in a jar and there was nothing he could do. Go ahead, tell me everything you know, Orson said, and held out his hand to Rody. It's okay, don't feel burdened. The people behind you will understand your decision, because only in this way can you return to him and continue to work for him, right? What if I say no? Rody narrowed his eyes and looked at Orson. Well, why don't we play a game? I guess, what do you think? Orson looked at Rody and smiled. Rody said nothing. Let me guess the identity first. Orson said this, and deliberately pondered for a long time, and then said, It's the Duke, isn't it? Chapter 107, I'm here to rescue you. When Roddy heard Orson's words, he was immediately filled with shock. His pupils dilated slightly and his body trembled slightly. He wanted to say something to deny Orson, but it felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe, let alone speak. Why aren't you talking? Did I guess wrong? Orson said this with a smile on his face. Mr. Lodi, this is the Imperial City. Due to our status as friends, I will not do anything to you. However, I may not be able to do anything to others. For example, some people who no longer need to care about reputation. Of course, Roddy knew that Orson was threatening him by saying this. At this moment, Roddy's back was covered with fine beads of sweat, almost wetting his clothes. Just tell me what you want. He said this and looked up at Orson. Come with me, I will ensure your safety. Orson gave his conditions. Can I refuse? Do you have the capital to refuse? Lodi lowered his head, as if accepting his fate. I understand, but I will not betray my master. It's okay. Orson said this and signaled the assassin to take action. The assassin nodded when he heard this, and then he walked forward. Mr. Lodi, I'm sorry if I'm being rude. As he said this, he chopped Rodi's neck with a knife, and the latter fell unconscious. Take him away, Orson said. The money has been paid. Although a cooperative relationship has been established between Orson and the assassin, again, a verbal agreement alone cannot guarantee anything. After all, two people are connected by interests. The assassin didn't say anything, he just picked up Lodi and took him away. According to the progress of the royal investigation, it is estimated that it will take less than a few days to investigate Lodi. Orson did this to get Lodi, the crucial chess piece, into his own hands before the royal family. On the other side, it was night and the doctor returned to the door of Baron Drizt's house. The soldier guarding the door was the same one from today. When the doctor came over, he even greeted the doctor. Mr. Guard, you've been on duty all day, haven't you? You've worked hard, said the doctor. No, compared to Lord Drizzt, who works hard for the people all day, I am nothing. Has the city lord woken up? Not yet. The guard quickly shook his head when he heard the doctor's question. Master Drizzt hasn't woken up yet. Doctor, why don't you go in and wait? The master should be waking up soon. Okay. The doctor didn't say much after hearing this, but just nodded. Thank you very much. Having said this, he walked into the mansion. He did not go upstairs directly, but returned to the kitchen where he was this afternoon. He took a look outside the kitchen, made sure that the guards had not followed him, and then walked into the kitchen. When you touch the wall tile, you can clearly feel a slight rebound. This wall tile can be pressed down. Then the doctor pressed the wall tile, and then, in the kitchen, a secret door leading to the underground appeared in front of the doctor. The doctor glanced at the secret door, and after making sure that there was no one behind him, he walked down through the secret door. Walking up the stairs, the doctor felt like he had been walking for half a minute before he stepped on the floor, and then he felt a chill. This seemed to be a cellar used to store food, but it had probably been in used for a long time. Apart from some damp smell, the doctor didn't smell anything else. The space here doesn't seem to be big, even the footsteps of the doctor's shoes can echo here. The doctor walked around the small space again and confirmed that it was just a cellar. What? It turns out I was just worrying too much. Just as the doctor was thinking this, his ears caught a barely audible sound, and through the darkness, he could see that a door that was very similar to a wall appeared in front of him. If it weren't for the slightest sound coming from behind the door, he probably wouldn't have been able to hear the sound. Gently pushing the door open, the doctor could see that this was another narrow passage that could only accommodate one person. If it was a larger creature, it would not be able to pass through it. After passing through the passage, this time he came to a space about the same size as the cellar. After turning on the light in the room, he was stunned. The sound just made was the sound of the chain moving. At this moment, in the room, a pretty girl with one foot tied with an iron chain was sitting on the ground in a daze. The girl was clearly wearing gorgeous clothes, but it seemed that the person who put the clothes on her was not familiar with the wearing skills, and the originally beautiful clothes could only be used to cover her body. Her long brown hair was already messed up by her. She looked at the doctor, her eyes were dull for a moment, and then her face suddenly became ferocious. She roared at the doctor and waved her hands continuously, like a madman, or a wild beast. She no longer looked like a human being. The doctor just stood there, looking at her quietly. Although the girl tried desperately to throw herself at the doctor, one of her feet was tied with an iron chain, so she could only fall to the ground. After realizing that she couldn't find a doctor, the girl began to smash the chains on her feet frantically again, until her own white hands were cut, but she seemed to feel no pain. Looking at the girl's behavior, the doctor thought of someone for some reason, and then he sat cross-legged in front of the girl. Susie, the doctor asked tentatively. After hearing the name, the girl seemed to realize something and huddled in the corner in fear, covering her face with her arms. Seeing the other party's reaction, the doctor also understood the situation. Poor child. The doctor sighed, completely unaware that he and the other child were of the same age. Chapter 97. He stretched out his hand and tried to touch the other person's head, but the other person just slapped his hand away and looked at him viciously with a hint of despair. I'm here to get you out. The doctor said so. Yes, from the very beginning when he came to Constant City, the doctor came with a purpose. When the doctor was looking through the Iron Wolf mercenary group's contracts, he saw a contract. A young nobleman commissioned the Iron Wolf mercenaries to kidnap the daughter of a wealthy businessman and locked her up in the basement. That noble young master was Drizzt. The person who was kidnapped was Susie, that is, the sister of the guard Drizzt at the door. He didn't know what Susie had been through over the years, but it was obvious that such a beautiful and good girl like Susie had become so crazy, and it was definitely related to Trist. Chapter 108, Drist's Secret. The doctor just looked at Susie quietly, and the two of them were in a stalemate for a few minutes. It wasn't until Susie's stomach started to growl that the doctor noticed that she was malnourished. Clearly Drist hadn't treated her well. The doctor thought for a moment, took out a piece of dry food from the package he carried with him, and then spread his palm towards Susie. Susie stared at the dry bread in the doctor's hand, but never reached out to take it. Instead, she looked at the two tubs beside her. The doctor looked over and saw that there was still some water in one wooden basin, and only some leftover bread crumbs in the other basin. It seemed that no one had brought her food for some time, but he understood, so he threw the bread in his hand into the small wooden basin. Then, Susie almost immediately ran to the small wooden barrel, and then, like an animal, put her head into the basin to eat. Looking at her movements and the obvious marks on her wrists, the doctor knew that she must have had her hands tied for a long time and could only eat in this position, and then she gradually developed this habit. Looking at Susie eating, the doctor no longer felt a trace of sympathy for Trist, and was instead filled with deep disgust. Although the doctor's methods of torturing people were even more extreme than Drist's, that was only to accomplish a certain purpose. In most cases, even if he decided to kill someone, he would just give them a quick death and be done with it. As for Drist, it would be fine if he just deprived others of their freedom, but he actually turned them into animals. Poor child, the doctor said with a sigh. Then, after Susie finished eating the bread, the doctor decisively tapped her neck and she fell into a coma. The doctor then looked at the double bed in the room. This bed was far away from where Susie was restrained, and it was obviously not for Susie to sleep on. The doctor pulled a set of bedding off the bed, covered Susie with it, and stood up. After understanding what happened in the basement, he no longer felt any psychological burden, although his subsequent actions might make him wanted in the Empire. He didn't care about his reputation. There are many ways to bring down Drist, but the doctor is not prepared to let him live past this night. Thinking of this, he returned the same way, went up the stairs, and after returning to the kitchen, he restored the secret door. Then he pretended nothing had happened and went up to the second floor from the living room. This time, Baron Drist had woken up. As soon as he walked out of the room, he saw the doctor coming upstairs. "Ah, doctor." Drist greeted the doctor. "Thanks to you, I had a good sleep today." "Really? That's good." The doctor smiled and said, "Then the city lord must get well soon, so that the people in the city won't worry about you anymore." "I went to inquire today. Lord Drist, you are highly regarded by the people of Constant City. The people worship you as their idol." "Ha, I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it." Drist said this, smiling and shaking his head. "So, about what you said today, about the surgery, right?" "Yes." Drist nodded. "If surgery is necessary, I want to ask, what are the risks? What is the success rate? If it fails, will it make things worse?" "You can rest assured about that." The doctor said this, and came to Drist. "I have performed similar operations before, and they were all successful. I have never received a bad review in my hometown." "Is that so?" Drist nodded after hearing that. "Then I believe in you, doctor." Then he turned around and went back into the room. "After the operation, how long will it take to recover and get out of bed?" Drist asked while lying on the bed. "Oh. Is there something urgent that His Excellency the Duke needs to do?" "Of course." Drist said. "The people of Constant City cannot live without me. They are all waiting for me to return to the position of City Lord as soon as possible. After the surgery tonight, your pain will be significantly relieved tomorrow, Lord City Lord. You will be back to normal in no more than a week." "Okay, I feel relieved with your words." Drist said. As he said this, he nodded, then took the medicine handed to him by the doctor and drank it. "Your consciousness will fall into a coma, and you will wake up in about 3 hours." As Drist closed his eyes again, the doctor placed the scalpel on his neck. He was about to row down, but then, as if remembering something, he stood up, put Drist in the room, and walked down. At the door, the guard was still on duty. When he saw the doctor coming, he turned around and looked at the doctor and asked, "Doctor, has Lord Drist's illness been cured?" "No surgery has been performed yet. He has just been given anesthesia and is unconscious," said the doctor. "Then why did you come down?" There is a place I want to take you to see." But I still have to stand guard. The guard said hesitantly. If any criminals sneak into the mansion while I'm away and do anything bad to Lord Drizzt, I will blame myself for the rest of my life. If you don't come with me, you will blame yourself for the rest of your life. The doctor said directly. Besides, doesn't the city lord have a good reputation here? If everyone respected him from the bottom of their hearts, why would they sneak in the middle of the night? Okay. Seeing that the doctor spoke quite formally, and that no one had ever sneaked in before, he nodded and followed the doctor to the kitchen. Seeing the doctor press the button of the secret door and looking at the scene in front of him, the guard was stunned. Doctor, you can't do this, it's illegal. Mr. Guard, come to think of it, I didn't ask your name before. Ah, my name is David. Okay, Mr. David, if you still want to see your sister, follow me down. What did you say? You have information about Susie? David became excited upon hearing this. Seeing David like this, the doctor could already guess how intense his reaction would be, so he gave him a preventive shot. Anyway, your sister is still alive, but as for the rest, I can't say. Having said that, he walked straight down. David followed the doctor, asking questions non-stop. Doctor, you're not lying to me, are you? I've never seen you before, how do you know my sister? Doctor, why is my sister in Lord Drizzt's house? Doctor, even though the doctor didn't reply to him, he could already guess something, but he never dared to admit it in his heart. Then, the two of them walked through the cellar, pushed the door, and walked into the room they had just been in. Chapter 109, there is still one person to deal with. The lights in the room were still on. David was stunned when he saw Susie lying on the ground with one foot bound by a chain. The appearance of the girl in front of him was undoubtedly his younger sister Susie, but why did his sister appear in the basement of Drizzt's room? He walked gently to Susie's side, looking at his sister's body, which was too thin due to malnutrition, and he didn't know what to say. He squatted down, put his hands next to Susie's face, and just looked at her sleeping face quietly. Doctor, can you tell me the reason? After a long time, he suddenly spoke, with a hint of trembling in his tone. Of course. The doctor nodded. Afterwards, he also came to David and activated the recording magic stone. This is a contract I found in the Iron Wolf Mercenary Group's office. It records a mission that Drizzt, who was still the son of a baron at the time, gave to the Iron Wolf Mercenary Group before he became the city lord. Needless to say, the authenticity of the video recording magic stone is beyond doubt. David was once the son of a wealthy businessman, so he has some foresight. So, the city lord, Drizzt, whom he had always trusted and respected, was the culprit for his sister's disappearance. Is there anything more ironic in the world than this? David heard this and looked at the doctor. Then why did you come here, doctor? This matter has nothing to do with you, right? Of course it has nothing to do with me. The doctor nodded. It's just that some of my friends and I thought that we could still save lives, so I came here. Don't forget, I'm a doctor. It's my duty to save lives and heal the wounded. Original doctor. He was planning to search for information about Drizzt and find out about the wealthy merchant family. Unexpectedly, David happened to be the son of the Chamber of Commerce boss. From him, the doctor also learned the information about the victim and the incident that happened that year. The doctor originally planned to kill Drizzt in his sleep, but suddenly remembered that David was still kept in the dark. Although it would make David feel a little emotional when he found out that the person he respected turned out to be his enemy, it was still a good thing for him in the long run. At least, he could see the true face of this bastard. In fact, Drizzt liked my sister very much in the past and sent someone to propose marriage. It was possible for us to become relatives. At this time, David suddenly talked about the past of the two families, and the word sir in his mouth also disappeared at this moment. But my sister didn't like Drizzt. She wanted to pursue her own happiness. My father doted on her at the time, so she declined the marriage with the baron's family. I didn't expect it to turn out like this, alas. The doctor sighed upon hearing this. I'm going to go upstairs to take care of something first. You stay here with your sister. Because of these years of imprisonment, her mental state has become a little problematic. I'll talk to you after I come down and take her away. David didn't say anything, just nodded and stared at his sister blankly. Having said this, he went upstairs. Arriving on the second floor, he returned to Drizzt's room. Lord City Lord. It seemed that he had been downstairs for a long time. Trist's consciousness had gradually regained, but he still had no strength. Hearing the doctor opening the door, he subconsciously looked in the doctor's direction. Doctor, is my illness cured? No. The doctor shook his head. Why? Because I didn't perform any surgery on you at all. The doctor said this and sat down beside Trist's bed. Mr. Drizzt, can I ask you something? Chapter 98 Inshu say. Trist already had some doubts and vigilance in his heart, but at this moment, he was so powerless that he could only cooperate with the doctor. Is the kitchen basement designed for food storage? How do you know that place? Trist's hair stood on end, his pupils widened, and he looked at the doctor in disbelief. When you became a baron, you fired the servants so that they wouldn't find out that you had someone hiding in that little room in the cellar, right? Drizzt stared at the doctor fiercely. Who asked you to come? I'll give you double the price. Who asked me to come? The doctor laughed when he heard this. If I say that justice drove me here, would you believe me? Oh, that's ridiculous. But that's the way it is. The doctor said this and knocked Drizzt unconscious. Then he skillfully took out the rope from his storage ring and tied up Drizzt. Then he carried Drizzt downstairs to the basement, placed him in the vegetable cellar, and went straight into the inner room. At this moment, Susie had woken up, and she bit David's arm directly, as if in defense. Seeing that David's right hand was covered in blood, the doctor hurried forward but was stopped by David. Doctor, don't come near me, he said while enduring the pain. As Susie's brother, I have not only failed to find her over the years, but I have also been working for the people who imprisoned her. If she bites me, it will make me feel better. Looking at David, who was blaming himself in front of him, the doctor sighed, but still walked forward despite David's objection. That he held Susie's hand. After feeling the doctor's body temperature, Susie's restless mood calmed down a little. She also let go of David's hand and looked at the doctor blankly. Animals seek benefits and avoid harm. After being imprisoned for a long time, Susie, whose mind has become wild, was able to sense the danger from the doctor, so she did not actively attack the doctor, and in the doctor's action of giving her food just now, she implicitly labeled the doctor a keeper. So she relaxed after the doctor touched her. Looking at the situation in front of him, even David felt incredible. Doctor, how did you? Never mind that for now. The doctor said this, loosened his grip on Susie's hand, pulled David aside, and bandaged him. You will have to live with your sister in the future. Without you, it will be difficult for her to reintegrate into society on her own. So, listen carefully to the recovery and treatment methods I'm going to tell you next. For someone like her who already has mental problems, my methods will be a better way to help her recover. As he bandaged the wound, he told David the key points of rehabilitation treatment. 10 minutes later, David nodded in understanding. Then he came over, squatted in front of Susie, and stretched out his hand to her. Susie looked at David, then at the doctor beside him, and then put her hand on David's. At this time, the doctor used the key to unlock the iron shackles on Susie's feet. David just hugged Susie. Looking at the excited David and the confused Susie, the doctor said nothing and quietly left the room. That he still has someone else to deal with. Slowly. Chapter 110, Drizzt's death. 10,000, asking for monthly votes at the beginning of the month. When Lit arrived at Olivia's dormitory, he was stunned when he saw two people eating inside. Light, why are you here? Olivia asked puzzledly as she saw Lit appear at the door. Yeah, Lit, what's the matter? Lienka asked beside Olivia. When Lit came this time, he originally thought that Orson, who had told him before that he was going out to do something, was going to Olivia's house to do it. Unexpectedly, Orson didn't really go to Olivia's house. So, he really went there to do some serious work. Thinking of this, Lit couldn't help but feel a little guilty towards Orson. No, I went the wrong way. Having said that, Lit was about to close the door, but was stopped by Olivia. Wait, Lit. Now that you're here, let's have a meal before leaving. Then, Olivia forcibly pulled Lit back to the room. At the dining table, Lit sat aside stiffly, facing the two sisters Lienka and Olivia. He didn't know what to say, so he could only keep silent and eat the food in front of him silently. Lit, are you here to look for Orson this time? Olivia asked. You don't usually come here alone. You usually come here only when it's related to Orson. Yeah. Lit hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Orson said he had something to do in the evening, so I thought he was coming to your place, so I came. Pfft. Olivia covered her mouth with her hand and laughed softly when she heard Lit's simple reason. I didn't expect it to be such a simple reason. It seems that Lit, you are really cute. No way. Lite blushed. But Orson did not come today. In fact, in the past few days, except for the 2 nights when we went to Orson's house to cook and eat, we hardly saw Orson at other times. What is Orson busy with? He didn't even tell me, it's really secretive. As Olivia said this, there was a hint of dissatisfaction and anger in her tone. No. When Lit heard that Orson did not tell Olivia that they were dealing with the Iron Wolf Knights, he knew in his heart that Orson must have regarded this matter as his own privacy, so he did not tell anyone about it, but helped Orson conceal the matter. After all, although the result was fine, the whole process was still very thrilling, and Lit almost got into trouble. Orson probably didn't want Olivia to worry about it, so he didn't tell anyone about it. Thinking of this, for some reason, Lite became jealous again. After all, what Orson did was just like a family-oriented man who didn't want his wife at home to worry about his safety. The more Lite thought about it, the angrier he became, so he simply said nothing more. The conversation between the few people finally ended in a rather awkward atmosphere. Late at night, when Orson returned to school, he saw a familiar figure at the school gate. Under the bright moonlight, the black evening dress that she had carefully dressed up to wear seemed like she was welcoming her own return. The silvery moonlight sprinkled on the ground, reflecting the girl's equally silvery long hair. In the evening breeze, her hair and skirt swayed at the same time, making her look elegant and otherworldly. Then, as if noticing his presence, the girl's gaze slowly dropped from the silver moon, and she turned around and looked towards myself. Those red eyes, like aged red wine, have a magical power that can refresh the heart. The delicate and beautiful face and the exquisite figure all show the partiality of the creator. Orson looked at Olivia and said half-jokingly, "It's so late, what are you doing? Is it moon viewing? Is it? Well, since you're here, I don't want to appreciate the moon anymore," Olivia said with a smile. Then she came to Orson and leaned gently on his arm. "I have something better I want to do now." When Drist woke up again, he was lying on a soft bed, his whole body tied up. He tried to exert force, but the pain had not yet subsided and he had no strength at all. He could only lie here quietly. Then, he tried to turn his head slowly and stiffly, and then he found that this was the room where he had imprisoned Susie before. He looked at the wall, where the shackles were fixed to lock Susie, and now there was nothing left there. Sure enough, Susie had been rescued by someone else. "You're awake." The only voice that came from beside me was the doctor's cold voice. "I have no other requests. You have already rescued the people. I will give you another compensation of 30,000 gold coins, which is enough for David and Susie to live a good life after they get out. It is even not impossible for them to make a comeback and rebuild his father's foundation." Drist said this, forcing himself to remain calm. "Of course, the condition is that you must keep it a secret, not tell anyone about this, and move out of this city, far away from Constant City. Now he is at the mercy of others and can only offer a suitable price for his life as much as possible, so as not to anger the other party and let the other party kill him directly. Moreover, it can be seen from his judgment that the doctor should be a calm person. At least after knowing that incident, he did not kill himself directly, which is the best evidence. Do you think you have the capital to negotiate with me now?" The doctor said, smiled, and showed his scalpel. The light shone on the scalpel, and the reflection pierced Trist's eyes, causing him to squint slightly. "You don't really think that I'm keeping you here just to negotiate terms with you, do you? I am the only one who can move the money in the bank. After I die, there will be no heirs and the money will be confiscated. You won't be able to take a penny then." Seeing this, the doctor simply threatened the doctor with mutual losses. "Do I look like someone who would care about that little money?" The doctor said this, holding down Drist's head with one hand. Drist struggled hard, but compared to the doctor's, his resistance was pitifully small. "I'm going to perform surgery on you from now on," said the doctor. "Of course, there will be no anesthesia for this operation. I will operate directly on your head and expose your brain to the air, and you will not die." You devil!" Trist was completely panicked now, and his voice began to become sharp. "If I become a devil who specializes in dealing with scum like you, I wouldn't mind." The doctor smiled. If you kill me, tens of thousands of people in Constant City will lose their admired city lord." The new city lord will definitely not be as responsible as I am. The doctor stopped moving when he heard what Drizzt said. I am only sorry to Susie. I have indelible gratitude towards everyone else in Constant City. If you kill me, they will hate you forever. Do you really want to let tens of thousands of other people suffer for just one person? Seeing that the doctor paused, Trist thought his words had worked, and quickly began to comfort the doctor with righteousness. Judging from your reaction, you should have understood how the citizens of Constant City feel about me. Yes, I have been the mayor for such a long time. I have cleaned up the slums and developed commerce. Thanks to my governance, the living standards of all residents here have been raised to a higher level. If it were any other mayor, would they be able to do as well as I have? So, you think that the good things you did to tens of thousands of people in Constant City can offset the bad things you did to Susie? The doctor asked. Seeing that something was not right, Drizzt immediately changed his words and said, Of course not. I just feel that I have committed such a great sin, and I should atone for it as a sinner. I will spend the rest of my life doing everything a good mayor should do in leading this city. The people here will move towards a prosperous society. Do you think this city will be better without me? No, without me, this city will only be extremely bad. By then, people will only miss me and resent you for killing me. Okay, you convinced me. The doctor said this and put down the scalpel, only then did Drizzt breathe a sigh of relief. His body went limp, and the biting coolness from the evaporation of the fine beads of sweat on his back and neck calmed him down. Yes, this doctor looks like a man with a broad mind. As long as the doctor believes in his political achievements and thinks that he is a useful person to society, he will let him go. Although Trist seemed to have made remarkable achievements during his administration, in fact he merely returned the heavy taxes and levies that his father had levied to the citizens. By spending money, he created a prosperous and vibrant appearance, but in fact, once the funding supply chain of the city hall was cut off, the city of Constantine would soon fall into economic weakness again. It is said that it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality, and the living standards of the residents will only be worse than before, but Trist didn't care about that. The most important thing was to save his own life. Seeing that his lobbying seemed to have some effect, Trist was about to say something, but the doctor quickly pressed his head down, and then, with his knife in hand, he performed the doctor's own art on his head in a few seconds. During this time, no matter how Trist begged for mercy, the doctor never stopped. He just quietly did everything he was supposed to do. You still think that being nice to a group of people can make up for the mistakes you made to one person, right? Trist was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. Perhaps what he regretted most now was that his affair was discovered. You are even threatening me with the people of the entire city. Is your desire to live really that strong? The doctor continued to question Trist while performing the movements on his hands. When you imprisoned Susie, did you ever think that one day you would be discovered and subjected to the same outrageous things? Chapter 99. Of course, you may not have time to think so much now, because all you have left is pain. Don't worry, I won't let you die so quickly. I will let the pain constantly stimulate your nerves, making it impossible for you to sleep. You will suffer every minute and every second, and eventually you will watch your life slowly slip away. As he said this, the doctor removed the bloody scalpel from Drizzt's head. At this moment, Drizzt's hair had all fallen off along with his scalp, leaving a hideous wound. I will personally torture each of your fingers, each of your toes, and every place where your nerves are densest. Before you die, you will experience a feeling worse than death. Of course, before that, you won't die or fall into a coma. The doctor took out the healing potion and poured it directly into Drizzt's mouth. After Drizzt drank it, the bleeding on the top of his head began to slowly stop, but at this moment the only thing left was the pain from the constantly stimulated nerves. The small favors you showed to a group of people cannot offset the vicious torture you inflicted on that one person, because the torture that person experienced is unprecedented and will never be repeated. And Drizzt, at this moment, asked weakly, Aren't you afraid of retaliation for doing this? Just like you said, if I deserve to die, then shouldn't you die too? Your torture is far more vicious than mine. Ha! The doctor smiled upon hearing this. I deserve to die. Of course I deserve to die. Many people want to kill me, but unfortunately, I just can't die. As he said this, he even whistled in a relaxed manner, completely ignoring how bloody the scene was. If I am ever caught and executed, I won't say much. I have killed just as many people as I should. But at the same time, as long as I am alive, I will continue to deal with people like you. But Trist even laughed out loud when he heard that. Ha, no matter how high-sounding your words are, you are just a guy who uses the execution of evil people to justify your perverted behavior. You said it so nicely, but what is your relationship with Susie? I did something excessive to Susie, but Susie is the only one who can judge me. Who are you? Are you meddling in other people's affairs? You can understand it that way. The doctor shrugged. You can say that I am interfering with your duties because I am worried that the kind-hearted Susie's punishment on you is too light, so I am going to give you an unforgettable memory that you will remember firmly in your mind. At this time, the door of the basement room was opened again. David appeared at the door now, looking at the miserable state of Drizzt on the bed. David covered his mouth, trying hard to hold back the urge to vomit, and slowly approached the bed. Ha, David. After seeing David, Trist seemed to have forgotten the pain in his heart and laughed ferociously. David! You never thought that the precious sister you have been looking for is actually in my basement, and now she has turned into a complete dog. Ha ha ha, I want to laugh when I think about a fool like you working for me all day long. Do you know why I only like you in the guards? It's because I want to see you being kept in the dark, looking at me with admiration, and respectfully lying on the ground like a dog for me. Ha, you act like a dog for me outside during the day, and your sister acts like a dog for me here at night. Ha ha, David finally couldn't bear it anymore. He drew the sword at his waist and slashed with the sword, but just as the sword blade touched Drizzt, the doctor waved his hand lightly and knocked his sword away. David stared at the doctor in surprise. Doctor, are you going to let him go? Of course not. The doctor shook his head. Isn't it too easy for him to just kill him like this? Come on, David. If you were a man, if you were a good brother, you would just kill me. When Drizzt saw that his plan was discovered, he became anxious and shouted angrily that he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to arouse David's inner anger and make him kill himself, so that he could suffer less torture. However, the next second, he could not make any sound. In other words, one can only make hesitant sounds. His tongue was cut off directly by the doctor's precise scalpel, and then the doctor stopped the bleeding to ensure that Trist would not die. Noisy. He said this and turned to look at David. Think about it. He has caused your sister so much suffering over the years. Would it be okay to just kill him? No matter what, the harm Susie suffered is an established fact and cannot be reversed, but at least seeing Trist being tortured to a point where life is worse than death can provide some relief for the victim's family. Come, let me show you. The doctor called David. David walked forward and frowned as he smelled the blood. The blood here is obviously all Drizzt's, but when he thought about the possibility that the bloody smell here might have belonged to his sister, he became angry. Like I did, using a knife to slowly penetrate his fingers, and then constantly stirring and rubbing the flesh and blood that was attached to the bones, as the doctor demonstrated step by step, Trist's body reactions began to become intense, showing the extent of the pain he was suffering. Having lost his tongue, he could only make hoarse shouts and could not utter a single normal word. Then the doctor handed the knife to David. Think about how he treated Susie before. Treat him the same way you treat him now. Make him feel the greatest pain. That's your way of making up for your sister. As he said this, the doctor moved a little further away and leaned against the wall. David, holding his scalpel in his hand at this moment, recalled the doctor's words just now, coupled with his inner anger towards Trist. He began to learn in a serious manner. Drizzt watched David's actions, his eyes widening in despair. Drizzt, are you happy that things turned out like this? David asked while torturing Drizzt. Originally, if this incident had not happened, the relationship between our two families would have been very good. Unfortunately, your family will be extinct soon. The doctor looked at David, who was getting better, nodded with satisfaction, then left the room and went upstairs. David placed Susie in the living room upstairs. Susie was well behaved and just sat on the sofa in the living room. Coming to an unfamiliar environment, she just stared at her surroundings vigilantly. After seeing the doctor, the expression on Susie's face was obviously relaxed a little, but then, after smelling the blood on the doctor's body, Susie's body tensed up. Oh, sorry, I forgot to clean it up just now. Seeing Susie's reaction, the doctor smiled apologetically at her, then took out a handkerchief, wiped his bloody hands and cheeks, and then sat down next to Susie. Around me, judging from her appearance alone, Susie is not as stunning as Olivia and Elsa. She is the type that is more pleasing to the eye, and always gives people a feeling of being approachable when she is quiet, but such a good girl was tortured into this state by Drizzt. Fortunately, it's not too late to correct her mental state. After waiting upstairs for an hour, David, his clothes stained with blood, finally came up from the basement. Before leaving, he confined Drizzt's body to the bed. His entire body was slowly bleeding, and coupled with the tingling in his nerves, Drizzt would spend his last few minutes in agony. "Have you finished with it?" "Yeah." David nodded. "Thank you, Doctor. If it weren't for you, I would still be in the dark." "It's okay." The doctor shook his head. "What are you going to do next? Are you talking about the Baron's death?" "Not really." The doctor shook his head. "I'm asking, how are you going to live with your sister?" "I plan to take her to a new city. I have saved a little money over the years, which is enough for me to take care of her for 3 to 5 years. If she recovers by then, I will find a job and take good care of her. With my current ability, it should not be a problem to support the two of us." "I see." Hearing this, the doctor nodded, and then suddenly smiled. "Well, since you are Drizzt's personal bodyguard, if you die, someone will definitely suspect you, right? What are you going to do then?" "This." David was embarrassed when he heard this. "I don't have any good ideas. I'll just take it one step at a time. At worst, I can hide somewhere far away. And you and your sister are living in fear, day by day? By the way, you can't be standing guard at the door of the Duke's mansion 24 hours a day, right?" "Yes, the next batch of guards should arrive in half an hour." At this time, David suddenly reacted. "Doctor, what do you mean?" "Yeah." The doctor nodded. "Anyway, I've killed enough people. I don't mind losing one more life. Even if they wait in hell to beat me up, I'll just have to accept it. But why don't we just make this public and seek support from higher level officials?" "What happens after it's announced?" Drizzt asked. "Even if it's announced, our trial process is unjust, not to mention that we killed nobles as commoners. You will still be imprisoned, and who will take care of your sister?" "This." David nodded after hearing this. "But, no buts. After all, even if they believe what you say, what if the higher-ups want to detain your sister for interrogation? Can you be at ease?" David remains silent. Everyone has private messages. In David's eyes, his sister is above everything else, followed by his benefactor, the doctor. Since the doctor said so himself, David had no choice but to cooperate with the doctor for his sister's sake. Then he nodded. "Well, what to do next is up to you, Doctor." Half an hour later, the guards who came to relieve their shift saw that the Baron's mansion was on fire. David was now standing anxiously in front of the mansion. "What's going on?" The guards rushed forward and one of them grabbed David by the collar and asked. I don't know either." David said this with a hint of tears in his tone. Not at this moment, a masked man suddenly appeared behind them. "Ha ha ha, as expected, I only need to use a little trick and the villain Drizzt will die on the spot." When the guards saw this man appear, they immediately became alert, then drew their weapons and walked towards him. Unexpectedly, the other party also drew his sword. "You bunch of Drizzt's running dogs, today is the day you die." As he said this, he injured the guards, and for a moment no one dared to rush forward to deal with him. At this moment, David shouted something. "Lord Drizzt has always been very kind to me. Today is the day to use the troops that we have raised for 1,000 days in one day." Then he rushed towards the masked man. After a brief exchange of moves with David, the masked man pretended to be exhausted and fled backwards, and David chased after him. For a moment, everyone almost forgot about putting out the fire. Then the fire spread. Fortunately, the Baron's mansion was a safe distance away from other surrounding buildings, and the fire did not spread. However, after the fire, the mechanism originally used to open the secret door in the basement was broken, which meant that no one could enter and exit the basement at will. "Doctor, I am very grateful for your kindness. We will meet again in the future. If you need me for anything, just let me know. I will definitely do my best to help you." In a hotel, David looked at the doctor in front of him and spoke in a serious tone. "It's okay. I'm not here to help you because I want something from you. The doctor smiled and waved his hand. As long as you can take good care of your sister and help her recover, you've already done a great job. Don't worry, she is my sister, I will take good care of her. Yes. The doctor nodded. According to the time, the city is about to be closed down. I need to leave the city quickly. You guys can rest here. I'll leave first. Just as the doctor turned his head, he suddenly felt one of his corners being pulled. He turned his head and found Susie just looking at him quietly. It seems that Susie likes you very much, David said with an awkward smile. It's a spiritual instinct, a reliance on powerful creatures of the same kind. The doctor said lightly, gently holding Susie's hand, moving it away, and walked to the door. Goodbye, then. Well, see you again if we're lucky. David also nodded. Susie looked at the doctor blankly as he left. She didn't say anything. After the doctor left, David sat next to Susie and hugged her. Chapter 100. It's okay, Susie. I'll walk with you in the days ahead. I swear, brother, I will spend my whole life healing your wounds. These days, everyone's life at the Imperial College has gradually returned to normal. The matter of Mudrick and the Iron Wolf mercenaries has been investigated by the Imperial Royal Commissioner, and the rest of the people have already completed the interrogation and record-keeping, so there is no need for them to intervene in this matter anymore. On the day he returned to normal life, Orson gave Lit a big gift. Light. Orson, carrying a lot of bags, opened the door of Lit's bedroom directly. At this moment, Lit was sitting at his desk reviewing the contents of the midterm exam. He was stunned when he saw Orson come in. Orson, what are you doing? I bought some things you'll definitely like. Orson piled all the gift boxes on Lit's bed. Open them and take a look. Huh? Lit hesitated for a moment after hearing that, but still did as he was told. Then she placed the contents of the package on the bed one by one. Not from the moment she saw the lace pattern, she felt something was wrong. Then she unfolded a folded piece of cloth and her eyes widened in surprise. Orson actually bought himself 4 or 5 sets of women's clothing. Orson, I've been busy these days and haven't had much time to spend with you, so I thought about buying you something. Then it suddenly occurred to me that as a girl, it's not a big deal for you to wear men's clothes all day long. At least in the dormitory, when there are no outsiders around, you can try wearing these. Girls should always look like girls. At least, after knowing that Lit is his younger sister, Orson no longer doubts his own sexual orientation. He pampers Lit as his younger sister and no longer has those awkward feelings he had before. Today, under the strange gaze of the clothing store clerk, Orson bought several sets of women's clothing. If it weren't for the fact that the styles of women's clothing were all small, the clerk would have thought that Orson wanted women's clothing himself. So to speak, for the sake of his sister, he is willing to sacrifice his reputation and do many things. In fact, he can be considered as a half-hidden sistercon. I'm going to go out first. If you find anything you like, just change it here. Just call me when you're done. Then Orson walked out of Lit's room and waited against the wall, and Lit, who stayed in the house, was also in trouble at this moment. Looking at the 5 sets of clothes on the bed, she didn't know what to wear. She glanced at a light princess dress with lots of straps that looked difficult to wear, so she just passed it by. Finally, Lee especially chose a blue printed dress that looks more comfortable to wear. Afterwards, she changed into a pair of white jacquard tights and turned around in front of the mirror. Then, Lit suddenly felt something awaken in his heart. It is said that girls love beauty, and Lee took as no exception. In the past, Lit had never come into contact with those cute women's clothes. After coming to the aristocratic family, she always wore men's clothes and never had any requirements for her own dress, but now when she saw herself in the mirror, she was surprised to find that she was not inferior to Olivia. Of course, after seeing the comparison of chests, Lit admitted that there was still a small gap between him and Olivia, but only in that area. Having witnessed his own charm, Lit now has more confidence in defeating Orson. Then she knocked on the door. Orson had been waiting outside the door for a long time. When he heard Lit knocking on the door, he immediately opened it. Then, looking at Lit standing at the door, Orson showed a satisfied look. Well, that's great. She's worthy of being my sister. For some reason, when Lit heard Orson say this, combined with Orson's expression, he felt a little unhappy. So, this guy Orson has always regarded himself as a junior and has not regarded himself as a person of the opposite sex of the same age, right? Lite suddenly felt a little angry. The little bit of confidence that I had just built up by looking in the mirror was almost gone after Orson's blow. Thinking of this, Lit couldn't help but reach out and hug Orson's arm, and deliberately put his arm against his chest. Actually, objectively speaking, Lituk's chest is of a certain size. Although it looks flat when it is wrapped up, it is not as painful as a steel plate when it is put down. But if you ask me how big it is definitely not that big, otherwise it would not be able to be wrapped around and would have been exposed long ago. But it was a girl's chest after all. When Orson's arm touched there and felt the touch, he couldn't help but blush slightly. "Oh, Orson, you blushing? Little girl." Seeing that Lit was deliberately teasing him, Orson quickly pulled his hand out and hit Lit on the forehead. "I am an adult male. Before you act, please carefully consider the consequences of provoking an adult male." Orson said this half warning and half jokingly, and then continued to praise. "I originally thought that you would become less feminine after wearing men's clothes for so long. It seems that I was worrying too much. Hey! After all, I'm the same age as you, Orson." "Yes, but you can't tell at all. Believe it or not, if we go out now, 9 out of 10 people will say we are brother and sister. TSK, isn't it just because you're taller? Sorry, Gao can do whatever he wants." Orson smiled, then put his hand on Lit's head and started rubbing it. Although Lit said one thing, his body showed another. Feeling Orson's touch, Lit still squinted his eyes comfortably like a kitten. At this moment, there was a knock on the door downstairs. The charming atmosphere between the two people disappeared instantly. Orson hurriedly pushed Lit into the room, and he went downstairs to greet the guest. Orson came to the door and opened it. Standing at the door was Elsa, who had some unpleasantness with Orson before. "Your Highness? What are you doing here?" Orson asked puzzledly. "Well, there are some things I want to ask you, Orson." "Oh, okay, please come in and talk," Orson said as he took Elsa to the living room. "Please tell me, Princess. I will tell you everything I know." Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Orson looked at Elsa and asked, Isn't Lituk in the dorm today? Are you looking for Lit? He is resting upstairs. If you are looking for him, I will go and call him down for you now." "Well, that's not necessary." Elsa shook her head and said, "I came here this time to ask for details about the Mudrick series of cases." "Didn't I already report the specific details to you, Princess? You should be aware of them. Our questions were not very accurate at the time. We only asked roughly about the occurrence and process of the incident. Now that we have examined Mudrick's body and read through the Iron Wolf mercenary group, we have obtained some detailed intelligence and have some new questions. So I would like you to answer them for me one by one, okay?" "Of course." Orson nodded. "I've said it before, I will tell you everything I know." "Okay, then, I want to ask, the Iron Wolf mercenary group has been invaded before, right?" "That should be the case. I don't know the details, but Your Highness Princess, you know that in organizations like mercenaries, the members' discipline is generally not very good, especially in their daily lives. That's why St. Laurent City arranges them in the outer city areas, right?" Elsa stared at Orson. "You know that's not what I meant. I want to ask, you should have already plotted to eliminate the Iron Wolf mercenary group before, right? Of course, after all, the Iron Wolf mercenaries wanted to harm our family's benefactor, so we certainly couldn't just sit back and watch. However, we didn't intend to destroy the Iron Wolf mercenaries at the time, we just wanted to teach them a little lesson. The Empire's legal system is actually quite strange. Although private fighting is expressly prohibited, it is very vague when it comes to trials and convictions. The same is true for murder cases. Unless the deceased is a noble or an influential businessman, their families can only persuade the court or the police station to investigate by paying a large sum of money. If an ordinary resident's family is missing or someone dies inexplicably outside, and the police station is called to investigate, they will just register the case and basically will not handle it. At most, they will ask the security guards to take a look at the situation, make a record and then come back. If you really want to solve the case, you have to hire a private detective to follow the clues. I'll be frank with you, Elsa said. Orson, didn't you say before that you didn't like me beating around the bush and threatening you? This time I won't mention that the wounds on the Iron Wolf mercenaries were not caused by the crazy Mudrick, nor will I mention that you developed underground forces in the Imperial City, let alone that you secretly sent people to sneak into other people's garrisons to mess up their contracts. I don't need to ask any of these questions. I just want to ask one question. Elsa said this and raised her finger to make a 1 sign. It's a small town near St. Laurent. The mayor of Constance City, Drizzt, has died. Do you have any clues? What clue do I have? Orson tilted his head and looked at Elsa in confusion. Although it's close to the Imperial City, the other party is just a small baron. Would I go out of my way to think about him? That's not a joke. P.S. Please vote at the beginning of the month. The more monthly tickets you give, the more updates there will be. Chapter 111, True Heart for True Heart, 5K, yes, I wouldn't have thought about it that way. Elsa nodded after hearing that, but, as she said this, Elsa took out a contract, the one signed between the Iron Wolf mercenaries and Drizzt. Baron Drizzt had cooperated with the Iron Wolf mercenaries before his death. You are the only ones who can and have the motive to take action against Baron Drizzt. Seeing that Orson was about to say something, Elsa interrupted him. Don't try to reason with me. I know I'm not as good at talking as you are. Sincerity for sincerity, tell me whether this has anything to do with you, and I will help you cover it up and let you completely get rid of this matter. No thanks. Orson shook his head. Since Elsa has already insisted that he did it, he can't deny anything. I don't know how Elsa got the information. It's obvious that he didn't leave any clues during the process. It can't be that he asked a fortune teller to calculate it, right? But no matter what, Orson himself was unwilling to have too much involvement with Elsa in this matter. Elsa's identity has already determined that if Orson cooperates with her, someone with ulterior motives will definitely make trouble for him. Although the ascension of emperors in every dynasty was accompanied by a period of internal struggle, Orson now has no power. Except for the identity of the Duke's son. The real decision-making power is still in the hands of his father Lucius. He does not want to be a son who betrays his father, so he will not force Lucius to change camp with him through his own decision in school. Why? Elsa showed a puzzled expression. Although the Baron is the lowest level of hereditary noble title, they are also nobles protected by the laws of the Empire. In the Empire, there is a law that always distinguishes nobles from commoners, wealthy businessmen, and the like. It is also this law that divides the Empire into 2 camps, nobles and non-nobles. Merchants tried their best to spend money to become nobles because of this law, that is the law for the protection of the nobility. At the beginning of the establishment of the Empire, although the first emperor infected many nobles of all sizes, the central government's power and influence were still very great at that time. After several generations, the ability of the rulers gradually declined and they could no longer suppress the local forces. Only then did they infect several Grand Dukes and hand over all the land outside the direct jurisdiction of the royal family to the Dukes. However, in order to prevent the Dukes from directly governing the land too smoothly and arbitrarily annexing the land under their control, thereby further expanding their own power, the Emperor of the Empire at that time, while ensuring the current political system, also formulated a set of laws specifically designed to protect the small nobles. The law on the protection of nobility clearly states that since the nobility exists because their families have made great contributions to the empire in history, the right to life and property of all nobility are protected by the empire, which will also benefit their descendants. If an ordinary person tries to undermine these 2 rights of the nobility, the empire will directly punish them. On all social occasions, ordinary people must salute nobles when they see them wearing family coats of arms, no matter whether the nobles are as high as dukes and princes, or as low as barons. The noble's superior lords may not arbitrarily reclaim the noble's fiefdom unless the noble has done damage to the empire sufficient to offset the contributions of his ancestors. As for the criteria for judgment, it depends entirely on the decision of the imperial court. Yes, the role of the imperial court was not to hear cases between ordinary people. Ordinary people are not worthy of the services of a judge. Only the nobility, and later the wealthy merchants, could mediate conflicts of interest through the courts. Only when land and property disputes arise between nobles, or when human lives are lost, will the imperial court take charge of mediating these issues. As for the Credibility of the imperial court. It is guaranteed. There are a total of 7 chief justices in the imperial court, one from each royal territory and each duchy. Once they take office, they will serve for life until they voluntarily retire. There is no need to worry about the chief justice being partial in bending the law during the trial of the case. Above the imperial court, there is a more powerful judge, and that is the emperor. Chapter 101. If the emperor knew about this abuse of power and abuse of power, not only the chief justice, but also the family and forces behind the chief justice would be affected. If it is confirmed that Orson sent someone to murder Drizzt, since both of them are nobles, although Orson's noble rank is far higher than Drizzt, the case will still be handed over to the imperial court for trial. By then, it will not be the time for Elsa to help Orson. Therefore, Orson knew that if Elsa wanted to help him, she would have definitely helped him, and she was talking here now purely to get his verbal promise and make him agree to help her compete for the position of emperor. In fact, Orson's attitude towards Elsa is quite conflicted. If we respect the original work and follow the development of events in the original book, Elsa is undoubtedly a member of Lit's harem, and I should help Elsa. Because Elsa was able to successfully ascend to the throne, it must have been with the help of Lituk. But let's not talk about whether Lit can help Elsa now. Just talking about the harem is completely unreasonable. No wonder when I deliberately tried to bring Lit and Lienka together, nothing happened between the two of them, and Lit even got a little mad about it. I'm still talking about the concave and convex. It seems that there's no way to put two concave parts together. Your Highness. Helplessly, Orson simply tried to change the subject. What do you think of the law for the protection of nobility? Me? Elsa was stunned for a moment, then said, I think this law is pretty good. The royal family's control over the directly governed territories is stronger than that of the Duke. After the introduction of this law, it is basically equivalent to cutting off the Duke's illegal expansion. Yes, from a political perspective, this law seems to be a good one. Orson nodded. But it has given rise to a group of unscrupulous nobles, isn't that a problem? Orson stared at Elsa, trying to read something in her eyes. Orson, what do you mean? Your Highness, you should know, right? There are many nobles like Drizzt in the current empire. In fact, there may be many nobles who are even more extreme than Drizzt. It's just that we don't have that information. Orson's words basically confirmed that he was the one who did it, but Elsa came with a determined attitude. It's not at all a copy of Orson's words, and Orson simply doesn't want to act anymore. Those scum, apart from their noble status, they can't even make a living in this society with their own abilities. But just because their ancestors made more or less contributions to the empire, they have become so unscrupulous. The harm they have done to society by remaining here has actually far exceeded the contribution their ancestors made to the empire. They are like woodworms in a piece of wood. If their numbers are allowed to continue to grow, the entire empire will be destroyed by them sooner or later. Those merchants would lose all their wealth due to their descendants' poor management, and their social class would slide down within a few generations. However, for most nobles, more than 10 generations have passed since they first owned this land. When they commit crimes, the empire helps them clean up the mess, and they just need to sit in their own castles or manors, drink wine, sing songs, and watch plays every day, and they can live a life like the best. Orson's words are actually applicable anywhere and in any organized country. After all, once class stratification becomes serious, the probability of jumping classes becomes extremely low, and there is a lack of social mobility. The entire society can be said to be in an extremely dangerous situation. But the nobility is the foundation of the empire. Elsa said. I know, Orson, you may think that ordinary people are more important, but don't forget that according to the education the nobles have received so far, if the people want to start a rebellion against the nobles, they can even suppress it directly by force. Indeed, if Elsa hadn't reminded him, Orson would have almost forgotten that this was a different world full of magic and various fantasy elements. Here, there are many things that cannot be solved with the previous thinking. Just like what Elsa said, when the nobles controlled 70% of the country's wealth and 90% of the armed forces, they seemed to no longer care what the people and merchants thought. I also hate those nobles who have done bad things, but if I want to get to the top, I need their support. This country, after all, is still a country of nobles. Yes, a country of nobles. Orson sighed. Elsa seemed to notice Orson's expression and felt that there was an opportunity. She said directly, Orson, believe me, if I become the emperor, I will definitely improve the problems of the nobles in this regard. Your Highness Elsa, can I understand that you are making big promises for me? Orson looked at Elsa expressionlessly. Anyone can make big promises, but to make a promise you need to have enough strength. Elsa was silent. She knew that there was nothing about her right now that Orson would appreciate. After thinking for a long time, Elsa looked up and said, If I become the queen, let you be the royal husband, and give you enough power to let you do this, will you agree? When Orson heard this reply, he was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Elsa. Your Highness, you should know that I am engaged, right? So, if you choose to believe me, Orson, you can cancel the engagement. I will immediately discuss your engagement with my father. No. Orson shook his head. That's still too unrealistic. Let's not talk about whether Orson is willing to get engaged to Elsa. Orson thought he was not a scumbag because he was separated from Olivia, with whom he had already semi-confirmed his relationship. Moreover, it would not sound good if this matter were to get out. Others would think that Orson was a sycophant, and they would also think that Elsa was stealing someone else's man, which would easily have a bad influence on both of them. After thinking for a while, Orson said, Well, Your Highness, I want to ask you a question. If you can answer me, I will consider whether to help you. Okay. Elsa nodded. Orson, ask. Your Highness, can you tell me why you are so obsessed with becoming the emperor? As he said this, Orson stared at Elsa. His eagle-like eyes seemed to see through Elsa's heart. Elsa was stunned when she heard Orson's question, and then said, This is the education I received since I was a child. My brother and I seem to have a good relationship since we were young, but both our father and our palace teachers taught us a concept since we were young, that is, the royal family is like a row of saplings planted together. Among the saplings in this row, only one will be able to thrive and grow into a towering tree, bringing blessings to the others around it. His young trees provide shade. Sounds good, doesn't it? But the towering tree has actually taken deep roots in the ground. Its roots have penetrated deep into the other saplings, absorbing nutrients that should have belonged to the other saplings. This has created a situation where one tree protects many others. This superficial warmth is actually cruel to other young trees. If some saplings can only grow that big, don't need more nutrients, and stay under the shade of the big tree their whole lives, that's fine. However, if some small trees can grow into towering trees, but when they need more nutrients, the big trees cut off their sources of nutrients and sunlight, and they will gradually wither and die. Orson listened to Elsa's words and nodded thoughtfully. So, sometimes it's good to be willing to be a small tree, he said. Orson, do you really think so? Elsa asked back. After all, with the shelter of a big tree, I don't have to face the sun and rain. Isn't that great? But if that's the case, can it still be considered a tree? If my brother becomes the emperor, given his political ambitions, I will most likely be used as a tool for political marriage and marry someone I don't like. I don't want to be like this, so I want to change my destiny. Also, don't be fooled by my usual nonchalant appearance. In fact, I care about rankings more than anyone else. I think I am no worse than my brother. Hearing this, Orson nodded. I understand you, princess. You said before that sincerity will be exchanged for sincerity, right? Then let me tell you directly. Actually, in this matter, my position has always been on your side, Your Highness. However, due to some reasons, I cannot intervene directly now. I hope you can understand. You just need to know that I will help you, that's all. Elsa's eyes lit up when she heard Orson's words. Really? Yeah. Orson nodded. You know, I'm not a liar. In that case. Elsa extended her hand towards Orson. Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation in advance. Orson reached out his hand and held Elsa's hand. Cool, delicate skin, soft, boneless touch. This was Orson's first feeling. As expected of Her Royal Highness the Princess, it seems that she takes good care of her skin. Well, it's a pleasure to work with you. Lite stood at the corner of the stairs, looking at the two people chatting downstairs, with a thoughtful expression. So, Orson, why did you agree to help Her Highness Elsa? After seeing Elsa off, Orson went back upstairs. This time, Lite also changed back into the men's clothes that she usually wore, and she asked Orson in confusion. Lite, when did you start eavesdropping? Orson did not respond directly, but took a sip of water first. Probably when you were talking about the Noble Protection Act. I had already changed my clothes and was going to come down directly, but when I saw you were discussing something, I didn't dare to disturb you. Oh. Orson nodded and told Lit their entire conversation. This time he did not hold back because he wanted to let Lit know where his side would be. Drizzt? Why does this name sound familiar to me? Well, the doctor told me about the contracts he saw in the Iron Wolf mercenary group's office. One of the contracts was for kidnapping and imprisonment. The doctor and I speculated that there might still be people who could be saved, so I sent the doctor over. Now that Drizzt is dead, the people should have been rescued. I see. Lit heaved a sigh of relief after hearing that. When Lit first saw the content of the contract that Drizzt gave to the Iron Wolf mercenaries, he was shocked by the content. Now that he heard the news that the person had been rescued and the criminal had been executed, Lit felt a little better. Although I don't know how Her Royal Highness the Princess learned about this, it is obvious that the other party came here to seek cooperation. As the saying goes, if you take something from someone, you should give it back. Since we have received help from Elsa, we must give back and lean towards Elsa. But Lit thought for a moment before speaking. Nobles who participated in the disputes in the imperial family usually did not have a good ending unless they stood on the winning side, so I told her that I couldn't stand on her side for now, but just lean more towards her side. Then, Orson, do you believe that Her Highness Elsa will win in the end? In my opinion, Her Highness Arthas is obviously more worthy of investment. I don't know, but I'm sure that Elsa is definitely not as weak as you think. Orson said. And Prince Arthas is not as scary as you think. In the struggle for power throughout the dynasties, the one who laughs last is usually not the one who laughs the loudest at the beginning. Okay, let's not talk about this. Orson said, and then continued, Lit, how are you preparing for the midterm exam? This midterm exam is actually similar to the final exams of previous years. You are student number 001, so you can't lose face. Don't worry about this, Orson, I'll be absolutely fine. Lit said this, patted his chest and made an okay gesture. That's fine. Chapter 112, Lily Alliance, 6K, monthly ticket required, Orson. In the classroom, Olivia poked Orson's arm. What's wrong, Olivia? Orson woke up and looked at Olivia with a puzzled expression. Then Olivia pointed to the podium. On the podium, a well-dressed old gentleman was standing there, looking seriously in Orson's direction. Orson had just dozed off. Mr. Orson, can you tell me where I was just now? Orson stood up, not sure what to say. He had been quite busy these days, and he had a midterm exam tomorrow. He was so tired that he couldn't help but fall asleep in this usually useless Imperial History class. Although Orson scored full marks in the subject of Imperial History, the Imperial History teacher was very serious and did not give his favorite student any face at all. If he dared not to attend class, he would ask Tris to call him to the office. This time, Olivia pushed out her book and placed it in front of Orson. She deliberately drew a horizontal line on the content of the book with a pen so that Orson could see it at a glance. Chapter 102. In reply to the teacher just mentioned, Orson continued talking along the line drawn by Olivia. Okay, sit down. The teacher nodded. How could he not see that Olivia was helping Orson? It was just that Orson was the best student in the class and was usually very polite to him, so he gave Orson face and did not point out the matter. I just hope that through this incident, Orson can be a little more alert and not fall asleep every time he has history class. He can still get full marks in the end, which can easily dampen other students' motivation to study. After class, Orson and Olivia returned to the student union office to eat. Thank you so much, Olivia. Orson said this with a grateful smile. It's okay. Olivia didn't take it too seriously. Let's not talk about our relationship as an engaged couple. As your deskmate, is there anything wrong with me helping you? But, Orson, why do you look so listless today? Olivia asked puzzledly. To put it bluntly, it's like being stolen by a succubus. Could it be that Lit attacked Orson these days? Well, I've been busy with a lot of things recently. It's okay to prepare for the exam by myself. I usually don't need too much time to review. But I need to help Lit review his homework, and help a friend of mine deal with business issues, as well as the orc problem on the family side. In short, it's very troublesome. what Orson said was true. When the Mudrick incident came to an end, everyone else had a rare chance to relax and rest, but Orson himself was almost busy as a dog. Is that so? Olivia felt distressed when she heard this. Orson, you've been working so hard these days. She reached across the table and gently touched Orson's face. When Orson saw Olivia's actions, his face turned red, but he did not stop Olivia's intimate and even slightly ambiguous actions. There's nothing I can do about it. There's a saying that goes, with great power comes great responsibility, big. I can only hope that Leetuk can grow up quickly and become the backbone of the family, so that I can retire with peace of mind in the future. Pfft, Orson, are you still thinking about retirement? It's not good to want to lie down at such a young age. Olivia smiled, pinched Orson's face gently, and then took her hand back. But I don't hate you lying down, Orson. Even if you don't do anything at home in the future, I will take care of you. It's not like that. If I really become that kind of person, I won't be the me you knew, Olivia. Besides, I also have some things I want to do. Well, I thought I could take this opportunity to convince Orson to stay with me after graduation. You don't want to inherit the title of Duke anyway, Olivia said with pretended regret. But if Orson really becomes like that, I won't dislike you either. After all, you are so outstanding and you have been out there all the time. There must be a lot of vixens who fall in love with you, right? Olivia put her hand on the fork. For some reason, Orson was a little scared when he saw her action. Compared to letting you, Orson, be snatched away by those little vixens, I really think it's best for you to stay with me. For this, even if I have to use some means to keep you, Orson, by my side forever, you can understand me, right? My goodness, Olivia, you are also a yandere? Pfft, I was just kidding. Olivia laughed out loud when she saw the smile gradually fading on Orson's face. Then she reached out and touched the tip of Orson's nose. How could I possibly do something so outrageous to Orson, whom I love so much? That's right, that's too dangerous, Orson said quickly. Besides, how could I be abducted by a woman outside? No matter how I think about it, it's impossible for such a thing to happen. Yes. Olivia nodded. Of course I believe Orson is not such a person. After finishing her meal, Olivia pointed to the sofa in the office. All right, Orson, you lie down on it now. Orson was stunned when he heard this, and then looked at Olivia. Why? Just lie down when I tell you to. Why ask me? Having said this, Olivia pulled Orson and half forced him to lie on the sofa. Close your eyes. No, what should I do? Close your eyes, Olivia repeated. Okay. Orson agreed, wondering if this woman had her period again today. Her temper changed so quickly. He closed his eyes, and soon he felt a cool touch spreading through the skin of his temple and throughout his body. Orson, you've been very tired lately, so why not have a massage to relax and take a short rest here? Hearing this, Orson was silent for a while, and then whispered, thank you. His cheeks were already half red. No need to say thank you, this is what I should do. Rather, I should thank you, Orson, for giving me a chance to help you. It's not that Olivia didn't know what Orson had been doing before. As the daughter of the Duke, she had a lot of resources at her disposal, and it was easy for her to learn about things outside the school through this information. She knew that Orson didn't want her to get involved, so she didn't do anything on her own that might make Orson unhappy. Therefore, all she could do was to act like a wife, provide Orson with a delicious dinner when he came back every day, chat with him, and help him relax. Olivia patiently used her hands to gently massage Orson's head. To relax as Orson became familiar with the strength of Olivia's massage, his body gradually relaxed. Then, he fell into a sleep peacefully. Olivia sat aside, looking at Orson's sleeping face, and then she gently leaned over and gave Orson a light kiss on the face. Then she quickly raised her head and a blush appeared on her face. Back in the dormitory, Lit heard the door open and hurried to the door to greet Orson. Orson, welcome back. Yeah. Orson nodded with a smile. In the afternoon, after taking a nap in the office, Orson now feels much more energetic. I have an exam tomorrow, so I'll just have some time today, take a break after watching a little, and keep your spirits up. By the way, Lit, you seem to be very happy today. Did something happy happen to you? Orson hung his coat on the hanger and looked at Lit in confusion. Eh? Is it obvious? Li Tay scratched his head embarrassedly when he heard that. Can I tell what you're thinking? Orson said with a smile. Okay, I won't ask what it is. Anyway, anything that makes you happy is not a bad thing for me. Having said this, Orson went upstairs. Lit looked at Orson's back and showed a subtle expression. Back to a few hours ago, at noon, Lit asked Lienka out alone. The two met in a private room in a restaurant. Mr. Lit, why did you call me out? Lienka looked at Lit with a puzzled look. After many incidents of eating for free and a month of sitting at the same table, Lienka's attitude towards Lit was no longer as bad as before. Ms. Lienka, I have a question that I'm confused about, so I came to ask you. Go ahead. Lienka sat opposite Lit. I want to know, is there any reason why you broke off the engagement with Orson and changed the engagement to your sister Olivia? Ah, you're talking about this? Lienka was stunned for a moment, then she poked her chin with her finger and asked, Mr. Li Tay, can I ask why you ask this question? After all, the only people involved in this matter are me, Sister Olivia, and Orson. It's pretty private, right? Well, because I feel something is not normal. Li Tay said. Don't you think it's strange? Why did senior sister Olivia suddenly bring this up? She probably didn't tell you, Lienka, that she wanted to be Orson's fiancée before, right? Lienka was shocked when she heard what Lit said. She originally thought that she was the only one who thought her sister's behavior was strange, but she didn't expect that Li Tuk also agreed with her. Before, Lienka always felt that Olivia's initiative to take on the engagement was a deliberate sacrifice for her own future happiness. Even though she had previously told Olivia's sister that the engagement could be changed back, her sister said she would not agree to anything and instead asked her to quickly find someone she liked. Isn't this kind of behavior a typical example of sacrificing oneself for the sake of others? Olivia has been very good to Lienka since she was a child, and now she has made a noble and huge sacrifice. No matter how stupid Lienka is, she feels deeply guilty towards Olivia in her heart. She had kept this matter in her heart before, but she didn't expect that Li Tay would bring it up again today. Yes, I find it strange too. Lienka nodded. Seeing Lienka's reaction, Li Tay believed his guess even more. As expected, Lienka could actually see that Olivia acted like this because she liked Orson. She might have wanted to pry Orson away from Lienka for a long time, but she just never found a suitable opportunity. Unexpectedly, Orson went to cancel the engagement that day, which gave Olivia the opportunity to take action. However, it happened that Lienka didn't like Orson, and Olivia was her sister. Deep down, she didn't want to go against her sister's wishes, so she agreed to transfer the engagement. Then, Lit asked, So, Lienka-sen, what do you think of Senior Olivia's handling of this matter? No, of course not. Lienka said directly, Good job. It looks like there is a chance to destroy the enemy from within. Li Tuk thought so. After all, Lienka's decisive speech definitely proved that she was a little dissatisfied with Olivia in her heart. But Olivia's identity as a sister really suppressed Lienka for a long time, making Lienka speechless. Then, all Lit needs to do next is to sow discord between the two sisters, Lienka and Olivia, and make Lienka realize that Olivia had deceived Lienka for her own benefit. Then, encourage Lienka to try to take back what originally belonged to her and put an end to the matter between Olivia and Orson, or at least prevent them from being as sweet and sticky as they are now, like a newlywed couple, making others see a love filter. What do you think is wrong? Li Tay asked, pressing the issue. My sister is a person who values others too much. She even sacrificed her own happiness for me. Lienka said. Obviously, my sister should also pursue her own happiness equally, but for me, she was confined to the cage called engagement. This is not good. Huh? Lit looked puzzled when he heard that. So, Lienka is still being kept in the dark by Olivia. Why is this girl's IQ so low? Li Tay couldn't help but complain in his heart. These words directly disrupted her subsequent deployment, and Li Tay didn't know what to say. Then, Lit's little head turned, and he suddenly thought of another routine. Moreover, thanks to Lienka's words, Lit felt that his idea had a higher success rate and lower risk. Then, Lit asked, So, Lienka, in your opinion, Senior Olivia chose to be with Orson for your happiness? Yeah. Lienka nodded. Don't you think you've gone too far? Lit changed the subject and began to attack Lienka. Lienka, you're an adult, right? As an adult, you still have to sacrifice your sister's happiness to satisfy your own selfish desires. Isn't that too much? But I had no choice. My sister said she would sacrifice herself for me, and given the atmosphere at the time, I didn't expect my sister to sacrifice herself for me to that extent. She even kissed Orson unwillingly. Silly child, your sister is not unwilling at all. If it weren't for certain restrictions, she would have done what she loves a long time ago, although he thought so in his heart. Li-Tae still said, "Is this the reason why you are running away? You are in the water, about to drown, and someone pulls you up. You pull the person down into the water, and then you use that person's strength to swim to shore. But that person drowns because of you. If this isn't a sin, what is? But what can I do?" Lienka hugged her head, her tone a little broken. It's not too late to mend the fold. Even now, you still have a way to restore your sister's happiness. At this time, Lit suddenly said. What do you mean? Lienka raised her head and looked at Lit in confusion. Chapter 103 Inch I have a plan, said Lit. Snatch Orson from your sister. Ah? Lienka was surprised and puzzled when she heard this. No, I can't compare to my sister in any way, and I have no reason to. Lienka, Senior Olivia told you before that you should find your own happiness, right? Yeah. Lienka nodded. Then you can tell Senior Sister Olivia, Sister, I have found my own happiness, and that person is Orson. In this way, Senior Sister Olivia cares about you so much, she will definitely agree to your request. Then she will be able to free herself from the shackles of the engagement. Hey, what you said seems to make sense. When Lienka heard Lit's plan, her eyes lit up. Really? Lit also smiled. Of course, in order to not seem so abrupt, you have to have contact with Orson a few times before confronting Senior Sister Olivia. It would be best if you could let Senior Sister Olivia see that you really like Orson. Wow, Lit, you are so smart. Why didn't I think of this before? Lienka looked at Lit and said gratefully. According to Lit, since Olivia changed her engagement for her own happiness, then, similarly, if he fell in love with Orson, his sister would definitely leave Orson for her own happiness anyway. My sister's original love for Orson was probably just an act. When the time comes, she won't have to like him anymore, and her life will definitely be a lot easier. The conversation between the two ended in a cheerful atmosphere. Lit and Lienka formed the Lily Alliance. Lit wanted to interfere with the relationship between Olivia and Orson so that he could take the position, while Lienka wanted to prevent her sister from suffering torture. Of course, Lit had thought that this trick might make Lienka really fall in love with Orson in the end, but all this was no longer important. In the current situation, only by getting more people involved could he successfully interfere with Olivia. Lit is aware that he can never defeat Olivia emotionally by himself, and when Lienka joined the battlefield, even the most later, Lienka really fell in love with Orson, but with her current IQ, she could never be his match. The next day, after taking the written test in the morning and before preparing for the practical test in the afternoon, Lienka took the initiative to find Orson. Orson looked at Lienka in front of him and asked doubtfully, Lienka, are you sure you came here to find me and not your sister? Yeah. Lienka nodded, then she lowered her head and blushed for some reason. Although she was mentally prepared and Lienka kept telling herself that she was doing this for her sister and for her sister's happiness, she still couldn't help getting nervous. What if Orson misunderstood what he meant and thought that he really liked him? If he unreasonably caught me in an alley and did this and that to me, should I call for help? Looking at Lienka, who was looking down in deep thought, Orson felt extremely confused. What was this little girl thinking today? Why did she suddenly decide to come find me? As the saying goes, if someone is too attentive to you for no reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. Although Lienka has not reached the point of being too attentive, Orson still felt a little alarmed. Even if she is my future sister-in-law, I have principles in life and I will never help her where I shouldn't. Student Lienka, let me make it clear first. The student union is a fair organization. We do not allow any shady dealings to occur in the student union. Besides, can't you easily pass the exam? Why do you need my help? Do you care so much about being the top student in the grade? Ha! Lienka was stunned for a moment after hearing Orson's words, then she raised her head and quickly waved her hands, denying it. No, I'm not here to do anything behind the scenes with Orson. I just Just what? It's not convenient to talk here, let's talk somewhere else. Just then, a hand rested on Lienka's shoulder. I don't think we need to change the place. Let's just talk here. Olivia's voice sounded at the side. Eh? Sister. Lienka looked at Olivia's figure and almost jumped up in fright. What's wrong, Lienka? Olivia smiled with a fake smile. You chose a time when I was not here to come to class and talk to Orson about something. You even took him out to talk alone? I am your sister after all, Lienka. Can you tell me what you want to talk to Orson about? Lienka looked at Olivia. For some reason, she felt a little panic in her heart. As expected, younger generations will instinctively feel fear towards their elders. This is ingrained in them, even if they are only 1 year older, but for her sister's happiness, Lienka was still prepared to do what Lit asked her to do. Thinking of this, she blushed and said, I actually came to see Senior Orson to apologize. Chapter 113, who ordered it? Apologize? Orson was stunned when he heard Lienka's words. Olivia, who was standing by, heard this and cast a strange look at Lienka. Well, at that time, before, when we first met, and in the days that followed, my attitude towards you, Senior Orson, was not very good. I was very annoying. Anyway, I'm very sorry. Lienka said this and bowed to Orson. Orson and Olivia looked at each other. To be honest, he didn't expect that this proud little phoenix would actually take the initiative to bow to Orson. It's okay. It's been a while since this happened. I know you're a good kid, Lienka. I don't take it to heart. But, after all, it was my fault. I must apologize to you, Orson, in person. Okay, now I accept your apology and forgive you. Orson had no choice but to say this. No, Orson, this is too casual. I want to invite you to have dinner together, is that okay? At this time, Olivia, who was watching from the side, raised her eyebrows and was about to say something, but unexpectedly, Lit also came over. Senior Olivia, I have something I want to ask you. Can I ask? When Orson saw Lit coming over, he greeted him. Lit also smiled back, but her eyes were still on Ollie. On via Olivia looked at Lit, then at Lienka, thoughtfully, and then smiled and nodded. Okay, of course that's no problem. As for the location, Lee Tuk-san should have already thought of it, right? Of course. Lit smiled, watching the two people walking away talking and laughing. Orson glanced at Lienka, who was blushing and hesitating in front of him. Senior Orson, I wonder if you agree, okay? Seeing this, Orson had no choice but to agree to Lienka's request. Really? Thank you, Senior Orson. When Lienka heard Orson agree to her, she showed a look of surprise, and then reached out, took Orson's hand and walked out. Lit and Lienka chose two restaurants that were far apart from each other, with the aim of separating Orson and Olivia. So, did you do it, Lit? Olivia sat on the sofa, looking at Lit in front of her and said with a smile. What? Senior Olivia, why don't I understand what you are saying? Lit held his face and looked at Olivia with a puzzled look. I'm here to apologize to you, too. I was rude to you the other day. Lite took a sip of lemonade, and then continued, I think what you said before, Senior Sister Olivia, is very right. I really can't decide who will be around Orson. But I have to let Orson see your true colors, right? Oh. Olivia narrowed her eyes when she heard that. So, Lit, what do you mean? A person who is willing to deceive his sister for his own happiness and keep his sister in the dark. What do you think of you when Orson knows about this? How do you know this? It's just my personal guess. Lit smiled. Then, have you ever thought about the possibility that Orson already knew that I cheated on Lienka, but because I like him and he likes me too, he agreed to let me do this? Of course. After all, Senior Sister Olivia is so amazing, she cooks delicious food, and she is so tolerant and considerate of Orson. Of course, Orson would be easily fooled by your sugar-coated bullets. Lite nodded, not seeming to be in a hurry at all. But, does Lienka really think so? Lit spun his glass and smiled. Tell me, if Lienka asks you the real reason, will you tell her? You don't need to worry about this. Olivia said with a frown. She hated it most when people used their relatives to threaten her, especially her sister Lienka. But what if Lienka likes Orson? Lit stared into Olivia's eyes. Senior, you seem to have said before that the reason you took on the burden of the marriage contract was to enable Lienka to find her own happiness. Then if Lienka's happiness is Orson, at that time, will you choose to share your happiness for your sister, or continue to monopolize Orson? Are you kidding? Olivia couldn't hold back her anger. Whether Lienka liked Orson or not, no one knows better than me. She even said bad things about Orson when she went back. Can you still say she liked him? I did this just to separate two people who didn't like each other, and to satisfy my own feelings for Orson. Why do you think I'm a bad guy who only cares about my own interests? Of course, that's not what I meant. But, senior sister Olivia, you can't just look at one side of things. Look, isn't Lienka having feelings for Orson right now? It was you who instructed Lienka to behave like this today, right? Olivia asked, staring at Lit, realizing her own misconduct. Olivia calmed down. Of course not, it was Lienka who did it herself. Lit smiled. I just gave her a few reminders, after all, we are still deskmates. On the other side, in the restaurant, Lienka and Orson sat opposite each other. Well, Senior Orson, I'm very happy that you can accept my invitation. Looking at the blushing girl in front of him, Orson also felt extremely strange. It's okay, Lienka. Although he was surprised by Lienka's behavior, Orson still maintained due politeness. So, you asked me out for dinner alone, it shouldn't just be for the sake of apologizing, right? Seeing Orson being so direct, Lienka, after hesitating for a while, he nodded. Well, Senior Orson, I actually, Orson looked at Lienka's awkward behavior and guessed something in his heart. Then, he said, Lienka, you are very strange today. Huh? Seeing this, Lienka looked at Orson in surprise. First of all, when you call me, you usually don't add the word senior, you just call me Orson. Although Orson doesn't care much about such things, he will still remember the names given to him by familiar people. Secondly, your behavior today is very different from your usual personality. Is someone instructing you to do something? Chapter 114, Basic Attack to Cheat the Ultimate Move, 7K. The lunch break was short and passed quickly. The four of them returned to their respective classrooms to prepare for the practical exam in the afternoon. How's it going, Lienka? How's the progress? As soon as Lit returned to the classroom, he looked at Lienka sitting in her seat with a red face and deep thought, and asked anxiously. Lienka lowered her head and remained silent. Lit was anxious. The plan was planned by the two of us together. Now, what is the result? Tell me, what's the meaning of standing here in silence and pretending to be a riddle man? I feel like I've failed. Before Lit could help but ask more questions, Lienka pinched the point where Lit was about to explode and spoke. What do you mean? Li Tae was stunned when he heard this. Do you mean that Orson has no feelings for you? Or do you suddenly realize that you don't like Orson anymore? No. Lienka shook her head. It's due to other reasons. I can't really say it right now, Lienka. Lit held Lienka's shoulders and said, we should be allies, right? Is there anything you can hide from me? Wow. Lienka thought for a long time, then looked at Lit and asked softly, well, Lit, I want to ask you something, can you answer me well? Of course. Lit nodded. I want to ask, why do you want to cooperate with me? It just occurred to me that although I have my reasons for helping my sister, what are your reasons? Lit was a little overwhelmed by Lienka's counterattack. Then, she looked at Lienka and said, of course I have my own reasons. What is the reason? Li Tae was constantly organizing his words in his mind. Chapter 104. She couldn't say that she let Lienka disrupt the situation just so she could be with Orson in the end, right? Actually, I saw that senior sister Olivia and Orson were not happy together, so I wanted to separate them. Lit said. Really? Lienka looked at Lit excitedly, as she rarely saw someone agreeing with her ideas. Well. So, Lienka, I won't harm you. We have been on the same front from the beginning to the end. Lit said this and nodded. So, what exactly happened today? How did it go? So, you simply told Lienka to keep a distance between the two of them? Olivia looked at Orson with a hint of doubt in her tone. Yeah. Orson nodded. That's all I said. After all, she's my sister-in-law. What can I think of my sister-in-law? But you and Li Tae, what did you two say? What can I say to Li Tuk? At most, he apologized to me for something that happened before, and I accepted it. Oh. Orson understood what he said. Orson had previously learned something about the relationship between Lit and Olivia indirectly, although on the surface, Lit seems to have no conflicts with Olivia. Privately, Lit does not like Olivia. Olivia herself doesn't like Li Tuk, and the two of them just keep to themselves. Of course, this was the situation that Orson saw. When they went shopping before, and when the two were alone, Orson did not think that nothing happened between the two of them, although Orson didn't believe it. Judging from the feelings Olivia and Lit showed towards him, the two of them must have already started a battlefield called Shura Field around him a long time ago. In the practical test in the afternoon, it was obvious that Orson continued to crush the second graders and got full marks in all subjects. In the first grade, the journey is more bumpy. 2 months had passed since the start of the school year, and Lienka was confident about the midterm test because she had already been promoted to a 5th-level warrior, but when she defeated a series of opponents, she found that the person standing in front of her was still Li Tuk, who defeated her in the entrance test. Although the two are allies in terms of emotions, they are undoubtedly competitors in terms of studies. In this battle, Lienka did not give up and chose to fight against Lit with all her strength. After fighting for a few minutes, she realized that she could no longer defeat Lit. Yes, if she could beat Li Tuk in the entrance test, but lost to him because of her carelessness, then in the current midterm test, she is no match for Li Tuk at all. Whether in terms of combat skills, combat experience, or simply strength, Lienka is not the dominant party. This time, Lit's advantage as the protagonist of the original world line was revealed. Although they are both gifted children, others can only advance 1 level in 2 months, but Lit can advance 2 levels at the same time by practicing both physical and magical skills. This speed can be described as rapid progress. Of course, besides his own requirements, there is a more important reason that motivates Lit to keep improving. That's Orson. Although he didn't want to go to that last step, it was obvious that if Orson no longer liked him in the future, or wanted to kick him away from him, then using force to keep Orson by his side was obviously the safest way. Although a forced melon is not sweet, it can quench your thirst. Lienka was indirectly tricked by Orson again. In the end, Lienka couldn't withstand Lit's double attack and had to be defeated. I give up. Lienka raised her hands and gave a standard French military salute. Seeing Lienka say this, Lit also put down the weapon in his hand. The examiner looked at the two people on the stage and nodded with satisfaction. When Lit was admitted, he was at level 3, and Lienka was at level 4. Now both of them have reached level 5. Only a quarter of the school year has passed, and the two of them have been able to achieve such an achievement. Their future potential is really unimaginable. At the very least, by the 2nd grade, the two should be able to reach the 6th level and not lose to their older brothers and sisters. Seeing talent is always a relief for teachers. After a day of tests, everyone returned to their dormitories. Orson heard some bad news from Triss. The academy is considering arranging students' teaching and practical tasks for the second half of the semester in the Duchy of Antica. Orson's home. The reason for this arrangement is that the orcs are under increasing pressure recently and the war is imminent. By then, the students of the Imperial Academy, who are high-end combat forces, will definitely be able to play a huge role on the battlefield. The teaching policy of Imperial College has never been to train caged birds and let students concentrate on research in an ivory tower, but to cultivate real talents. Therefore, long and heavy practical activities will be arranged in the second half of each academic year. Due to special circumstances this year, we had to arrange the practical tests that would not have appeared in the midterm exam in advance. How were the results of the practical test this afternoon? Orson returned home and asked with a smile while looking at Lit, who was sitting in the room. As your sister, Orson, I deservedly won the first place, Lit said with a proud smile. Really? That's good. Orson nodded, then sat down beside Lit's bed. But, Li Tae, have you grown up a lot these days? Huh? What do you mean? Lit looked at Orson in confusion after hearing his somewhat confusing words. I'm praising you. Not only have you grown a lot in strength, but your brain has also grown a lot. You can even unite others to deceive your brother. That's really great. Although there was no anger in Orson's tone, on the contrary, there was a hint of ridicule, but to Lit it meant something completely different. Did Orson really know about this? It's over. Will he be angry with me for doing this? Will he dislike me because I hindered his relationship with Olivia? While Lit was daydreaming, Orson's hand covered on her head. It's good to be smart, but sometimes, you don't have to use such means on me. Orson still smiled gently. Didn't I tell you before that I want you to see more of the outside world? Don't be anxious. As the saying goes, haste makes chaos. Do you think your actions will really make the relationship between me and Olivia worse? But Lit felt even more guilty when he heard Orson say that. But, I'm afraid that after I see what's going on outside, Orson, your heart will be completely occupied by Olivia. Having said that, Lit jumped directly into Orson's arms. I don't want this to happen. Even if you have a little bit of feelings for me as a member of the opposite sex in your heart, Orson, I don't want you to just see me as a sister. There was a hint of anxiety in her tone, looking at Lit, who was acting like a spoiled brat in his arms. Orson sighed. What does he say about this? Reject her completely, regardless of whether he is cruel enough to do this. If he does this, it will only cause the spiritual sustenance that Lituk relies on to collapse completely. He cannot predict what will happen to Lituk in the future. Okay, Lit, stop acting like a spoiled child. Orson said this and pinched Lit's little face. There's still a lot of time left. Do you think I'm the kind of man that can be easily conquered by others? Although he couldn't deny his feelings for Olivia in his heart, Orson still said this against his conscience in order to comfort Lit. Isn't it? Lit raised his head and looked at Orson with tears in his eyes. Orson, you are like this. As long as others treat you sincerely, you will return their sincerity. Okay. It seems that Lit knows himself well. Then what do you want to do to satisfy me, Lit? Lit also fell silent. She also didn't know how to stop feeling anxious. It is obviously impossible to prevent Orson from contacting Olivia. This is torture for both of them. What should I do? Make Orson dislike Olivia? No, now Orson must have fallen in love with Olivia. That is to say, how can Orson not fall in love with Olivia wholeheartedly? This idea is good, but I am not a worm in Orson's stomach, so how can I know what Orson is thinking? Okay, then, Lit, you think about it first. I'll go back to my room first. Talk to me when you figure it out. Anyway, don't be so anxious. Orson said this, patted Lit's shoulder gently, then got up and went back to his room. On the other side, Olivia's dormitory, the atmosphere is quite weird at the moment. Olivia and Lienka were sitting at the dining table eating. Olivia held her face and looked at Lienka quietly. Lienka, are you hiding something from your sister? No, I didn't hide anything from my sister. Lienka said in a low voice. Then, Lienka, can you tell your sister why you didn't go to apologize to Orson before, but went to apologize to Orson today? Besides, yesterday, you seemed to have gone out with someone else in the afternoon, right? How did you know this, sister? I asked your classmates. There are a lot of gossips among classmates. It seems that you went out with Lit, right? Others are speculating about the relationship between you. No. Lienka waved her hands quickly. The relationship between Lit and me is not that kind of relationship. Of course I know that you and Lit are not in that kind of relationship. Olivia said. Didn't she know Lituk? He was just a pure little boy who only thought about his brother all day. Lienka, just tell me, has your sister treated you well over the years? Olivia now started to play the emotional card. Based on her understanding, she knew that her sister had been soft-hearted since childhood and would definitely not fall for this trick. Sure enough, after hearing what Olivia said, Lienka immediately showed a conflicted look on her face, and then she nodded. Sister has been very kind to me over the years, and I like her very much. Then, Lienka, tell me, why did you hide these things from your sister? I didn't hide it from my sister. Seeing Lienka is still hiding it, and Olivia knows that this matter must have been instigated by someone, and Anka still believes in the person who instigated her, that is Lit. Lienka. Olivia sighed, with a sad look on her face. Do you know how sad I was when I found out that my favorite sister, Lienka, would lie to me? Woo, sister. Lienka felt even more guilty after hearing that. Forget it, since I'm going to help my sister get relief anyway, I might as well speed up my progress. This way, maybe Lituk will look at me with admiration. Having said that, Lienka said directly, Sister, of course I know that you are the one who has treated me the best since I was a child, but you are too good to me, and I can't bear it. Sister, I actually know everything. The reason why you chose to be with Orson was not because of any feelings at all. It was purely to deal with the family's marriage contract. But that engagement was originally arranged for me. Sister, didn't you say before that as long as I find the person I like, that's all that matters? Now I'll be frank. The person I like is Orson. Although she stumbled a bit, Lienka still spoke out her inner thoughts. Although she didn't like Orson, it was not impossible for her to force herself to do it for her sister. After all, Olivia has sacrificed so much for her. Sister, now that I have found someone I like, can you promise me to change the engagement back? Just like you told me before, I also hope that you can be a free bird without any restraints. Chapter 105. Olivia was shocked when she heard what Lienka said. Lienka, did someone teach you to say that just now? No, sister, what I just said came purely from my heart. Then tell me, why do you like Orson? You and him obviously have nothing in common. Lienka was stunned and began to think about the reasons why she liked Orson. She quickly searched through every fragment of her encounter with Orson in her memory, and then found, it seems that Orson really, thinking of this, Lienka said, Sister, you want to ask me the reason, right? Then I will tell you. From the first day we met, I was fascinated by Orson's handsome face. After that, even though I said I hated Orson, I would always consider his every move unconsciously in my heart. Even when you and Orson were chatting together, I would also get a little irritable for no reason. At that time, I thought I was angry because you were talking to Orson, whom I hated. In fact, it was not the case. I was just jealous because I liked Orson. After that, I was feeling down one time and ran to the small pavilion next to the artificial lake. It was Orson who came to comfort me. Although I said that I didn't want Orson to get close to me, I was actually looking forward to seeing him. So, when Orson came to my house that day to help me with my psychological problems, I followed my heart. Yes, I used the dream to confuse myself, but in fact I was just following my heart. I wanted to be with Orson. Olivia looked at Lienka in front of her. She was stumbling at the beginning, but as time went on, Lienka's tone became more and more determined, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Oh no, I just wanted to use this trick to make Lienka back down, but Lienka really gave a lot of reasons. Could it be that this girl really liked Orson before, but she just misunderstood her feelings for Orson? Then after my suggestion, she should understand it clearly, right? What is this? Is this a trick to trick the ultimate? In short, Olivia is indeed a little panicked now. At first she thought it was just a trick of Lituk, but now it seems that the saying flies don't bite seamless eggs is right, and her sister seems to really like Orson. Even though I had warned him indirectly before, it didn't have any effect. Olivia is feeling a little numb right now. She didn't know what to say. Anyway, sister, can you understand how I feel? As Lienka was talking, she also noticed something was wrong. This didn't seem to be my original purpose, but I don't know why. As I was talking, I ended up getting myself involved. It sounded like I really liked Orson, but no matter what, as long as I can convince my sister, it's good. Lienka, Olivia said, and shook her head regretfully. Although I know what you mean, the news of the change of the engagement has spread. If we change it back, how will outsiders view our family? If we frequently change our engagement, outsiders will think that our family doesn't keep its promises, but this isn't a change of contract. This is just returning the contract to its original form. Could it be that, sister, you actually don't want to do this? Lienka stared at Olivia with a surprised look. No, of course not. Seeing her sister's expression, Olivia was shocked, and then quickly shook her head. Of course, if it is for your happiness, sister, of course I am willing to do this. Then why? Lienka asked puzzledly. Olivia was silent for a while. Can she not act in this play? She now inexplicably felt a lot of pressure, and the psychological burden of lying to her sister had become greater than ever before. In the past, she could use the fact that Lienka didn't like Orson to justify her actions, but now it seems that Lienka really likes Orson. What should she do? If I refuse, wouldn't I really become a bad sister who takes away my sister's man? But if I agree, I won't be willing to do it in my heart, and Orson will definitely not be willing either. Thinking of this, Olivia came up with an idea. She said, after all, the engagement is not something that can be decided by two people. There are still problems with Orson. If Orson doesn't like you, the engagement cannot be changed. So, we will talk to Orson about this matter later. If he doesn't agree, okay. Lienka nodded after hearing this. Indeed, this is all Lienka can do, and any changes to the engagement still require the opinion of Orson himself. In that case, let's take a rest today and talk about it tomorrow. Olivia said this and hurried upstairs. Who could have thought that today? Olivia thought she could control Lienka, but in the end she was defeated and ended up fleeing in panic. Maybe this is what they call a fool being nemesis of evil. On the other side, the city of Constantine. A group of soldiers pushed open the door of a private house. At this moment, a man was hanging from the beam in the room, and a suicide note was left on the table. I burned the house and killed the man. The soldier in charge of the search saw the suicide note and took it to the search captain. The captain took a look, then turned and waved. Case closed, team closed. But, sir, there are still many doubts in this case. What if this person committed suicide and the suicide note was forged? What should we do? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Didn't you hear what I said? The captain pointed at the soldier and glared at him. Case closed, team disbanded. This is an order from above, don't be ungrateful. Upon hearing this, the soldier had no choice but to nod respectfully. Yes, sir. In the Imperial City, in the Public Security Office, Elsa looked at the paper handed to her and nodded. The above content is the investigation report on the death of Baron Trist. After investigation, it was found that Drist died in an accident. A drunkard who held a grudge against Drist sneaked into Drist's mansion when the guards were not paying attention and assassinated Drist. At the same time, in order to destroy the body and create an accident, he also burned down the house. But after Drist's death, the search intensified, and the drunkard realized that he didn't have much time left, so he simply committed suicide out of fear of the crime. Can we just close this case with this result? A sheriff asked respectfully, his head lowered. Yeah. Elsa agreed, it's pretty good. By the way, during our investigation, we also discovered that one of Baron Drist's guards, named David, disappeared after the incident. What should we do about this? That David must have fled because of his poor supervision, which led to Drist's death, right? Elsa put the paper aside and rubbed her temple. The man was not murdered, and all our current efforts should be used to solve the most important case at hand. The case Elsa was talking about was, of course, Mudrick's demonization. Okay, Your Highness, but regarding the case of Mudrick, after we found the man named Rhodey, the clues were cut off. If the clues are gone, just look for it from other directions. Do you still need me to teach you how to do it? Elsa frowned. This is the sentence she heard the most these days. Therefore, she gets a headache whenever she hears that the clue is broken. How could Rhodey, a living person, disappear in St. Laurent City? A possibility came to mind, but Elsa still shook her head. It's impossible that he did this. He and Elsa should be in a cooperative relationship. If he did this, he should have informed Elsa. Not long after the sheriff walked out, there was another knock on the door, and then a tall and straight man in a military uniform walked in. Hey, Elsa, have you been busy lately? The person who walked in was the eldest Prince Arthas. Although she was unhappy with the smile on Arthas' face, Elsa, as a princess, still smiled. No, I can't compare to you, my brother. She said this and took a look at Arthas's outfit. My brother, you look like you are going to the front line? Where are you going this time? This time, I will lead the team to Antica. Are we dealing with orcs? Yes. Arthas nodded. The orcs are becoming more and more rampant. I am leaving today, and I wanted to see you before I leave. Well, may I wish you, my brother, good luck in military affairs? Thank you, royal sister. Arthas said this and smiled at Elsa. Chapter 115, The Storm is Coming, 4K, Duchy of Antica, City of Antica, Ducal Residence. This morning, Mary was processing government documents submitted from various places as usual. Because she had been half-warned by Lucius once before, Mary now did not dare to do anything beyond her duties. After finishing her business, she stood up and walked to the door. At the door, her loyal guard Randall was already waiting there. When he saw her come out, he quickly took the coat on the hanger at the door and put it on Mary's shoulders. It is already September and we are gradually entering autumn. Although there is a magical device in the room to keep it heated, when we go outside, we still have to wear more clothes to prevent colds due to the sudden temperature difference. Madam, are you going out today? After helping Mary put on her clothes, Randall stood respectfully by her side, like a loyal guard. I'll go to the master's room first. Someone else is in charge of the municipal construction of Antica City. I only need to go there occasionally to check on the situation, Mary said. In the past 3 or 4 months, the construction group under Selenina has completed the construction of the new city area of Antica. During the construction process, they mobilized the power of magicians to make the originally heavy transportation task easier. During the entire construction process, magicians were also widely involved in cutting building materials and low-altitude operations. Of course, among this group of participating magicians, there are very few half-baked first and second-level magicians. Most of them are third-level professional magicians hired by Selenina through the Adventurers Association. In order to enhance the reputation of the Ministry of Construction, Selenina spared no expense and specially hired a 6th-rank magician as the commander-in-chief of the construction magician team. As a result, in just a few months, a brand new urban area of Antica was built, and several urban problems originally faced by Antica were solved almost instantly. At first, Mary was worried that the citizens of Antica would be unwilling to leave their hometown, but later it turned out that Mary was just overthinking. Citizens would definitely be more willing to move to a location with a more comfortable environment and better overall atmosphere, right next to their original homes. At the same time, after this round of new urban area construction, the city of Antica, whose population growth had been gradually stagnating, has regained the motivation to attract immigrants. The original reason why the Duchy of Antica could not develop was because the core city of the duchy was too small. As a ducal capital, Antica can only be regarded as a medium-sized city in the empire. After this round of expansion, Antica can barely be considered a large city, but it is still far from the capitals of other duchies. In the ranking of the cities in the empire, the first place is undoubtedly the capital city of Saint Laurent, followed by first tier of big cities are Romulus in the Duchy of Naples, Brandenburg in the Duchy of Prussia, Peri in the Duchy of Orleans, Navarre in the Duchy of Aragon and Neva in the Duchy of Lucia. The second tier of big cities are the second core cities of the royal territories and other duchies, that is, a large city spontaneously formed far away from the capital of a duchy. The next city was Antica. After all, it has a lot to do with the fact that the Duchy of Antica was established relatively late. The western part of the Duchy of Antica, including the city of Antica, was divided out from the royal direct jurisdiction at the time and was never an economic center. In the eastern part, many cities in the newly conquered territories were previously independent city-states and it was difficult for them to unite for common development. Developing the core city of the Duchy of Antica this time will drive the development of the entire Duchy of Antica. This is why Orson persuaded Lucius and Mary to use Selenina's construction team to build the new city of Antica. At first, when Orson proposed to build a new city district, Mary agreed, but Mary only saw that the new city district could alleviate the old problems of Antica City, but ignored the new hope that the new city district could bring to Antica City. At this moment, when the role of the new urban area was gradually revealed, Mary was surprised by Orson's foresight, but what followed was a deep fear. I originally thought that Orson was only good at both civil and military strategies, but now it seems that Orson also has insights into state governance that far exceed ordinary people. If this is the case, when Orson graduates and comes back, will there be no place for me in this family? Should I then hand over the financial power? After all, although Mary has firmly grasped the financial power of the duchy over the years, she has only ensured the smooth development of the duchy without any accidents, and has not allowed the duchy to make any substantial progress, and Orson, with just this one plan, seems to be able to revitalize the economy of the entire Duchy of Antica. This kid has never touched money since he was a child, so why is he so capable? Chapter 106. So smart that it's like living 2 lives. Mary thought so and walked to the door of Lucius' room. Pushing open the door, Mary saw Lucius lying on the ground in a pool of blood. She fell to the ground in shock. Hurry up, someone come. The Duke has been assassinated. Mary said this and hurriedly shouted behind her. The first one to arrive was Randall. He came to the door, saw Lucius lying on the ground, and hurried over to pick him up. Then, the butler Albert also ran over. Master! He said this, came to Lucius, checked Lucius' breath, and after finding that he was still breathing, he hurried out to call a doctor. The entire Duke's mansion was extremely busy today. On the other side, at the border of the empire, at the junction of the Duchy of Antica and the Orcs. In recent months, more and more orcs have gathered at the border. The reason is that the orc population has grown explosively, and the food in the desert cannot supply the huge orc group, so the orcs have set their sights on humans. Orcs have green skin and sharp fangs. They are born warriors. This world is unfair, just like the relationship between humans and orcs. A human needs 20 years of growth to transform from a helpless child into a strong warrior, while an orc only needs half the time, and his strength far exceeds that of ordinary untrained humans. Moreover, orcs who grow up normally make a living by hunting in the desert and have more combat experience than humans. Although they were also a hastily assembled army, 3,000 orcs were able to defeat 30,000 conscripted soldiers, but compared with the paid standing army, the threat posed by the orcs is not that great. It can even be said that in terms of high-end combat power alone, the elite troops of humans can even crush the orc army with the same number, but the price paid is certainly not small. On the border, a tall orc with dreadlocks and wearing a fur coat looked up at the sky. In the sky, a giant eagle circled down and slowly landed in front of the orcs. A letter was hanging in its beak. The orc leader took out the letter, read the contents, and then nodded with satisfaction. The time has come, it's time to attack. He said this in Orcish, and then rode on the strong giant wolf and ran towards the rear. That day, all the orcs gathered at the border. The tribe received orders from the Joint Chief Baru to immediately launch an attack and plunder food from human territory. The soldiers guarding the border have been ready for battle for a long time. After more than 10 years, the young soldiers who participated in the battle have now become officers. An officer stood on the city wall of the border Acropolis, frowning as he looked at the endless desert before him. There was a sandstorm in the desert at the moment, making it difficult for the soldiers guarding the city to see the scene in front of them. All they heard was a slightly mournful horn sound in the distant desert. The new recruits did not understand the meaning of the horn, but when the veterans heard the horn again after more than 10 years, their whole bodies subconsciously tensed up. They reminded the new recruits around them to be ready for battle. Then, everyone saw what might be the last scene they would see in their lives. In the dust storm, groups of orcs rushed out and headed straight for the Acropolis. They were shouting something in Orcish, and the sound of killing was deafening. Feeling the shaking sound from the earth, it seemed as if the city walls were shaking. The new recruits had never seen such a situation before, and they could hardly hold their weapons steadily. The officers guarding the city also drew their swords at this moment. Soldiers, you are now participating in the most glorious and greatest battle in history. You are protecting tens of millions of people from the empire behind you. For the sake of the empire, keep these barbaric orcs out of the city. What? My father was assassinated? On the third day after the midterm exam, Orson received the news that Lucius had been assassinated. He looked at the little maid in front of him with great surprise. Yes, Master Orson. Vivian nodded. She looked extremely anxious at the moment. After she learned the information, she rushed to the imperial city as soon as possible. The master is not in danger of death now, but he can only lie in bed to recover from his injuries. I heard that the front line has been attacked by orcs. Orson frowned when he heard that, and then he looked at Vivian. Well, Vivian, wait for me outside for a while. I will ask for leave from the academy and go home to at least stabilize the situation on the front line. Orson certainly knew, as the commander-in-chief on the front line, what Lucius's fall at this moment meant. Although Lucius arranged a deputy for himself, after all, Lucius was a general who participated in the last war, and his absence was bound to deal a major blow to the front line. Then, Orson returned to the dormitory and started packing his things. Lit looked at the anxious Orson and asked, Orson, what happened? My father was assassinated, and the orcs took the opportunity to attack. Orson said briefly. Although the words are few, the information conveyed is very substantial. When Lit heard this, he also covered his mouth and showed a surprised look. Orson, why, I don't know either. Orson shook his head, and then he went to the dean's office. Dean Luca, I'd like to ask for leave to go home. As soon as Orson entered the office, he stated his purpose directly. Is there a problem at home? Luca also knew about the recent problems in Antica, but in his opinion, with Lucius in charge, the front line might not be foolproof, but at least it could hold out for a while. But who would have thought? Orson said, my father was assassinated, although his life is not in danger, but the orcs took advantage of this period to attack. The front line is leaderless, and we urgently need someone to stabilize the situation. Ah. Luca also frowned when he heard the news that Lucius was assassinated. This should be the first time in his life that he heard the news of the Duke's assassination. In the Empire, apart from the royal family, the most honorable person is the Duke. Even in the local area, the Duke has much more say than the Emperor. It is unheard of that a Duke would be assassinated. I understand. This leave is approved. In addition, if Lit also wants to go back, I will approve his leave as well. Luca said this and wrote 2 leave notes on a piece of paper and handed them to Orson, one for him and one for Lit. Go back as soon as possible to stabilize the situation. The board of directors will make a decision soon, and everyone in the academy will go to the front line to support you. Thank you, Dean Luca. Orson said this and nodded. Then he hurried to the student union with the leave note. He called Olivia and Manuel together. President Orson, what happened? Manuel asked in confusion when he saw Orson's anxious look. I have to take a leave to go home until we discuss the tasks for the second half of the semester. The work of the student union will be handed over to you. Of course, Olivia knew what had happened that made Orson so anxious to go back, so she didn't ask any more questions and just nodded. Orson, take care of yourself. As she said this, Olivia walked forward, stretched out her hand, and hugged Orson. Yeah. Orson nodded after hearing that. Then he and Olivia separated and left the student union building. When she returned to the dormitory, Lit had packed her things. She looked at Orson and said, Orson, I want to go back too. Yeah. Orson heard this and did not refuse Lit's request. In his opinion, as a member of the family, Lit also has the responsibility to take some responsibility for Lucius when he is injured and cannot go to the front line. Light, please help me contact a group of people. Orson said this and whispered a string of names in Lit's ear. Please help me talk to them about this. I need their help. When Lit heard the name Orson said, he was stunned for a moment, then nodded. 3 hours later, at the gate of Imperial College, Orson and Lit walked out. Vivian was standing at the door, waiting for them anxiously. After seeing the two of them, she waved to them. Master Orson, Master Lit. Let's go back. Orson said this, using the magic flying carpet to take the two of them towards the Dukedom of Antica. Volume 2, Orc Invasion and Dark Clouds in the South. Chapter 1, Going Home. Antica, Duke's Palace. Orson traveled day and night, using magic to speed up the magic carpet, and finally shortened the original 2-day journey to 1 day. At this moment, 4 days had passed since Lucius was discovered and assassinated. Orson couldn't figure out who the Angel of Death was referring to when he told him in St. Laurent City that someone would attack someone around him in 3 days. It was clear from the information he heard from the assassin that the target of the attack should be Lite. After he instigated the assassin to defect, he indeed relaxed his vigilance and thought that the matter was over, but now he told himself that something had happened to Lucius. This made him start to doubt what the hidden meaning of the words that the Angel of Death said to him that day was. As a general of the Empire, although Lucius' main expertise was in commanding troops and fighting wars, his martial arts value was not low at all, and he had the strength of the 7th level. The assassin who was able to make the 7th level Lucius fall in a pool of blood obviously had a strength above the 7th level. Generally speaking, for someone with this kind of strength, if they really wanted to kill Lucius, it would be very easy and they would not give him any chance to breathe. But when Vivian found Orson, she told him that Lucius' life was not in danger. This is very strange. It was already afternoon when Orson returned to the mansion. Because of the assassination, the Duke's mansion temporarily added a lot of guards. The guard at the door let Orson and others in only after verifying their identities. As soon as he entered the house, Orson saw the old butler Albert standing in the living room waiting. Uncle Albert, how is father now? Orson looked at Albert anxiously and asked. Young master, you should go and see the master's condition yourself. Albert said, pointing to Lucius' room on the 2nd floor. Lite nodded when he heard this, and then he walked towards the 2nd floor. On the other side, Lite followed closely behind. She and Albert looked at each other, and then followed Orson upstairs. Orson came to the 2nd floor and opened Lucius's door. What came into his sight was Lucius lying on the bed and Mary sitting beside the bed, accompanying Lucius. Father, mother. Orson said this and walked into the room. Lucius, lying on the bed, looked in good spirits and not particularly weak. Your father just lost too much blood and needs to rest for a few days. There is no other problem. Mary explained when she saw Orson come in. That's good. Hearing Mary say this, Orson felt relieved. At this time, Lit also walked into the room. Father, mother. Lite was still a little reserved when he saw the two of them. Lit, come here quickly. Orson said this, beckoning Lit to come to him. Father is fine, he just needs to rest. Orson repeated to Lit what Mary had just said. Orson, Lit. Lucius was touched to see his two children rushing back so quickly. In order to liven up the atmosphere, he quickly made a joke. You are in such a hurry to come back. Are you so afraid that I will die? Although Lucius was only 48 years old, he was already accustomed to calling himself an old man. Father, please stop joking. Orson certainly understood what Lucius meant, and smiled. Don't even mention that you were assassinated. Even if you caught a cold, we, as your children, would come back to visit you. All right, there's no need to say any more about this. We're all family here, there's no need to say those polite words outside. Lucius said this and waved his hand, looking nothing like he had ever been assassinated before. So, Father, do you know who assassinated you at that time? Orson said this and looked at Lucius, wanting to get the answer to the question from him. I don't know. Lucius shook his head. To be honest, I don't know who wanted to attack me at that time, but look at my current situation, am I not fine? Chapter 107. Having said this, he opened his arms and patted his chest, which was wrapped in gauze. Look, I'm in good health. I don't think the other party's intention is to kill me. But, things on the front line. At this time, Lit on the side spoke up. Yes, the situation on the front line is not optimistic. Hearing this, Lucius frowned and nodded. Of course I know what's going on the front line. These days, war reports are coming to me like snowflakes. Although Carlyle has more experience, his ability is still limited after all. The enemy seemed to know that I would be assassinated, and launched a large-scale attack on the same day. By the time the news of my assassination reached Carlyle, a day of decision-making time was wasted, and the enemy had already captured a city. Lucius said this and sighed. Orson, you came back at the right time. As he said this, he looked at Mary and then at Lit. The two men immediately understood what Lucius was thinking and tactfully left the room. Father, please tell me what I want you to do for me. Orson bent down respectfully and approached Lucius. Orson, do you want to give it a try and command an army on the battlefield? Lucius said with a smile. I know it might be a bit arrogant to give the command of the army to a young man like you. Do you want to try? If you want, I can hand over the command of the frontline troops to you right now. Orson looked at Lucius's expression, unable to guess what he was thinking. Now is he testing his own ambition, or does he really want to entrust the affairs of the front line to himself? If my father trusts me, I am willing to take on this important task. Orson thought for a moment and then said something relatively neutral. Okay. Lucius heard Orson say this, leaned forward and patted Orson on the shoulder. I can hand over the military power to you, but how to convince the people, how to dispatch the army, and even how to make decisions to defeat the orcs will all be left to you. If you succeed, you will become the military god of the empire and continue the tradition of the Stranic family to establish their family through military force. If you fail, the Duchy of Antica and the tens of thousands of people under its rule will suffer because of you. It's not a question of whether I trust you or not, it's a question of you, Orson, Lucius said. But, Father, didn't you just say that you were fine? Orson looked at Lucius in confusion. As long as I can stabilize the situation on the front line and wait until you recover and come back, everything will be fine. Lucius didn't say anything. He stared at Orson for a long time and suddenly laughed. Chapter 2. Orson, came here with only one goal, for K. After Orson walked out of Lucius' room, he glanced at Lit and Mary, who were standing at the door, waiting anxiously. Father said he wanted to rest alone for a while, so let's not disturb him, said Orson. Okay. Mary nodded and turned around, ready to go back to her room. By the way, Mother, Father has given me all the military duties at the front, so I will go to the front tomorrow. During this period of time, you will be in charge of all the affairs at home. Thank you for your help. Orson remembered something and suddenly spoke. I understand. Mary nodded and turned away. Orson, is our father okay? Lit looked at Orson with a hint of doubt in his tone. It's okay, father is just a little tired. After all, he was injured before. No matter how healthy he is, he needs time to recuperate. Orson said this and touched Lit's head. By the way, there are some things I want to talk to you alone. Let's go back to my room first. As he said this, he took Lit to his room. Walking into the room, Orson closed the door. Light, do you want to go to the front line? Orson asked. Orson, why are you asking this all of a sudden? As the son of a duke, one of the most distinguished nobles in the empire, especially in our Stranic family, which is based on military power, the army is something you will come into contact with sooner or later. Orson said this in a flat tone. It just so happens that I will take over the task of temporary commander-in-chief of the front line this time. When the time comes, you can be my adjutant and learn these things from me. When you go out in the future, you will have to be independent sooner or later. Of course. Orson said, pointing to the desk. If you want to stay here and learn how to manage finances from mother, that's fine too, because if you become a duke in the future, you can be in charge of finances yourself. Lite pondered for a long time after hearing this, and then said, well, I think it would be better for me to go to the front line with you, Orson. Lit always felt that Mary had some opinions about his coming. Compared to staying at home and being looked down upon, Lit still preferred to be with Orson. Being with Orson was also the time when he grew the fastest. It's not just that I want to stay with Orson. Okay. Orson nodded. But, Lit, I have to give you a shot of prevention first. The army is a very serious place. When you arrive at the front line, you have to act like a soldier. You can't act like a spoiled child in front of me. Do you understand? Is it that serious? Lite said in surprise, but she was mentally prepared and agreed to Orson immediately. I understand, Orson. I promise that I will obey you in everything. Okay, then I feel relieved. Orson said this with a smile. Rest at home for a while today. I'll go out to take care of some things. Tomorrow we will take our father's letter of appointment to the front line. Okay. After Orson and Lit finished talking about these things, they went to the city center of Antica and met a few people. The next morning, the carriage was ready for Orson and Lit, but Orson thought the carriage was too slow, so he took Lit to the front line on a magic carpet, a small town somewhere on the front line. At this moment, the city was full of broken walls and bloodstains could be seen everywhere on the city walls, indicating that a large-scale battle had taken place here not long ago. A large-scale battle broke out between the 3,000 human soldiers stationed here and the 5,000 orcs attacking the city. In the end, all the soldiers stationed here were killed, without a single one spared. A burly orc walked across the battlefield. The walls were littered with corpses of humans and orcs. Although the orcs captured the town, they paid a heavy price, however, because this is a militarized town and most of the residents are military dependents. They had already evacuated before the war broke out and no further bloody incidents occurred. The orcs had a feast after pillaging the town's armory and granary. In addition to supplying the soldiers, some of the looted supplies would be transported back to the desert by transport teams to be delivered to the soldiers' families who were starving there. In order to prepare for this war, the orc tribe concentrated the already scarce supplies to the soldiers on the front line so that the soldiers could have enough to eat and fight, and then they could snatch food from humans and provide it to the orcs in the rear. Because of the special nature of the orc tribe, each clan has a tribe. These 5,000 orc warriors are actually made up of more than a dozen tribes, and the commander is the strongest person in the army. In this situation, it is inevitable that the spoils will be unevenly distributed and the commander will favor his own tribe. Fortunately, this is the early stage of the war and the disunity and contradictions within the orcs have not yet emerged. Often in the middle and late stages of a war, after long-standing resentment among the orcs, a civil war will break out, and they will eventually retreat without fighting. How was the result of today's battle? The young commander walked to the warehouse. At this moment, many orc warriors were moving food out of the warehouse in boxes and bags. He looked at the commander in charge. The adjutant who was in charge of calculating the data asked. The adjutant and he were not from the same clan or tribe, and the relationship between the two was purely a cooperative one. Commander, we lost a total of 2,000 soldiers in today's siege. Every tribe suffered losses, but overall, it was fairly evenly distributed. The adjutant said this, and then pointed to the warehouse. This warehouse seems to be prepared for a protracted war. There is a lot of food stored in it, enough for our remaining soldiers to eat for 2 or 3 years. But if it is distributed among each tribe, there won't be much left. There are only 3,000 people left in this orc army, but behind these 3,000 people are about 10,000 mouths to feed. The foster care of this small town could only feed the people of the tribe for a year. After a year, they would have to come out to plunder again. It would be better to grab more at a time. Thinking of this, the commander looked at his adjutant. Leave 100 people here to clean up the battlefield, and the rest of you will stay here to rest for half a day before continuing to advance. From the orc's perspective, human defense is like an egg. As long as they break through the hardest layer of the eggshell on the outside and go deeper inside, they will be able to enter the empty space. The 3,000 soldiers stationed in this town should be the largest number among the nearby villages and towns. Next, their troops will plunder the surrounding villages and then act according to the orders of the Joint Chief. Things like this are still happening in several small towns on the border. At the front line, Carlyle was reading reports of defeat in the military camp with a frown on his face. As Lucius's adjutant, his greatest advantage was his conservatism, but it was this conservatism that caused him to waste the most precious first day of time at the beginning of the battle. When he received the battle report, he immediately sent it back to Antica, hoping to get instructions from Lucius. He just followed Lucius' previous arrangements and asked the soldiers on the front line to hold on and rotate the defense as much as possible. However, unexpectedly, Lucius, who was unconscious after being assassinated, was unable to give Carlyle any guidance. In desperation, Carlyle broke away from Lucius's command for the first time in his life and began to perform the duties of the supreme military commander, trying to stabilize the situation on the front line. But the situation on the front line, far from stabilizing, continued to deteriorate. After all, his ability to respond to emergencies is not as strong as Lucius's, and he does have fewer cards in his hand. He is only able to suppress the generals under his command by relying on his own qualifications. Otherwise, those generals would have fought on their own long ago, and by then, the situation would have become even more serious. Forget it, let's convene a joint military meeting. Carlyle thought so and called his adjutant to help him gather all the generals under his command. Today, the Duke of Antica's army consists mainly of 3 parts. The first part is the standing army and conscripted troops in the Duke's direct territory. This group of troops is directly commanded by the Duke's confidant Carlyle, and the number is about 100,000. The second part is the Earl's army under the Duke. Each Earl can basically send out an army of more than 2,000 and less than 10,000 people. This group of troops has an independent commander, either the Earl himself or the military chief under the Earl. The number of this group of troops also accounts for about 100,000. The third part, and the part that gave Carlyle the most headache, was the troops sent from other parts of the empire to support. Basically, the other 5 duchies and royal territories in the empire had sent about 10,000 troops. The quality varied, but overall it was acceptable, except for the Duchy of Naples. The Duchy of Naples, which had the worst relationship with the Duchy of Antica, only sent 5,000 militiamen. Carlyle felt a headache just looking at these 5,000 militiamen and could only arrange them to the rear to maintain law and order in supply lines. The number of troops in this part was about 50,000, but because they were sent by people of the same or even higher rank, the officer commanding them, Carlyle, had no control over them. If Carlyle had spoken to them in a friendly and amicable manner at normal times, they might have listened to him for Lucius' sake. But now that Lucius was ill and the situation on the front was deteriorating, these commanders did not trust Carlyle's ability. Except for Prussia's army, which he could still command, all other armies were guarding their respective defense zones, seeking not to make any achievements but to avoid making any mistakes. The reason why Carlyle convened a joint military meeting was to make the army of that group of uncles take action through discussion and voting by everyone at the meeting. The human army of 250,000 consumes a lot of food and grass every day on the front line. Although there is funding from other duchies, if it continues like this, the economy of the Duchy of Antica, which has just started to improve, will probably be dragged down by the war again. Half an hour later, a joint military meeting was held. Carlyle sat in the chair and watched the officers below. On his left were representatives of the armies of various earls within the duchy, and on his right were representatives of foreign aid troops. I believe everyone has heard that 3 more cities were breached yesterday. We lost more than 10,000 soldiers in just one day yesterday. Carlyle said this with a frown. Right now, all my troops that can serve as reserves have been deployed to the front line. My idea is that in some defense areas where the pressure is not so heavy, we can appropriately transfer some troops to support the areas with greater pressure. Otherwise, if the front line is breached, your troops will also be vulnerable to attacks from the flanks. Ha, after all this talk, what you mean is nothing more than that you are no longer capable and need our help? The representative of the Dukedom of Napoli spoke from the audience. Our mission was arranged before the war, and we only obeyed the orders of the supreme commander of the frontline army, Duke Lucius. Now Duke Lucius is injured and cannot come to the front line. You are the temporary commander of the army, and you missed the opportunity to fight, which led to the fall of several cities. How can we trust you with your ability? Carlyle remained silent as he listened to the words of the Napoli representative. The other party was right, he had indeed missed the opportunity to fight, but when he was taking remedial measures, he did not choose to believe himself. The key is that you can't even use the opponent's soldiers. He clearly only had 5,000 militiamen under his command, but he pretended as if he had 50,000 elite soldiers. Even he was trying to puff himself up with bragging rights. What's more, they came here for friendly assistance. If I scold them, the troops of other dukes will inevitably be disheartened. Just at this moment, footsteps were suddenly heard at the door. Then, Orson appeared at the door of the military tent, followed by Lit. Everyone turned to look at the two people who walked in. They were about to refute something, but after seeing the family emblem on their chests, they all shut their mouths. General Carlyle. Orson looked at Carlyle and walked up. Carlyle also stood up. Mr. Orson, why are you here suddenly? Helping my father deal with some things. Orson said this with a smile, then he looked at the officers sitting at the long table. General Carlyle, who are these people? Ah, they are members of the Joint Conference of the Armed Forces. Carlyle explained the contents of the Joint Conference to Orson. I see. Hearing this, Orson nodded, then he moved a chair and sat next to Carlyle. Hello everyone, from today on, I will take over the responsibility of being the commander-in-chief of the front line in place of my father, Duke Lucius. As he said this, he glanced at everyone. After hearing Orson's words, everyone had different expressions, but most of them were surprised and puzzled. They didn't understand why Lucius let such a young man be the commander-in-chief of the frontline troops. Chapter 108. No matter how capable Orson is personally, it doesn't prove that his command level is high. I know that you may have doubts about my ability, which is normal because we are all dedicated to the country. If my ability is not up to the task, the front line may suffer more losses because of me. But please rest assured, I, Orson, came here with only one goal, and that is victory. Chapter 3, War Preparations, 6K, Tisk, that's an easy thing to say. On the other side, the representative of Napoli began to deliberately provoke again. If I remember correctly, Master Orson, you have never had any experience in leading troops in battle. I'm afraid you don't even know how to give orders on the battlefield, right? His mission here was actually to provoke the people on the Duke of Antica's side, and at the same time to encourage other people who were dissatisfied with the Duke of Antica to resist Lucius' orders. Therefore, when he saw Lucius sending Orson, who had no experience at all, he felt that the opportunity had come. Although Carlyle's ability is average, he has been following Lucius in battles, and his military achievements can convince the people. In addition, he is willing to hold joint military meetings to listen to opinions widely. Although everyone may not obey his orders completely, as long as it can be obviously beneficial to the war situation, Carlyle will lobby and everyone will give in. But now that Orson suddenly appears out of nowhere, it's hard to say. Although there is no such thing as armchair military strategy in this era, the military still trusts officers who have worked their way up from the middle and lower levels more than the top students who are directly assigned to military positions after graduating from colleges and universities. Especially in the face of such a major battle, it sounds too ridiculous for a student who is still in school to be the commander-in-chief. The words of the Napoli representative also touched the hearts of others present. Although everyone knows that you, Orson, are very powerful, no matter how powerful you are, it is only on a personal level. Commanding troops in fighting wars is not necessarily linked to your personal level. I know that you may not have that much confidence in my abilities, and I do not have any relevant experience, but I still hope that you can give me time to show my strength. After being retorted by the representative of Napoli, Orson did not get angry, but smiled. On the contrary, Lit, who was standing behind Orson, kept staring at the representative of Napoli with an unfriendly look on his face. At the Imperial College, military theory courses are arranged in the general education courses every year. To be honest, everyone, I have completed all the military theory courses in the 4 years of the college, and I have also scored full marks in all the subjects I have taken the exams for. After hearing what Orson said, some officers present had a different opinion of Orson, but most of them were still skeptical about his abilities. After all, everyone knows that test scores do not equal real ability. Of course, I know your concerns, and I understand your reluctance to hand over your troops to me for unified command and dispatch. Orson said this and looked at Carlyle. General Carlyle, I wonder what you are mainly discussing in this meeting. Reporting to Master Orson, the content of this meeting is mainly related to the recent Orc offensive. Carlyle said this and pointed to the map on the table. Look, from the front line, the Orcs have already broken through and captured 5 small towns on the border. The villages around the towns have also been attacked by the Orcs. Although they have not yet penetrated into the heart of the Duke's territory, if we allow the Orcs to continue their attack, our defense line will be broken through at one point and then collapse across the board. Is that so? Orson nodded after hearing this. In that case, everyone, if I take back the 5 cities occupied by the Orcs, you should be able to recognize me, right? Oh, that's easy to say. The Napoli representative continued to provoke Orson. Don't think of using our people as cannon fodder. If you want to prove your ability, then use your own troops to do the job. Is that so? Hearing this, Orson glanced at the people in the audience. No one present dared to look Orson in the eye, for fear of being called upon by Orson for questioning. Orson could guess their attitude from their performance. He didn't say anything, but just expressed his understanding, and then said, "Okay, since you all said so, I will use the forces I can mobilize to launch this counterattack." This joint meeting has come to no avail. Everyone, just go back to your own defense areas and defend the areas you are responsible for. Orson said this and signaled the disbandment of the meeting. Afterwards, the commanders and representatives in the audience stood up, saluted, and left the military tent. Mr. Orson, weren't you a little too arrogant in what you just said? After the crowd dispersed, Carlyle looked at Orson, his tone full of worry. You just looked at the map and don't know the intelligence of the Orcs on the opposite side. Well, now I want to ask you, how many Orcs are there in this frontal battlefield? According to preliminary estimates, the number of Orcs deployed in this battle should be conservatively estimated at around 200,000, not including their reserve forces. On the front battlefield, that is, the number of Orcs in our defense zone, is around 100,000 to 150,000. The Orcs launched a fierce attack before, and most of the losses were caused by my men. I originally had 100,000 soldiers, but now there are only a little over 90,000 left. With these troops, even defense is stressful, so General Carlyle decided to hold a joint meeting this time and transfer personnel from other defense zones to defend, right? Orson asked. Yeah. Carlyle nodded. It's okay, General Carlyle, I will sort out the current intelligence on the front line today and prepare for the counterattack tomorrow. Orson said this with a confident smile. On the other side, representatives of other armies had already mounted their horses and returned to their own bases. When they were leaving the garrison, they were surprised to find that a group of troops had been stationed outside the city at some point in time. Judging from the size of the camp, the number of troops may have exceeded 20,000. What's going on? The representative of the Naples army looked at the military camp in confusion, and then prepared to go in and investigate. The sudden appearance of such a troop on the front line was quite surprising to him. But when he was about to approach the military camp, he was stopped by the soldiers guarding the gate. Stop ahead. The soldier said calmly. Hey, do you want to see where I'm from? The representative said, looking at the soldier in front of him with disdain. We are here to help you. Is this your attitude towards your guests? I'm sorry, but the area ahead is a military camp, no one is allowed in.